Chapter 181 Serena, hold on, we are almost there. Because Xiao. Just when Xiaozhi was about to leave and let Team Rocket handle their own affairs, he felt that his feet were a little unable to move. It turned out that the three people from Team Rocket completely pulled him. It seemed that they had something to say. And Xiaozhi understood after listening to a while. In fact, what the three people from Team Rocket said was the same as what Xiaozhi wanted to say at the beginning. Musashi and Kojiro. They wanted to ask Xiaozhi to take in the Wild Abe Snake Tribe and Gas Bullet Tribe in Xiaozhi's own research institute. Because Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth worked in the silver tournament before. When they were making money, they already knew about Xiaozhi's research institute. Or to put it another way. In fact, the three members of Team Rocket knew about Xiaozhi's research institute when it was opened. They also donated a large sum of money to the institute. That Xiaozhi champion, I'm not used to calling you champion, I'd better just call you by your name. Just can you, please, help me? It's possible that Musashi rarely asks for help. So her expression at this moment is completely inconsistent with her usual expression of a big sister. When Kojiro and Meowth say this, they have to be more smooth. It's possible that they usually give in to Musashi in Team Rocket. So when they ask Xiaozhi for help, they also speak more nicely. Another reason is that the idea in their hearts may be the best solution now. By doing this, the Rocket Trio will not be separated from their own Arbo and Ghastly. And they can perfectly take care of the Wild Ghastly plus Arbo groups. This is simply the most perfect solution. Because the Rocket Trio is particularly confident in Xiaozhi's research institute. They went on, when I donated money, I read the introduction of Xiaozhi's research institute in detail. Even Xiaozhi's research institute can be described as luxurious. And Musashi, Kojiro, Meowth, and others have decided. As long as Xiaozhi is willing to take in Wild Arbori and Gas Bomb tribes, they can chase Xiaozhi a little less in the future. But they will definitely chase him all the time. Before, 15 appeared 10 times a month. In the future, it will appear 9 times a month. And every month, they will also take out a large amount from the activity funds as living expenses for Arbori and Gas Bomb, and will also give Xiaozhi subsidies. The general meaning is that Xiaozhi will definitely not lose money. On the contrary, Xiaozhi will make a lot of money. Although the three members of Team Rocket also know these huge amounts of money, they think are not worth mentioning to Xiaozhi. But even if it is not worth mentioning, they have to do this. This is a matter of principle. Xiao Mao, good guy, I guess Xiaozhi has thought of this thing before. Xiao Mao, but he can't just say take him in. Xiao Mao, because the rockets have to speak first, Xiaozhi can only do a favor this way. Xiao Mao, after all, it's not appropriate to be nice to the rockets for no reason. Shinji, correct. As Xiao Mao and Shinji compared the messages in the live broadcast room, many trainers and viewers also agreed. Including now, in a private room at the Quartz conference, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth are watching. Now Xiaozhi's thoughts have also changed greatly. Hey, Kojiro, if we encounter this situation in the future, let Xiaozhi help take care of these wild Pokemon. Is it the best solution to keep the double bullet gas and the Abra? While Musashi was talking, he also glanced at Kojiro on the side. And Kojiro is now thinking hard. Kojiro felt that if they were brought into their own roles in the blue light screen, they would definitely be very grateful to the little devil first. Because without Xiaozhi, they would not be able to escape from the Pokemon Hunter Aaron smoothly, nor would they be able to successfully eliminate Aaron on the spot. When Aaron bullied the three members of Team Rocket, he did not hold back at all. If the three members of Team Rocket had not been immune to being electrocuted, or if they had not trained very hard, there might have been an accident on the spot. So now Kojiro thought about it and still felt that, while keeping the two people's Arbo monsters and double bullet gas, it was best to ask Xiaozhi to let him take in the wild Arbo snakes and gas bullet. Almost. This is the best solution. There should be no other way. Of course, if we in the blue light screen ask the little devil to do something, we will definitely pay him. We Team Rocket never owe favors to others. Besides, that's our ABO monster and our double bomb gas. They are our good friends. If we separate, we will definitely be very sad. As Kojiro talked, he also got a little excited. At this moment, Meow Meow, who was watching from the side, was also crying. He was also infected by the incident in the blue light screen. He felt that if there was such a good and proper solution, it would definitely be the best. That's it, Meow. Abrax and Gusbomb are our good friends. If we can perfectly solve the problem of the tribe, we can also keep them around. This is simply great. We are willing to pay any price for this, Meow. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi and the Rocket Trio discussed the details of care, Xiaozhi and his team also separated from the Rocket Trio. Then Xiaozhi also sent all the wild Abrax and Gusbomb back to his own research institute, and asked Xiaojian to take good care of them. Then Xiaozhi and his team continued their journey. And the Rocket Trio, after paying their absolute sincerity, they were also very happy after getting Xiaozhi's promise to take care of the wild Abrax and Gusbomb tribe. There are still many good people in this world. Little Imp is really good. That's right. Otherwise, how could Little Imp win the championship of 3 regions in such a short time? And after starting the trip in Fengyuan, I heard that the top leaders of the alliance in Fengyuan were very polite to Little Imp. That's right, Meow. Just when the Rockets trio were chatting, suddenly, a thorny ball cactus appeared on the side. After seeing this thorny ball cactus, Kojiro felt that he seemed hungry. So Kojiro looked at the information about the Fengyuan region in his hand while handing the thorny ball cactus food. And it was because of this simple pat on the head. After handing food to the prickly cactus became Kojiro's new Pokemon. On the other side, Xiaozhi and his party have continued their journey. When Xiaozhi and his party continued their journey in the forest, suddenly, they saw a tree that was about to wither, but extremely mysterious. When Xiaozhi saw this tree, he already felt the mystery and hugeness of this tree. And just when Xiaozhi just found this tree, he also found a cool wood gecko that liked to hold a small wooden stick in its mouth on the tree. And Xiaozhi's girlfriends saw this wood gecko that liked to hold a small wooden stick in its mouth. They were also attracted by the cool look of the wood gecko. Wow, Xiaozhi's wood gecko is so handsome, especially when he holds the stick in his mouth. This tree looks like it is dying, with almost no green leaves left. Can it be saved? Is this tree the home of this wood gecko? Or is it the place where this wood gecko was born? Xiaozhi's 19 girlfriends who traveled with him said these words. They all reflected their love for this wood gecko. At the same time, everyone found that there was a slightly older wood gecko with several other wood geckos. They came to the tree and talked to the cool wood gecko on the tree. Xiaozhi understood what they said. Xiaozhi's girlfriends also understood what they said with the translation of Mewtwo and Pikachu. It turned out that this cool wood gecko was really born on this huge and mysterious tree. He didn't want to leave his home, so he insisted on taking care of this tree. Even though the tree was on the verge of withering, or to be more precise, it had already withered, the wood gecko felt that he could definitely revive the tree. And the older wood gecko thought that what the cool wood gecko said was simply incomprehensible. The aging of trees is a natural law. If it can be reversed, that means mastering the law and mastering the power. And the reason why the older wood gecko would come every now and then. He brought his tribe to the vicinity of the huge tree that was on the verge of withering. It was because the cool wood gecko had very high potential. And he had extraordinary agility and the determination to train himself. The older wood gecko came this time to persuade the cool wood gecko to return to the tribe and serve as the future successor of the tribe. But the cool wood gecko didn't want to go back no matter what. At the same time, the wood geckos also discovered the arrival of Xiaozhi and his party. After seeing Xiaozhi, the cool bouquet's eyes lit up. It seems that he has a natural ability to distinguish powerful trainers. His powerful trainer, can you help me? I really can't bear to see the huge tree that gave birth to me and raised me just wither and die. While talking, the cool bouquet came to Xiaozhi, very sincerely. After Xiaozhi saw this situation, he also used his wave power and Changpan power to sense and repair. Moreover, Xiaozhi summoned the Ho-Oh. Let the Ho-Oh scatter colorful afterglow to heal. And now Mew also jumped out and turned into the appearance of the Ho-Oh. And also imitated the Ho-Oh and scattered colorful afterglow. And this scene was also seen directly by the distant Kana city. Everyone understood in an instant. 2 Ho-Ohs were flying in the sky at the same time. This must mean that Xiaozhi is about to arrive. In an instant, Kana's city also immediately prepared. And Xiaozhi, in coordination with his own wave power, evergreen power, and the colorful afterglow of the Phoenix King, and under the care of the colorful afterglow transformed by Mew and performed by the Phoenix King, the giant tree actually began to sprout new buds magically. At the same time, more and more of Xiaozhi's Pokémon also came out. They took good care of this giant tree. And many water-type Pokémon also began to directly use water to nourish the giant tree. And in coordination with the ability of Bulbasaur, according to the tree, it became healthier and healthier. Even later, Bulbasaur used special abilities to nourish the power of the forest and began to improve the entire forest. Cuckoo, this has not yet reached Kanaza, but Xiaozhi's every move in the blue light curtain has already affected Kanaza. Naki, those Pokémon flying in the sky are so amazing and powerful. I am really attracted by Xiaozhi. Serena, oh my god, I can't live like this anymore. Will I ever be in the top 30? Hirana, Serena, hold on. You should be there soon, because Xiaoao has succeeded. Few wrong, the withering problem of the giant tree that could not be solved in the red light curtain was actually solved after the cooperation on the blue light curtain side. Bonnie, in the forests of Heracross and Kairos, Venusaur showed their unparalleled with the powerful strength of Bai, the entire forest was restored. 460. Bonnie, this mysterious giant tree may be too large, so it requires many of Xiaozhi's Pokémon to cooperate with each other, and even Xiaozhi himself has to restore it. Bonnie, but finally, the hard work paid off. Bonnie, look, the tree was successfully resurrected. In the blue light curtain. After the mysterious giant tree changed from a withered state to a lush state. Accompanied by this, the entire forest also became very lush. After seeing this situation, the cool wood gecko was very happy immediately. So, in order to repay Xiaozhi, he also followed the induction given to him by the mysterious giant tree and started fighting. So after a battle, the cool wood gecko was successfully convinced by Xiaozhi. He became another capable general in Xiaozhi's team. After going through a series of stories, Xiaozhi and his group finally arrived at a special place near Kana's city. Kana's center. At this moment, the relevant person in charge of the center, after hearing that Xiaozhi had arrived here, he also hurried out to receive Xiaozhi in person. And very friendly, very sincere, and very respectful, he introduced Xiaozhi and his group to a special Pokémon event in Fengyuan area. The Pokémon Grand Contest is a very long-standing event in our Fengyuan area. Many top trainers will participate in the Grand Contest, including our former champion trainer in Fengyuan area, Champion Mikali. He not only has the strength of a champion-level trainer, he is also the top coordination trainer. After the detailed introduction by the person in charge, Xiaozhi also led all his girlfriends. They all received the participation certificate for the Fengyuan area Grand Contest. And then after leaving Kana's center, Xiaozhi accepted another doubles match. As Xiaozhi's first doubles match in Fengyuan region, Xiaozhi also sent out the previously evolved Great King Swallow, as well as the uniquely upgraded woodpecker that had been captured for a while. With the powerful cooperation of Woodpecker and Great King Swallow, he defeated the opponent directly. After losing, the defeated opponent worshipped Xiaozhi. This is too powerful. Zijian, who challenged him, knew about Great King Swallow and Woodpecker very well. These two were Pokémon from Fengyuan region. They must have been newly captured by Xiaozhi. But what was unexpected was that the Pokémon from Fengyuan region had been trained so well before Xiaozhi had captured them for a long time. Champion Xiaozhi really didn't expect your Pokémon was trained so well, and you had successfully evolved Great King Swallow in such a short time. And your woodpecker. As Zijian was talking, he found the wood gecko at this moment. It is undergoing changes that are unexpected to everyone. Chapter 182 Xiaomao, female teacher plus female student. Xiaozhi, is your training serious? In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi neatly commanded the king swallow and the wood gecko to defeat the opponent, Xiaozhi's wood gecko also successfully passed this external battle. Found that unique and best feeling of evolution. Successfully made the wood gecko evolve twice in a row. The lizard king appeared. Compared to the wood gecko, the lizard king is much larger. And it has a very big tail. The leaves growing on the two wrists have also become as sharp as a blade. The whole body shape has changed from the soft, cute, and cool appearance of the original wood gecko. Successfully transformed into similar to the evolution from baby Kiras to bank IRAs, the feeling of a domineering president. Become very aggressive and powerful. Alice, Xiaozhi in the blue light screen likes to let his Pokémon evolve in external battles. Alice, it seems that he said before that evolution in external battles can make Pokémon have better state. Alan, yes, indeed, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain said something similar, and in the process of external battles, if Pokémon can evolve, it is indeed very good. Alan, and the training intensity of all of Xiaozhi's Pokémon is definitely enough. Alan, after all, his training once is equivalent to others' training for a whole year. Alan still thinks that Xiaozhi's training in the blue light curtain is too strong. Not only is the training method particularly powerful, but even the training efficiency is also full. This two-pronged approach is simply the king of kings. Kaloon, everyone is right, let me add one more thing. After the wood gecko evolves into the lizard king, the overall offensiveness is unparalleled. Kaloon, and Xiaozhi's lizard king, whether it is in the state of the wood gecko in the red light curtain, or it has evolved to the final state in the blue light curtain. They are all very persevering and demanding of themselves. Kurino, then it will be great when we fight in the final KO conference in Fengyuan area in the future. As several champion trainers spoke, everyone nodded and agreed with this statement. Satoshi in the blue light curtain. I like to let my Pokémon evolve when fighting against others, so that Pokémon can be in the best state. And whether it is Bimbizara or Lizard King. The red and blue light curtains are all very hard-working and have very high requirements for themselves. Especially Bimbizara in the red light curtain, after experiencing failure, he even trained himself. And Bimbizara in the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi cultivated it very well, so the training intensity and evolution speed are almost full. Adu, I am really looking forward to the two-way assessment of the first gym. Adu, I remember that Miss Dujuan of the first Kana's gym in Fengyuan seems to be a teacher in the school. Adu, it seems to be a teacher in a special trainer school. Daigo, it is like this, Miss Duwan is a very competent teacher at the trainer school in Kanaza City in our Fengyuan area. Daigo, she is a graduate of the school and is now a teacher in the school's introductory class. Transfer L umbrella to Leek Leek. Daigo, because her grades in school are very good, she was awarded the position of gym leader. Daigo, and teacher Duwan will also allow some of her students to intern in the gym. With Daigo's explanation, all the audience also understood. Kanaz gym leader Duwan is really a very good gym leader. And a very good teacher. And after graduating from school, and graduating with very good grades, she became a gym leader directly. So everyone is also thinking about what kind of story will happen after Xiaozhi and Duwan meet in the blue light curtain. In the blue light curtain. After the successful evolution of the Bulbasaur, Xiaozhi and his group continued to set off. when they finally arrived in Kanaza city. To be precise, the moment Xiaozhi and his girlfriends, a group of 20 people, arrived in Kanaza city. All kinds of reporters rushed up. Of course, all reporters also abided by the interview regulations. At a completely safe and appropriate distance from Xiaozhi and his girlfriends, they began the interview. Most of the questions in the interview were not much different from before. But one of the questions asked by the reporter was the first time Xiaozhi heard it. "Hello, Champion Xiaozhi, I'm a reporter from Kana's Evening News. You must have known that our gym leader is Teacher Duwan. Teacher Duwan is also a part-time teacher at our Kana's Pokemon training school. I wonder if you are interested. How about teaching in our Kana's trainer school for a day? After all, you have taught in the Silver Conference before." As the beautiful female reporter with twin ponytails asked the question, Xiaozhi also answered this question directly and agreed to the invitation. Then Xiaozhi and his girlfriends went shopping in Kana's city. And Xiaozhi had already made an appointment with the trainer school in advance. The next morning, he went to teach. And at the moment when this agreement was just reached, all the faculty and teachers of the entire Kana's trainer school were boiling. Including the gym leader of Kana's, Duwan, who is also a teacher in the introductory class at the trainer school, is now very excited. "Oh my god, I didn't expect the reporter's sincere invitation to be successful. I was just inviting with the idea of doing my best. See if there is a chance to invite such a sincere invitation from Xiaozhi Champion. I actually invited Xiaozhi Champion. I didn't expect Xiaozhi Champion to take a day out of his busy schedule to come to the school to teach. This is a lesson from a champion trainer. I must do my best," Duwan said. On the other hand, she returned to her lounge in the school, looking around to see if there are any gorgeous clothes that are suitable for her to wear tomorrow. Because Duwan also has a good impression of Xiaozhi, it can even be said that her love has reached an incomparable level. Basically, as long as Xiaozhi tells her to go east, she will never go west. If Xiaozhi tells her to be on top, she will never be on the bottom. So Duwan is also very excited and looking forward to it, looking up and down at her clothes. And at the same time, all the female students in the Kana's trainer school are also very excited. "What do you think, should I wear this one or this one tomorrow? No matter which one, the fabric is too little. It's definitely not good to wear it in school. I'll wear it during lunch or dinner, it should be okay. There will definitely be a lot of people during dinner, and it won't have a good impact. How about we wear it secretly under the school uniform and give Xiaozhi a surprise? That's not a good idea after all, it will be broadcast live. What if I get socially dead? Damn, you're pretending to be innocent here. Let me see what's inside your little hoof school uniform." Turning it over. "Look, it's exposed. I knew you had less fabric than us." All of a sudden, all the female students in the entire Kana's school, and all the single, pure and beautiful female teachers were in a lively group. They were also very excited. And Xiaozhi and his group were still following the original plan. They started shopping in the department store, and Xiaozhi was also preparing materials for tomorrow's class. And Xiaozhi's girlfriends were helping Xiaozhi. Tomorrow, they will help Xiaozhi teach as beautiful assistant teachers. Time went by quickly and it was the next day. Early in the morning of the next day, the principal of the school took Xiaozhi and his party to visit the entire school. Also, they were accompanied by the senior officials in charge of education in the Pokemon League in Fengyuan. At this moment, these senior officials of the league kept nodding and bowing around Xiaozhi, hoping that Xiaozhi could guide the school. And they were confident in their own school. At the same time, they also found that the girls in the school today, as well as the single female teachers in the school, were very enthusiastic. This enthusiasm can be seen from their clothes. And today, although everyone was wearing uniform school uniforms or professional clothes for teachers, in professional clothes, that can really be called a competition of beauty. Seniors, you are joking. I just have some unique training methods. Plus, the training is a little faster. The Pokemon is a little stronger. There are a little more legendary Pokemon. The skills are just a little more powerful. Xiaozhi was also chatting with several elders in the alliance while smiling, and he was also observing. And several senior executives in the alliance. After seeing Xiaozhi being so polite, their smiles became even brighter. For Xiaozhi, the only big difference is that they are a little older. Apart from this, they are not comparable to Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi gave them face. It is Xiaozhi's own quality that is good, excellent, and extremely excellent. If Xiaozhi does not give them face, they will take a routine tour and then leave. This is also as it should be. After all, champion-level trainers must have very tight schedules. There is not so much time to be involved in basic education. When several senior members of the alliance saw Xiaozhi watching and recording seriously, they were very happy and asked teacher Duwan to continue introducing the school. At the same time, these senior members also asked the reporters to go to the school's auditorium. For the rest of the time, Xiaozhi, his girlfriends, and teacher Duwan could spend time together alone. It's nice to meet you, Champion Xiaozhi. I'm the head of the Kanas gym and also the teacher of the introductory class in the school. My name is Duwan. In our school, ordinary enthusiasts can become formal Pokemon trainers here. Let him continue to improve and make progress. Here we can learn all kinds of things about Pokemon. The school is mainly divided into introductory classes, competition classes, and doctoral classes. In addition, there is Duwan explained to Xiaozhi on one side. On the other side, she would look at Xiaozhi from time to time with her beautiful eyes. Because Duwan really likes Xiaozhi too much. But she was too embarrassed to stare at Xiaozhi openly. She could only stare at him secretly. Teacher Duwan, you are very good. Don't be nervous, just talk casually. We will go to the auditorium to give a lecture soon. As Xiaozhi was talking, he continued to walk forward with Duwan. And Xiaozhi's other 19 girlfriends were also walking behind and looking around. Soon, the group arrived at the auditorium. Xiaozhi also took out the materials prepared in advance and started today's teaching. After the interesting basic course and the very exciting practical training course. Next, it was the students' question time. During the question time, student representatives plus teacher representatives asked questions. These questions were all considered in advance and very nutritious questions. And Xiaozhi was also very comprehensive and answered all the questions raised by students and teachers. There were not many questions in total, a total of 10. 4 of them included basic theories. 5 included actual battles. There was another one about Xiaozhi's personal questions. This personal question mainly asked what kind of girlfriend Xiaozhi liked. And Xiaozhi's reply was a kind-hearted, pure-hearted, Pokemon-loving, high-quality female trainer. After Xiaozhi announced his standards for a girlfriend, there were many beautiful female students and single, innocent, and beautiful female teachers at the scene. They all felt that they had a good chance. Because to put it simply, a pure-hearted, Pokemon-loving, beautiful girl. Then the auditorium was very lively. While Xiaozhi was chatting with everyone using questions, he saw that the time was almost up and entered the next stage. Xiaozhi and Dujuan had a two-way battle for the badge of the Kanas gym. If it were someone else, the alliance would definitely require both trainers to go to the gym to fight. But because Xiaozhi's status is extremely noble, therefore, there is no restriction on the two-way battle in the gym that starts with Xiaozhi. After hearing about this stage, Dujuan immediately nodded and gave her all. However, Dujuan's 2 Pokemon, one Guidud and one Chibiki, Ma Wangs, they were powerless in front of Xiaozhi's newly appeared Hagen Gaku, which was the final state of Lizard King. Oh my god, Xiaozhi's Lizard King is as fast as teleportation, it's too fast. Lizard King, a grass-type Pokemon, is really strong. Why are other lizard kings not as strong as Xiaozhi's? This is too scary. As the students discussed, the scene was also boiling. Especially when Xiaozhi, the champion, commanded Lizard King to use Leaf Storm. Normally, other grass-type Pokémon seem to enter a state of fatigue after using Leaf Storm. But after Xiaozhi's champion Lizard King used Leaf Storm, his own condition became better and better. Too powerful. Teacher Duwan is going to lose. In this battle, although Duwan had tried her best, she showed her strongest level as a gym leader. But this level, in front of Xiaozhi, is like a gentle little flower, which is available for you to pick. After the battle, Xiaozhi also gave Duwan a score, and announced that Duwan passed this two-way assessment. When Duwan heard this after hearing the news, he was very happy. He immediately handed over the rock badge of the Kana's gym to Xiaozhi. When the matter was finally successfully resolved, applause broke out. Then the senior leaders of the alliance also invited Xiaozhi and his party to dinner. After dinner, both parties also went their separate ways. Xiaozhi and his party also returned to the big villa specially prepared for Xiaozhi by Feng Yuan Alliance. When Xiaozhi turned on the lights of the big villa, Xiaozhi found it in front of his eyes. To be precise, it was in the swimming pool of the big villa. All the young girls were. Xiaomao, it should be time to start training. Xiaomao, let's say, so many people. Xiaomao, is this training serious? Chapter 183 Karuna, youthful, hot and beautiful. In the blue light curtain. When Xiaozhi and his party returned to the Alliance high level in Feng Yuan area, after preparing a big villa for rest, when Xiaozhi turned on the light, he found. The next morning, Dujuan then handed over to the Alliance high level. She will continue the journey with Xiaozhi. Then the blue light curtain gradually dimmed. The picture freezes on Xiaozhi and his party, heading towards the fighting gym. Xiaomao, I can't say much. In the red light curtain. After Xiaozhi obtained the rock badge of the Kana's gym, the excitement in his heart is also indescribable. He wished he could fly directly to the next destination, the fighting gym. Because Xiaozhi it was so exciting. The fighting spirit in his heart felt like it was burning again. While waiting for the ship to the fighting island to depart, Xiaozhi and the other two planned to act separately. In the process of acting separately, Xiao Sheng met Zifuke, the president of Duan Manufacturing Co., Limited, who had unimaginable dominance in the entire elf world, on the street. Xiao Sheng knew Zifuke very well, and he was a symbol of scientific research plus progress. Zifuke liked children very much, and he also liked Xiao Sheng very much. So, he took Xiao Sheng to visit the head office. This also made the young Xiao Sheng feel that he had opened his eyes. At the same time, Xiao Sheng and Zifuke found a suspicious man disguised as an employee, so the two of them started tracking him. And at the same time, the research institute was also stolen. After a group of investigations, everyone also knew that it turned out that the person who stole the relevant props was a member of the marine team. And then, after saying goodbye to Zifuke, Xiaozhi and his three companions missed the boat due to Xiaoao's negligence. However, Xiaoao also decided to make up for her mistake. So, she began to look for a boat that could reach the fighting island. After a series of stories, Xiaozhi and his companions finally boarded the old man's boat and headed for their destination. But on the way, they arrived at a half-moon-shaped island. At night, next to the campfire, a group of megalodon sharks surrounded Xiaozhi and his companions. Faced with such a dilemma, Xiao Gang proposed a reliable strategy and finally successfully drove away the megalodon sharks. Afterwards, Xiaozhi and his companions also arrived at the door of the second gym, the fighting gym. Xiaozhi, who was eager to challenge, immediately found the gym owner 460 Fujishu and invited him to challenge. But Fujishu refused Xiaozhi's challenge invitation because he wanted to surf. But Xiaozhi, who was full of fighting spirit, would never let Fujishu go surfing without doing his job. Therefore, Xiaozhi thought that Fujishi was a person who was not doing his job properly. He must not be that strong. Therefore, Xiaozhi was full of confidence that he could win. But what he didn't expect was that Fujishi's Pokemon used surfing to train their skills. In the subsequent battle, Fujishi's Pokemon easily resolved Xiaozhi's attack. Because of his anxiety, Xiaozhi lost the most basic judgment ability and still adopted a tough attack method. But the result was very straightforward and cruel. Xiaozhi failed very thoroughly. And through this failure, Xiaozhi once again realized his shortcomings and decided to train on the island for a period of time. During this period of time, Xiaoao's Thorntail and Musashi's Thorntail were mixed up and took the wrong one. Xiaoao was so anxious that she almost cried, but she held back her tears and finally successfully found her Thorntail. Then Xiaozhi and his group met Daigo, the champion trainer in Fengyuan area, by chance. Through the conversation with Daigo, Xiaozhi also learned a lot of knowledge. And Xiaozhi admired Daigo very much. And in the subsequent training, Xiaozhi also continued to train the newly captured Pokemon, and was determined to defeat the gym leader of the fighting gym, Fujiki. The final Xiaozhi successfully completed the revenge battle of the fighting gym. And later, Xiaoao also participated in the Pokemon contest for the first time. Although Xiaoao was defeated by Xiaoshun, Xiaoao also learned a lot and increased her confidence. At the same time, Xiaozhi and his party also successfully challenged the Violet Gym. Xiaozhi and his party unexpectedly succeeded in the challenge directly. Afterwards, they went to the Pokemon Center for inspection. Pikachu absorbed a lot of electricity during the battle with the Thunder Robot. So the power during the challenge is so great. After playing here, the red light screen gradually dimmed. The blue screen gradually lit up. Xiao Mao, Xiaozhi in the red screen still can't change the habit of training after failing a challenge, and can't wait to challenge a new gym. Xiao Gang, the first gym was okay, I trained with Iron Tail in advance, and the second gym was too long on the island, and the strength of the gym leader Fujishu, Ftai, is really very strong. Shiba, that's natural. Fujishu and I have a very good relationship, and the strength is naturally very strong. Fujishu, it's like this, I trained with Shiba for a very long time, and it's really a very good method to train Pokemon through surfing. Daigo, in general, there are so many things played in the red screen, which can be regarded as remarkable. Daigo, whether it's Xiaozhi, Xiaoao, or Xiaosheng, they have all experienced progress. Daigo, although there were some bumps along the way, and Xiaoao did not win the gorgeous competition. Daigo, but this is undoubtedly it is a progress. Daigo feels that it started from the time when Xiaozhi and his group came to Fengyuan area. Maybe it is about the improvement of the team. Xiaoao was ignorant, but loved Pokemon. Developed into an excellent coordination trainer, or an excellent Pokemon trainer. And Xiaozhi is constantly improving and challenging the competition. Xiaosheng is also constantly growing and helping his sister. The three of them are all improving, and the Pokemon are indeed growing one after another. At this moment, with Daigo's summary speech, many viewers nodded. At the same time, they continued to watch the pictures in the blue light screen that lit up. Many viewers are speculating that Xiaozhi in the blue light screen will definitely meet Daigo this time. Everyone is very curious about what kind of story will happen after the two champion trainers meet. It should be a battle. In the blue light screen. After Xiaozhi's girlfriend's army expanded to 20 people, he did not delay the speed of the march at all. But before the official march, the person in charge of Duan Company, Zifuka, came to visit Xiaozhi specially. Hello, Champion Xiaozhi, I am Zifuka, the president of Duan Manufacturing Co., Limited, and I am very happy to meet you, Champion Xiaozhi. I came to visit you this time mainly to have a simple chat with you. After all, when the senior leaders of the Fengyuan Alliance came to visit you before, I was unable to leave because of a very important matter. Today I am also visiting you specially. Zifuka spoke very politely, and asked his secretary who accompanied him to bring in a lot of props and supplies in large and small packages. When Xiaozhi saw Zifuke coming to visit and brought so many props, Xiaozhi smiled and asked Zifuke not to be so polite. Xiaozhi had heard about Duan Company a long time ago and was familiar with it. President Zifuke is really too polite. Your Duan Company and your child Mr. Daigo. It can be said that it is one of the most famous trainers in the elf world, and one of the most famous Pokemon manufacturing companies. As Xiaozhi and Zifuke exchanged for a while, the two chatted more and more. Huayu, this is President Zifuke, who is well known in our Fengyuan area. This is the general manager of Duan Company. Furong, President Zifuke's Duan Company is not only doing very well in Fengyuan, but also has many subsidiaries all over the world. Furong, and for all kinds of Pokemon equipment and all kinds of props production, they are almost very comprehensive. Bonnie, basically, in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, Duan Company takes care of everything. Bonnie, like the other Silver Company, they are both the top Pokemon companies in the elf world. Genji, that's right, but is President Zifuke coming to Xiaozhi to discuss something? Genji, does he want to start a company with Xiaozhi? Genji, or is he going to work with Xiaozhi on some kind of plan? Genji, you two are usually the top figures in the Pokemon world. As the four king-level trainers in Fengyuan region discussed with each other, the audience nodded. Many trainers and many people in Fengyuan region are familiar with President Zifuke. It can even be said that they are very familiar with him. Everyone can often see President Zifuke walking out of the office to find good inspiration. Because it involves the production of various Pokemon props, inspiration is particularly important. And every time, when President Zifuke goes out, many people can talk to President Zifuke, and President Zifuke is not arrogant at all. I saw President Zifuke on the street of Fengyuan at that time. My child talked to him. He also gave my child a small prop made by Duan Company. The quality was very good. Now that you mention it, I remember it. President Zifuke also had a meal in our restaurant at that time. He also spoke highly of our restaurant's food. He was also very kind at that time, like a very mature, stable, but kind middle-aged man. Mr. Daigo is the son of President Zifuke. Mr. Daigo should not be too old this year. He should be only a little older than a young man. The others are a little older than Ji. So President Zifuke can be considered young and strong, only in his 40s or 50s. It's the most energetic time. And the products of Duan are really good, they can basically cover everything from food, clothing, housing, and transportation. That's right. And Duan is our local brand. So spreading it out will be helpful to the whole world. It is said that there is a silver company in Jinhuang City in Kanto that seems to be very powerful. With the exchanges between many trainers in Fengyuan area, coupled with some chats between trainers who traveled to Fengyuan area, everyone chatted and understood. President Zifuke came to Xiaozhi, he must have something to say, it is absolutely impossible to come here simply to exchange feelings, this is definitely impossible. But Zifuke, what topics can President Vuki and Xiaozhi have in common? Is it about the establishment of related companies? Alice, could it be that Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, after researching his own laboratory, actually chooses to open his own Pokemon company? Xiaoqian, I think it is possible. Xiaoqian, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain is involved in too many fields, from research to training, to breeding, to food production, and some props production, we have already seen it. Xiaozhuer, the more I see Xiaozhi, the more I feel that Xiaozhi is charming. When will Xiaozhi come to Raven City? Alan, is Mr. Daigo here? Alan, I wonder if you have consulted President Zivkai in our world? Alan, can you please ask him how he views this meeting in the blue light curtain? As several trainers communicate with each other, Alan also asked Daigo in the comments. Because AI Lan felt that President Zifuki in this world must have some unique views. After all, he is the head of Duan Company. And Daigo at this moment. He is now at home, chatting with his father. Before, after seeing Xiaozhi's level in the red light screen return to 0, he also had some fluctuations in his thinking. But it happened that at this time, his father, President Zifuki, came in, comforted Daigo, and chatted with him. And now President Zifuki is also communicating with Daigo in more detail. So President Zifuki also saw AI Ian's message in the comments at this moment. Zifuki, hello, Mr. AI Lan, I am Zifuki. Daigo is now making more detailed plans for the future here. After all, as the champion of Fengyuan area, he now feels a strong fighting spirit. Zifuki, as for what you just asked me, about the meeting between me and Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, whether there is anything that can be predicted, I can only say. Zifuki, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain has too strong imagination, thinking, and all his abilities. Zifuki, I can't guess what he will do next. Zifuki, I can only make a promise. Zifuki, I think whether it is in the red light curtain, the blue light curtain, or me in reality. Zifuki, as long as Xiaozhi wants to do something, and it is beneficial to the development of the entire Pokemon world, I will fully cooperate. Zifuki, my Duan Company will also fully cooperate. While saying this, Zifuki continued to chat with Daigo. Because now Daigo has already felt the fighting spirit in his heart burning. After being persuaded and guided by his father, Zifuki, Daigo has a new understanding of the red and blue light curtain. In the red light curtain, although it is possible that Xiaozhi's current strength needs to start over. But this new beginning also represents Xiaozhi's uniqueness. Okay, father, I will definitely work hard. While Daigo was talking, he also looked at the Pokeball of Metagross on his waist. He was going to continue training. In the blue light curtain. At this moment, Xiaozhi and President Zifuki have been chatting for a long time. The content of the two people's chat is getting more and more, and they are more and more speculative with each other. Xiaozhi expected President Zifuki's visit. And President Zifuki had thought about the content of Xiaozhi's communication with him before. But what President Zifuki didn't expect was Xiaozhi is so forward-looking about the manufacturing industry of Pokemon-related props. For the establishment of the Pokemon Company, he is also so experienced. Did Xiaozhi have thought of all this before? Champion Xiaozhi, I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect that while you were training, you could still have such outstanding energy to devote yourself to the industry related to Pokemon manufacturing. By the way, my son Daigo should be on the fighting island now. He told me before that he was very. Chapter 184 Xiaomao, Met. Fight, fight. In the blue light screen. As President Zifuki and Xiaozhi talked more and more. President Zifuki also expressed that he and his son Daigo were very agreeable and agreed with Xiaozhi. Even a state of admiration. But because Daigo was on the fighting island, he had to engage in ore research and mining. In fact, it was more of a common hobby of Daigo and President Zifuki, who liked mining. So Daigo didn't have time to visit Xiaozhi at the first time. And President Zifuki also talked a lot with Xiaozhi about the establishment of Xiaozhi's own company. During this detailed conversation between Xiaozhi and President Zifuki, Xiaozhi was more certain that his ideas and plans. After all, Xiaozhi had simulated the establishment of Duan Company and the top management before. Now Xiaozhi found that the various links he simulated at that time were basically the same as what President Zifuki said. This also accelerated Xiaozhi's involvement in the Pokemon manufacturing industry. President, you flatter me. When I first arrived in Fengyuan area, several senior executives of the alliance had already told me. I know that Daigo Guanjun is engaged in his own related research, and this is definitely research-oriented. I also said that I will definitely visit him in the future. And you also said that Daigo Guanjun is now on the fighting island, which is a perfect coincidence with my next plan. My next plan is... Xiaozhi immediately shared his own plan with President Zifuke. And these plans and future directions are incredible to President Zifuke when he listens to them and thinks about them in detail. And he is extremely shocked. But at the same time, I think it is very feasible. Because Xiaozhi's plan is very detailed. It seems that Xiaozhi has had the idea of starting a company a long time ago. So, President Zifuke immediately proposed that the company could be started now. Champion Xiaozhi, you might as well start the company now. And the location of the subsidiary and the headquarters can be chosen in our Fengyuan area. Although this is just a place you have traveled to. But I can guarantee that if you open the company in Fengyuan area, we will give you the greatest preferential treatment in Fengyuan area. I can even promise this. My Duan company is in Fengyuan area, what kind of treatment will it receive? Champion Xiaozhi, your Pokemon company is in Fengyuan area. You can also enjoy what kind of treatment? At this moment, President Zifuke became more and more excited. He wanted to do his best to keep the headquarters of the Pokemon company founded by Xiaozhi in Fengyuan area. The subsidiary also wants to keep a large part. Because all of them have a strong sense of belonging to the region. Although President Zifuke knows that there is a 99.99% chance that Xiaozhi will still open the company in Kanto Palette Town. However, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, President Zifuke will try. Because if the effort succeeds, it will bring unimaginable huge improvement. Their Fengyuan region already has a very powerful Pokemon company headquarters. That is President Zifuke's own Duan company. But if on this basis, two companies can be opened here together, President Zifuke is very welcome. And it is Xiaozhi's champion Pokemon company that is opened here. The economic benefits, cultural benefits, and people's livelihood brought by this. And everything, and the competitive flavor. This is what President Zifuke tried his best to keep. Kurano, I didn't expect President Zifuke to think so much. Kurano, if Xiaozhi's Pokemon company in the Blue Light Curtain is really opened in the Fengyuan region, then the Fengyuan region will directly reach the top of the Pokemon world. Shirana, from another perspective, the battle between champion-level trainers must be very exciting. Shirana, if a region can have two genuine champion-level trainers. Shirana, if it can also have two of the most powerful Pokemon companies in the world, this is simply an unimaginable improvement. Daigo, in the Blue Light Curtain, what my father thought of can indeed bring unimaginable improvement to the Fengyuan region. Linglong 1729, 1, 2 Wine. Daigo, but there is also Silver Company in the Kanto region. With the exchanges between several champion trainers, especially what Daigo said at the end, it also made many people suddenly realize. It turned out that in the Blue Light Curtain, what Daigo's champion father, President Zifuke, thought of. It is possible to bring the future allies of Silver Company in Jinhuang City in Kanto to Fengyuan. Because Silver Company is also a leader in the manufacturing industry of the entire elf world. He even pioneered the technology of poke ball. It is said that the chairman of Silver Company is a very kind old man. And this old man has also cooperated in the development and research of many Pokemon move learning devices. Wound medicine, spray, upgrade data, and a series of very important props. It is especially heard that Silver Company is also developing a poke ball that has not been widely promoted in the world yet, but is very powerful. Master Ball. It is said that Master Ball has a high chance of capturing legendary beasts. If President Zifuke in the Blue Light Screen really succeeds in persuading Xiaozhi's Pokemon Company's headquarters to be arranged in Fengyuan, then Fengyuan may truly surpass Kanto and become a leader in Pokemon scientific research and Pokemon manufacturing. In this case, in the future, the Kanto, Chengdu, and Orange Islands in the Blue Light Screen will become more powerful due to Xiaozhi's powerful reform. The volume will rise rapidly. And the Fengyuan region, because of Xiaozhi's Pokemon Company and President Zifuke's Pokemon Company, both made efforts. The Fengyuan region will become the world's leader in the Pokemon manufacturing industry and the Pokemon research industry. It turns out that all of this is planned. This also made many viewers who watched the double comparison live broadcast feel. The ideas of the top trainers and the general managers of the top Pokemon manufacturing companies are very excellent. They are all doing their best to add strength to their own regions. Xiao Mao, but I guess Xiaozhi in the blue light screen should not open his company in the Fengyuan region, but should open it in the Pallet Town in the Kanto region, which may echo his own research institute. Gone, in the blue screen, the size of Pallet Town is larger than the actual size here. Gone, it seems to be much larger, and in the overall layout of the town, there seems to be a lot of vacant land. Gone, if you put a Pokemon manufacturing company headquarters, it should be completely able to fit. More than enough. As Gon spoke, Professor Oak also left a message. Professor Oak, is there a possibility? Professor Oak, when Xiaozhi in the blue screen was very young, he had already told the person in charge of Pallet Town. Professor Oak, it seems that there were related scenes in the screen at the beginning. Professor Oak, but it passed very quickly, and it was not played in detail. With Professor Oak's last message, many viewers began to recall some of the first clips. In those clips, the content passed very quickly. But everyone also vaguely remembered it. When Xiaozhi was very young in the blue light curtain. He had talked with Professor Oak in the blue light curtain, and many uncles and aunts in charge of regional construction in Pallet Town. Did Xiaozhi have a big dream at that time? In the blue light curtain. President Zifuke, thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you for talking to me about the top management secrets of your company and the various deep-level technologies of the Pokemon manufacturing industry that are unknown to outsiders. Xiaozhi said. He smiled at President Zifuke. After hearing what Xiaozhi said, President Zifuke also understood. It seems that his dream will not come true after all. But this is also a matter of course. It seems that the probability of 1 in 10,000 may be less than 1. It is possible that there is actually no chance at all. Ha 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 ha, actually I talked so much with Xiaozhi, just to communicate and learn from each other, the point is that I learn from you. It seems that your Pokemon company will still be opened in your hometown, Pallet Town. This is also a very, very good thing. After all, regional honor, and developing your hometown. This is the dream of all of us. If you don't return to your hometown when you are rich, it's like walking in the night in brocade clothes. President Zifuke sighed immediately. At the same time, he also sent a lot of top-secret information that Duan Company has researched. There is also a series of product information of all Duan companies, which were packaged into files and sent to Xiaozhi. Then, in order to make your company in your hometown run more smoothly, I will share all these materials with you. All of this is to promote the development of the elf world. After all, there are still many unknown secrets in our elf world. If one day in the future, we can explore these secrets, we can even go to other worlds. Even summon Pokemon from other worlds to our side. If I can see that day, it would be really wonderful. While President Zifuke was talking, he also sent more and more data. In the form of electronic files, it was sent to Xiaozhi's special mailbox. And Xiaozhi now received the news in his special mailbox. After Xiaozhi looked at this extremely complete information about the props of Duan Company, he was very grateful to President Zifuke. Request Flowers 0. The elf world has been able to develop so well because of the heroes who have been constantly contributing and promoting the development of the world. Thank you so much. In the future, I will continue to learn from President Zifuke and your Duan Company in related research. Xiaozhi treats elders. Especially kind elders, elders who respect each other, and elders who are well educated, are all very respectful. It is these elders of the older generation. To be more precise, it is the older elders' constant dedication and research that have created the prosperity of the elf world. With President Zifuke and Xiaozhi had a detailed discussion for a while. Some details of the company's manufacturing and the details of the company's establishment were determined. President Zifuki also told Xiaozhi a lot of points that need to be paid attention to after the company's establishment. The two chatted until lunchtime. And the sun was high and even a little west before they finished talking about everything. After Xiaozhi invited President Zifuki to have lunch, President Zifuki also said goodbye. Xiaozhi, you have to work hard. When your company is successfully established, I will definitely visit it. After saying this, President Zifuki also left Xiaozhi's villa with the secretary who had been waiting outside. Before leaving, President Zifuki also explained to Xiaozhi the details of opening a Pokemon company again. Because President Zifuki always felt that Xiaozhi would not master it so quickly. But in the final communication between Xiaozhi and President Zifuki in front of the door, Xiaozhi had already answered all the details fluently. President Zifuki also left with satisfaction. 0. And then Xiaozhi, after finishing all the information given by President Zifuki, packed all the information and sent it back to the research institute. At the same time, he told Xiaojian to start making relevant preparations. And at the same time, Xiaozhi and all his girlfriends also set out for the fighting island. Along the way, the group also encountered a group of megalodon sharks. But these megalodon sharks, as if they had sensed something in advance, did not dare to act rashly. Just far away from Xiaozhi's ship, quietly watching Xiaozhi and the others leave. Xiaomao, the gap is here. Xiaomao, I remember that Xiaozhi in the red light curtain was attacked by a megalodon shark, and it was Xiao Gang who finally proposed a solution to disperse the shark group. Shinji, it may also be because the powerful strength shown by Xiaozhi shocked these megalodon sharks. Shinji, when Xiaozhi and his girlfriends are sailing, they always leave their Pokemon outside. Shinji, with the momentum of the Pokemon outside, the megalodons dare not attack. As Xiaomao and Shinji discuss, many trainers in the Fengyuan area also began to leave messages. Dujuan, the next one should be the fighting gym. You should meet the gym leader Fujiki at the fighting gym. Fujiki, here. Fujiki, I have been watching the comments and have not joined the chat. Fujiki, because I feel that after Xiaozhi in the blue light screen comes to the fighting gym, I will definitely not be able to defeat Xiaozhi, but I will definitely give my best. Fujiki, maybe I will challenge Xiaozhi in the blue light screen to surfing skills. Fujiki, so now, I am also continuing to train my Pokemon in surfing. Fujishu is now surfing with his Pokemon on the sea, and he is also leaving messages in the double comparison live broadcast room. What he said is what he is thinking now. Because Fujishu has been traveling with Ziba for a period of time. But Fujishu still has a good estimate of his own strength, at most, it is at the level of Ziba. So in a normal battle, he will definitely not be able to beat it. With this time, it is better to take a good look at the next performance in the blue light. In the blue light curtain. After the group came to the fighting island. Looking at the beautiful scenery on the island. And seeing the big waves constantly emerging in the sea. Xia was also very happy, and wanted to pick up the surfboard in the package and play immediately. And Xiaozhi nodded at this moment and asked all his girlfriends to go out together for 2 days. And since President Zifuka said that Daigo was on this island before. So maybe when playing, you can meet Daigo by chance. Actually, when they came to this island, Xiaozhi wanted to communicate and fight with Mr. Daigo the most. As for the second gym batch, this was only the third thing. So, everyone started to surf the waves on the sea. Just when Xiaozhi and his group were having fun, a trainer who was about 20 years old and had light blue hair and a red tie came to the beach. Champion Xiaozhi. I heard from my father. I came to find you. Just. Chapter 185 Adu, Xiaozhi's movements are faster this time. We just arrived at Fengyuan. In the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi and his group, and their girlfriends, were surfing on the fighting island. Daigo, the champion trainer in Fengyuan, also happened to come to the beach. When Daigo came to the beach, he saw Xiaozhi, the most special one in the crowd, and his 20 girlfriends. "Good afternoon, Champion Xiaozhi, I heard from my father about you coming," Daigo said as he waved to Xiaozhi and his group who were surfing. When Xiaozhi arrived at the fighting island, he already felt Daigo's extremely powerful wave guide. After seeing Daigo, Xiaozhi also waved at Daigo. Xiaozhi performed several difficult and gorgeous surfing moves and finished surfing. He said hello to his girlfriends and went down. "Champion Daigo, nice to meet you, I am Xiaozhi from Pallet Town." While introducing himself, Xiaozhi also started to communicate with Daigo. Daigo had already received instructions from his father, President Zifuke. So the content of the chat with Xiaozhi was about the opening of the previous Pokémon company and the details of the battle between them. Because Daigo's fighting spirit is now completely burning, in order to fight Xiaozhi, he specially put aside the research work and/or exploration work at hand. Daigo felt that it would be very happy and very important if he could fight Xiaozhi. At the same time, it would be a great thing for his own improvement. After Daigo and Xiaozhi communicated for a while, the two also determined the place where they were going to challenge. And at the same time, Fujiki, the person in charge of the fighting gym, had also arrived at the scene. He had been watching Xiaozhi's surfing skills for a long time. "Hello, Champion Xiaozhi, I am Fujiki, the person in charge of the fighting gym. Just now I have admired your 460 surfing skills for a long time. I didn't expect that Xiaozhi, the champion, not only has good Pokémon training and strong Pokémon battle skills, but also has such beautiful girlfriends. And even the surfing skills are so good. Surfing technology is a technique that mobilizes the whole body's strength. And a balanced technique. I really admire you too much. Even just now, you showed a few surfing skills that even I haven't mastered completely. Can you please take the time to teach me right away?" Fujishu is now looking at Xiaozhi very eagerly. If his mood can be described in one sentence, it is better to meet than to hear about it. After meeting, Fujishu's inner shock is even deeper. Fujishu knew Xiaozhi's strength very well before. Because Fujishu had watched Xiaozhi's previous several tournaments. For Xiaozhi's main Pokémon, Fujishu asked himself that it was basically impossible to defeat him. Only by fighting with Xiaozhi can we learn something, which is what Fujishu hopes to improve the most. Besides, Fujishu thought that he had a trump card, which was the surfing training skills. But now, he didn't expect that Xiaozhi had the surfing training skills and the wave riding training skills, and he seemed to be very proficient in them. So Fujishu immediately put himself in a very low position and asked Xiaozhi for advice. And just now, Fujishu had learned that Xiaozhi and Daigo would have a battle soon. Then Fujishu should actively join in. If he could watch the battle between two champion-level trainers on the spot, this would be a wonderful thing. Kona, this in the red light curtain, Mr. Daigo and Xiaozhi just met. Daigo saved Xiaozhi and resolved the crisis, and then chatted for a while, but there was no battle, and the strength gap between the two sides was also very large. Kona, but I didn't expect that in the blue light curtain, it was actually Champion Daigo who came to Xiaozhi in person, and it seemed that he also invited him to a battle. Shiba, if you ask me, Mr. Daigo's strength should be stronger than Adu, and Mr. Daigo should be one of the top 3 trainers in the world. Adu? Adu, there is no fight yet, I don't know who is stronger and who is weaker. Adu, Mr. Daigo's combat power is definitely the best in the world, but who is in the top 3 is still unknown. With Adu's discovery, the enthusiasm of many champion trainers has been mobilized. Shirana, shouldn't we also hold a competition for top trainers here? Shirana, a ranking? Shirana, I want to challenge Mr. Dante, who is ranked first in the world. Alan, I also want to challenge Mr. Dante, although it is possible that Mr. Dante is indeed very strong. Alan, but before the challenge, there is really no certainty as to who will win or lose. Alice, although I am a little younger, I think my Yaya will definitely get good results. Kalun, my gardevoir has told me that she is full of fighting spirit. As several champion-level trainers chatted with each other, the enthusiasm of the audience watching the live broadcast was also aroused. Because everyone has known about the champion-level trainers in all regions before. And everyone is also looking forward to the battle between all the top trainers. But it seems that except for the strength of the strongest Dante, which has been generally recognized by everyone, the strength of other trainers has not been generally recognized by everyone, and everyone is competing with each other. If we can use the blue light screen to challenge Xiaozhi and Daigo to rank the champions of our world, it will definitely attract the attention of trainers from all over the world. I didn't expect that the battle in the blue light screen would have such a great effect. If all the champion trainers were ranked against each other, it would be great. Everyone thought that Mr. Dante's strength was unquestionable and the strongest in the world. But now with the continuous improvement of our Xiaozhi, I'm afraid his strength is already very strong now. It's too early for our Xiaozhi to have the strength of a champion-level trainer. After all, there has never been a real fight with a champion-level trainer with 100% full firepower. But I heard that Xiaozhi has trained with Miss Sirona and is also training with Mr. Adu. So the improvement in strength must be great. When will the ranking competition for all champion trainers be held here? Is it to be held in the name of a Masters tournament? With more and more audiences communicating. The Pokémon associations and Pokémon leagues in various regions also communicated with each other. Because it has been a long time since all champion-level trainers competitions were held. If we want to hold such a competition, we certainly can't let only champion-level trainers participate. Everyone should play together. If we want to hold such a global competition, we may still have to gather everyone together to play directly. That's a big competition for 1 or 2 months. First pass the audition, and then directly enter the knockout round. Dante, it seems that everyone's enthusiasm has been mobilized. I welcome everyone's challenge. Dante, if the Alliance opens a new competition for trainers from all over the world to fight together, I will definitely participate. De Malanchi, it's being planned. De Malanchi, we will make plans, and this is also a very important thing for the whole world. In the blue light curtain. After receiving the news that Daigo and Xiaozhi were going to fight each other, the Pokémon Association of Fengyuan immediately took action. The fighting island was immediately filled with various reporters from Fengyuan and various TV stations in Fengyuan. Even reporters from other regions rushed to the fighting island in Fengyuan area for live coverage. At this moment, Xiaozhi and Daigo, the two opponents in the battle, have arrived at a newly built outdoor battlefield on the fighting island. This battlefield is also an industry of Daigo's Duan company on the fighting island. Usually, it is also open to trainers on the fighting island. However, because the specifications are very high, the competition area on the main venue has not been used for a long time. However, Duan company will come to maintain the arena every cycle. So at this moment, the large arena on the fighting island is also fully equipped, fully usable and of very high quality. Xiaomao, hi. Xiaomao, in the red light curtain, there is no such large arena on the fighting island. Xiaomao, it seems that this is also a subtle difference. After Xiaozhi and Daigo, who are on the blue light curtain, all walked into the competition area. Daigo's father, President Zifuke, also rushed to the fighting island to cheer for both sides. At the same time, Professor Oak, who was far away in Kanto, also came. There were also top trainers in Kanto, Chengdu, and some other regions, and trainers who had communicated with Xiaozhi, who also rushed over. In a short time, the news that Xiaozhi and Daigo were about to fight spread all over the world. Kanto region, Pallet Town. Hey, have you heard about it? Didn't Xiaozhi just go to Fengyuan for a trip? It hasn't been a while yet. But it seems that he is going to have a PK battle with Daigo now. This news is 100% correct. Do you want to watch it together? It's on TV now. At this moment, some of Xiaozhi's childhood playmates in Pallet Town were also chatting with each other. As they chatted, everyone became very excited. You don't need to tell me this. Of course we know it. And now the huge screen in Xiaozhi's laboratory has started broadcasting. The broadcast is the clearest signal. Let's go to Xiaozhi's laboratory together now and cheer for Xiaozhi. Many trainers who are one step ahead of others are also suggesting that everyone in Pallet Town go to Xiaozhi's laboratory to watch. This is equivalent to cheering for Xiaozhi at home. Okay. Then let's go now. It seems that the previous match between Xiaozhi and Adu was not broadcast live. We only heard from Mr. Adu afterwards that Xiaozhi won the championship and defeated Mr. Adu. Yes, when Xiaozhi defeated Mr. Adu, it was still through Mr. Adu himself and the news of the alliance. Of course, the news spread very quickly. Basically, Mr. Adu was defeated in the front. The alliance announced it later. Okay, stop talking. We hurried over. At this moment, all the residents of Pallet Town and all the trainers rushed over. Xiaozhi's research institute has become famous all over the world. For the natives of Pallet Town, it is a very familiar place. That is the home court of Pallet Town. Orange Islands area. Have you heard about it? Champion Xiaozhi will challenge Mr. Daigo as soon as he arrives in Fengyuan. Of course I heard about it. And you didn't use the word challenge well. It should be a battle between the two sides. I'm watching the relevant live broadcast now. Are we watching it on Kanto TV? Or Chengdu TV? Or our own Orange Islands TV? Is there any need to say this? Of course we will choose to go to the Citrus Stadium and watch it live. The trainers of the Orange Islands are now taking action and rushing to the largest Citrus Stadium. Chengdu area, Bian Town. At this moment, Bian Town is also crowded. And the entire Chengdu area is completely boiling. No one expected it. It wasn't long after Xiaozhi said goodbye to the Chengdu area. He went to the Fengyuan area and just started. He was about to fight Mr. Daigo in the Fengyuan area. According to gossip, this battle is also a battle that Mr. Daigo's father, President Zifuke, is very concerned about. And there are gossips that Xiaozhi may also plan to open his own Pokemon manufacturing company. And the head of Devon Company, Mr. Daigo's father, President Zifuke. He also tried his best to retain Xiaozhi and open a Pokemon manufacturing-related company in Fengyuan area. But it seems that Xiaozhi didn't even think about it and decided to open it in Kanto area. After all, Kanto, Chengdu, and Orange Islands are now 3 regions into one. If we can add a new Pokemon technology company built by Xiaozhi on the basis of the original Silver Company, that would be an unimaginable improvement. Okay. Let's continue to watch it at the main venue of the Silver Conference. When the time comes, with the help of the new broadcast screen 3.0, the atmosphere will definitely be better. For a while, all the residents of Silver Town also took action. Many trainers in Chengdu also went out of their homes, looking for the largest arena nearby to watch. Hone region. Fighting Island. At this moment, Xiaozhi and Daigo are fully prepared. And the referees for this match will be the oldest and most experienced referees in the league. You can see that the biggest arena on Fighting Island is already crowded with spectators. And the stands around are also crowded with spectators. You can also see that many familiar figures have come to Fighting Island. Adu. Fortunately, I am doing the mission nearby. I didn't expect that Xiaozhi's battle with Mr. Daigo in the Hone region would be so fast. Shiba. I happened to be training nearby. Watching every battle of Xiaozhi will give me a lot of gains, so I came here as soon as possible. Furong. Hello, Bonnie and I are training nearby, so we just came together. Bonnie. That's right, it's such a coincidence, this battle must be very exciting. With the audience and trainers cheering for both sides. The referee also announced the rules of the game. This time, the game adopts a 6-on-6 full battle mode. When one side has 3 Pokemon failures, it will enter a 5-minute break. After the 5-minute break, the second half of the battle will begin. With the referee's announcement, Xiaozhi and Daigo, who are on the competition field, also threw their poke balls. It's decided to be you. Let me do it. Chapter 186 Corny, the different sparks between Xiaozhi and me. My advantage is him. In the blue light curtain. After the referee announced the rules, a striking whistle sounded and the referee's flag was raised. Xiaozhi and Daigo both summoned their first Pokémon. Come out, Archaic Armor. Come out, Pterosaur, Mega Evolution. Instantly, after the two trainers' Pokémons made their successful appearances, Xiaozhi also Mega evolved his Pterosaur. It was originally a very large body, and after Mega Evolution, it became even larger. And Daigo knew something about Xiaozhi's Pterosaur. There is no doubt that this first-hand Pterosaur. It can almost be said to be a perfect restraint of his own ancient armor. But his own ancient armor also has bonus damage to Pterosaur if it uses the original attribute skills of the rock attribute. And the ordinary attack attribute of the ancient armor is particularly high and the durability of the physical defense is also particularly high. So Daigo did not have any other emotions at the moment, and turned to seriously command the battle. And Xiaozhi also directly commanded Pterosaur to use the Collapse Mountain and Earth Shatter. Daigo commanded his ancient armor to use the rock attribute skills to attack, and on the other hand, he was dodging the whole Earth Shatter Mountain and Earth Shatter battle. However, the speed of the ancient armor was still too slow. Although Daigo had trained the ancient armor very well, the ancient armor was also very competitive and had continuously improved its speed. But it was still no match for the super fossil Pterosaur. After about 2 or 3 attacks, the ancient armor was directly taken away by the collapse of mountains and earth-splitting slash. The ancient armor lost its combat capability. Xiaozhi won this game. The current score is 1-0. As the referee came forward, he carefully checked and announced the results of the game. The competition on the fighting island was completely heated up. I didn't expect Xiaozhi's Pteranodon to still have such a strong dominance when facing the archaic armor. You know, the archaic armor of Champion Daigo has been with him for a long time. I didn't expect it to be defeated so easily. Yes. We are very familiar with the archaic armor Pokémon. Its body size is also a little bigger than the normal archaic armor. It seems that all the Pokémon of Champion Daigo are different from normal Pokémon, and their strength is also very strong. Come on, Mr. Daigo, and Xiaozhi should also come on. As the audience continued to cheer, the second game began. Daigo's second Pokémon was also the steel-attributed Pokémon Armorbird. The steel attribute of Armorbird is twice as strong as that of the Mega-evolved Pteranodon. After Xiaozhi saw that Daigo's Armorbird had successfully appeared, he immediately switched Pokémon. In the previous match, Xiaozhi had already caught Daigo's command habits. And he also realized that Daigo's on-site command was indeed full of suppression and courage. If it was not Xiaozhi who was fighting Daigo now. If it was an ordinary trainer instead, he might not be able to get through a single move under Daigo. It's decided to be you, Charizard. At this moment, Xiaozhi also replaced his Charizard with Chao. The situation was reversed in an instant. From Daigo restraining Xiaozhi, it became Xiaozhi restraining Daigo. Charizard Mega Evolution. After Xiaozhi called out Charizard, he immediately performed Mega Evolution and adjusted Charizard to the Y state. In the Y state, Charizard's entire special attack has reached its peak, and it is combined with the characteristics of sunshine. In an instant, the temperature on the entire fighting island arena seemed to rise by 20 degrees out of thin air. This is a sign that the weather has become clear and extremely clear after the sunshine characteristic is activated. Molten, Charizard's fire attribute, especially after reaching the Y state, is really too strong. Molten, I feel that Xiaozhi's Charizard. Molten, especially the Charizard in the blue light screen, the control of the fire attribute is even better than mine. Ho-oh, even Xiaozhi's Charizard in the blue light screen has reached the peak of the use of the fire attribute. Ho-oh, maybe it's only the civil war in Xiaozhi's own team in the blue light screen. Ho-oh, fire attribute Pokemon can fight each other. Entei, it is said that our legendary Pokemon are the masters of fire attribute Pokemon in the world. Entei, but compared with Xiaozhi's fire attribute Pokemon in the blue light screen, they are simply not good enough. One after another, with the speeches of some legendary Pokemon in the double comparison live broadcast room. More and more trainers. They are also watching the battle. They are also constantly recording various classic scenes. Even many famous top trainers. They also started recording and painting the scenes. Kona, originally, I didn't have a hobby of painting. Kona, but as I watched the battle between Xiaozhi and Xiaozhi in the red light curtain and the blue light curtain, I developed this habit of painting. Nancy, yes. Nancy, originally, I focused on Pokemon training and superpower training. Nancy, but now I have added this painting on the original basis. Hobby of drawing. Lika, I think drawing Xiaozhi and preserving it forever is really meaningful. Many female trainers are also drawing while paying attention to the battle. And now, with the continuous attack of Mega Charizard Y in the blue light curtain, Daigo is also using the characteristics of his armored bird to defend. But because Mega Charizard Y basically uses special attack type skills, Daigo can only take risks and let armored bird go up to contact Mega Charizard Y, thereby triggering shattering armor. Because of the characteristic of shattering armor, after being damaged by physical type moves, the basic physical defense will be reduced, but the speed will be greatly increased. And because of the physical defense of armored bird, when facing the state of Mega Charizard Y, it is completely meaningless. So, Daigo is also taking risks and constantly directing armored bird to trigger shattering armor. And the more it was triggered, the more Daigo seemed to have experience. In the blue light curtain, after Daigo's armor bird frequently triggered the shattered armor, the speed of the armor bird was getting higher and higher, but the scars on the armor bird were also increasing. It was not easy for Daigo to hold on until now because it was restrained by the fire attribute. So, at this moment, Daigo was thinking, immediately take back his armor bird and send out the ancestor bird with the rock attribute to attack. However, just when Daigo was about to take back the armor bird on the scene, finally, it could not withstand the attack of Mega Charizard Y, and once again sprayed flames plus large character fire explosions, and finally fell down. When Daigo saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. Transfer Group 37172211. Because just now during the confrontation, although the armor bird was attacked by Mega Charizard Y, however, Daigo judged based on his experience. It was obvious that armored bird could still hold on for a while. But the result was not. It was defeated too quickly. This shows that Xiaozhi's Mega Charizard Y's training intensity and strength are really too strong. Xiaozhi, you are really strong, so how will you deal with the next Pokemon? Come out, Archosaur. When Archosaur with Rock attribute and Flying attribute came out, many of Daigo's staunch supporters from Fengyuan cheered. They just saw that their favorite champion was suppressed all the way, which was really uncomfortable. But after Archosaur appeared, everything was different. Because Archosaur can restrain Charizard 4 times. So, this also gave many people hope. Come on, Mr. Daigo. As a Pokemon with Rock and Flying attributes, Founder Roar is the 4th Pokemon that can counter Mega Charizard. Come on, Mr. Daigo. You are the champion of our Fengyuan region. Although Xiaozhi is also very powerful. But Mr. Daigo, as the face of our Fengyuan region, you have already lost 2 games, you can't be beaten 3-0 in the first half. Bullshit. The champion Daigo will not be beaten 3-0 directly. Although Xiaozhi is also very powerful, I am optimistic that the champion Daigo can successfully reverse the situation with this Founder Roar. The final score, I believe it will be 6-5. Trainers and spectators in the Fengyuan region. To be honest, there are many people who support Mr. Daigo. Although Daigo usually doesn't care much about the affairs of the Fengyuan region. But every time Daigo comes out to host the work, he is very clean and decisive. Moreover, one of the reasons why everyone has a very high opinion of Daigo is because of his family's Duan Company. The position of Duan Company in Fengyuan district can be said to be like an immovable mountain. As long as Duan Company is still there, Daigo's championship throne, unless he doesn't want to do it, no one can shake it. Because Daigo's own strength as a champion-level trainer is very stable. In addition to Duan Company and Daigo's elders, the strength is also very strong. The strength of Daigo's entire family is also very good. This has created Daigo's unshakable position as the champion trainer in Fengyuan district. Unless someone can replace Daigo and have overwhelming strength. And there is a company that can replace Daigo's family's Duan Company, or it is much stronger than Daigo's family's Duan Company. In this way, it is possible to take over the position of champion trainer in Fengyuan district from Daigo. It is possible that Daigo himself is not too interested in the daily work of the champion trainer. However, as long as he stays in the position of champion trainer for one day, he will fulfill the duties of a champion trainer. And Daigo usually asks his good friends to help deal with Feng things in the Fengyuan region, so everything is in order. Xiao Mao, Mr. Daigo, the champion of the Fengyuan region, is quite comfortable. Xiao Mao, not only does he have the help of his family, but he also has the help of his good friends. Shinji, strength is everything. As long as there is no problem with his own strength, his family can still help him, and his good friends can also help him share the routine daily tedious things of the champion trainer in the Fengyuan region. Shinji, then it must be easy to be the champion. Xiao Gang, Mr. Daigo has a very good reputation in the Fengyuan region. Xiao Gang, his own training level is also very good, and his personal hobbies are also very healthy. Xiao Gang, I like Stone and Steel attribute Pokemon. With the communication and discussion between Xiao Mao, Shinji, and Xiao Gang, more and more trainers have begun to discuss Daigo's contribution to the Fengyuan region and Daigo's top strength. If another trainer comes, if this trainer wants to fight with Daigo, it is possible that Daigo can directly defeat him with a steel attribute skill. The strength of Daigo is no joke. In many leaked battle videos of champion trainers, every time Daigo fights, he is basically very neat and can directly solve the opponent with one move. And among the public battles, there is also the battle between Daigo and Alan in the Kalos region. When facing Alan, Daigo can easily rely on his Metagross to suppress Alan's Charizard. This is very rare in the circle of champion trainers. In short, it is a champion-level trainer in one region crushed the champion-level trainer in another region. Alan is regarded as the champion strength, 460. If it is not for the own strength, there is an extraordinary crushing. If it is not several times the strength of other trainers, it is impossible to defeat with one move. Everyone also saw. In the relevant video, Daigo fought with Alan. After the mega evolution of Daigo's trump card, Metagross, not only can it suppress Alan's Mega Charizard X all the time, and even all the skills used by Charizard were easily avoided by Mega Metagross. So now many trainers are also looking forward to Daigo taking out his Metagross to fight Alan. I did fight with Mr. Daigo before. Alan, Mr. Daigo's strength is indeed unimaginably strong. Alan, I remember that battle very clearly. Alan, Mr. Daigo really crushed me. Daigo, Alan, you are also very strong, but maybe I was a little better that day. Daigo, it's okay, keep going. After Alan and Daigo communicated, Corny, who had been silent all the time, also spoke for the first time. Corny, my Lucario has always liked Ash. Corny, maybe Ash and I will have something in common. While roller skating, Corny and Lucario were looking at the blue screen. The more she looked, the more she felt that Ash was very charming. As the two champion trainers left messages to each other in the barrage and Corny's barrage, everyone also fully understood Daigo's top strength, and also noticed the owner of the Sala gym. And as the messages became more and more in-depth, everyone also found that the battle in the blue screen had become increasingly intense. In the blue screen, after Daigo summoned his founding bird, naturally, Ash couldn't use Charizard to continue the fight. Ash didn't have the habit of fighting against the wind. Nor did he have the habit of fighting against the reverse attribute. Especially when facing a champion-level trainer. Xiaozhi would not let accidents happen. Even if he played against the attribute. Xiaozhi was very confident in his Pokémon, but he would still choose to play it safe. Colorful Crystal Steelix, it's you. Super Evolution. When Xiaozhi summoned his Crystal Steelix, everyone clearly heard a sound of swallowing saliva. Accompanied by Xiaozhi, the super evolution of Steelix at this moment. Everyone has seen it. Daewoo on the battlefield seemed to be very, 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 very envious of this Steelix. Oh my god! For a moment, Daewoo couldn't say what he wanted to say. He couldn't imagine that there would be such a wonderful steel attribute Pokémon in the world. Xiaozhi, you are really... Chapter 187. The whole Feng Yuan was in a mess, and Xiaozhi was needed to help. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi summoned his own Steelix after Super Evolution. The huge body of Super Steelix is in sharp contrast with that of the original bird. Steelix stretched out completely, with a height of more than 10 meters compared to the height of the original bird of about 1.5 meters. This is simply the difference between a giant dragon and an ordinary bird. And after Xiaozhi's colorful crystal Steelix super evolved, it will be larger than the ordinary Steelix after super evolution. Because Xiaozhi's two crystal Pokémon are a little bigger. After super evolution, it looks more powerful. Oh my god, how can there be such a wonderful steel attribute Pokémon in this world? Xiaozhi, you are really excellent, please tell me. Oh please. Can you tell me? Where did you capture this colorful crystal super Steelix? Daigo was completely stunned for a moment. In addition to being very interested in mining, Daigo also has an obsession with steel attribute Pokémon that is unimaginable to ordinary people. And for a moment, Daigo saw Steelix coming out. After completing the super evolution directly. After Daigo was stunned, he also forgot to command his ancestor bird. Huayu, it's over. Everyone in Feng Yuan area knows that Mr. Daigo is basically a champion-level trainer who specializes in steel attributes. Huayu, although there are Pokémon of other attributes, I also like them very much. Huayu, but his love for steel attributes is like Xiaozhi in the blue light screen, who loves his girlfriend. Few wrong, basically, this is what I mean. If you want to ask how much Mr. Daigo loves steel attribute Pokémon, then I can only answer you maybe he loves it more than he loves himself. Bonnie, looking at the blue light screen, can Mr. Daigo still win the third game? Genji, if you want to restrain the Mega Evolved Steelix, I guess you should use a Fire Attribute Pokémon, or a Water Attribute Pokémon, or a Ground Attribute Pokémon, or a Fighting Attribute Pokémon. Genji, but it seems that Mr. Daigo doesn't seem to have very strong Pokémon of these attributes. As the four king-level trainers in the Feng Yuan region communicated with each other, everyone had already felt it. Because there were too many Pokémon of Xiaozhi in the blue light screen. And they were too powerful and had an extremely wide range of attacks. The champion of the Feng Yuan region, the top champion-level trainer Daigo, might be so depressed that his scalp would be numb. In addition, Daigo has a natural and almost fanatical love for steel attribute Pokémon. As a result, he might be unable to walk when he sees a steel attribute Pokémon. This is more likely to affect the judgment of the on-site commander. But there is no way, everyone has interests and hobbies. Daigo just loves steel attribute. Dr. Odumaki, sometimes, everyone has their own hobbies. Daigo's hobbies are mining and steel attribute Pokémon. These are probably the 2 points. Dr. Odumaki, in addition, he is keen on using special methods to cultivate his own Pokémon. Dr. Odumaki, so that he can quickly become stronger and win with one blow. Dr. Yamanashi, we also understand this kind of passion. Dr. Yamanashi, every champion-level trainer has very different personal hobbies, which is also the characteristic of every trainer. Dr. Oak, but it seems okay. Dr. Oak, Daigo in the blue light screen should have recovered. With the last speech of Dr. Oak, everyone also noticed that this was indeed the case. After a period of trance, Daigo in the blue light screen was reminded by Xiaozhi. He regained his high-spirited, fighting state. In the blue light screen, Xiaozhi looked at Daigo at this moment, who was already fascinated by his super steelix. Xiaozhi also thinks Daigo is a true character. Xiaozhi also knows this very clearly. He is also happy to share with Daigo how to subdue the colorful super crystal steel snake. But now it is a battle after all, and the opponent is the pride of Fengyuan area, Daigo champion. So Xiaozhi needs to remind Daigo to fight well. Mr. Daigo, after the battle is over, I will tell you where I subdued this colorful crystal steel snake at that time, and you can go and see it then. In addition, we are fighting now. When you are ready, let's start again. While Xiaozhi was talking, he also reminded Daigo in a more subtle way that the live broadcast was being carried out. Of course, Xiaozhi did not say it clearly about the live broadcast, but simply glanced left and right. After Daigo came to his senses and found Xiaozhi's kind reminder, he also smiled hurriedly, knowing that he must have lost his composure just now. Sorry. I usually only have these 2 or 3 hobbies, and when I see a steel-type Pokémon, especially when I see such a powerful, beautiful, and moving Pokémon, I was a little distracted for a moment. Then let's continue the battle. Thank you very much. Thank you, Xiaozhi, for your reminder. Use Heat Wind and Chi Bomb, Archon Bird. After Daigo recovered, he immediately gave the command. A raging heat wind fluttered along Archon Bird's wings. After the heat wind fluttered past, Archon Bird followed Daigo's command and immediately released Chi Bomb towards Super Steelix. The 2 skills, Chi Bomb and Heat Wind, are both special attack skills. One is a fire attribute, and the other is a fighting attribute. Plus Archon Bird's special attack is very, very high. The speed is also very, very fast. And these 2 skills are both to restrain Steelix's combat attributes. So once it hits, the damage will be very high. And because Steelix is the pinnacle of physical defense, the defense attribute is very high. But the special defense attribute is only about half of the physical defense attribute and less than that. So if the 2 restraining skills of this special attack are fully used, it will definitely cause unimaginable damage to the Super Steelix. Although this fire attribute Hot Wind and this fighting attribute True Energy Bomb are not the original skills of the ancestor bird, but the power of the skills exerted is still unimaginably high. In an instant, after Daigo's command went out, all the atmosphere on the scene was ignited. All the audience cheered, because they knew that the champion of their Fengyuan area was back again. XXXX. Many top trainers who were watching and came from other regions were also very impressed with Daigo. Shiba. Mr. Daigo is really very strong. Under such an extremely disadvantageous situation, he still commanded his founding bird, played its advantages, and played a restraint. Adieu. Although I believe Xiaozhi will definitely deal with it properly and take the next move. But Mr. Daigo's command judgment is really perfect. He fully utilized the advantages of his Pokémon. And the opposite Pokémon Cayman's disadvantage was also infinitely magnified. Xiao Mao. Mr. Adu's words are so pleasant, I like to hear you praise Xiaozhi. Also praise others at the same time. Then it shows Xiaozhi's shock after defeating Mr. Daigo. Many trainers at this moment also communicated with each other. Because after all, everyone knows each other and may sit together. The reason why Xiao Mao came here is that the Research Institute's affairs had been transferred to Xiaojian by him some time ago. Xiao Mao also came to Fengyuan area after interning in Xiaozhi's Research Institute for a period of time. Coincidentally, it was also near the fighting island. So when he first learned about Xiaozhi's battle, he also came to watch. When the acquaintances around heard Xiao Mao say this, they all smiled knowingly. They all felt that Xiao Mao should be the trainer who knew Xiaozhi the most. But they still maintained a 40 to 60 idea about Xiaozhi's final victory, as Xiao Mao said. Mr. Daigo has a 40% win rate, and Xiaozhi has a 60% win rate. Because Daigo's two ace Pokemon, a Bosquera and a Metagross, have not appeared. And Cradle Lily has not appeared yet. These Pokemon are very strong. And just when many trainers who are optimistic about Daigo's 40% win rate are talking about it. When analyzing how powerful Daigo is, Xiaozhi at the scene made a move. And this move made all those who support Daigo drop their jaws. At the same time, all those who support Xiaozhi cheered. After seeing Daigo commanding the founding bird to attack, and the battle strategy was completely correct, Xiaozhi smiled gently. You are worthy of being Mr. Daigo from the Fengyuan region. The command strategy is very correct, and the training level of Pokemon is also very high. But I am Xiaozhi from Pallet Town. Super Crystal Steelix, Diamond Star Attack. In an instant, when Xiaozhi commanded Diamond Star Attack, the body of Super Steelix was like snowflakes. At the same time, it was like stars. It was like diamonds. It was like crystal. It emitted an extremely bright light. The white snowflakes that seemed to freeze everything. Combined with its own extremely hard body, like the hardest alloy, the hardest diamond-like body. Just at an unimaginable speed, at a speed that Onyx and Steelix could not reach at all. It rushed towards the ancestral bird. And the ancestral bird, under the two offensive attack commands commanded by Daigo. He was already cooperating with the other skills commanded by Daigo, and charged towards the Super Steelix. In an instant, extremely thick white smoke erupted in the scene. The smoke was like dust, spreading out like white mist. And there was also a kind of cold feeling of ice crystals exploding. Even the spectators watching the battle from a distance could feel the overwhelming cold. How come I haven't heard of Xiaozhi using this move Diamond Stardust before? What skill is this? Is this a skill that Steelix can learn? With the communication of many spectators on the spot, everyone discussed this move Diamond Stardust for a while. And many trainers were also trying their best to amplify their equipment. As if they wanted to capture the dynamics of the field at the first time. Xiao Mao, good guy, this is the maximum restraint again? Xiao Mao, in this move, I at least see ice attribute attacks, steel attribute attacks, and even water attribute attacks. While watching the blue light screen, Xiao Mao was the first to leave a message. He has developed the habit of taking the lead. But every time Xiao Mao's message hits the nail on the head. Alan, this should be Frozen Fang, plus Impact, plus some water attributes, maybe similar to Water Tail, maybe combined with Steel attribute Iron Head and Iron Tail. Alan, I can only see so much, it should be a fusion of these skills. Shirana, that should be right. Shirana, this move Diamond Star Strike is just like its name. Shirana, it must have Steel attribute skills, and the power of the Ice attribute moves that emanate. Adu, this move Diamond Star Strike may have more skills fused than any previous one. Adu, before, it was fused with 1 or 2 or 3. Adu, this move at least fused 4 to 5 skills. With many champion trainers leaving messages one after another. All the audience watching the blue light screen were like 15 buckets of water being drawn up and down. They were expecting the smoke in the blue light screen to rise quickly. They were also like ants on a hot pot, anxious and running around. Oh my god, Xiaozhi's Diamond Star Strike feels like it is from the same series as the previous Pegasus Meteor Fist and Lushan Rising Dragon Tyrant. Too powerful, this skill is a skill that is completely aimed at restraining the Archon. Could it be that Xiaozhi in the previous blue light screen had prepared all the future skills a long time ago? And did everyone notice? The speed of this Super Steelix is so fast, it seems to be faster than the speed when Xiaozhi commanded Steelix to come out in the previous blue light screens. The audience watching the game together at this moment also left messages one after another. And while leaving messages, the audience also noticed that the blue light screen at this moment also switched many small screens. In these small screens, Ma Wangs are also playing the reactions of the audience in the Kanto region and the Chengdu region in the blue light screen world, and the reactions of the audience in the Orange Islands region. Basically, everyone's reactions are very similar, all of which are full of shock and disbelief, followed by overwhelming applause. In the three regions where Xiaozhi is the champion trainer, all the audience in these three regions have directly burst into thunderous applause. They seem to believe that Xiaozhi has already won. In the blue light screen, as the smoke gradually dissipated, transfer group 3717291119. All the audience also saw the scene in the field. Sure enough, the result was the same as that supported by 60% to 70% of the audience before. Xiaozhi won the first half with a halftime score of 3-0 at home in Fengyuan region. And the other 30% to 40% of Daigo's supporters also slapped their thighs at this moment. But they also gave Daigo their own applause. It's not that Daigo is not strong, it's just that Xiaozhi is too strong. After seeing this result, Daigo was not too surprised. Because he knew that Xiaozhi was famous for various combat tactics and newly developed fusion skills. Another reason is that Xiaozhi has a very comprehensive Pokemon full coverage attribute. The attack range is very wide. At this moment, Daigo was going to step forward and shake hands with Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi also planned to step forward and shake hands with Daigo, and when they entered the 5-minute break, they were all together. Suddenly, a hot breath surged in the east of the fighting island. In the west of the fighting island, a huge wave surged. A team of people in red and a team of people in blue appeared. Along with it, there was a sudden big crack. At the same time, the 3 gems that Xiaozhi had obtained in the ancient ruins lit up. Dan Di, Fenjai Yuan's space crack? Dan Emperor, Xiaozhi's orb seems to have been obtained from an ancient ruin. Dan Emperor, I remember it was about a mythical beast? 18 Chapter 8 Dandy, Mysterious Black Gold Pokemon, Arceus has arrived too. In the blue light curtain. After 2 groups of people arrived, one in the east and one in the west. The huge space crack also began to spread into 2. An ancient breath, a mysterious breath. An ultra-ancient breath spread out. When Daigo saw this situation, he immediately understood. These are the 2 evil organizations in the Fengyuan area, the Magma Team and the Ocean Team. And now what appeared in the space crack is probably 2 of the 3 legendary Pokemon in the Fengyuan area. Legend: Grotto, the incarnation of the earth, and Kyogre, the incarnation of the ocean. These 2 legendary Pokemon appeared earlier than the Fengyuan continent. First, Groudon lifted the continent. Then Kyogre filled the sea. It was because of the actions of these 2 Pokemon that the Fengyuan area was formed. However, after these 2 Pokemon met, they fought a huge battle to compete for natural energy and expand their territory. Then it was quelled by another legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza. And this Rayquaza also represents the sky as the incarnation of the sky. It is also said that he seems to feed on water and particles in the atmosphere, and can even swallow meteorites as food. Every time Kyogre and Groudon fight, Rayquaza will descend to the ground. As for other legends, giant Pokemon that move continents, Daigo also knows a little. But it has nothing to do with the crisis at the moment. So, Daigo has no time to recall. He has to act immediately to solve this crisis that has already come. Megalodon, Mega Evolution. In an instant, Daigo immediately lit up the ring in his hand. This is the medium for Daigo and his own Metagross to complete the resonance of Super Evolution. With the resonance of the Mega Evolution Stone and the Evolution Key Stone, Daigo's Ace Metagross has already become a super evolved state the moment it appeared. Its body is even bigger, and its momentum is even more majestic. The strong pressure it exudes also directly declares that it is Daigo's Ace Pokemon, the absolute main force of the Fengyuan region. Whenever there are bad guys who want to harm the Feng Yuan region, Daigo and his Mega Metagross will be the first to stand up to these evil forces and defeat them all. Xiao Mao, has the timeline in the blue light screen changed? Xiao Mao, I seem to see one red and one blue, the leaders of two waves of evil organization savory distinctive. Pirate plus I-Man. As Xiao Mao spoke first, all the audience watching the blue light screen began to get nervous. But at the same time, they also had another understanding of Daigo's strength. As soon as Daigo's Metagross appeared, it immediately underwent a super evolution, and Daigo's Metagross was originally a Metagross with a different color of flash. This strength is simply too strong. Alan, the Metagross of Mr. Daigo in the blue light curtain gives me the same pressure as the Metagross on our side. Alan, he seems to be able to suppress the Pokemon of other trainers by himself. Alan, and he can also suppress the evil organization by himself. Now Daigo is in the blue light curtain and has already attacked the two waves of bad guys. Bonnie, the two waves of bad guys are the evil organizations in the Feng Yuan area. One is the lava team that wants to increase the land area, and the other is the ocean team that wants to increase the ocean area. Bonnie, the two of them are usually opposed to each other. Just like the legendary Pokemon in the Feng Yuan area, Groudon, the incarnation of the earth, and Kyogre, the incarnation of the ocean. Feng Rong, the breath of the earth and the breath of the ocean emitted by the space crack in the blue light curtain should be Groudon and Kyogre are about to appear. Fu Rong, Team Aqua and Team Magma also seemed to have discovered this situation and rushed over as soon as possible. With the comments of several top trainers in Feng Yuan region, the audience watching the double comparison live broadcast room also understood. It turns out that this is the evil organization in Feng Yuan region. It turns out that there are basically some evil organizations in every region. These evil organizations will have all kinds of different ideas and all kinds of different strange goals. And the two evil organizations in Feng Yuan region are opposite to each other. And they have to fight each other. It seems that Team Magma and Team Aqua are natural enemies. It seems to be just like Groudon and Kyogre. But it seems that above Groudon and Kyogre, there is a boss. But Team Magma and Team Aqua don't have a boss. So many people are worried that Daigo can deal with so many bad guys plus Kyogre plus Groudon alone. Dr. Otamaki, Mr. Daigo is very powerful. This Mega Metagross also listens to Mr. Daigo very much. Metagross is very responsible and is very responsible in protecting its companions. Hanazuki, a local trainer in the Feng Yuan area, if Mr. Daigo is ranked first, no one will compete with him for the first place. He is very powerful. Manon, Mr. Daigo's Metagross is a very rare Pokemon with different colors of flashes, very handsome. I have a good relationship with my Hurricane. Come on Mr. Daigo, come on Metagross. Now many people who are familiar with Daigo or Metagross who are watching the double comparison live broadcast have already cheered for Daigo and Metagross. Because now in the blue light screen, Daigo has made a move. Daigo has shown unimaginable suppression power against Team Magma and Team Aqua, and Mega Metagross has also shown superb speed and dominance. And now there are a lot of viewers watching the blue light screen, while checking the relevant information soon about Team Magma, Team Aqua, and Groudon and Kyogre in the Feng Yuan area. There are also various secret-related information, which have been sorted out with the help of many people, and gradually became clear. Everyone knows that this may be a plan that Team Magma and Team Aqua had planned before, to subdue and control Groudon and Kyogre. For a moment, everyone became nervous. Although they are very confident in Daigo in the blue light screen, I am also very confident about Metagross. It is easy to deal with Team Magma and Team Aqua. But if I have to face Team Magma and Team Aqua at the same time, and Groudon and Kyogre, and they are Groudon and Kyogre who have fully released their strength, this is simply a huge difficulty that no one can imagine. Alice, after Kyogre and Groudon are fully released, what if they are controlled by Team Aqua and Team Magma in a special way? Alice, then Mr. Daigo in the blue light curtain, will he be unable to resist? Alan, it shouldn't be. Alan, in addition to Mr. Daigo, there are many top trainers watching on the scene. Those top trainers are not vegetarians. Kalun, in the blue light curtain, there are many top-level trainers watching the match between Daigo and Xiaozhi on the fighting island, and there are many top trainers from other regions. It will definitely be okay. Hirana, and Xiaozhi is still there. In fact, I believe that Xiaozhi alone is definitely enough. That's Xiaozhi. In the blue light curtain. At the moment when Daigo commanded Metagross and performed Super Evolution to fight against Team Magma and Team Aqua, the order on the scene immediately began to take emergency shelter under the spontaneous command of countless trainers. Everyone must believe in Daigo, Xiaozhi, and the top trainers. Don't panic, retreat in an orderly manner. We retreat to the beach shelter of Devon Company, that place is very solid. Don't push, don't rush, we must have confidence in Xiaozhi, Mr. Daigo, and other trainers. At this moment, many trainers also flew to the sky and shouted. In addition, Devon Company also took out a lot of tweeters from its warehouse as soon as possible. Everything was very orderly at the command level. However, although these commanders have some very correct plans, they are not good enough for the panic that spreads when the crowd surges. Normal people are not good at dealing with these terrifying evil organizations and the terrifying pressure emanating from the sky. There are also space cracks that are getting bigger and bigger. Although the people don't understand them at all, they can judge by instinct that their hearts are full of unknown fear. For a while, the order on the scene can't be maintained at all. 0016711055. Even if Daigo is now in a situation where FTI has a complete advantage on the scene, there is no way to control the actions of ordinary people. When the unknown fear spreads, the people are too panicked. They have no way to judge what they should do next. The scene is gradually developing in an uncontrollable direction. In addition, the bosses of the lava team and the ocean team who are fighting with Daigo are the red flame pine of the lava team and the water wutong of the ocean team. After gradually commanding all his team members to resist several waves of fierce attacks from Daigo, but with heavy casualties, they also began to use their own devices. Everyone hold on a little longer. Our equipment can be used. We can control Groudon. This time we must use the power of Groudon to dry up the sea water, expand the distance of the Earth, and increase the space for biological activities on land. Red Flame Song of the Lava Team, while commanding his team members, is also constantly operating the mysterious device. He is a very calm and composed person. Anything that blocks his plan, he will ruthlessly overthrow. The same is true for Shui Wutong of the Ocean Team on the other side. Although he is very generous and has won the trust of his subordinates, his goal is to pursue his own goal of building an ideal home for Pokémon. And they will also work with the Lava Team to fight. So this time, since the Magma Team wants to control Groudon, then their Aqua Team must control Kyogre, thereby increasing their own strength. Only in this way can they keep fighting the Magma Team. And both the Magma Team and the Aqua Team know that they must be fast now. From their appearance to the current confrontation with Daigo, the entire time has passed less than a minute. The reason why they can recover a little from the extreme disadvantage at the beginning is because the fear of the crowd is burning. They must let the fear of the crowd spread again in order to grasp the rhythm of recovering a little this time. The boss of the Magma Team and the Aqua Team thought of this. Immediately commanded their team members to strengthen the destruction of the venue and the summoning of Groudon and Kyogre. Their plan this time is to use their own developed devices and their own props to control Groudon and Kyogre. And through the energy of nature, let Groudon and Kyogre return to their original form. This original form is called primitive return. It is said that 1,000 years ago, a huge meteorite fell into the ocean and exploded the earth. This is what caused the natural forces to gush out. The Ocean Team and the Lava Team have also collected a lot of natural forces for such a long time. This time they will use all the natural forces to ensure the success of the plan. Although the Ocean Team and the Lava Team have suffered heavy casualties and have been beaten badly, But when they saw that the cracks in the sky were getting bigger and bigger, and the breath of the earth and the ocean was getting stronger and stronger, they knew that they were getting closer and closer to success. Red Flame Pine. As long as this plan can succeed, we can use the power of the legendary Pokemon Groudon. Transit Group 3717291119. Drying up the sea. In the future, I will expand the area of the earth and increase the space for land creatures to move. Shui Wutong. The ocean is the source of all life. I will not allow the people of the lava team to plunder the ocean from this world. We want to expand the area of the ocean. As the leaders of the magma team and the ocean team spoke, all the younger brothers continued to fight bravely. At this moment, the huge space crack finally grew fully. A powerful Pokemon with a red body and flaky skin appeared. When he landed on the ground with a rumbling sound, the extremely tall height, large spikes, and the strong spikes all over the body, without exception, all proclaimed his strength. Oh my god, this is the incarnation of the earth, the legendary Pokemon Groudon. It's over, the Pokemon is controlled by the evil organization. Groudon should be a very friendly existence. He should save mankind, and it is said that he has resolved the crisis of floods. But why did his appearance this time bring disaster? On the other side, with a loud splash, it rushed directly into the ocean from the space crack. It was an equally huge and mysterious existence. This is a Pokemon that is similar to a supergiant whale. And it has two very huge pectoral fins, which are as big as wings. This is the incarnation of the sea swimmer, Kyogre. Oh my god! Legend has it that he has the power to control water. In the myth I saw a legendary Pokemon like Kyogre, who can cast heavy rain and surging waves. He can also form endless dark clouds that fill the entire sky and cause heavy rain. In the legend, he also saved people who were suffering from the sun. Why is he a little out of control this time? When the two legendary Pokemon appeared, and their huge bodies seemed to have completed the original return, all the previous audiences, all the residents of Fengyuan area, felt boundless fear. And they saw it. When Kyogre and Groudon appeared one after another. And after the two Pokemon looked at each other. When both Pokemon howled and rushed towards each other. At the same time, a golden light suddenly burst out in the sky. It seemed that another mysterious black and gold existence flew from the sky and space. Is this the legendary incarnation of the sky, Rayquaza? This is simply a mess. Champion Daigo can't handle it alone. Other top trainers are also helping. But for these legendary Pokemon in the Fengyuan area, it seems not very familiar. For a moment, all ordinary people became nervous and ran for their lives. At this time, suddenly everyone felt a mysterious force enveloping them. Instantly, they were no longer nervous. Daigo, is this Xiaozhi's wave guide? Shirana, what is the mysterious black and gold Pokemon? Dante, I feel Arceus is coming soon. Chapter 189 Sirona, Arceus is here again. Xiaozhi, what are you going to do? In the blue light curtain. Just when Groudon, Kyogre, Magma Team, Aqua Team, and Rayquaza, 5 separate individuals appeared at the same time. And Groudon and Kyogre were already rushing towards each other, as if they were about to fight each other, at the critical moment. Just when everyone was extremely nervous and anxious, a mysterious energy enveloped everyone, making everyone feel a little peaceful. Then many people suddenly realized. This was Xiaozhi's, the mysterious power of the wave guide. Before, everyone was very nervous for a while. So they only cared about running away. They ignored that Daigo and Xiaozhi had already taken action at the first time. And Daigo's action was very fast. But although Daigo gave the command at the first time, but the division of labor was different. Daigo mainly dealt with the Magma Team and Aqua Team on the field. In fact, Xiaozhi had already released his wave guide the moment the space crack appeared. He took action immediately. Many people have heard about the power of this mysterious wave guide, but have never experienced it for real. But now, after everyone experienced it, everyone felt a sense of peace. This is a waveguide that covers tens of thousands of people in the whole venue. Dujuan, wow! Dujuan, can the power of Xiaozhi's waveguide in the blue light curtain be so strong? Dujuan, the power of the waveguide before seemed to cover only dozens of people, or even hundreds of people for Pokemon, it was also in the range of hundreds. Dujuan, but this time, the waveguide, I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of people on the scene. Fujishu, maybe what we can see now is only tens of thousands of people, but in fact it is far more than that. Fujishu, these tens of thousands of people were watching the game in the arena, but there were also many people watching the game through the broadcast in the surrounding area. They must have been very scared in their hearts before. Fujishu, but it is possible that after being calmed down by Xiaozhi's waveguide, they recovered quickly. Asha, too powerful. Can one person influence the thinking of tens of thousands of people and guide them to be peaceful? Qinli, Xiaoao in the blue light screen is following Xiaozhi, I am very relieved. Serena, Xiaozhi's move is immediate. Xiaoao, Dad, our Xiaozhi is also very good. After Xiaoao saw her father, the gym leader, praised Xiaozhi in the blue light screen. Xiaoao also went on stage in person to speak for Xiaozhi in her own world. And Xiaoao left a message in the barrage. On the other hand, she was talking to her father in the room. Dad, I think our world's Xiaozhi is also improving very fast. Haven't we seen the relevant videos of the previous Charizard in Thunder Rock Dragon mode? And our Xiaozhi is training very hard now, and he will definitely be able to improve quickly one day. Xiaoao came to Qinli's study and persuaded her father. After hearing what Xiaoao said, Qinli also recalled the Thunder Fire Dragon commanded by Xiaozhi in his world. When Qinli spoke just now, he did not say that he had any opinion on Xiaozhi in his world. He just simply praised Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. Because the strength shown by Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain just now was really too powerful. Xiaoao, I didn't mean to criticize one and praise the other. I just emphasized that Xiaozhi in the blue light screen is very powerful. And what you said, Xiaozhi in our world is not bad either, I completely agree. Then let me add a little in the barrage. There is no doubt that Qinli also loves his daughter Xiaoao very much. He couldn't bear to see Xiaoao become unhappy because of this little thing. He immediately made a supplementary explanation in the barrage. After seeing Qinli's supplementary explanation, many trainers and viewers immediately understood that Xiaoao must have gone to find Qinli. Naki, this must be Xiaoao went to find Uncle Qinli, and Uncle Qinli made a supplementary explanation. Xiaofeng plus Xionan, the additional explanation shows that Xiaoao likes Xiaozhi even more, especially in our world. Mikali, Xiaoao, I am very optimistic about you, are you interested in developing in the direction of a coordination trainer? With the messages from several trainers in Fengyuan area. And with the message from Mikali Champion. Everyone also noticed and thought of Xiaoao in the blue light screen, who was developing in both directions towards being a coordination trainer and a Pokemon trainer. And Xiaoao in the red light screen is more interested in being a coordination trainer at present. And Xiaoao in reality has not started traveling yet and has not obtained Pokemon, so everything it has not been finalized yet. Xiaoao, is this really possible? Xiaoao, Dad, Champion Mikali replied to me. Xiaoao, this is the champion trainer of our league. Xiaoao is also very excited now. As for Champion Mikali, Xiaoao also saw Champion Mikali's speech during this period. Go to search for news about Champion Mikali. For this person with champion level strength. Group 59443. But after going on another trip to coordinate trainers on a completely different track. And Champion Mikali, who founded his own special gorgeous competition. Xiaoao feels that he can talk to himself. And reply to himself specifically, this is already a great honor. And now Xiaoao is constantly looking at the picture in the blue light screen, and is also very excited. Because Xiaozhi used a big move. In the blue light screen. After Xiaozhi controlled the power of the waveguide and comforted everyone present, it was obvious that tens of thousands of spectators and all the people around calmed down immediately. And along with the release of wave power, there was a fight before. And it seemed that Groudon and Kyogre, who were already in the state of primitive return, also calmed down. And the black and gold Rayquaza flying in the sky was also very surprised. He originally wanted to resolve the crisis. But now there seems to be no crisis. And this is a black and gold shining Rayquaza. Xiaozhi knew this. As for the others, except for a few Pokémon doctors and individual trainers, others may have heard of the legend of Rayquaza, but they don't know what it looks like. So, although they don't know the black and gold Pokémon in the sky, but it doesn't prevent them from praising Xiaozhi, nor does it prevent them from speculating about this mysterious Pokémon. Because many people inside already know the stories about Groudon and Kyogre, and the story of Rayquaza makes people imagine more. Oh my god, is this the legendary Kyogre and Groudon in their original state? After they started fighting, did their boss come to mediate? Is it possible it's the same as Lugia? After his three brothers started fighting, Lugia also came to mediate. And in the Fengyuan area, if Kyogre and Groudon started fighting, this dragon also came to mediate. This dragon is really handsome, and it's black and gold. That's right. I seem to have heard some legends that there is a Pokémon that is even more powerful than Groudon and Kyogre. But that Pokémon should be emerald green with a little gold. But it doesn't seem to be black and gold. As all the audience gradually calmed down, everyone also understood that they were safe now, because of Xiaozhi. So everything was fine. The bosses and members of Team Magma and Team Aqua seemed to be unable to believe it after seeing such a scene. They couldn't believe that they had been thinking about catching the two Pokémon day and night before. Kyogre and Groudon. Now they would stop fighting in this situation and atmosphere. Can they still be caught? Team Magma A. Oh my god, I didn't expect Groudon, the incarnation of the earth. They would actually give up the duel with Kyogre like this. These two Pokémon I heard from the boss were not very mysterious before, and they fought like enemies as soon as they met, and they were very jealous. Magma Team B. That's right. I heard from the boss that once these two Pokémon start fighting, basically no one can stop them. The other black and gold dragon flying in the sky now may be their boss. Every time, they can only use their own strength to persuade them. To calm Kyogre and Groudon down. Mega Team C. I have also heard about this. This boss is very powerful. It seems to be the incarnation of the sky. But at this moment, even this dragon-shaped Pokémon seems to be shocked by Xiaozhi. Is it possible Xiaozhi's strength is really the pinnacle? Other trainers including Daigo. Are they not as good as Xiaozhi? QQT7032162220. Ocean Team A. Frog Fun, I didn't expect Xiaozhi to be so powerful. We have always wanted to protect the sea and fight against Magma Team. But I didn't expect that after fighting for so long, we still couldn't resist Xiaozhi's call. Team B of Ocean. To be more precise, this is not called calling, this is called releasing his mysterious power. I also watched many of Xiaozhi's games before, and it seems that this kind of mysterious power is called waveguide. Team C of Ocean. I also watched the relevant according to the records, this mysterious power is called waveguide. And it is a very powerful ability. It seems that everyone has waveguide, but it depends on whether it is awakened or not. Team Aqua D. Oh. So I also have waveguide? Will I be as powerful as Xiaozhi? Please give me flowers 0. Team Aqua E. Bullshit. How can you be as powerful as Xiaozhi? Do you know what awakening is? Awakening is something that exists. No, no. As all the members of Team Aqua and Team Magma were stunned, they were also quietly discussing with each other. The leaders of the two teams were now frozen in place, as if they were scared silly. And Team Rocket was not far away. Musashi, Meowth, and Kojiro were also holding telescopes and watching the dynamics of the scene. While holding the telescope, Musashi did not forget to prepare for action. I told you that the little devil is very powerful now. We promised the little devil that we would reduce 1 out of every 10 actions. But this reduction has already been made. Should we do it right now? As soon as Musashi said this, Kojiro and Meowth nodded. Musashi is right. We have already reduced these activities once. Then in this case, in today's operation, if we can catch all 3 legendary Pokémon and the Little Devil's Pokémon, then we will definitely be valued by Boss Sakeke, Kojiro said. On the other hand, he was also thinking about which robot to use to capture such a large Kyogre and Groudon in their original state. Meowth nodded. On the other hand, he also brought a loudspeaker to detect what all the Pokémon in the field were saying. This loudspeaker was also developed by the Rockets after the funds were sufficient. The other champion-level trainers, the king-level trainers, and some top trainers on the field. At this moment, they have sensed the scene. The moment Xiaozhi released the wave guide, the whole field has stabilized. They are also full of shock and disbelief in their hearts. Even many people holding cameras have forgotten to change the angle. All their equipment is now facing their faces. According to their extremely shocked expressions. Shiba. Good guy, Adu, are you scared now? Anyway, I was scared. I didn't expect Xiaozhi to be able to stabilize so many people through the power of the wave guide. There are tens of thousands of people, and it's not just 10 or 20,000. Adu. Haha, do you think my legs are shaking now? Not at all. As a champion-level trainer, even if I was defeated by Xiaozhi. But I still have the strength of a champion-level trainer. No matter what, it is still a little bit stronger than you. You see, I am very calm. Xiao Mao. Ah, yes, Champion Adu was very calm when he was commanding just now. He also protected everyone very well. But I won't say it. I found that Champion Adu's legs trembled for a moment when the mysterious black and gold Pokémon circled down. After all, this is understandable, it is a dragon. As many trainers chatted and communicated with each other at the scene, the atmosphere gradually became brighter. Because of the induction of Xiaozhi's wave power. And because Groudon and Kyogre had ended the battle with each other. And that mysterious Rayquaza, which was a little recognizable by some people, also circled down. In such a state, everyone gradually became happy and relaxed. At this moment, Xiaozhi also threw the 3 orbs he had found in the ancient ruins into the sky. After the 3 orbs were thrown into the sky, lightning and thunder immediately began to roar over the entire Fengyuan continent. The few trainers who knew the history of the Fengyuan region, they all felt incredible. Because these 3 orbs were the 3 special orbs of Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon. Vermilion, Indigo, and Grass Green. Although everyone didn't know the specific functions, it looked like this. The orbs had already begun to sense each other with the 3 super powerful and legendary Pokémon. At this moment, Xiaozhi also directly used the power of his wave guide to fly up. He flew up directly out of thin air, and Mew didn't even help. And at this moment, accompanied by lightning in the sky thunder, a creature like an alpaca suddenly broke through the void. This time, with the appearance of the alpaca, the entire Fengyuan area felt a sense of peace and tranquility. Daigo, Arceus. Shirana, Arceus is here again. Dante, the last time Arceus appeared in the blue light curtain was when Xiaozhi defeated Mewtwo and captured Mewtwo. Dante, Arceus appeared again this time. Dante, does Xiaozhi want to challenge the 3 legendary Pokémon in the Fengyuan area alone, and only then? Chapter 190 Arceus breaks the void, and the original returns to the super ancient Pokémon. In the blue light curtain, accompanied by the rise of 3 gems, Vermilion, Indigo, and Grass Green. And with the rise of Xiaozhi's system, and with the arrival of Arceus, the broken void and the attention. All the people in Feng Yuan continent were boiling. Although many people don't understand what kind of existence Arceus is. But once Arceus appeared, the restlessness of the entire Feng Yuan continent was quieted down. This restlessness refers to the fluctuation of people's hearts, the excitement in the hearts of all Pokémon, and the waves of all flowers, plants, and trees. Before, when Xiaozhi released the power of waves, he had completely calmed the hearts of all the people around him. And after Arceus arrived, it seems to have a more unique ability. After Arceus arrived at the scene, he didn't say anything or do anything, just watched quietly in the sky. Because now Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza, it seems that they have completely liberated their own strength. After fusing the 3 gems, their strength has become even stronger. And the 3 Pokémon at this moment, the 3 Feng Yuan region, extremely great and mysterious existences actually looked at each other. And after this look, Groudon came out first. Roar! We learned from the induction that your name is Xiaozhi, the trainer. Thank you for using the power of the wave to calm everyone's hearts and reduce everyone's casualties. Let's fight, I will become your partner after the victory. After Groudon said this, although he said it was in the form of roaring, he didn't open his mouth to speak. But the meaning of his roar was understood by everyone. Oh my god, why can I understand what Groudon, the incarnation of the earth, said? Is it because of that mysterious existence? Behind that mysterious existence, there is a floating 18 stone tablets like 463 to help us translate. Before, we never understood what Pokémon said, we could only guess what Pokémon meant by our own guesses. Today I can understand it directly. Maybe it's really an alpaca-like existence that directly translated it for us. As the audience around the fighting island speculated, everyone felt that it must be like this. In other areas, those who were watching the live broadcast at this moment also found different scenes in the scene. And they saw it very clearly. The reason is, even in the most critical moment, those reporters did not retreat. They can be called war correspondents. It is the encouragement of these war correspondents and the multifaceted capture of Xiaozhi by these war correspondents. All the audience can see Xiaozhi's every move on the fighting island in such detail. All the audience can see Arceus' every move. All the audience can see Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza's every move. Chengdu, Silver Town, Silver Conference Venue. At this moment, many trainers near Chengdu Silver Town have come to the venue of the Silver Conference. Although there is no Silver Conference here today, and after the Silver Conference was held not long ago, it will be relatively calm here. But this desolation did not last long. After the Silver Conference was over, it was reopened not long after. The reason for reopening was very simple, because before, everyone had heard of the duel between Xiaozhi and Daigo, the champion of the Feng Yuan region. Originally, everyone just watched the live broadcast of the duel between Xiaozhi and Daigo. Originally, everyone thought that after Xiaozhi won the first half with a score of 3-0, Xiaozhi would still play steadily in the second half. However, no one expected that the second half had not even started. Just when they shook hands and prepared to rest at halftime, an unexpected scene happened. First, the 2 evil organizations, Team Magma and Team Aqua, appeared. Then it was time for the legendary Pokémon, Groudon, the incarnation of the earth in the Feng Yuan region, and Kyogre, the incarnation of the ocean, to appear. And then, just when everyone felt that the sky was about to fall and the Feng Yuan region might suffer a disaster, when the 2 Pokémon were about to fight, the mysterious Pokémon that seemed to be called Rayquaza appeared. It seemed that he wanted to ease the fight between Kyogre and Groudon. About Rayquaza, this incident was also passed on by word of mouth. But just when Rayquaza was about to exert its strength, the extremely powerful wave guide appeared. The layers of wave guides, extremely powerful wave guides. Even some people in Bian Town in Chengdu felt the wave. Really? To be honest, if it weren't for Xiaozhi champion to support the entire Feng Yuan area, Fengyuan area would definitely be in chaos now. That's natural. I didn't expect Xiaozhi champion to be so powerful that he could directly use the power of waveguide to directly control the fight island to watch on the spot. Many people who were gradually out of control seemed to have tens of thousands of ordinary spectators to stabilize them again. There were simply too many people. More than 10,000 people were like mountains and seas, and the population density was also very high. If Xiaozhi hadn't made the most correct and efficient decision at the first time, I don't know how this matter would end. Many trainers in the Biantown area were also happy for Xiaozhi's decisiveness. Orange Islands, Orange Stadium. At this moment, Yuji and many gym leaders in Orange Islands. Basically, they have come to the Orange Stadium to watch the live broadcast. They were also shocked by Xiaozhi's amazing movements and the fact that he could fly in broad daylight. What kind of power can he use to float? Kanto, Pallet Town. At this moment, everyone in Xiaozhi's research institute breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the elders and villagers of Pallet Town know a lot about Xiaozhi's strength. And there are many people in Pallet Town who are like Xiaozhi's elders. They also watched Xiaozhi grow up and liked Xiaozhi very much. They saw Team Aqua and Team Magma appear. And Groudon and Kyogre are about to fight. And the black and gold mysterious Pokemon is joining the battlefield as if to calm down the last fight. Everyone's heart was in their throat. But afterwards, Xiaozhi released the power of the waveguide directly like a magic needle to resolve the crisis, and everyone immediately became happy again. The elders and villagers of Pallet Town who are watching in Xiaozhi's research institute are more looking forward to Xiaozhi's further conquest of the 3 legendary Pokemon in Fengyuan area. And the elders and villagers of Pallet Town are also watching the mysterious Pokemon like an alpaca from some different perspectives. They don't know what the name of this Pokemon is. But vaguely, they think this Pokemon must be very mysterious and powerful. Xiao Mao, it seems that everyone in the blue light curtain doesn't know much about Arceus, the god of creation. Shinji, after all, Miss Sirona is not there, and Mr. Dante is not there either. If no one popularizes science, it is normal not to know about Arceus. Gone, in the blue light screen, Xiaozhi has gradually increased his momentum and agreed to Groudon's invitation to fight. How will Xiaozhi in the blue light screen fight next? As Xiao Mao, Shinji, and Xiao Gang discussed with each other, many champion trainers also began to communicate. Because everyone gradually discovered that it seemed that the current Groudon Kyogre was the state of true primitive return. The part of the natural force they absorbed before seemed to be a drop in the bucket, and was not enough to support them to complete the true primitive return. But in the blue light screen, Xiaozhi used his 3 gems on Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. They seemed to have truly lifted the restrictions on their own strength. And Rayquaza didn't seem to change as much as Kyogre and Groudon. It seemed that Rayquaza didn't seem to be in the state of primitive return. But it was definitely powerful. Everyone didn't know much about these. We can only see some information from the classics, so we don't know if what we said is right or not. But one thing is clear, that is, the strength of Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza has been greatly enhanced. Under this state, if Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain chooses to fight, wouldn't it be more difficult? And now everyone is also curious, why Xiaozhi wants to use his 3 gems at this time. Is it to raise the status of these 3 Pokemon to the highest level? Is it that only after these 3 gems are used can they get the opportunity to capture the 3 legendary Pokemon in the Fengyuan region? Shiba, is there any well-educated trainer in the Fengyuan region who can come out to explain? Shiba, what is the meaning of Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain using these 3 gems? Shiba, is it simply to get closer to Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza and get a chance to capture them? Ziba, or do you just want to challenge your own limits? Ziba looked at the blue screen while chatting with the barrage. I couldn't help myself, he typed out the question he wanted to ask directly and quickly. Because he found that no one spoke after he waited for a long time. He had to say something, otherwise the scene would be too embarrassing. And he was also very curious about what the future direction would be in the blue light curtain. And this time, Arceus's appearance was obviously more different than the last time. It seemed that Arceus had already had some inner fluctuations. Adieu, Ziba. Adieu, if you have nothing to say at this time, you can learn from us and not speak. Adieu, because we don't know either. Adieu was trying to save face for Ziba in the barrage, and on the other hand, he also sent a barrage to see if anyone could say anything. Because he felt that too few people knew about this matter. Some time ago, Daigo said that the 3 gems might be used to summon the 3 legendary Pokémon in the Fengyuan area. But now, the 3 legendary Pokémon have all appeared. And they appeared in advance. So why did Xiaozhi still use 3 orbs? Daigo, I just consulted many Pokémon doctors in Fengyuan region for details. Daigo, I also looked through many books at home and books of the regional association. Daigo, I really didn't find any specific details. Daigo, we are just guessing about the use of the 3 orbs. Daigo, I guess he can summon 3 legendary Pokémon in Fengyuan region. Daigo, but now that the 3 beasts have appeared, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain has chosen to use the 3 orbs. Daigo, it is possible that the use of the orbs in the blue light curtain is different from ours. While talking, Daigo continued to pay attention to the dynamics in the blue light curtain. Because Groudon was the first to appear. If there is a real battle, it is Groudon that takes the lead and starts the first battle. If it is Groudon in the original return state, Daigo guessed that its attributes should have added volcanic power and fire attributes on the basis of the original ground attributes. Shirana, what Mr. Daigo said just now is also very correct. Shirana, we can only rely on guesses for details. Shirana, moreover, this primitive return state of Groudon should have added fire-related attributes. Shirana, it is possible that this Pokémon will release the power of fire attributes and volcanic power when it returns to its original state. Dante, I guess that Kyogre and Groudon in the blue light curtain have the ability of primitive return and primitive power. Dante, it should be similar to the super evolution of Pokémon. Dante, that's my guess. As Dante and Shirana spoke, many trainers nodded again and again. Because everyone can't capture the next direction of the blue light curtain very well now. So we can only understand it through constant guesses. While everyone was guessing, there was a new movement in the blue light curtain on the other side. In the blue light curtain, after Groudon completely integrated the power of the gem, his entire body also underwent a huge change. On the original basis, his body became even bigger. It became about 1.5 times the size of the original body. The huge body that covered the sky and the sun. And there were many yellow stripes and even bigger claws added to the whole body. All of them showed everyone his powerful strength. But even with such a powerful strength, Groudon in the current state still stood there without any movement. It seemed that he was waiting for Xiaozhi's answer. After Xiaozhi heard Groudon's invitation to fight just now and won the battle. You can make Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza your partners in 3.0. Xiaozhi also smiled gently and waved his hand to let his Pikachu come up. Pika Pika. Xiaozhi, here I come. Meow, help me, I can't fly. While Pikachu was talking, he also jumped up twice. But he found that Xiaozhi was in a high position and couldn't get up at all. So Meow chuckled and teleported Pikachu directly to Xiaozhi's shoulder. And Xiaozhi's girlfriends were a little lower. Looking at Xiaozhi now, he can actually float by himself. Suddenly, Nancy also realized it. Xiaozhi, you should have combined psychic power and the power of wave guide to make yourself float, right? It's really amazing. Nancy praised Xiaozhi while feeling proud of her boyfriend. And Xiaozhi nodded. The reason why he can float is because he has combined psychic power and the power of wave guide. And now, Groudon saw that Pikachu was also on Xiaozhi's shoulder. When he took a closer look at Xiaozhi's current state, Groudon suddenly shook violently. Roar! I thought before. It was the legendary Phantom Pokémon. It successfully floated Xiaozhi. I didn't expect that Xiaozhi used his own power to make himself fly. Xiaozhi, can you teach me how to fly? I can teach you my exclusive skill, the cliff sword, which is very powerful. Guo, who was in the state of primitive return, immediately became restless. He has always had a dream. After Xiaozhi heard what Groudon said, he smiled gently. Okay. If you want to learn, I will teach you, and I can also. Chapter 191 Arceus, this is the peak state of another world. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi and Groudon communicated for a while. Groudon was also particularly envious of Xiaozhi's ability to fly, as well as his state and skills. And Xiaozhi also promised Groudon that he could teach him to fly. But before that, they had to start fighting. And Xiaozhi also said, it can help Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza all improve their strength. After hearing what Xiaozhi said, Groudon nodded immediately. At the same time, he roared loudly, saying I am ready. At the same time, Kyogre, who was not far behind Groudon, had calmed down at this moment. And their boss, Rayquaza, was hovering beside them, watching and sharing. But this did not affect the conflict between Kyogre and Groudon. Chew. Then I look forward to your improvement in strength. Groudon, think about it carefully. When we fought before, did you walk home every time? And I swam home every time. Every time we tried to stop the fight, Rayquaza persuaded us to. After that, he flew away, I swam. You walked back by yourself. Kyogre seemed to be laughing at Groudon not far away, and at the same time he seemed to be telling a fact. And Kyogre's words undoubtedly hit Groudon's sore spot. Roar! What are you talking about, Kyogre? If you fight me, you may not be able to beat me. And don't slander me. Don't say that I walk back every time after a fight. Where did I walk? Have you ever seen a walker? Is it that fast? I was clearly running back. You are bullying me because I can't fly now. When I learn to fly with Xiaozhi, I'll see how you can compete with me in the future. While Groudon was roaring and talking, he also mobilized all his momentum. He was ready to fight Xiaozhi. After seeing that Groudon was fully prepared, Xiaozhi nodded. Guo, you and Kyogre should be in the state of primal regression, which should be similar to the state of Pokémon in Mega Evolution. But primal regression is very different from Mega Evolution in normal state. Primal regression does not require the participation of the trainer, and your primal regression has no time limit. Unless you take the initiative to cancel it, you will always be in the state of primal regression. While Xiaozhi was talking, he also explained the original regression. Groudon nodded after hearing what Xiaozhi said. In fact, he didn't know too much about the original regression state, but it was definitely not too little. Every time he fought with Kyogre, he basically got really angry and went into the original regression state. And every time when they fought the most intensely, the weather in Fengyuan area would become very bad. And basically at the same time, the boss Rayquaza appeared. Kyogre and Groudon actually knew about it. Rayquaza can actually be understood as the leader of the super ancient Pokémon. It is very powerful. And the attributes of Rayquaza perfectly resist the attributes of Kyogre and Groudon. And it also perfectly countered the characteristics of Kyogre and Groudon. So basically, as long as Rayquaza appears, the battle between Kyogre and Groudon basically couldn't continue. Alice, is this going to be a battle between Ash and 3 ancient Pokémon alone? Alice, this is too fantastical. Alice, previously, Ash sent his own Pokémon to fight against other Pokémon. Alice, it seems that only in the episode with the monster fossil pterosaur did Ash personally fight. Alice, at that time, the monster was Stone Wing Dragon was also beaten badly. Alice, but the gap between the monster fossil Wing Dragon and Kyogre, Groudon and Rayquaza is also very large. Alice is also very nervous now, because Alice feels the monster fossil Wing Dragon is also very powerful in the state of super evolution. but compared with the three mythical beasts in the Fengyuan area. And if we compare them with the incarnation of the earth, the incarnation of the ocean, and the incarnation of the sky, actually, Alice's people think the gap is too big. After all, although there are many powerful Pokémon among Xiaozhi's Pokémon, there are only a few that really fight with Xiaozhi. It seems that except for the day when Infernape evolves into Forsaken, there seems to be no other. Alan, according to the current appearance of the original Return Groudon, if the original ground attribute is added with the fire attribute, the weak attributes should be the ground attribute and the water attribute. Alan, when Xiaozhi piked with the monster fossil pterosaur in real life before, he should have kicked the monster fossil pterosaur directly. Alan, I don't know how many hills were crushed. Alan, that skill should be a fighting skill, right? No doubt. Alan is now also very worried about Xiaozhi, if he PKs with the original return state Groudon in real life. It's not that they think Xiaozhi can't defeat the original return state Groudon. But if Xiaozhi decides to use his own strength to fight Groudon, this makes everyone feel very worried. Because everyone feels that the ancient Pokémon in their original state, Groudon and Kyogre, even Rayquaza, whose strength has greatly increased, should be at the same level as Mewtwo in the 6 additional transformation states at that time. In this case, the strength must have skyrocketed. It is far beyond the first level mythical beasts in normal state. It is possible that in addition to the creator, the next batch will be these top level first level mythical beasts in their original state. Kaloon, Mr. Allen and Ms. Alice, you are still a little conservative. Kaloon, I think Xiaozhi will definitely be able to defeat Groudon and Kyogre with his own strength. Kaloon, even Rayquaza can be defeated in the future. Kaloon, and maybe Xiaozhi will give us a lot of surprises this time. Kaloon, maybe he developed his own skills while training Pokémon. Kalunau is now watching the blue screen with her Gardevoir. The other side is very confident. Like her, Sirona is the same. Sirona, we must believe in Xiaozhi in the blue screen, he will definitely be able to defeat this opponent. Sirona, and the original state of Groudon and Kyogre, they still rely on the gems used by Xiaozhi to return to 100% original state. Sirona, if Xiaozhi is not sure, he will definitely not use the gems. With Sirona's careful analysis, the audience nodded again and again. In the blue screen, the battle has already begun. Xiaozhi relies on his own strength to negotiate with the original state of Groudon. The size of the original state of Groudon is similar to that of Xiaozhi's 2 super ancient Pokémon. They are all several hundred meters tall. At this moment, the original return Groudon was fighting with Xiaozhi on a large open space in the south of the fighting island. But the more they fought, the more Groudon felt uncomfortable. Because Xiaozhi can fly, but he can't. Because Xiaozhi's speed is too fast and his reaction speed is too fast. It seems that he doesn't need to think. In comparison, Groudon's speed is still much slower. Although Groudon has many attack methods and very high attack attributes. Although Groudon's defense attributes, ordinary defense is also very high, and special defense is not low. But these attributes, these combat values improved by Groudon itself. In Xiaozhi's wonderful body skills, which are like passing through 1,000 flowers without getting a single leaf on his body, are completely invisible and intangible. Roar! Xiaozhi, why are you so powerful? What kind of skill is this move of yours? And your speed is too fast. Your reaction is too fast. It's even faster than our Pokémon. Is there a possibility that you are actually a human-shaped Pokémon? Groudon was talking while yelling. On the other hand, he felt that he was completely powerless while fighting. Because no matter whether it was his solar beam, smoke, or fire. Even later, Groudon used shadow clones and combined skills to attack. But these skills could not hit Xiaozhi at all. Xiaozhi dodged all of them 100%. And Xiaozhi seemed to be dodging every time he dodged. And this scene also shocked all the audience watching the game. They were worried that Xiaozhi would show too outrageous fighting skills. If he used various water, fire, and grass skills directly as a trainer, the scene would be too exaggerated. But when they saw that Xiaozhi was still a human, it was just that he might become a very, very powerful human. Their worries were completely gone. All thrown away. Just be a human. It's okay. It seems that Xiaozhi champion is still a human, but he is a more powerful person. I heard Xiaozhi champion is a trainer from Pallet Town, so we can call Xiaozhi a super rookie. It seems that before, when traveling in Kanto, over a large canyon, many people saw Xiaozhi champion kick a super giant Pokemon of 20 to 30 meters and make it lose its combat ability. It seems that the name of super rookie has already come out at that time. With the communication between the audience, everyone talked more and more. The more they talked, the more they knew that Xiaozhi was so powerful before. At this moment, Xiaozhi's girlfriends saw Xiaozhi's outstanding performance, and he actually had the upper hand in the face of Groudon in the original return state, after making Groudon unable to touch him at all. This also made all the girlfriends very happy. Misty, it seems that when Xiaozhi was training, he trained his evasive and fighting skills to the highest level. And Xiaozhi's skills were very good at the beginning. It was only later that he failed to show his fighting ability as the Pokemon became stronger and stronger. Nancy, that's it. As Xiaozhi became stronger and stronger, the Pokemon he needed to fight became fewer and fewer. This time, Groudon and Kyogre in their original state, and Rayquaza with fully improved momentum. It may be a particularly good opportunity for Xiaozhi. Latios, Xiaozhi is really strong. It is even stronger than our Pokemon. In that case, Xiaozhi and I are both Pokemon. Then we can. As Xiaozhi's girlfriends continued to discuss, the dynamics of the scene became clearer and clearer. After Groudon had been fighting Xiaozhi for a long time, he himself couldn't touch Xiaozhi at all. And Xiaozhi seemed to be training Groudon. Maybe it was just like when Xiaozhi captured Swallow and evolved it into King Swallow. Training can be done when there is no capture. And not only is Groudon very shocked now. Even Groudon in its original state, Kyogre and Rayquaza who were watching not far behind him. Even Arceus in the sky were shocked to varying degrees. Kyogre. Although Groudon can't fly or enter the water, his strength is unquestionable. Especially strong. The attacking means are also very strong, but I didn't expect that Xiaozhi could restrain him so much. Then I will fight Xiaozhi soon. How will he fight? In order to ensure fairness, we must not fight in the water. 463. Should I fight on the ground? That would be unfair to me. And Xiaozhi's ability to fly and hide is too shocking. I have never heard of it before. Kyogre was talking to his boss Rayquaza in the language of Pokemon. On the other hand, he was thinking about how to fight Xiaozhi. After the comprehensive improvement of the orb, Rayquaza obviously felt his own strength. Besides, because he usually lives in the ozone layer, he rarely encounters opponents. Except for one time, he encountered a very strange, alien-like existence that flashed by. He never encountered other Pokemon again. So Rayquaza was also thinking about what to do next. Rayquaza. Kyogre, you ask me, I don't have a good solution either. But you should go up to fight first. Xiaozhi and you will probably take one person on land and one on the sea. Or you are in the sea and Xiaozhi is flying in the sky. In that case, you have to fight with long-range and contact attacks. But it looks like it's hard to hit. Growo is so big, but his speed is too far behind Ash's. Kyogre, you are also very big. But to be honest, your speed is about the same as Groudon's. My speed is also very fast, and I can fly, but it seems that I am not as fast as Ash's. Rayquaza is also very troubled now. Because of the upcoming battle, he also wants to show his strength, including his trump card skills, the finishing touch. Although this move can descend rapidly at the fastest speed and attack the opponent, carrying unparalleled power to attack the opponent. But with this speed, Rayquaza used to think he was very fast. But now he thinks it's not good enough. Boom! And now, with a loud rumble in the field, Groudon has been defeated. In the process of defeating, Xiaozhi didn't even why is he so aggressive? Xiaozhi's performance is very much like that of a trainer. All the audience felt a deep sense of identification. Xiaozhi is still a human, but he is very powerful. After being defeated, Groudon was also convinced and came to Xiaozhi's back with his thick, but not too long legs, declaring that he is Xiaozhi's Pokémon. Kyogre, Rayquaza, you two come together. When Xiaozhi said this, the Azure Wave power immediately emerged from his body. The Emerald Green power of Evergreen. The Red Super power. After the three colors were mixed, an extremely powerful golden light burst out from Xiaozhi. After seeing this scene, Arceus finally had an expression. And he spoke. This is the peak state of another world. Chapter 192 Dandy, Xiaozhi who shocked the god of creation. In the blue light curtain. When Xiaozhi fully condensed his aura and his ability, the three-color energy directly converged into golden energy and gushed out. Even Arceus couldn't help but be moved. This is the top ability state in another world. Arceus' heart was now full of shock. He didn't expect it. While he was always paying attention to Xiaozhi, Xiaozhi actually showed such a strong power again. In fact, all these days, when Xiaozhi left Pallet Town, even when Xiaozhi was still young and started training, Arceus began to pay attention to Xiaozhi. No matter what kind of skills Xiaozhi developed or created, Arceus paid attention to it at the first time. He originally thought that Xiaozhi was already very powerful before and could start creating. But he didn't expect that Xiaozhi's creation seemed endless. After creating new moves and integrating new moves, Xiaozhi himself actually began to integrate, which could surpass the limit of power. This move, in the other world created by Arceus, is a transformation unique to the fighting race called Xian. It is said that only one super warrior appears every few thousand years. And the other world is very different from the spirit world. The other world is basically based on human fighting. And the spirit world, from the original focus on the trainer's own training, gradually evolved into the spirits fighting together. Then evolved into a battle mode dominated by spirits fighting against each other. The two sides are completely different. To evolve into a Super Xian, you need to maintain a pure and balanced heart to increase the cells in your body called S cells. And in another world, in order to transform into a Super Xian, in addition to the training itself, you need to be very strong. You also need to be extremely angry to evolve into a Super Xian. You can complete the transformation after an instant explosive growth. But now, Xiaozhi in the spirit world is not extremely angry. He is very confident and very calm. It seems that everything is like flowing water. The extremely powerful evasion ability that Xiaozhi showed before should be another state called Ultra Instinct in that world. This state of Ultra Instinct is also an ability in the Super Xian world. Arceus is no longer in a simple floating state in the sky. He has begun to move left and right, continuing to watch Xiaozhi's battle with Kyogre and Rayquaza. Although the battle has not yet started, the momentum of both sides has been completely improved. Arceus' current state is completely different from the state when he watched Xiaozhi fight Mewtwo on the new island. At that time, Arceus was just observing Xiaozhi seriously. He did not show too much shock. Because Xiaozhi at that time was commanding his Pokémon to fight. But Xiaozhi now, he fights directly with his physical body. This is completely different from commanding Pokémon. It can be said that Xiaozhi now has enough ability to move Arceus. Because Arceus saw abilities that did not belong to the Pokémon world in Xiaozhi. And this super powerful ability was also integrated into Xiaozhi. And there is no doubt that Arceus's shocking behavior and careful observation were also captured by all the audience. Whether it was the audience in the blue light screen or the audience watching the double comparison live broadcast room, they all captured it firmly. Quartz Plateau for Heavenly Kings. Kona, these various energies on Xiaozhi have appeared before. Kona, but they were not as powerful as before. Shiba, before, these energy fluctuations on Xiaozhi, after being fully upgraded, we felt that he was completely comparable to the power of the first-level legendary beast. Shiba, but now the super ancient Pokemon Groudon in the original return state, and the original return Kyogre he is facing now, and after being complete life upgraded Rayquaza is definitely stronger than the Supreme God. Kikyuko, that's right. Kikyuko, what Shiba said now is very valuable. It seems that he is making continuous progress. Adu, I seem to understand why I in the blue light screen can't control myself a little when I see this black and gold Rayquaza. Adu, if it were me in the real world, I might be even more unable to control myself. 4 king-level trainers in the Chengdu area of Kanto. And Adu, who has the strength of a champion, also expressed their inner shock at the first time. Because they can completely feel the blue light curtain. They each expressed their own shock. The most important thing is that Arceus is constantly walking around. Continuously floating in the air. The non-stop void walks back and forth on its hooves, observing Xiaozhi. This move is too shocking. That's the god of creation. 4 heavenly kings of Hone region. Hanazuki, if you ask me, the trend now is that Xiaozhi will directly explode his superhuman state. Hanazuki, punch and kick Kyogre and Rayquaza, and maybe even communicate with the god of creation. Feng Rong, Huayu is still as passionate as ever, and still advocates this kind of straightforward personality. Feng Rong, actually I guess it's true, I guess Xiaozhi must be fighting 2 people alone. Feng Rong, but I guess it shouldn't be as easy as beating a Groudon in its original state. Feng Rong, after all, Rayquaza's ability should be more powerful than the original Groudon and Kyogre combined. As soon as Feng Rong left a message, the other heavenly kings followed immediately. Bonnie, what Fu Rong said makes sense. Rayquaza plus Kyogre is probably should be equal to about 6 Groudon. Genji, Bonnie's Bonnie equation is very interesting. Genji, if we assume that Groudon plus Kyogre in the original state is less than a normal Rayquaza, then after being upgraded by Xiaozhi's gem, Rayquaza must be equal to about 4 or 5 Groudon or Kyogre. Genji, in that case, the upgraded Rayquaza plus 1 Kyogre should be equal to. Genji, I think you are still conservative, Bonnie. I think it should be equal to 7 to 8, or even 10 Groudon. The 4 king-level trainers in the Feng Yuan region also began to calculate the specific strength ratio. With Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza being so powerful Pokémon, and in such a high state of upgrade, everyone also began to calculate. In the end, how many Kyogre and Groudon are equal to Rayquaza at its peak. But everyone calculated and calculated. Soon they found a problem. No matter how much they calculated, they could not calculate the strength of Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi is too powerful. The 4 heavenly kings of Sinnoh. Alio, by the way, I haven't spoken for a long time. Alio, but this time I think Xiaozhi's performance in the blue light screen is really too strong. Alio, I think Sinnoh Great Lord must be very shocked by Xiaozhi. Alio, because I guessed before that Sinnoh Great Lord has been observing Xiaozhi for a long time. Alio, his appearance this time may have a certain purpose. Alio, after all, the time he observed Xiaozhi on the new island before it lasted for a very short time, and he didn't speak. As soon as Alio's message came out, immediately obtained the Sinnoh region. Many trainers who are watching support. Especially the top trainers from the Sinnoh region. Kikuno, actually, I was watching Groudon intently just now. Kikuno, because Groudon has the ground attribute no matter it is in normal state or in its original state. Kikuno, this makes me, a trainer with ground attribute, feel very obsessed. Kikuno, but even if I am so obsessed, I know that Xiaozhi's strength is definitely much stronger than the original Groudon. Kikuno, Xiaozhi is always improving. As soon as Kikuno left a message, Day followed up. Day, I was communicating with Densi just now. Day, after all, Groudon in its original state should represent the power of the earth and the power of volcanoes. This fire attribute also makes me feel deeply impressed. Yet, but I suddenly changed my perspective, Xiaozhi. Yet, especially Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, he can easily convince Groudon. Yet, doesn't it prove that Xiaozhi is even more powerful? As everyone, one after another, for the blue light curtain, Wusong was not willing to lag behind Xiaozhi's praise in the video. Wusong, both of you are right, but I think the most amazing thing about Xiaozhi is that he can fly directly out of thin air. Wusong, didn't Nancy in the blue light screen say that before? This should be the use of psychic power. Wusong, it is possible that Xiaozhi's control over himself has reached the peak when he is training. When Wusong, a Super King level trainer with psychic attribute in the Sinnoh region, typed his message on the barrage, it immediately received a full house of applause. Because everyone just now, we were all discussing Xiaozhi's superhuman state, Xiaozhi's Pokemon, and the tactics used by Chili, and how to convert the abilities of Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre. So gradually, they talked and 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 talked. On the contrary, there was a slight forgetfulness about the heroic performance of Xiaozhi at the beginning, such a state of being able to fly in broad daylight. If this happened to other trainers, it would definitely be a hot topic among hot topics. But in this case, after it happened to Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, the reason why everyone forgot about it while talking about it was because there were really too many secrets about Xiaozhi. Whether it was one unexpected skill after another, or one after another, the self-created skills that made people feel amazed. Especially, there were many people speculating. This time, Arceus came to the scene in person. And he was obviously more shocked than last time. Everyone was speculating whether Arceus would make any move this time. Or, as many trainers speculated, Xiaozhi and Arceus actually had a certain relationship. If we speculate from this, there are really too many secrets for everyone to explore. In the blue light curtain, at this moment, Kyogre and Rayquaza in their original state have completely raised their strength to the peak. Just now, in the fierce battle between the two sides, Kyogre has frequently used his signature skill, Root Fluctuation. And Rayquaza has used the skill of Finishing Touch several times. Every time Rayquaza used Finishing Touch before, he was able to directly resolve the dispute. Rayquaza circled in the sky for a few circles, then quickly descended and attacked the opponent. Basically, as long as the momentum came out, the opponent could not take it. Including before, when he resolved the dispute between Kyogre and Groudon in the original state. Basically, as long as the finishing touch came out, the dispute could be perfectly resolved, Groudon would walk home directly, and Kyogre would swim home directly. But the current situation made Rayquaza rack his brains and couldn't remember it. Because now Rayquaza, with its momentum fully raised, attacked with the finishing touch, but still couldn't touch even a hair of Xiaozhi. And Kyogre in the original state was the same. He had used the root wave many times. Every time Kyogre felt that his root wave was more effective than the previous times. It was more powerful and faster. And after the overwhelming root wave was sprayed out, if the range was calculated by volume, it might cover the size of thousands of Xiaozhi. But this root wave that could cover the size of thousands of Xiaozhi. When the countless bright white rays attacked Xiaozhi, they couldn't touch even a hair of Xiaozhi. This seemed to have never happened to Kyogre in the original state. Originally, Kyogre thought that there was something wrong with his state today. But when he mobilized the momentum of his whole body and tried again, he could mobilize the momentum of his whole body very well every time. Hello, Ma Wang. Every time, he could mobilize all kinds of states of his whole body very well. This shows that Kyogre is very strong now and not weak at all. Before, Rayquaza also doubted his own strength. He doubted whether there was something wrong with his own judgment. Is there something wrong with his finishing touch? Is there no way to attack with the same super high speed? But after that, Rayquaza also judged his own strength again in the finishing touch again and again. He also found that his strength was only stronger than before, and much stronger. There was no problem at all. And Rayquaza also felt that Xiaozhi was really very strong. Even if it was not Xiaozhi's Pokémon, it would be greatly improved after fighting with Xiaozhi. So, now in the battle, Kyogre, who has returned to his original form, and Rayquaza, who is firing on all cylinders, are both confused. But at this moment, Xiaozhi, who is fighting against Kyogre and Rayquaza, has the condition is getting better and better. Groudon, go help your two good friends, come together. Xiaozhi's words immediately shocked Kyogre behind him. He had originally planned how to show his loyalty to Xiaozhi. But now Xiaozhi asked him to turn around and continue the PK? Groudon's mind turned, and he felt that he understood. Roar! Don't worry, Xiaozhi. I will definitely lead them to fight well. That will I become the boss in the future? While saying this, Groudon immediately walked to the opposite side of Xiaozhi in 3 or 4 steps. And he didn't give Xiaozhi a chance to explain this sentence. It seems that Groudon has already accepted that he is the boss. When Rayquaza and Kyogre saw Groudon joining in, they looked at each other, raising their momentum again. It's time to use the ultimate move. Chapter 193, a battle that has won countless fans. Xiaozhi, it's time to fight. In the blue light curtain. When Xiaozhi commanded Groudon to return to the opposite side and fight together with his two good friends again. Groudon was also stunned for a moment. He felt that he had figured it out. He thought that the reason was that he was the boss. So, Groudon ran over happily and began to increase his momentum. And Rayquaza and Kyogre in the primitive state. Seeing that Groudon in the primitive state also came, the 3 super ancient Pokémon looked at each other. Immediately, the 3 Pokémon also completely increased their momentum. For a moment, in the primitive state, the strength seemed to have a very powerful leap. Many people simply couldn't understand this leap. However, they could clearly feel that the 3 super ancient Pokémon were in better condition than before. And it seemed that Xiaozhi was really guiding these Pokémon. And the 3 legendary Pokémon in Fengyuan continued to fight against Xiaozhi. This broadcast in Fengyuan, along with the hard work of countless war correspondents, attracted viewers from all over the world. Among them, some ancient tribes knew about the legend of Rayquaza. And the legend of Kyogre and Groudon. So these ancient tribes also passed on the information they knew through the official contact information of various TV stations. And the TV stations that learned the relevant news also broadcast this content in the entire region as soon as possible. This also allowed many viewers outside the Fengyuan area to learn about the legends of Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza. And it was matched. Many TV stations also broadcast some of the wonderful fighting scenes just now. It also made Xiaozhi gain countless fans again. Xiaozhi's previous battles have long been familiar to people all over the world. And the previous turmoil in Fengyuan area this time has also made many surrounding areas feel it. But the people at the first time were very confused, they didn't know what happened. But now, after they sorted out the story, everyone understood. This is Xiaozhi saving the world. If Xiaozhi hadn't been there, the Fengyuan area's magma team and ocean team, their evil plans might have a little chance of success. Because these two organizations are usually in the eyes of ordinary 463 people, they are pure villains. They think about increasing land area or ocean area all day long. They don't think about balance at all. They don't think about coexistence at all. So it's great that the Fengyuan area's magma team and ocean team can be solved. Previously, what everyone was worried about was that the fight between Groudon plus Kyogre plus Rayquaza would affect ordinary people. Although everyone has also seen that the champion of the Fengyuan region, Daigo. When he first commanded Mega Metagross to attack, he was very decisive and efficient. But after all, in the original state of regression, Even if they were not in a 100% regression state, if Kyogre and Groudon joined forces, Daigo might not be able to handle it alone. And even if there were many other top trainers at the scene, when the panic among the crowd began to spread, these top trainers could not deal with the panic among the crowd well. The reason why all of this can be solved. And it has become the situation where Xiaozhi may have to capture these 3 legendary Pokémon. It is because of Xiaozhi's wave power and Xiaozhi's own performance in the Superman state. And everyone has also seen the background of Arceus. Before, many people in the blue light screen did not know what Arceus was. But now they already know. Because many trainers in the Sinnoh region have given them some information. Some information about the Sinnoh Great Lord, the God of Creation, and the basics of Arceus. All of this after piling up all the information, the conclusion drawn is very simple, just 4 short words. Xiaozhi, awesome. These 4 words at this moment have spread throughout the entire Pokémon world. Everyone is admiring Xiaozhi's battle with Super State. Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza in their original state with their bodies shining. And now Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza. After going through a mysterious ritual shared by the 3 Pokémon just now, their own momentum is even stronger. The speed is faster, the attack is stronger, and the durability is higher. Everything that can be seen is very fast. And now Pikachu on Xiaozhi's shoulder has begun to use skills one after another according to Xiaozhi's command. The previous Pikachu, when standing on Xiaozhi's shoulder, it has never used any skills. He followed Xiaozhi's command and watched the game from the best viewing position on his shoulder. Pika Pika. Xiaozhi is really great. Pikachu now feels that he has fought with Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza in just 2 or 3 minutes. His feeling is also very different. While Xiaozhi was commanding, Pikachu used all kinds of novel skills. On the other hand, he was constantly coordinating his own abilities to fight in various battles. And now Xiaozhi also called his Pokémon up one by one for practice. It seemed that this battle had evolved from Xiaozhi's 1 against 3 to Xiaozhi and 1 of his Pokémon against these 3 super ancient Pokémon. It seemed that the fight had become Xiaozhi's normal daily team training match. And after Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza felt Xiaozhi's adjustment, they also cooperated very well in the sparring match. But their so-called sparring match completely improved their strength. And they felt that their strength could be further improved after reaching the peak. It seemed to be a state of extreme sublimation. It seemed that there was endless energy in the dark, replenishing their physical strength. Groudon. I feel that my energy is endless now. It seems that my physical strength is endless. The intensity of this battle is so high. I can actually hold on for so long. Kyogre. If it were before, such a high-intensity battle would not have been able to last for so long. It seems that someone is constantly replenishing our energy. Otherwise, I would not have been able to use the root wave so many times. Rayquaza. Don't think too much for now. Since you can improve your strength, hurry up and train. I haven't had such a hearty battle for a long time. As the Pokémon communicated with each other, they also raised their momentum again. But after the momentum was raised, for Xiaozhi, he also raised his momentum, and would only rotate his Pokémon one by one. Soon, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. After Xiaozhi completely crushed Kyogre, Rayquaza, and Groudon in speed, reaction, and skills, Xiaozhi's Pokémon seemed to be able to fight back and forth with the Pokémon in the state of primitive return. And everyone can see that although only Kyogre and Groudon have undergone primitive return, Rayquaza has not undergone primitive return. But Rayquaza seems to have a powerful posture after super evolution. Soon, under everyone's constant attention, when all of Xiaozhi's Pokémon have successfully passed around, it seems that Xiaozhi also wants to end this battle. Then, Xiaozhi's body was full of light and burst out again. After this golden light burst out, only 3 crisp sounds were heard. Groudon, Rayquaza, and Kyogre had already released their primal reversion. or they were in a state similar to Mega Evolution and lost their combat capability. At that moment, the golden light flashed, and no one could tell what happened. But the fact is that as Xiaozhi threw out his 3 poke balls, Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon were successfully captured. The 4 heavenly kings of the Unova region. Wanlong, oh my god, I never thought that Xiaozhi could fight against 3 top-level level 1 legendary beasts at once. Wanlong, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon. These must be level 1 legendary beasts. They are too powerful. Lian Yu, in the previous battle, Xiaozhi in the blue light screen showed a dominance that was really too strong. Lian Wu, he doesn't seem to need to show off his fighting skills too much. Lian Wu, in his subconscious, he can directly fight against fierce enemies without even thinking. He dodged the attacks of Sora, Kyogre, and Groudon. This seems to be a very free and easy skill. Lingberry, you see, the shock on the face of Sinnoh Lord in the blue light screen is becoming more and more obvious. Although his facial expression is very difficult to capture, it is obvious that he, as the creator god, was surprised by Xiaozhi and he was moved. Catlia, in this case, Xiaozhi has completed the capture of the 3 legendary Pokémon in the Fengyuan region and completed a 3-0 victory over Mr. Daigo in the first half. I guess he will continue in the second half immediately. Catlia, in this way, will he be able to complete the challenge of the Fengyuan region at a very fast speed? Catlia, and then directly enter Sinnoh? Catlia, after the Sinnoh region is quickly beaten, can we enter our Unova region? Catlia, I can't wait to be friends with Xiaozhi. With the 4 king-level trainers in the Unova region, especially Catlia's idea, all the viewers watching the double comparison live broadcast room suddenly woke up. Because the current situation seems to be like this. Based on the original foundation, everyone can clearly capture the difference between the red light curtain and the blue light curtain. In this case, blue Xiaozhi may speed up the pace of exploration. It is possible that the gym training matches will be played faster and faster, and then turn to the challenge of fast regional competitions. But on the basis of playing faster and faster, everyone also believes that Xiaozhi is appreciating the beauty of the region. And there will definitely be adjustments in the capture of Pokémon. It is possible that in the blue light curtain, some general broadcasts will be made with some trade-offs. When it comes to the exciting parts, the details may be a little thinner. The 4 heavenly kings of Kalos. Pakala, Miss Catlia is right. I also hope that Xiaozhi can come to the Kalos region quickly. After all, we have Miss Serena waiting for Xiaozhi here. I am also waiting for Xiaozhi. Doracina, oh, Pakala, you didn't even mention me. Doracina, I am also waiting for Xiaozhi. Doracina, and Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain also captured the incarnation of the sky, Rayquaza. Rayquaza must be a Pokémon with dragon attributes. Its extremely powerful appearance really makes people fall into deep obsession. Shimei, I am looking forward to fighting with Xiaozhi's Kyogre in the blue light curtain. This is a legendary first-level beast. Yankai, I believe that Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain will also capture more steel-attributed Pokémon in the future. Yankai, in addition to the very powerful Crystal Onyx plus Steelix, maybe Xiaozhi in the blue light screen can also capture Iron Dumbbell. The 4 king-level trainers in the Kalos region also left messages in the barrage one by one. Female trainers are more concerned about when Xiaozhi can come to make friends with them. Male trainers are mostly concerned about when Xiaozhi can fight with them, even if they are not in the same world. They are looking forward to it. And they also know that everyone's messages and barrages in the double comparison live broadcast room will be seen by Xiaozhi in their own world. In this case, Xiaozhi in his own world will definitely keep working hard. In this way, both sides will have a great improvement, and Xiaozhi's progress will be seen. And at this moment in the real world, Xiaozhi is on the training ground of the Quartz Conference. He has indeed been training with Mr. Adu for a long time. During this time, both sides have used their strongest strength. If Xiaozhi faced Mr. Adu before, it would be impossible for him to survive several rounds. But now, Xiaozhi has several rewards in the double comparison live broadcast room. Plus he keeps learning and improving, and keeps referring to many books. And he keeps imitating the various advantages of himself in the red light curtain and the blue light curtain. And keeps learning their tactics and battle command strategies. Cooperating with the rewards in the double comparison live broadcast room, Xiaozhi got Pikachu's electric ball, the cheats of Charizard's Thunder Dragon mode, and the training guide for the intimacy of all Pokémon. Plus Bulbasaur and related props of Squirtle. Plus some props that were rewarded later. It can be said that Xiaozhi's current main lineup is already very strong, which is all due to Xiaozhi's efforts. And he keeps cheering. Now Adu is waving his hand, indicating a 2-minute break, and starting to comment on it. Because Xiaozhi's performance just now is indeed very good. Besides, Adu could clearly see that Xiaozhi was holding his breath. Xiaozhi, you are now in the blue light screen. After Xiaozhi completed the capture of Rayquaza, Groudon and Kyogre, all the people on the fighting island cheered. All the people watching around the world also cheered. They thought Xiaozhi might only fight these 3 Pokémon. If he could capture them, he would, but it might not be possible. Will act so relaxed and comfortable. But what everyone asked was unexpected. Xiaozhi acted so relaxed and comfortable. And it seems that he had already started to improve the 3 Pokémon in the previous battle. After everything was settled and everything was handled, Daigo also quickly arranged the things at hand and wanted to continue fighting with Xiaozhi. Because Daigo saw Xiaozhi and captured 3 more legendary Pokémon, and they were the 3 Pokémon in the Fengyuan area. Daigo wanted to have a good battle with Xiaozhi, and she just happened to have 3 Pokémon left. Xiaozhi, I just happened to have 3 Pokémon left. Please continue to play with me and finish the second half of the game. While Daigo was talking, the fighting spirit in his eyes was also burning. Chapter 194 Daigo's Absolute Trump Card. Xiaozhi, it's decided to be you. In the blue light curtain. After Daigo continued to invite Xiaozhi to challenge in the second half, Xiaozhi nodded and agreed directly. Xiaozhi still respected Daigo very much. Because Daigo had given a very correct command as soon as the Magma team and the Aqua team came out. And Daigo's reputation in the Fengyuan area is also very good. And fighting with Daigo, Xiaozhi can also experience the feeling of fighting with the champion trainer again. Because Xiaozhi knows that the main Pokémon of the champion trainer has the ability to confront the first level god head-on. And Xiaozhi also believes that the main Pokémon of the champion level trainer is much stronger than the first level god to a certain extent. Because the trainer can be flexible command. You can play tactics. And the legendary Pokémon Dash, the first level beast. Even if it is Kyogre and Groudon in the original return state, or Rayquaza that can undergo real super evolution in the future. This is not as good as the state of the main Pokémon of the champion trainer. So, Xiaozhi and Daigo continued to return to the arena. Once the trainers of both sides were in place, the audience who had been scattered around the fighting island in groups of 3 or 2 immediately returned to the arena. After Xiaozhi's battle with Rayquaza, Kyogre and Groudon just now, many spectators shouted that it was very exciting to watch. But on the basis of watching it very exciting, they wanted to watch it more exciting. So for a while, a large number of spectators also returned to their original seats without touching the ground. Even this time, there were more people who returned than those who left at that time. Because this time, after Xiaozhi conquered the 3 legendary Pokémon in the Fengyuan area, many people came to the fighting island again, and many people took various transportation props to the arena. Watch the battle between Xiaozhi and Daigo. There are even more people watching various video broadcasts and broadcasts on various TV stations. If the audience who watched the duel between Xiaozhi and Daigo at that time was about 50,000, then the current number has reached about 200,000. This is completely full of seats in the arena of the fighting island. But even if there is no room at all, it still does not stop everyone from standing or squatting to watch. Or as long as you come to an island, you can find a place to watch the enthusiasm with broadcast equipment. Everyone thinks that as long as you come to the fighting island, everything else is not a problem. As long as you can come here, feel the enthusiastic atmosphere of everyone, and feel the atmosphere of watching the battle live. This is far from what you can experience by watching the duel through TV, live broadcast, video, and broadcast. Hey, do you think Xiaozhi will let his Fengyuan three gods appear at the beginning of this time? At this moment, many new spectators are also asking their relatives and friends who came with them. I think it's very possible. And Xiaozhi seems to be able to unlock the deeper state of the Fengyuan three gods, including allowing the Fengyuan three gods to completely return to their original state at 100%. This complete return seems to be due to Xiaozhi's use of 3 gems. If there is no Xiaozhi, the power of the Fengyuan three gods may not be so strong. Many people were thinking while constantly moving forward to gain a favorable position. Many people also noticed at this moment. Arceus, who had been walking around in the sky and watching carefully, has not left yet. Now he seems to be planning to watch this series of duels between Daigo and Xiaozhi. At this time, it also attracted a lot of speculation from the audience. There are also speculations from trainers. Hiva. It can basically be confirmed. Xiaozhi must be related to Arceus. While talking, Hiva also got up from his seat. He stood up and cheered for Xiaozhi and Daigo. Adu. There must be a connection. If there is no connection, the god of creation would not have stayed here for such a long time. And it is impossible that the interest he showed is getting bigger and bigger. Adu was observing from top to bottom. On the other hand, he was also looking forward to Xiaozhi, who would be able to use Black Gold Rayquaza in the first game. Adu was very jealous of Black Gold Rayquaza. That is the pinnacle of dragon attribute Pokemon. And it has the appearance of a dragon, and it is very majestic and domineering. It seems that in the legend, it lives in space. You know, it is a place that almost no human has ever been able to reach. Kikyuko. Xiaozhi really shocked us too much. After I took over the Tokiwa Gym recently, I also sorted out the Tokiwa Gym, and I knew. At that time, how strong was Sakaki of the Rocket Team, how strong was Sakake's control over Tokiwa, and how strong was Sakaki himself. Xiaozhi was able to win with overwhelming ability at that time. It will only be stronger now. Kikyuko was constantly recording while talking. Kikyuko took over the position of gym leader of Tokiwa City not long ago. In the gym, in the records that were not destroyed, Kikyuko also saw a lot of records left by Sakaki before. Those files detailed Sakake's current plan and the approximate combat status of Sakake's Pokemon. Xiaozhi looked at this information and felt more shocked the more he read. There is no doubt that there is a big gap between Xiaozhi's strength at that time and Xiaozhi's strength now. It's stronger now. And at this moment, with the continuous discussion of the audience around, Xiaozhi and Daigo in the field have already started fighting. In the first game, Daigo sent out Cradle Lily, which was well trained among his Pokemon. But no matter how well Daigo commanded, the gap in hard power between the Pokemon of both sides is still too big. So, Daigo took out his second Pokemon from the second half. After Daigo took out the second Pokemon, he also evolved it directly. When Mega Piscodra appeared, all the trainers in the Fengyuan region stood up and encouraged Daigo. Because everyone knows that this is Daigo's, it can be called the second trump card. The attributes of this Mega Piscodra can be said to be very good. The defense of the entire pure steel system is very wide, and the attribute attack resistance is very strong. And there are few weaknesses that are restrained. After seeing Mega Piscodra, Xiaozhi also sent out the original return of Groudon to fight. This is Groudon, the first battle representing Xiaozhi. Immediately, Groudon also opened fire, and the same Piscodra was not ambiguous. Relying on its high physical attack to attack, and high physical defense to resist. Combined with the filtering characteristics, Mega Agron held out for a long time under several rotations of the original Groudon's skills. During this period, Daigo also kept playing tactics, cooperation, and resonance. Even at the end, Daigo fully mobilized his momentum. Many viewers saw the shadow of Metagross and Mega Metagross in Mega Agron. This also made all the trainers in the Fengyuan region cheer for their champions again. And then Daigo also persisted for a long time again, fully playing out his combat experience. And Xiaozhi was also feeling the feeling of fighting with completely different champion trainers from different regions. But Groudon in the original state has endless abilities. And coupled with the restraint of fire and ground, Mega Agronix, after holding on for a while, could not hold on any longer, and his eyes were spinning and he lost his ability to fight. And Daigo had already anticipated this situation. Immediately, Daigo also took back Agronix and sent out his own Metagross again. When Daigo resonated with Metagross again and evolved Metagross into Mega Metagross, the unparalleled strength appeared again. Metagross has almost the same resistance attribute as Agronix. And it also has very few weaknesses. And the trainers in the Fengyuan area also know that Daigo's Mega Metagross has very powerful contact type skills. And the overall Mega Metagross is excellent in terms of durability, speed, and other aspects. And when Mega Metagross was summoned to suppress Team Magma and Team Ocean, Daigo and Metagross also performed particularly well. With almost no effort, the plot was suppressed. And when after the Super Metagross appeared again, everyone was speculating what kind of Pokemon Xiaozhi would use to fight this time. Because of Rayquaza's attributes, everyone felt that it was completely resisted by Mega Metagross. And the attribute of Kyogre, who returned to the original, is water. It seems that it has no advantage against Mega Metagross with steel and psychic attributes. So, based on this level of resistance, everyone suddenly thought of Pikachu, who had been traveling with Xiaozhi before. Not only the audience at the scene thought of Pikachu. Even the countless trainers watching in the double comparison live broadcast room thought of Pikachu. The four heavenly kings of the Alola region. Hala, Pikachu just now used a lot of skills on Xiaozhi's shoulder. It is possible that he has improved again together with Xiaozhi. Hala, is it possible that Pikachu has also learned Xiaozhi's super state and the state of infinite dodge and quick reaction ability? Marin, Pikachu. The skills commanded by Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain are basically based on general attributes, electric attributes, and steel attributes. Except for the electric attribute of this system, which is settled normally. Please give me flowers 0. Marin, the others are all resistant. Lizzie, it shouldn't be a big problem. The Pikachu and Xiaozhi just upgraded together on the fighting island of the blue light curtain must be very strong. Lizzie, maybe Pikachu has learned a lot from the battle with the 3 legendary Pokemon in the Fengyuan region just now. Maybe he has become much stronger. Kahiri, Xiaozhi's Pikachu in the blue light curtain can use electromagnetic levitation to fly a long time ago. Kahiri, if combined with excellent speed, it is possible that the advantage in the battle is still very large. Kahiri, although Metagross is also very fast, it is not particularly fast among the top Pokemon. Kahiri, in comparison, although I think it is definitely faster than 2 of the 3 legendary Pokemon in the Fengyuan region, it may not be as fast as the last top-level Rayquaza. Kahiri, but the speed of Ash's Pikachu, I think it is definitely much faster than the top-level Rayquaza. As several trainers in the Alola region spoke, including the ghost-attributed King Acerola who was behind, he also felt that if Ash used Pikachu, it would be a very good choice. Because Daigo's Metagross is very challenging. And it can almost be said to be the Pokemon that has followed Daigo for the longest time, and it is the initial Pokemon. And Pikachu is also a Pokemon that has followed Ash for a very long time. It is also the initial Pokemon. If these 2 Pokemon can fight each other, it can be said to be a tit-for-tat match. And when Daigo suppressed Team Magma and Team Aqua, the Super Metagross can basically be called a comet punch that destroys the world, and it can punch through the universe. And there is also the skill of mental strength, which can basically be called the ace among aces. It can attack and defend. And Daigo's Metagross is not only very good in battle. During the entire battle, it strictly executes orders. And the cooperation between Daigo and Metagross should be the best. So take everything together. This match between Pikachu and Metagross may be the most beautiful match ever played in the blue light screen. Xiao Mao, this match must be the most beautiful match ever. Xiao Mao, I think the strength of Daigo's champion is actually stronger than that of Adu's champion. Xiao Mao, so this time, the last match of Xiaozhi's battle in the blue light curtain is actually the most interesting. As Xiao Mao spoke, Adu also came out. Adu, I am very confident in my own Dragonite, Gyarados. Adu, as for who is stronger between me and Mr. Daigo, let's wait for the World Championship. Daigo, looking forward to it. Alice, take me. Alan, and me. Kaloon, same here. Shirana, I am really looking forward to the fight then. Dante, that's right. In the blue light curtain. After Daigo unveiled his Mega Metagross, Xiaozhi had already seen the dynamics and patted Pikachu on his shoulder at the same time. Pikachu is decided to be you. The moment Xiaozhi sent Pikachu out, Pikachu also happily jumped on Xiaozhi's shoulder, and then immediately jumped to the competition venue. Pika Pika Pika. Don't worry, Xiaozhi, I will do my best. While Pikachu was talking, he was also very confident. At the scene of the fighting island, all the audience and trainers watching this game have burst into thunderous applause at this moment. They had been looking forward to Xiaozhi's Pikachu fighting against Daigo's Mega Metagross. Because as we all know, these two Pokémon are the ace Pokémon of the two trainers. There is no need to elaborate on Daigo's absolute ace Mega Metagross. In one word, strong. And everyone still thinks that Xiaozhi's ace Pokémon, with so many legendary Pokémon, is still strong. Pikachu is an unshakable part of Xiaozhi's lineup. There is almost no Pokémon that can replace Pikachu's absolute main force. And Xiaozhi loves his Pikachu very much. Every training, every mission, every skill fusion is done very well. And as everyone stood up and applauded the trainers of both sides, almost no one was sitting and watching. Because everyone else stood up, if you didn't stand up, you couldn't see the battlefield correctly. Mega Metagross, 100% strength. Comet Punch. Daigo immediately resonated with his own Metagross again. In an instant, the Metagross turned into a blue shock wave. It rushed towards Pikachu. Chapter 195 Dandy, this is too strong. A mysterious man from Sinnoh joins the live broadcast room. In the blue light curtain. After Daigo commanded his Mega Metagross to use the powerful Comet Punch, Xiaozhi also made a counter-attack. Pikachu, Mega Slash. In an instant. As Xiaozhi said this, Pikachu also ran directly with great confidence, and rushed towards the Comet Punch that Mega Metagross was heading towards. In an instant, the speed at the scene was really too fast. Everyone could only vaguely observe that after Pikachu rushed out, he jumped high and his body was completely in the air. At the same time, the tail that was shining with a bright, pure white light also chopped directly at the Comet Punch that Mega Metagross was rushing towards. In an instant, the scene was also full of flying sand and rocks, accompanied by a burst of extremely thick smoke. Everyone couldn't see clearly. What's going on? What happened? Who am I? Where am I? What happened at the scene? Does Pikachu have the move of Giant Beast Slash? Is this another brand new skill developed by Xiaozhi? Why is this move a skill upgraded by Iron Tail, and why is it called Giant Beast Slash? Is it true that the damage to Pokémon with larger bodies is higher? There is definitely no problem with the strength of Mega Metagross. If you say that Xiaozhi's Pikachu can be defeated with one move, I definitely don't believe ID will take at least 2 moves. The audience at the scene. At this moment, they were also discussing. But they were also very excited. They knew Daigo's strength very well. They knew Xiaozhi's strength very well. They could accept that Xiaozhi continued to defeat Daigo. But they think that facing Daigo's absolute main force Mega Metagross. And this is the Mega Metagross that just overwhelmed the entire 463 Rock team and the Ocean team. No matter how powerful Xiaozhi's Pikachu is, it should take 2 moves, right? And everyone thinks that Pikachu's move is named Mega Slash, and it may resist Mega Metagross. Because Mega Metagross is twice as resistant to Steel attribute. Unless Xiaozhi's Pikachu uses this Mega Slash, it is no longer a skill of Iron Tail with Steel attribute. But it has become other attributes. But about some specific details, everyone at the scene can't see clearly. Just now it was too fast. And at the scene, many powerful trainers also stood up one after another. It seems that they want to use their perspective devices to watch the dynamics of the field one step ahead. This is what they prepared in advance, and they want to be one step ahead. Because, they want to see the results of the field first. Therefore, many people specially brought infrared detectors here. They plan to penetrate the smoke and carefully observe what happened inside. Who won? Who lost? But when they used their infrared equipment with great expectations, they were soon disappointed. Because of this infrared device, they could not see anything at all. The place where there was smoke before was still smoke. The place that was invisible before was still invisible now. Xiao Mao, to be honest, Xiaozhi's Pikachu in the blue light curtain has not fought for a while. Xiao Mao, but I feel that Pikachu's strength is still guaranteed. Xiao Mao, as strong as ever. While talking, Xiao Mao was also constantly recording and training. Now, he has also begun to imitate and learn his own skills by watching the screen of the double comparison live broadcast room. He is now through the skills displayed in the light curtain, thinking about dismantling them as soon as possible. Shinji, the more I think about this, the more impatient I am. Shinji, when will our Satoshi be successfully trained? Shinji, I can't wait to fight Satoshi. Shinji is also in the training ground of the Quartz Conference. While fighting hard, he is also paying attention to the red and blue light curtains. The current blue light curtain is also a great improvement for Shinji. He is also learning all kinds of knowledge and new tactics from it. Of course, Shinji also wants to fight Satoshi as soon as possible. Because that made him go from looking down on him to gradually understanding him. And now he has begun to have a little respect for him. But if you want Shinji to change from the little respect he has now to a complete respect for his strength, this is definitely possible only if you completely defeat Shinji. As a trainer in the Sinnoh region, Shinji has not yet met Xiaozhi in the red light curtain or the blue light curtain. So, he is also looking forward to what it will be like when he meets Xiaozhi in the red and blue light curtains. Gon, I wonder if you have noticed that Xiaozhi's Pikachu in the blue light curtain, before using the skill of Giant Beast / Gon, it was when he was on Xiaozhi's shoulder, following Xiaozhi to fight against Groudon in the original state, Kyogre in the original state, and the very strong Lekuza Gon, Pikachu seems to be absorbing the experience of the battle at that time. Gon, it seems that he has also gained a lot of improvement in similar battles. Suddenly, after Xiaozhi said this, many trainers recalled it. It is indeed like this. Because Xiaozhi is commanding Pikachu. When he, Pikachu, and other Pokémon that switched out faced the 3 legendary Pokémon from the Fengyuan region, Pikachu participated in the battle from the beginning to the end. Although he didn't attack many times. Later, it was the Pokémon in other teams of Xiaozhi who attacked. But the experience of this battle may have been what Pikachu has been gaining. If the experience of fighting against Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza is evenly divided into 30 parts, it is possible that Pikachu received all the 30 parts. And the other Pokémon may have only received about 3%. That is to say, Xiaozhi improved Pikachu. This time it is about 30 times that of other Pokémon. Add to that Xiaozhi's special training method. It is possible that the battle experience that Pikachu gained this time is about 30,000 times that of other ordinary trainers. This is too fast, too exaggerated. Although there is no data on combat experience and combat attributes in this world, but everyone has a vague estimate in their hearts. If Pokemon also has actual levels of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, it is possible that Pikachu has already broken through the limit of the maximum level a long time ago. Alice, Xiaogong, what you said just now makes a lot of sense. Alice, he is indeed a classic partner in the team. Alice, my Yaya also thought so just now. Alice, he said that one day, when Xiaozhi in the red light curtain and the blue light curtain meet me, Yaya will definitely show all his strength and fight well. Alice, he is particularly looking forward to it. While talking, Alice was also training in the training ground at home. At the same time, he was leaving messages on the barrage and watching the blue light curtain. During this period of time, Alice also learned a lot. If it were before, Alice might not have such a high grasp of the battle, and would not be so accepting of the battle system. Before, Alice thought that she could do without any battle system. She could also make her Pokemon very powerful. It can be said that Alice in the past was very resistant to the battle system. If she wanted to obtain the battle system, it would be a very simple thing. But Alice before thought. As a dragon attribute trainer, she is the pride of her region. If she can get a good result by relying on her own strength, without relying on additional improvement, without relying on the battle system, it will definitely be more powerful. But now, as Alice continues to pay attention to the blue light screen, she gradually understands. The battle system is also the best embodiment of the trainer's strength. If you have a battle system, your Pokemon will be very easy to fight. The strength is doubled or tripled. There is absolutely no problem. With the battle system, many moves that were previously unusable, or that were previously used, have a different power value. Very high moves. On the contrary, the power value can be greatly improved. This is also a very good point. Therefore, Alice also began to prepare to obtain the battle system. Alan, what Miss Alice said just now is very reasonable. Alan, in fact, I strongly suggest that Miss Alice should obtain a battle system. Alan, if you can obtain a battle system, your own strength will definitely be greatly improved. Alan, and I can feel the improvement of my Charizard's strength after the super evolution. Alan, and Charizard himself is also very happy. Alan, he also feels the improvement of his strength. Alan is now the first time to come out and give Alice a good guidance after seeing Alice's message. Because Alice, after all, is a very good trainer in the Unova region and a champion trainer in the Unova region. But Alice is too strict with herself when fighting normally. And she wants to use her original strength 100%. This leads to Alice not having contact with the battle system and not using it. However, when the rules allow, other top trainers use the battle system, and if you don't use the battle system, the difference is very big. So after feeling the small change in Alice's heart, Alan came out to persuade her as soon as possible. And with Alan's persuasion, many remaining trainers, they are also encouraging their friends around them to improve their strength if they can. The battle system is also part of the trainer's strength. And the current league battle has changed the rules. All battle systems can be used. Because this is also your strength. And there are many battle systems that can only be obtained in different regions. This also encourages trainers to travel continuously. Kaloon, I like both the super evolved Gardevoir and the original Gardevoir very much. Kaloon, but Gardevoir, she also likes the way it looks after Mega Evolution. Kaloon, and after Mega Evolution, it is conducive to a better spiritual connection between Gardevoir and me. Kaloon, and Gardevoir is also very, very beautiful after Mega Evolution. Kaloon, oh, by the way there is more. Kaloon, everyone can see Xiaozhi in the blue light screen, he has all the battle systems. Kaloon, we should get closer to him. While talking, Kowloon also slightly brought the topic back to the battle in the blue light screen. Although, in the battle between Xiaozhi and Daigo in the blue light screen this time, Xiaozhi did not use the battle system in the second half. But Xiaozhi has it. You can use it selectively after you have it. But you must not be without it. Shirana, Miss Kowloon is right, that's it. Shirana, we must have a battle system. Shirana, after we have it, we can choose to use it or not in battle, and there are some Pokemon that we need to train before they can use the battle system. Daigo, there are many types of battle systems. The only one we have used so far is the Mega Evolution system, which many top trainers have. Daigo, then Mr. Dante has the Gigantamax system, which is relatively rare. Daigo, then the Z-Skill system seems to have even fewer people. With Shirana and Daigo's additional remarks, everyone has already understood this. Battle system, whether you have it or not, these are two different things. And even if you have it later, can you use this system with your Pokemon to play 100% of its strength? This is also very questionable. So after having a battle system, you still need to train. The battle system is just a supporting role. Dan Dig, in summary, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain is still very powerful. Dan Dig, whether it is the Z skill that is, the skill he created himself. The other is the super evolution system. Many of Xiaozhi's Pokemon have this super evolution. Dan Dig, it seems that Xiaozhi has not used the Dynamax system yet, but I saw the Dynamax symbol on his comprehensive wristband. Dan Dig, it should be there, but Xiaozhi may like to use super evolution, and there are also 3.0's own skills. While Dan Dig was talking, he also strengthened the continuous training of his Pokemon. Now Dan Dig has also been training at the site of the Quartz Conference, because the specifications of this Quartz Conference are very high. So the training venue and the supply of facilities are completely sufficient. Now, Dan Dig is also looking forward to what kind of story will happen in the blue light curtain. Because Dan Dig thinks that Xiaozhi is really amazing. Daigo's Mega Metagross may be in danger. In the blue light curtain, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Xiaozhi Pikachu's giant beast attack. The Mega Metagross, with its comet punch that was wrapped in boundless energy, was directly knocked to the ground and fell heavily to the ground. As the Mega Metagross was released from the Mega Evolution mode, everyone understood. This was because Daigo's Metagross was defeated and lost its ability to fight. Metagross lost its ability to fight. Xiaozhi won this game, with a total score of 6-0. After the huge 6-0 came out, everyone knew that Daigo, the champion trainer of the Fengyuan region, did not win Xiaozhi in this game. And he was crushed. However, everyone also applauded the trainers on both sides. Because everyone knows that the trainers on both sides are very powerful. After that, Xiaozhi and Daigo also shook hands after the game. After Xiaozhi dealt with some other things. And he also defeated Fujiki cleanly. Won the second batch. After that, Xiaozhi and his group continued to move forward. The target is Violet City. At this time, the audience in the double comparison live broadcast room were watching the blue light screen. A prompt appeared. Sinnoh region, Darko, joins the live broadcast room. Chapter 196 Advantages, the cutest Pokemon, disadvantages, too cute. With this prompt, everyone also suddenly noticed that there was such a trainer joining the live broadcast room. But no one knows about Darko's strength. Including many trainers in the Sinnoh region, they are also unclear about Darko's strength. Including Miss Sirona, the champion of the Sinnoh region, she is also unaware of Darko's strength. It feels very strange. So, everyone is also searching for information about Darko on one side, trying to dig out some information. On the other side, they continue to watch the blue light screen. In the blue light screen, after going through a series of stories, Xiaozhi and his party came to Violet City. After a two-way battle, they won the batch. The picture in the blue light screen gradually dimmed. The red light screen lit up. In the red light screen. After Xiaozhi and his party finished the challenge in Violet City, they continued to move forward. During this process, Xiaozhi thought of letting the wood gecko practice a new skill, the seed machine gun, by eating watermelon. Then when Xiaozhi and his party came to a lake, they saw several Pokemon were performing. And there was a young couple. When the young couple separated, the performance went very smoothly. But once they were together, it was a mess. Xiaoao also pointed out the reason. Because Romeo fell in love with Juliet. After that, Xiaozhi and his party continued to move forward. And Xiaoxia also came to Fengyuan area because she received an invitation to the Tijipai festival. And she agreed to meet Xiaozhi and his party. But what was unexpected was that the so-called venue was actually a flying airship. Afterwards, Xiaozhi and his group boarded the airship regardless of the danger. But then they were taken to a strange place. Here, Xiaoxia's Tijipai learned the skill of mystical guardian and evolved into Tijekigu. And Xiaozhi also learned that Xiaoxia's Gyarados could already command skillfully. But then, something unexpected happened here that all the audience did not expect. That is, Xiaoxia decided to release her Tijekigu into the wild environment in order to protect the park. This also led to the separation of the Pokemon that had been with Xiaoxia for a very long time from Xiaoxia. When Xiaoxia waved and said goodbye to Tijekigu, everyone felt very uncomfortable. But separation was inevitable. Xiaomao, wait a minute, I feel a very unusual point. Xiaomao, after Tijipai evolved into Tijekigu, he just waved to everyone. Xiaomao, I didn't say goodbye to Xiaozhi, Xiaogang, Pikachu and others. Xiaomao, this is unscientific. Xiaomao and Tijipai had such a good relationship with Pikachu before. Xiaomao, is it just Pikachu's wishful thinking that is taking care of Tijipai? As Xiaomao said this, he also became a little emotional. Because Tijipai, this Pokemon, has been traveling together since he went to Kanto. Whether it is the red light curtain or the blue light curtain. But now, Tijipai in the red light curtain has to be released by Xiao Misty and returned to the wild environment. In other words, Xiao Misty and Tijipai in this world will also encounter such a story. And what makes Xiao Mao feel unhappy is Pikachu, Xiaozhi, Xiaogang and others are taking care of Tijipai so much. Why is Tijipai evolving into Pokegu? At the same time, they returned home with their own tribe. Or did they not say goodbye to everyone properly before returning home? Pikachu took such good care of Tijipai before. He simply treated Tijipai as his own child. And in Xiaozhi's team, in the Kanto region, the Orange Islands region, and the Chengdu region, many Pokemon took special care of Tijipai. Although almost all of those Pokemon stayed in the research institute. But is there no time to go back at all? Pokemon can't, at least they shouldn't. It's too hurtful. And with Xiaomao's question, this detail, which many people who watched the double comparison live broadcast didn't notice, was immediately highlighted. Because the fact is that it is indeed like this. Tijekigu didn't say goodbye in a special way. Even the time when Tijekigu and Xiaoxia said goodbye was very short. It doesn't match Xiaoxia's care for Tijekigu at all. Gone, I don't want to say too much about the Pokemon. Gone, I can only say that it is definitely right to release Pokemon back to the wild and let them protect their homeland together. Obviously, Gon doesn't want to discuss too much now. Because this matter really makes him a little uncomfortable. Gon has been taking special care of Pokemon along the way. And there are really many Pokemon in the team who love Pokemon very much. Ash, I was training with Mr. Adu just now while looking at the future in the red light screen. Ash, but it's okay. Ash, this is just a completely unchanging future. Ash, as long as we change it when we experience this story in the future, it will be fine. Ash, but Xiaomao, you are really meticulous. After Ash left a message, Misty followed. Missy, I don't want to be separated from my Pokemon either. Xiaoxia, even if he doesn't complete his evolution, it's best for him to stay in his initial state. Xiaozhi, when we encounter the same problem again in the future, we will definitely be able to solve it well. Xiaozhi, Pokemon Paradise will definitely return to its normal state, that's right. Xiaozhi, let's ask Mr. Adu to capture Hanzo directly, okay? While talking, Xiaozhi also thought of Champion Adu. Because Hanzo is very ambitious and untrustworthy. He tried to control the kingdom of Marazu through the power of Pokemon. And his evil ambition has already affected Pokemon Paradise. In this kingdom, although the last Hanzo was captured by the guards of the king and queen, it was too late. Xiaozhi and Pokemon in the red light curtain have been separated, which is an indisputable fact. So in this case, everyone also thought of Mr. Adu. Adu, this area of Marazu Kingdom is in Fengyuan. How about Mr. Daigo to do it directly? Adu, if I go now, it will definitely delay me. Adu, maybe Hanzo has escaped. While Adu was talking, he immediately made a decision. At the same time, he suggested that Mr. Daigo and Fengyuan be arrested directly. After seeing this barrage, Daigo immediately took action. Directly through his Duan Company's guards plus Alliance security guards, he rushed to Marazu Kingdom. It took about 5 minutes. There is already a result. Daigo, the Regent Minister of Marazu Kingdom named Hanzo, has been arrested directly. In our world, there will be no separation of Xiaozhi and Tokbi in the future. Daigo also announced the news as soon as possible. On the other hand, he also instructed the relevant staff to strictly interrogate such wolfish ambitions. People who want to use Pokemon to achieve evil purposes. Such people are impossible to forgive. And the audience in the real world were very happy to see Daigo handle this matter so quickly. And after handling this matter so perfectly. Xiaozhi, great, this way my Tajipai will not be separated from me. In the red light curtain. After experiencing a series of stories, Xiaozhi and his party finally arrived at the town of Fuyu. But Xiaozhi encountered the old problem again. As soon as he arrived at the Fuyu gym, he immediately wanted to start the battle, and shouted anxiously, "I want to start the battle." And this time, after they arrived at the entrance of the Fuyu gym, they found Asha, who had just taken over the gym trainer mission. Xiaozhi wanted to fight with Asha directly without saying a word, but when Asha led them into the gym, Xiaozhi and his party found that the gym had not been properly cleaned up after the previous game, so they had to start repairing the venue first. Asa inherited the gym from his grandfather, the repair of the venue was urgent. Shock, Brock, Victory, and Yao also helped immediately. Soon, the gym was renovated. Asha was also ready for the battle. Since Xiaozhi had a detailed understanding of Asha's Pokemon this time, so Xiaozhi had a hard time fighting with the lava worm during the whole battle. But in the end, he got the badge of the Kamugan Gym without any danger. After the broadcast, Xiaozhi and his group planned to go to the amusement park of fans where the celebration was held. This amusement park is located in the north of Kamugan town, not too far away. And at the same time, a new prompt appeared in the red light screen. Special episode, The Wishing Star of the Seven Knights, Jiraki. After seeing this prompt, all the audience knew that this was another new special episode. And this special episode was very well connected. On the night of the comet, which occurs once every 1,000 years, the wishes made will come true. Determined to become excellent Pokemon trainers, Xiaozhi, Xiaoao, Xiaosheng, and Xiaogang started their journey with Pikachu. After hearing the story of the Millennium Comet, Xiaozhi and his party came to the playground in the Farns area to observe the appearance of the Millennium Comet. Here, Xiaozhi and his party met magicians Butler and Diane, and participated in their magic show. But during the magic show, Xiaosheng heard a very subtle call. Later, Xiaosheng learned that it was a Pokemon sleeping in the crystal. It is said that Jiraki is a Pokemon that wakes up once 1,000 years and can help humans achieve their wishes. If this Pokemon encounters partners with pure hearts and pure souls on the night when the comet appears, he will wake up. In order to wake up Jiraki, Butler invited Xiaozhi to be Jiraki's partner. And then, as expected, Jiraki successfully woke up from the dazzling light. In the following days, Xiaozhi and Jiraki also got along very happily. Xiaozhi had a lot of fun playing with Jiraki in the first few days. In the middle few days, he began to feel depressed about the arrival of Jiraki's 7 days. During this process, the screen also played the plan conceived by the wild magician Butler. Because he knew that Jiraki had magical powers that could fulfill wishes. And it could resonate magically with the comet, so Butler could use tools to revive what he thought was Groudon. The screen also played the reason. It turned out that Butler was a former scientist of the Magma team. But because the previous plan failed, he was driven out. After that, Butler also started the plan to snatch Jiraki, but the first plan failed and was successfully resolved by Xiaozhi and his team. After that, Xiaozhi and his team followed Butler's girlfriend Diane to escape. But what they didn't expect was that this time they actually fell into Butler's trap. After arriving at the cave in the forest at that time, all the Pokémon in the forest welcomed Jiraki. After the call of the stars, Jiraki slowly flew up. But in the process, Xiaozhi was reluctant to leave Jiraki. We finally became friends, but we have to separate again. In this case, it would be better if we didn't know each other at that time. Although Xiaozhi was very sad. But Jiraki still had to complete his mission. But just as the eye of truth on Jiraki's belly slowly opened, Butler's evil plan arrived. In Butler's evil plan, Jiraki was a crucial point. Then he also used the power of Jiraki's resonance with the comet to revive what he thought was Groudon. But in fact, this was not Groudon at all. Instead, it was an evil monster. Where this evil monster passed, all the trees in the forest withered. And all the Pokémon were caught in the stomach of this evil monster. When Xiaozhi saw this, he immediately rode on the desert dragonfly to fight against the evil monster. Butler also repented and realized that he didn't want to revive this strange devil. Butler immediately rode on the Tyrannosaurus to attack the monster, but it didn't work. At the last critical moment, after Butler proposed to reverse the device, Butler was also captured by the monster to protect Xiaozhi. And his girlfriend Diane was also captured by the monster for protecting Butler. But fortunately, Jiraki emitted a dazzling light at the last moment. A very huge ball of light was formed, which expanded the monster. And it flew up. The final monster exploded in the sky and turned into a meteor shower. And all the Pokémon and people swallowed by the monster were also transferred to the ground. When Jiraki landed again with colorful light, he hugged Xiaozhi. He expressed that he wanted to be friends with Xiaozhi forever. Would you like to hear my wish? I want to listen to a song because I'm about to go to sleep. So when I was little. After the lullaby sounded. After everyone sang and Xiaozhi cried. Jiraki fell into the water again, sinking for another 1,000 years. On the last day before Xiaozhi left time, Butler and Diane chose to stay here to continue healing the forest. And Xiaozhi heard Jiraki's voice at the end. Xiaozhi, I've been watching you, always and always. When the red light curtain gradually fell, many viewers cried. Everyone thought, can such a wonderful story have a happy ending? For example, benefit the forest. You can benefit the original Pokémon. Introduce some Bulbasaur seeds from the Kanto region. It should be possible to free Jiraki. Xiao Wu, my brother is really sad. Xiaozhi, we have to separate just after we met, it's better. Xiao Mao, if it wasn't for the crystal of Jiraki found by Butler. Obviously, many trainers still haven't come out of the special. But now the blue light curtain has lit up. Everyone is also distracted. In the previous blue light curtain, all the special episodes had a happy ending, and everyone hoped that this time would be the same. In the blue light curtain, after arriving in Fuyan town, Xiaozhi and his party chose to walk around. Soon they came to a place called Fanes. After arriving in Fanes, they did not choose to go directly to the amusement park, but chose to go to the quartz sandstone peaks in Fanes first. Hear the sound of the stars. Chapter 197 Jiraki, so interesting I believe in Xiaozhi. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi and his newcomers arrived in Fanes, they chose to go to a very famous and distinctive place in Fanes first. Quartz sandstone peaks. The terrain of this place is very rugged. Hear the sound of the stars. When this voice came out, Xiaozhi had already heard it. And Pikachu and Mew also heard it with Xiaozhi. And the Pokemon in Xiaozhi's Pokeball also heard this voice. So, everyone started looking. At the same time, Xiaozhi's girlfriends also discovered the abnormal situation in the sky. Xiaoxia. Xiaozhi. Is the comet in the sky the comet that we mentioned before that appears once every 1,000 years in the spirit world? This comet seems to be arc-shaped, it was said before. Can I see it for 7 consecutive days, and as long as I make a wish to it? Can every wish come true? Nancy. Wow, can every wish really come true? Or can only one wish come true? Actually, I only had one wish that time, which was to be with Xiaozhi forever. Lika. Ah, I want this wish too. If there is a second wish, I hope we can all be together forever. Lashios. Same. If there is a third wish, I hope the whole spirit world can be peaceful, and everyone can live together. As Xiaozhi's girlfriends looked at the comet and made wishes one after another. Xiaozhi also chuckled, while sensing the mysterious location of the sound. Xiaozhi had known about this mysterious sound before. This should be the power of the fantasy Pokemon. Before, I saw information about this kind of Pokemon with the mysterious comet power in Professor Oak's Research Institute. This Pokemon has a similar personality to Mew, but a little more stable. It's just that this Pokemon looks particularly pitiful. He actually. As Xiaozhi explained, Xiaozhi's girlfriends also knew. It turns out that this Pokemon wakes up once every 1,000 years. And every time it wakes up, it can only be awake for 7 days. After 7 days, it will continue to sleep again. And this Pokemon is also very cute, and has a child's heart. However, because of that soft and weak feeling, and the blessing of the comet's energy, it seems more mysterious. After hearing what Xiaozhi said, Xiaozhi's girlfriends immediately covered their mouths and were greatly shocked. Because if we compare Pokemon, every newly born Pokemon, or young Pokemon, to a child, this child can actually play with his good friends once every 1,000 years, and can only play for 7 days every 1,000 years. 1,000 years is 360,000 days. And 7 days, how much of 360,000 days does it account for? About 0.2% of 100,000. So, many of Xiaozhi's girlfriends were thinking about whether Xiaozhi could change this rule. Alice, it's really a story in the blue light screen. Alice, everyone has already started to prepare many methods and solutions from the beginning. Alice, if we can really change the rules of Jiraki, if we can really change the schedule and settings of Jiraki, it would be really great. Alice, I was crying in the red screen. After Alice saw the difference in the blue screen, she also left a message immediately. Kaloon, the red screen just now was too depressing at the end. Kaloon, although the ending can be called a good ending, defeating that evil, defective replica monster. Kaloon, but the ending. Kaloon, it can't be called the best. Kaloon, after all, Xiao Sheng and Jiraki didn't travel together. Kaloon also had a lot of feelings. Shirana, if Xiaozhi could take Jiraki with him on the blue screen, it would be great. Shirana, take a look at the colorful and lush world of the Pokemon. Shirana, take a look at the various interesting trainers and interesting things in the Pokemon world. Shirana, let Jiraki see more. Shirana, after all, he is just a child. These top female trainers talked and talked. It feels like they can't control their emotions. Every time they watch the special, they feel this way very deeply. Because in the original special, there are too many stories that don't have a really good ending. Maybe it's because it emphasizes the real world, emphasizes separation and life and death. This is also the reason why many good partners may never meet again in the future. This is also the reason why many good partners may completely leave the Pokemon world. When it comes to these, many trainers can't control their emotions. Not only some powerful, champion-level trainers think so. Many ordinary people think so too. In terms of the love for Pokemon, many trainers are actually the same. Whether they are top trainers, or ordinary people. Everyone treats Pokemon equally, and everyone loves Pokemon very much. Especially in this regard, some of the younger trainers last time are better at caring for Pokemon. There are also some younger female trainers, who are even more important here. Before, when the red light curtain fell and Jiraiya and Xiaozhi parted, many trainers couldn't hold back. This couldn't hold back. It's no less than in the previous special chapter, in the special chapter of the Guardian of the Water City. What everyone saw about the separation of Latios and Latios. It's no less than the scene where Latios turned into a drop of heart to protect the Water City. In the scene of the drop of heart, many people were very sad. That is the real separation of life and death. And this chapter now. The wishing star of the seventh night, in Jiraiya. Although he said that the participants from both sides were still there. But 1,000 years, what kind of concept is that? Some Pokemon may be much older than their trainers. But no matter how long it is, some ordinary Pokemon will not have a lifespan of 1,000 years. It can almost be determined, or not almost, but absolutely determined. After Xiaozhi and Jiraiya parted, it is impossible to see it. Unless Jiraiya also has a tribe, this is still possible. Kona, Jiraiya should belong to the mythical Pokemon, it should belong to the Pokemon that can help people realize their wishes, the Pokemon that can help people with pure hearts realize their wishes. Among the mythical Pokemon, some should have tribes, and some may not. Rika, woo woo woo. Rika, I haven't spoken for a long time. During this period of time, I have been training while watching the red light curtain and the blue light curtain. The scene in the red and blue light curtain is so impressive. Liwa, especially the Xiaozhi in the red light curtain, who once again saved the world and became a master of flying. Few wrong, if Jiraiya has a tribe, Xiaozhi and his friends may meet Jiraiya in the red light curtain in the future, but this Jiraiya may just be a similar flower blooming in the world, not the Jiraiya at that time. Bonnie, hey! Bonnie, the Pokemon world is so fascinating because of these differences and the beginning and end of these stories. Bonnie, but I think the main focus of the blue light curtain is still to conquer and make up for the regrets. Bonnie, there can be separation and death in the red light curtain, but there must be a happy ending in the blue light curtain. With the discussion of many king-level trainers. And with the end. Bonnie believes that the main focus of the blue light curtain must be one to make up for the regrets. Many people nodded involuntarily. Because that was the truth. The red screen was filled with heart-wrenching stories. They were all real and would not change the future at all. The story that happened below. There are life and death, grudges, and some knives, which everyone can accept. After all, it is a legendary journey of Xiaozhi and his group. This legend is amazing. He is uncontrollable, and everyone accepts that there are some knives. But in the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi over there has a superior IQ, has many wives and concubines, and is extremely powerful. So everyone believes it. He must be able to make the wishing star of Qi, and this chapter of Jiraiya have a perfect ending. Xiao, although Xiaozhi did not travel with Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, I finally traveled with Xiaozhi. Xiao, but in this case, I still hope that Xiaozhi can directly subdue Jiraiya, which is the best. Xiaozhi, in the blue light curtain, it seems that I also went to Xiaozhi's research institute to help. Xiaozhi, I can learn more knowledge while helping in the research institute, and I can also deepen my understanding and research of Pokemon through some Pokemon in the research institute. Xiaozhi, I am also very happy in the blue light curtain. Xiaozhi, so. Xiaozhi, I hope that Jiraki in the blue light curtain can also be very happy with Xiaozhi. For Xiaoao and Xiao Sheng who are traveling with Xiaozhi in Fengyuan area. They are now very curious about the future direction of the blue light curtain. Everyone also agrees with Xiaoao and Xia Sheng's remarks. The most important thing is to see how the blue light curtain moves. But everyone thinks that Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain will not let everyone down. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi felt the existence of Jiraki, and Xiaozhi's Pokemon all felt the existence of Jiraki. Everyone also began to search carefully. Soon, in the depths of the forest, Xiaozhi used the power of the wave guide to sense the place where Jiraki was sleeping. Xiaozhi and his group continued to search in the cave. Charizard and Infernape also came out to help with lighting. Xiaozhi and Nancy also used their abilities to illuminate. Soon, the group found a huge gap in the deepest part of the forest cave as they continued to search. At the top of the huge gap, you can now see the Millennium Comet in the sky. And in the depths of the cave, there is a glittering crystal. After discovering this crystal, Xiaozhi immediately noticed its specialness. And Xiaozhi's Pokemon also noticed its specialness. Pika Pika. Xiaozhi, I feel that it was this crystal that called us before. Pikachu said while waving his hand, signaling Xiaozhi to come and dig it out. Mew. This should be the same existence as me. I have never seen him before, but there is a natural feeling of closeness. He may be like me, and like to play very much. Mew is also flying in the cave, waiting for Xiaozhi's command, and then she can directly use supernatural power to bring out the crystal. And Xiaozhi's other Pokemon also came forward at the first time. Xiaozhi immediately commanded everyone to start digging. And when digging, Xiaozhi also found that there seemed to be a faint flickering red light in the cave. After Xiaozhi saw this red light, he immediately thought of something. But after he made a plan in his mind, he decided to find this mysterious Jiraki first. For the legend of Jiraki, Xiaozhi had seen the portrait in Professor Oak's laboratory before. Read related books. So Xiaozhi is very curious about Jiraki and likes it very much. And just now, while Xiaozhi was searching, he also used a pencil sketch to draw the appearance of Jiraki. After the drawing was done, all of Xiaozhi's girlfriends liked it very much. This cute Jiraki is so cute. And at first glance, it is lovable. So, with everyone's help, Jiraki's mysterious crystal was found. And at this moment, the Millennium Comet in the sky once again flashed an extremely bright light. Now Xiaozhi's girlfriends also made wishes to the Millennium Comet. And at this moment, the mysterious crystal that Xiaozhi had already held in his arms began to emit green light. Accompanied by the arrival of a red Absol that had already arrived at the entrance of a cave deep in the forest. When these green lights were completely evaporated, the light was dazzling to the highest point, Ma Wangzhao, and the crystal began to slowly float into the sky. In the pure white light, he extended many points of starlight that were emitted outward. When the stars and white lights faded away, the crystal had changed. It changed from a crystal to a Jiraki. When Jiraki appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiraki. Including Xiaozhi's girlfriends, they also surrounded Xiaozhi after making their wishes. Jiraki has an appearance like a star in the sky. There are two different shapes on his back. Abdomen on the soft belly, there is an organ similar to the eye. And on the three star-shaped places on the head, there are blue squares, similar to the small shapes of wishing notes. Below the eyes, there are blue-green triangular lines, which seem to be tear marks. After seeing this Pokemon, Xiaozhi's girlfriends immediately couldn't walk. And at the same time, Mew also shouted softly. It turned into Jiraki. Hello everyone, my name is Jiraki. Are you all my partners? Why is there another identical me? So interesting. While Jiraki was talking, he was also flying in circles in the sky. And Jiraki, whom Mew turned into, was playing with Jiraki at this moment. After Xiaozhi saw Jiraki successfully transformed, he was also very happy. For this Pokemon, Xiaozhi had already made a plan when he got to know him before. It is possible that for other selected trainers, there will only be a 7-day fate with Jiraki. But it does not exist for Xiaozhi. He has a unique method. Pokemon is naturally the eternal relative of the trainer. Just at this time, accompanied by a violent shaking of the cracks in the cave, a mysterious, large disc-like spaceship-type device appeared. Chapter 198 Kyogre, are you envious of Groudon? Groudon, Xiaozhi will teach me. In the blue light curtain, when Jiraki successfully transformed from the crystal, when playing with Xiaozhi, his friends, and Xiaozhi's girlfriends, suddenly, above the cracks deep in the cave, a huge spaceship-like device similar to an aircraft appeared. Jiraki, you are mine. I want to prove myself to those people in the magma team who don't recognize me. The person who spoke was Butler. Behind him was Diane. At this moment, Diane looked at Butler with a worried look on her face. She had persuaded Butler not to do this kind of thing again, but Butler insisted on proving himself. Because at some point in the past, Butler became a scientist of the magma team. He developed a device that can use the fossil remains obtained to restore Pokemon. At that time, it was Groudon that Butler wanted to revive. But when he showed it to the coders of the magma team and was about to start the experiment, the device exploded because it did not have enough energy. The experiment failed. And Butler himself, because he was ridiculed by the top management, he was kicked out of the magma team. Butler did not want to accept such a failure. He picked up the fossil remains that were still emitting high temperatures, and made a vow regardless of the burns on his hands. Butler decided in his heart that he must take revenge. After that, he performed magic with his childhood sweetheart Diane for entertainment and livelihood. On the other hand, he was looking for a source of energy that could stably provide energy for his experimental device. At this moment, the aerial platform that Butler was riding on was similar to a spaceship. It was the unit of their energy device. The experimental device was installed here. Butler had been looking for Jiraki for a long time. Every time he was very close. But due to the location, although they could feel the fluctuations, they could not find Jiraki. And Butler also knew. Regarding the appearance of Jiraki, only when the chosen person, only when the person with a truly pure heart encounters Jiraki's crystal, will Jiraki wake up. Even if Butler and his team found Jiraki's crystal. But if Jiraki could not wake up, it would be useless. So Butler kept observing on one side. On the other side, he was also exploring the specific location, and when he was doing his daily routine observation, he found Xiaozhi and his group. Butler knew Xiaozhi, and he was very worried and afraid of Xiaozhi. At the same time, he admired him very much. He knew that Xiaozhi's strength was like the bright moon in the sky and a stone in the ground compared to his own. But every time Butler, when he thought about his wish to revive Groudon 467, Butler's greed burned again. He wanted the magma team to apologize to him. He wanted to do something to himself. And Butler also watched the duel between Xiaozhi and Daigo, the champion trainer of the Fengyuan region. He also knew that Xiaozhi and Daigo had broken up the magma team and the aqua team in that duel. And it can be said that the two evil organizations were basically destroyed. And they also captured the ancient Pokemon, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre. Also, Rayquaza can be adjusted to almost the peak state, and Groudon can also be more and Kyogre, make a primitive return. 100% primitive return. These things made Butler feel very envious. But Butler still decided that he would prove himself to the magma team. And his assistant, his childhood sweetheart, Diane, has persuaded Butler many times. And this matter, obviously, is almost impossible to succeed. Or, it is 100% impossible to succeed. And at this moment, Diane is behind Butler, holding Butler's hand all the time. Want Butler to stop at the brink. Before it causes danger, before it really disturbs Xiaozhi, apologize to Xiaozhi now. There may be a good result. Butler. Don't do stupid things. Don't do such stupid things. That's Xiaozhi's champion. He easily defeated Mr. Daigo and Feng Yuan. You challenged him, and Xiaozhi was in a state of undefeated. And it was a battle of encounter. Don't even mention whether Xiaozhi would fight or not. Even if Xiaozhi's girlfriend Sui can't fight them. I beg you. Diane was very anxious at the back. She wanted to persuade Butler not to come. Because the moment she saw Xiaozhi, Diane thought of the battle Xiaozhi had fought on the fighting island before. That battle was too terrifying. Those were the three beasts in Feng Yuan at their peak. And that Rayquaza was not very similar to the legendary Rayquaza in Feng Yuan. The legendary Rayquaza was not the black and gold one. The black and gold Rayquaza may be the one who holds the priesthood in the Rayquaza clan. And Groudon and Kyogre, who have returned to their original state, must be particularly powerful in the clan. They may all be the bosses. How can they snatch Jiraiya away? However, Butler seemed to be determined to carry out his plan. He wanted to revive the fossil. Because only by resurrecting can he prove that he is right. Xiao Mao, some people spend their whole lives chasing their childhood sweethearts, while some people spend the first half of their lives on the road to death. Xiao Mao, Butler has such a good childhood sweetheart, but he is not happy. Xiao Mao, he is still carrying out his obviously unreliable plan. Xiao Mao left a message in the barrage area while firing at full force on the other side. Through the observation of the red light curtain just now, all the audience already knew. That piece of debris is definitely not a fossil fragment left by a normal Groudon. It should be a monster-like existence. As for Groudon, although there will be a large area of magma coming out wherever he walks. But he will not absorb the vitality of all flowers, plants, trees, and forests, let alone the vitality of Pokémon. In the red light curtain before, after that evil monster came out. Where he walked, the vitality of all flowers, plants, and forests was sucked dry. And all the Pokémon he saw, he used his vine-like tentacles to suck away. Shinji, that monster must be an irrational monster. Shinji, he is very cruel, aggressive to people and will destroy things around him. Shinji, and he has all kinds of tentacles growing on his body. Shinji, once touched. It pulled Pokémon plus people into its body, as if it wanted to digest them. Shinji was also recalling the dangerous scene in the red light screen just now, and at the same time helping everyone recall. Because it is obvious that the monster, the terrifying monster, is evil. He regards all the creatures he can see as oxygen. And this monster is also very huge, very terrifying, and very ugly. Xiao, but fortunately, Butler in the red light screen finally stopped at the edge of the cliff. Xiao, when he found that the monster he summoned and the plan he worked so hard to prove himself did not meet his expectations. Xiao, he also made a decisive remedy, fortunately the ending was good. Xiaosheng, yes. Xiaosheng, especially Butler in the red light screen in the final scene, who helped Xiaozhi resist the monster's attack during the decisive battle. Xiaosheng, if Butler hadn't thought of sacrificing himself that time. Xiaozhi might have been in danger. Looking at Xiao and Xiaosheng's comments, many viewers nodded. Because the story at the end of the red light curtain was too depressing, everyone was reluctant to talk too much about it. Although the monster was destroyed in the end, peace was restored in the world. Xiaozhi and his team saved the world again. World. But Jiraiya and Xiaozhi and his group separated. And fell into 1,000 years of sleep. This 1,000 years of sleep is almost equivalent to eternal sleep. So, everyone can only watch it when the blue light screen is playing. Recall some wonderful scenes in the red light screen to relieve your mood at that time. Because the red light screen is sometimes too real. And the blue light screen is much better. All are perfect endings. Daigo, what is worth paying attention to now is whether, Butler in the blue light screen will engage in this evil act. Daigo, in the blue light screen, the magma team and the marine team were basically all broken up on the fighting island. Daigo, but if the players who did not participate in that event are still there, it is possible that some of them are also following Butler to carry out evil plans. Daigo, maybe Butler's plan in the blue light curtain was to prove himself in the early stage of his research. Daigo, but later on, there may be some high-level instigation of the magma team. While talking, Daigo also gave an answer that he thought was more likely. Because in the red light curtain, Butler stopped at the last moment. His previous actions were just to prove his own empty reputation. The nature of this kind of person is not bad, but he just doesn't see through it. In addition, he is more exaggerated. Shirana, even if Butler in the blue light curtain was also bewitched, it depends on what happens next. Shirana, if he really didn't hurt Xiaozhi, and didn't actually attack Xiaozhi. Shirana, paying some price, he and Diane can continue to live well, or he can go to the Research Institute for Transformation, just pay money and work for nothing. Hylona, but if he actually took action, it would definitely be unforgivable. While watching the blue light screen, Hylona also felt that we judge by deeds, not by heart. As long as you don't actually do anything harmful, everything is fine. But as long as you do this evil thing, sorry, I'll deal with it as I should. In the blue light screen, after Butler drove his device to the top of the gap above the forest cave, accompanied by Diane's efforts to stop him, Butler was also shaken in his heart. Diane, don't persuade me anymore. The top leaders of the magma team have told me that as long as I can successfully revive Groudon, they will apologize to me. And the top leaders of the magma team were not all eliminated. Some of the top leaders who did not participate in the activities at that time survived. If I can successfully prove myself this time, then I will achieve my goal. I don't want to join the magma team anymore. I just want to live a good life with you, Diane. But I am holding this breath in my heart. I am not convinced. If my device at that time could have enough energy. Butler is now both entangled and determined in his heart. Moreover, he has not pressed the action on his hand, because he also knows Xiaozhi is not so easy to deal with, and it is not something Butler can deal with alone. Even if there are 10, 100, 1000, or 10,000, I am afraid they can't deal with it. But when Butler thought of the words that the top leaders of the magma team said to him, and there is also the apology from the magma team after he succeeds, Butler feels that he should do this. But now, after Butler saw his girlfriend Diane constantly persuading him, Butler began to struggle in his heart. What should he do? Gradually, Butler suddenly came to his senses. It is said that the boss of the lava team has disappeared in that battle. It seems that he has completely disappeared from this world. More than half of the senior executives who laughed at me at that time are no longer in existence. Then I will prove it now. Who will I prove it to? Forget it. Let go. At this moment, Butler also sighed suddenly and turned around to hug his girlfriend. And when Xiaozhi and his group below saw this situation, Xiaozhi's girlfriends are not sure what happened yet. But they can feel that this person seems to want to be a bad guy, but he has not yet become a bad guy. Huh? Did this magician-like person want to use Jiraki to do something bad? But fortunately, his girlfriend persuaded him. Finally, he stopped him. It seems that he also mentioned the magma team. Didn't the magma team get disbanded? Yes, this should be known to the whole world. Just when Xiaozhi's girlfriend friends, while chatting around, Xiaozhi also learned the whole story through the waveguide's induction and his own ability. Just when Xiaozhi was about to speak, suddenly, he sensed another group of people approaching. The speed was quite fast. It was premeditated. This other group of people was the remaining members of the lava team who had not participated in the Fighting Island event before. The lava team also quickly cleared Butler and Diane from the device, and directly activated Butler's device through their super powerful energy device. In an instant, the entire underground mural depicting the evil monster in the forest was also directly activated. Mew, take them down. Xiaozhi also commanded his Mew to take Butler and Diane down. At this moment, the monsters on the ground in the forest have completely broken out of the earth. From this appearance, it should be a monster created by imitating Groudon. Ha, that's it. Come out, Kyogre. Primal Reversion. Following Xiaozhi's command, Kyogre immediately used Primal Reversion to float himself up. Roar! I will definitely perform well. A genuine Groudon, it's a piece of cake for me to beat him. Not to mention this kind of evil monster, one root wave will not be enough for him even if he has 100 lives. While Kyogre was talking, he also shot his own root wave. After Xiaozhi's team training, the power of this root wave was magnified countless times. And Groudon in Xiaozhi's poke ball. At this moment, seeing Kyogre flying again, he was immediately itching with hatred. But he immediately thought of the flight training that Xiaozhi told him. Immediately, he felt less anxious. Humph! Wait until Xiaozhi and I learn to fly. Let's see who dares to laugh at me. Chapter 199 Shirana, Champion again, First place again. In the blue light curtain. After Butler and his girlfriend Diane. After being driven off the device by the remaining remnants of the Magma team. The Magma team also used Butler's device to revive the monster. But Xiaozhi was the first to revive the monster. He directly commanded Jiraiya to fire at Kyogre, who had just been called out by him and had reached the original return state. Under the attack of a huge root wave, the monster had no time to raise his arms and shout. As an evil monster, he didn't have time to say a word. He was directly dispersed by the root wave. Originally, Kyogre in the original return state was very large. Coupled with being lifted up to the sky by Jiraiya, the entire attack area and the team training after being captured by Xiaozhi. Kyogre also knew that there are always people who are better than you. Besides the original return Pokémon, there are also original return Pokémon. Besides the super ancient Pokémon, there are also super ancient Pokémon. Roar! When I was fighting with Groudon before, I didn't expect that there were actually trainers in the team. There are many super ancient Pokémon. And those seniors are also very powerful. Although I may be older. But they came in early, so they are seniors. Now, Kyogre doesn't feel proud at all. He thinks that he just killed a bad guy who has no sense of existence. After Kyogre solved the evil monster, Xiaozhi also took action himself and evaporated several bad guys of the Magma team. And Xiaozhi didn't punish Butler and Diana. But Butler's behavior must be compensated. So, Xiaozhi sent Butler back to his research institute and asked him and Diana to cooperate with Xiaojian in the research institute. In addition, he also took Xiaoao's sister Xiaosheng to study constantly. Because Xiaozhi can feel through the power of waveguide that Butler's obsession has completely dissipated. Now Butler has no obsession. Now he only hopes to do something so that he can leave a little trace in the Pokémon world. Xiaozhi can feel it through the power of waveguide. Butler is actually a talented magician. He also loves science very much. But the most important thing is still a magician. Before, Butler may have been a subordinate of the Magma team, but he did not want to expand the land. He just wanted to prove that he could do it and restore Groudon. But Xiaozhi saw through the brief contact that Butler was a little emotional. He was intoxicated by people's admiration for him, and he actually liked his girlfriend Diana very much. He only had motivation when he did things with Diana, whom he loved deeply. But maybe before, he was too excited because of the ridicule of the Magma team. After all, his previous experiment failed, so he was twisted, and gradually became a dark person in his heart. Butler's idea is to prove that the people of the lava team are wrong and he is right. But this itself is a completely wrong path. So when Butler after LE decided to repent, Xiaozhi also decided to let him go to the research institute to reform and help. See if he has real skills. If he has real skills, he can help Xiaojian in the laboratory and the research institute. If he doesn't have real skills, then go to Pallet Town to be a magician. Perform magic for the folks. After hearing Xiaozhi's arrangement, Butler and Diana were very grateful to Xiaozhi. Butler is now especially grateful to Xiaozhi and his girlfriend. If Diana hadn't held Butler, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaomao, frog fun, you evil monster is useless. A root wave can solve it directly. Xiaomao, it must be Xiaozhi in the blue light screen who has the training method. Xiaomao, this root wave is completely different from the root wave used in the previous fight island. Xiaomao watched the double comparison live broadcast. On the other side, he took the lead and started leaving messages. The reason why Xiaomao is speaking so actively now. It is because he feels that the double comparison live broadcast room may be updated soon, and maybe he can update a speaking point. Rewards will be given according to the gold content, frequency, and number of likes of the speech. Although it has not been implemented yet, it is just Xiaomao's guess. But Xiaomao thinks that if he speaks more now, he may be able to accumulate rewards in the future, which is really great. Xiaozhi, in the blue light screen, my training methods are really great. Xiaozhi, now I am here, in the real world, and I am also learning these training methods. Xiaozhi, I have already designed the Pokemon training plan before. Xiaozhi, and Mr. Adu is very kind and is training with me. Xiaozhi, when I encounter this kind of terrifying evil monster in the future, I can also solve it myself. Adu, indeed. Adu, Xiaozhi has made great progress now, and fighting also requires methods. Let's look forward to Xiaozhi's future travel. After Xiaozhi and Adu left messages, many trainers also gave thumbs up. In the blue light curtain, the evil villain has been perfectly solved. Then the next question is whether Jiraki can successfully survive 7 days without sleeping. And on this basis, the original fans area must remain green. This is the most critical issue. As long as the fans area can be kept green, and the setting of Jiraki waking up for 7 days and sleeping for 1,000 years can be changed, then Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain is a great success. Alice, I remember that before, Xiaoao said that if this setting can be changed, Jiraki can travel with Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain without worries, which is really the best result. Kalun, not only Xiaoao said that. Xiao Sheng also said it. Kalun, because in the blue light curtain, Xiao Sheng went to Xiaozhi's research institute to study. Kalun, so this is also a special way for Xiao Sheng to improve himself. Kalun, and Xiao Sheng also hopes that Jiraki in the blue light curtain can have a very good travel experience with Xiaozhi. Kalun, don't go to happy 7 days and then sleep for a whole year. This is too uncomfortable. Alice and Kalun were the first to leave messages in the barrage. Because Xiaozhi's strength in the blue light curtain is too strong. So in this chapter, the scene where the monster is killed in one move makes everyone feel very refreshed. And female trainers are more emotional. So now, the comments on the barrage are mostly from female trainers. Kona, but the settings of Pokemon should be difficult to modify. Kona, if the settings of Pokemon can be modified, who should I find to modify it? Kona, for example, this Pokemon of mine is of Ice attribute. You can't change it to Fire attribute. Kona, modify Jiraki's setting of being awake for 7 days and sleeping for 1,000 years. Kona, I think it's even more exaggerated to change the Ice attribute to Fire attribute. Kona, but if it can be successfully changed, it is also a strong proof that Xiaozhi of the blue light curtain is powerful again. When everyone saw Kona's comments at the beginning, everyone thought that what Kona wanted to say was too difficult. But when Kona was halfway through, everyone saw Kona change the subject. He began to praise Xiaozhi. I hope that Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain can turn things around. This also makes everyone feel the charm of the Ice Queen. Mastering the art of language. Xiao Sheng, look, Xiaozhi and his friends in the blue light curtain are ready to continue their journey. With Xiao Sheng's reminder, Everyone immediately turned their attention to the blue light curtain again. In the blue light curtain, the chat on the bullet screen suddenly slowed down. Because everyone wanted to see. 7 days later, Kenjiraki in the blue light curtain continued to travel with Xiaozhi. In the blue light curtain. After catching Jiraki, Xiaozhi and his party continued to walk in the forest. And repaired the area where monsters appeared. And the disaster beast Absol that appeared at the entrance of the cave before has now come to Xiaozhi. After Absol rubbed Xiaozhi a few times. Xiaozhi also touched Absol's head and caught him at the same time. And this Absol is red. It is also a different color flash. Of course, Xiaozhi knows the legend of Absol. But he doesn't care at all. If you care about the legend that Absol is a disaster beast, how can Xiaozhi catch more Pokemon? So, after completing the capture of Absol, Xiaozhi and his party continued to play in Fanes for a few days. At the same time, they went to the gym challenge. Then they obtained the flame badge without any pressure. And in the process, Xiaozhi and his party also received a mysterious invitation. After that, Xiaozhi and his party set off for a place called the Kingdom of Marazu. As soon as they arrived there, Xiaozhi saw that the regent was not a good person. So Xiaozhi solved him directly in a few minutes. And he completely restored Tijapai's paradise. And Xiaozhi's Tijekus also talked a lot with Tijapai in the paradise. Finally, all the Tijapai in the paradise were captured by Xiaozhi and teleported back to the research institute. Because Xiaozhi was still worried about this paradise. So, he took all the Tijapai back. This is the best care for these Tijapai. Afterwards, Xiaozhi and his party went to Akiba town. And in Akiba town, everyone signed up for the competition. This time, the gorgeous competition held in Xiaozhi town. It also won the attention of many viewers. Before, everyone had never seen Xiaozhi participate in the gorgeous competition. So, this time, Xiaozhi's debut in the gorgeous competition also won the excitement of the audience in the entire Fengyuan area. In the gorgeous competition, if you can get medals, get at least 5 Fengyuan area gorgeous competition medals, and you will eventually be qualified to participate in the Fengyuan area's gorgeous large-scale celebration. These 5 medals are simply the easiest thing for Xiaozhi and his girlfriends. First get the medal, then get the ribbon trophy, and you can become a top coordination trainer. No more talk. No more talk. Hurry up and go and see all the trainers and audiences in Fengyuan area who were nearby. At this moment, they gathered in the gorgeous competition held in Xiaozhi town as soon as possible. And Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. They followed Xiaozhi all the way to Xiaozhi town. After seeing that a gorgeous contest was held here, Musashi also signed up to participate. Everyone worked very hard in the subsequent contests. However, although Musashi's poison powder moth performed very well in the contest, but facing Xiaozhi's girlfriends, especially Xiao, Musashi still lost. Shirana, congratulations to Xiaozhi for winning the first place again. Champion again. Mikali, a great performance in the gorgeous contest. Mikali, I didn't expect that Xiaozhi and his team would be able to perform so well in the gorgeous contest under the blue light curtain. Mikali, if I were the organizing committee of this contest, I would definitely pay special attention to everyone. Mikali, and medals will be given to everyone. Mikali was leaving a message in the barrage, and was also very shocked. As the top coordination trainer in Fengyuan area, he is also the top coordination trainer who created the special gorgeous contest Mikali Cup Gorgeous Contest. He is the one who tours the world to hold competitions. Mikali's judgment of the grand contest and the 2 sides of the grand contest. It can almost be said that he has the strongest say. In the blue light curtain, whether it is Xiaozhi or Xiaozhi's girlfriends, their performance in the grand contest is the best. The degree of magnificence of this skill, the degree of mutual understanding between the trainer and the Pokemon. It can be said that it is the strongest performance that Mikali has ever seen. In the blue light curtain, The final Akiba Town Grand Contest ended very beautifully. After Xiaozhi and his party finished the battle of the Grand Contest, the blue light curtain also gradually fell. Xiaomao, this time, the timeline of the red light curtain and the blue light curtain seems to be a little different. Xiaomao, the red light curtain first participated in the Akiba Town Grand Contest and then a series of stories will be told. Xiaomao, on the blue light screen side, it seems that there is a slight change in the travel route but it's harmless. Shinji, all the gym challenges that should be fought have been fought, and all the stories that should be experienced have been experienced. It is not easy for the timelines in the two worlds to be roughly the same. Xiao Gang, that's right. Xiao Gang, although the red and blue are already very different, but the stories of both sides are still very interesting. Xiao Gang, I didn't expect that our Xiaozhi's future story would be so interesting. So legendary. Xiao Gang, I want to follow Xiaozhi all the time. Meet more beautiful female trainers. With Xiao Mao, Shinji, and Xiao Gang's respective speeches, many of the trainers watching couldn't help laughing. Every time the young trainers spoke, it was very interesting. And taking advantage of the temporary break in the double comparison live broadcast room, everyone also started searching for information about Darko who appeared before. Although Darko has not spoken or left any message, but everyone thinks Darko must be very strong, or he has something special. Especially the trainers in Sinnoh. Everyone is trying hard to find him. Alio, but we searched everywhere, but we really couldn't find any information about Darko. Has he challenged any gym battles? Has he not started to fight for badges yet? I haven't noticed Darko, but I seem to have heard of a mysterious trainer, who seems to be from Sinnoh. Is this mysterious person Darko? Gosong, that's easy. Please ask Darko to come out and talk. Kiryano, that makes sense, are you there, Darko? With the messages from several top trainers in Sinnoh, everyone also started to pay attention. Darko, hello everyone, my hometown is Sinnoh, and I am a trainer in Sinnoh. Dokto, just now, I have been watching the double comparison live broadcast. Dokto, I think the Xiaozhi in the blue light screen is very strong, and the red light screen only. Chapter 200. The live broadcast room is updated, and the champion trainer is shocked. Dokto, I think Xiaozhi in the blue light screen is very strong, but the one in the red light screen is not so good. Dokto, but Xiaozhi in the red light screen saved the world, and saved it many times, which is also very powerful. Dokto, but the strength of Pokemon is still too weak. Dokto, if there are powerful Pokemon, you should still use powerful Pokemon. Dokto, Xiaozhi in the blue light screen did it very well. Speaking of this, Dokto, it seems that he has thought of something again. Dokto, I have been watching it carefully before. Dokto, I think Xiaozhi in the blue light screen has a lot of things that I need to learn. Dokto, including my Darkrai and my Latios, we all need to keep learning. Dokto, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, I think he is better than me at this stage, but not so good in the red light curtain. To be honest, he has not captured any legendary Pokemon, which is far behind. Dokto, if a trainer can encounter these legendary Pokemon during his travels and capture them, it will be an unimaginable improvement in strength. Dokto, and Xiaozhi has encountered many legendary Pokemon before, and he has a good relationship with them and captured them. Isn't this a natural thing? Dokto said. The other side also felt that Xiaozhi in the red highlight curtain is the unchanging future of Xiaozhi in reality. There are actually many opportunities to capture more powerful Pokemon. And the audience, after listening for a while, understood it. Dokto felt Xiaozhi in the red light curtain missed many opportunities. The Pokemon's strength is too weak. There is no Pokemon that can really hold the scene. However, Darko is also very impressed by Xiaozhi's various actions to save the world in the red light curtain. Xiaomao, wait a minute, this Darko said he has Darkrai and Latios. Xiaomao, these two are genuine legendary Pokemon, both are legendary beasts. Xiaomao, damn, this trainer is so awesome. And, even if your Pokemon is a little stronger, even if you are a little stronger, who are you? Xiaomao, didn't you see that the double comparison live broadcast room has already evaluated Xiaozhi as a legendary trainer? Xiaomao, is there still a legendary journey? Xiaomao, are you a legend? Xiaomao, why didn't I see that the double comparison live broadcast room compared you? While Xiaomao was firing at full power, he also spoke arrogantly to Darko and started to fight directly. What's wrong with Pokemon being strong? Just because Pokemon is strong, can you look down on Xiaozhi? It's the most disgusting thing to pull down and step on others. Although Darko said that there is Xiaozhi in his own world, and Xiaozhi in the red world. It is possible that he is not very good at capturing Pokemon. But in actual combat strength, Xiaozhi's Pokemon are all very good now. Although in the red light curtain, at the beginning around the Quartz conference, Xiaozhi still had some stubborn behaviors and stubborn commands. But now, after Xiaozhi went to Fengyuan in the red light curtain, including the Chengdu area and the Orange Islands. In fact, Xiaomao feels that the red light curtain has made great progress. Not to mention that Xiaozhi has been training in the real world. Besides, the three starters are not just Pokemon that can be found everywhere on the street. Even the world's most powerful champion, Mr. Dante. His top Pokemon is also a starter. His Charizard. His Thunderbolt. His Flare Ace. Who dares to say that Dante's Charizard is weak? Who dares to say that Dante's Thunderbolt is weak? And who dares to say that Dante's Flare Ace is weak? So Xiaomao feels that Darko's remarks are actually because he did not watch carefully. At the same time, it carries a stereotype of Xiaozhi. In short, move the audience. Shinji, I checked the relevant information in the illustrations. For the two Pokemon that Darko just mentioned, they are indeed very strong on paper, but are they strong in battle? Have you got the gym badge in the Sinnoh region? Shinji, I heard from the trainers in the Sinnoh region before that there seems to be only one mysterious trainer, but no badge has been issued yet. Why don't you get your badge first, and then you can talk? Gone, Xiaozhi's efforts for so long, so much training, can't be summarized by Mr. Darko's words. You think although you but. Gone, although your evaluation of Xiaozhi is that you think Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain is not as good as you, then can you compare with Xiaozhi in the red light curtain and the real world? At this moment, with Xiaomao, Shinji, and Xiao Gang leaving messages one after another, many trainers also began to support Xiaozhi. Because everyone thinks that no matter whether it is the red light curtain or the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi is Xiaozhi. It's just that one is Xiaozhi in the parallel world, and the other is the unchanging Xiaozhi in the future. Even if it is the unchanging future Xiaozhi. Now, almost everyone has won the respect of everyone. And before, when the double comparison live broadcast came out, everyone actually knew that basically everyone could see this light curtain. But maybe some people didn't have the right to speak. Or it was opened later. So this Dakoto must have been able to see the pictures in the red and blue light curtains a long time ago. He also said before that he had been paying attention to the pictures in the light curtain, but the speaking permission was not opened before. From this point of view, the double comparison live broadcast room may have a unique way of reviewing the speaking permission. It may be driven by the plot. Now Xiaozhi in the red and blue light curtains has basically reached the middle section of Fengyuan area. Or the entire Fengyuan region trip. It is possible that it has already been carried out, at least about 40%. And the double comparison live broadcast room also just at this time, the next region. In the Sinnoh region, the trainers who may have met each other on a narrow road shouted out. Alice, it seems that it is really interesting, and it seems that all of this is linked together. Alice, but please note that what I said is interesting, it is interesting in the double comparison live broadcast room. Mr. Darko, I feel that you are not very polite. While talking, Alice did not forget to continue training. Moreover, she has contacted the relevant personnel in the Unova region and started to prepare the battle system. After having the battle system, Alice believes that her strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. If this Darko doesn't pay attention to what he says, then Alice, don't mind at all, give him a taste of the iron fist of justice. Ai Lan, we have been with Xiaozhi in the red and blue light curtains for 2.5 years, and it is almost the 3rd year. Ai Lan, in the past 2 or 3 years, because of the magical flow of time, we did not feel the passage of time here, but the stories we have seen have been almost 3 years. Ai Lan, after watching the stories of these 3 years, our own cognition is better than anyone else. Ai Lan, if you think that Xiaozhi in the red and blue light curtains is only the blue light curtain that you like, then I disagree. Ai Lan, as one of the top trainers in the Kalos region, he thinks that the stories of Xiaozhi in both the red and blue light curtains are very exciting. Especially after the special episode was just played. This Dakoto jumped out and said that he looked down on Xiaozhi in the red light curtain, or that he felt that Xiaozhi in the red light curtain did not capture the legendary Pokemon, and so on. Darko's words are not what a friendly trainer should say. Trainers should speak appropriately. Including the top champions, including the top level trainers, or some normal, excellent trainers. They rarely express completely different theories. This kind of behavior of singing the opposite tune in front of Alan also makes Alan feel unhappy. And it also makes Charizard, who trains with Alan, feel very unhappy. Roar! Alan, should we ask where this Darko is now? I want to fight him. Even if he says that he has the legendary Pokemon Darkrai and Latios, I think I have the strength to fight. Alan's Charizard is also talking while the fighting spirit in his heart is burning. It is possible that other trainers will be afraid of some legendary Pokemon. But as the top, Alan has the strength of the champion level, and Alan's absolute main force, Charizard can be super evolved and evolved to the X state. Whether you are Darkrai or Latios, even if it's Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, etc. Even if it's possible to fight with those legendary Pokemon of Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. No one knows the result without a fight. No matter who it is, even the strongest one Dante. Alan and Charizard have the courage to challenge. And Dante, as the champion of the Galar region, he is very friendly and kind. He also treats trainers very well. And Dante expressed his admiration for Xiaozhi many times in the barrage a long time ago. No matter it's the red light curtain or the blue light curtain. The stories during it can be said to earn enough tears. Earned enough shock. However, this day Duo appeared. And he sang the opposite tune directly to his face. And it was this kind of behavior. Praise one and then step on another. It made everyone feel very uncomfortable. Everyone is now mainly encouraging the red light curtain, the Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, and the Xiaozhi in their own world. They have never said that Xiaozhi is not good, and they all think that Xiaozhi will be even better after further improvement. So Dakoto's speech. The level is too low. And along with Alan's speech, another top trainer in the Kalos region, Miss Kalos champion, Miss Kalos, also came out. At the same time, Kalono also felt that this trainer named Dakoto, although he looked more polite on the outside, this politeness was superficial. In fact, he was very proud in his heart. It seems that in his heart, he looked down on Xiaozhi. Kalono, Mr. Dakoto, although your speech seems very polite. Kalono, but my gardevoir told me that she felt that you are a proud person in your heart through her inner induction. Maybe you don't take Xiaozhi in the red light curtain and Xiaozhi here seriously at all. Kurino, or it is a very, very, very strong prejudice. Kurino, in this case, I suggest you correct your thoughts. Kurino, otherwise, when Xiaozhi really reaches the Lily of the Valley tournament in Sinnoh, you may lose miserably. Kurino rarely says such offensive words. She usually speaks very politely. And she treats people very well. And she can catch the other trainer's thoughts at the first time. So many people who know Kalos in the Kalos region and people who know Kalos all over the world know that Kano is very good. But even with such an excellent Kalos personality, she is still very uncomfortable with Darko's careless attitude of praising one and stepping on the other. And Darko himself, after being tagged in the comments in the vast barrage, he himself, however, took it very lightly and indifferently. I haven't started the gym competition in the Sinnoh region yet, so how about this, I will start the badge challenge at the same time. When we watch the light screen, the flow of time should change. Whenever Xiaozhi in the red light screen and Xiaozhi in the blue light screen start to challenge a gym, I will also challenge that gym to see if I am much stronger than Xiaozhi in the red light screen. While talking, Dakota also began to prepare in advance. And he also began to continue training. Dokdo admired Lan Xiaozhi very much in his heart. And he also saw many shining points in Lan Xiaozhi that far surpassed Dakota. No matter the usual training methods. No matter the usual treatment of Pokemon. No matter the usual treatment of people. This made Dakota feel very admired. Although the details of the specific training methods, Dokdo couldn't see them at all. And no one in the world can see it. But as long as he has an idea, Dokdo feels that he can learn a lot. The reason why Darko has a problem with Ash in the red light curtain is because Darko thinks Ash is not strong enough in many cases. Obviously, many times, legendary Pokemon can be captured. For example, Latias, who impressed Darko himself. Obviously, after Latias kissed Ash in the red light curtain and reached 3.0, Ash just had to keep him. Hug Latias. Latias must have gone with Ash. The last one must be the appearance of Latias transformed into Cannon. If Latias can be captured, it will be an unimaginable help for Ash in the red light curtain. And Darko knows it. Whether it is the red light curtain, the blue light curtain, or in reality, Ash's Pikachu can be called the absolute main force. But Darko believes that Ash in the red light curtain and in reality have not trained Pikachu enough. Especially the real Ash. After getting the secret book, Darko thinks that Ash's training for Charizard and the Pokemon he already has is not enough. But since Ash has made progress, it's good. Dokdo is confident that Ash can save the world. Especially in the red light screen, Ash's various heroic actions to save the world are remarkable. Dokdo also admires him. But in the final analysis, it's just one sentence. Still too weak. Even after a lot of training, Dokdo still thinks that Ash in reality won't be that strong. Xiao Mao, Darko, why haven't you spoken recently? Xiao Mao, do you still look down on Ash? Xiao Mao, I tell you that Ash has improved a lot now, and even if I want to look down on Ash, I'm the only one who can look down on him. Xiao Mao, do you want to make a bet? Xiao Mao was very excited and wanted to make a bet with Darko. After guessing, it was the ending after Xiaozhi and Darko met. The prompt of the Double Comparison Live Broadcast Room appeared. Double Comparison Live Broadcast Room, interactive link updated. Content. The trainers who saw the content couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 201 Daigo, as expected of Xiaozhi. So courageous. Double Comparison Live Broadcast Room, interactive content updated. Content, specially open, Xiaozhi's classic game score plus detailed guesses in the red and blue light screen. The initial points of the guess are the points shown by the previous interactive speech plus the trainer improvement points. Note, the points of interactive speech can be understood as the more speeches are made, the higher the gold content of the speech, the higher the proportion of likes, and the higher the points. Note, the improvement points can be understood as, before watching the double comparison live broadcast, the original ability is counted as 100 points. If the percentage of improvement is higher on the basis of the original ability, the improvement points will be higher. Note, initial points equals speech points plus trainer upgrade points. Note, after the number of successful guesses reaches the corresponding stage, the achievement can be completed, and the number of guesses can be stacked. For example, 10 times can be used at a time. Note, after achieving the achievement, the corresponding props can be obtained. Note, for the first achievement, you need to guess successfully 100 times. The first guess content, in the red and blue light curtain, the score of the Orange Gym Challenge plus detailed guesses. With the update of the double comparison live broadcast room, the red light curtain has been directly lit at this moment. In the red light curtain, after experiencing a series of stories again, Xiaozhi also gathered a few Pokemon obtained in the Feng Yuan area. There is the ogre swallow captured in the forest at the beginning. There is also the wood gecko captured on the other side of the giant tree. The troublemaker and the lobster soldier captured on the beach. And the coal turtle captured in the Valley of Steel. There was also the forest lizard that had evolved when fighting the sonic boom monster. Plus his good friend at the beginning, Pikachu. At this moment, Xiaozhi was also here to challenge the gym leader Qinli again. So, Xiaozhi came to Qinjue City again. After arriving in Qinjue City, it was a hometown that Xiaoao and Xiao Sheng missed. But what was unexpected was that when Xiaoao and others returned home, Xiaoao's mother looked a little different. And he didn't find his father at home, as if his father had gone out to do something. After that, several people carefully looked for the reason and found out. It turned out that Qinli was always away from home recently because she was preparing fireworks for the 15th hunting of swallowtail butterflies. So, the misunderstanding between Mitsuko and Qinli was finally resolved. At the same time, although Team Rocket wanted to sneak into the huge greenhouse of the Qinjue Gym and take away Qinli's lazy man, hyperactive monkey, and the king of asking for leave, they failed in the end. Afterwards, Xiaozhi and Qinli agreed to enter the gym to challenge. Xiaozhi also stood on the field with high morale. He swore that he would definitely defeat Qinli this time. When the red screen showed Qinli and Xiaozhi both standing on the battlefield and about to start the battle, the guessing in the double comparison live broadcast room was also opened. When the audience in the double comparison live broadcast room looked at the guessing carefully, they understood. It turns out that this guessing contest is not just about guessing the score. Just like what was said at the time, you have to guess the details. Xiao Mao, good guy, I knew this guessing contest would not be so easy. He has to guess the score and guess the Pokemon of both sides in detail. Xiao Mao, and you have to guess the winning Pokemon. Shinji, this is really very difficult, but fortunately I have a lot of points. It tells me that I can guess about 20 times. Xiao Gang, I guess 12 times. Xiao Xia, I guess 11 times. Is it because I don't talk much? Xiao Mao, I guess 30 times. Ha 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 ha, I guessed it right before. It's worth my hard work. Adu, I guess 22 times. Shiba, I guess 16 times. As many double comparison live broadcast rooms, the trainers who were watching, one after another, typed their remaining times on the barrage. Soon, almost everyone knew the minimum number of times for each person. If you did not participate in the barrage communication at all, or communicated very little, or almost nothing, then your guessing number is 3, or no more than 4. This is also the decision made by the double comparison live broadcast room after comprehensive consideration of the data. For this setting, although the audience with fewer times will definitely feel that their number is very small, but they also understand it very well. Because there are still many people who are not eligible to leave messages. It can give them 3 or 4 opportunities to participate in the guessing. To feel the participation points, this is very good. Xiaozhi, I am 100 times. At this moment, when Xiaozhi posted his own guessing number, it immediately caused shock. Of course, the most shocked one was Darko. Darko, eh? Could it be that Xiaozhi's strength before the start of the double comparison live broadcast room has really improved a lot compared to now? Docduo, I see that you don't post many comments in the barrage. Docduo, then the extra 70 or 80 times must be the improvement of strength. Docduo, in that case, I take back what I said before, Xiaozhi's strength is not strong in the real world, and apologize to you. After seeing Xiaozhi's post of his own guessing times, Dokduo also suddenly figured it out. He must have been too strict before. Xiaozhi's strength must be much better than before. It seems that Xiaozhi's hard work in training during this period is really fierce and very fruitful. And many trainers, after seeing that Dokduo actually apologized to Xiaozhi in the barrage, many people also felt that this trainer might turn around too quickly. Just when they were about to leave a message to praise Darko, Darko's next speech also made everyone feel that he seemed to have not changed. Darko, in that case, Xiaozhi, you should grow up quickly. Darko, when you come to the Sinnoh region in the future, I look forward to fighting with you, and when you in the red light curtain come to Sinnoh, I also look forward to fighting with you in the red light curtain. Darko, but I guess even if your strength improves, the result of fighting with me will definitely not be too good. Darko, but my Darkrai, Latios, and other legendary Pokémon are not so easy to deal with. As soon as Darko said this, many trainers felt. Darko only admitted that Xiaozhi's strength was stronger than before, but he did not admit how strong Xiaozhi's absolute strength was. Xiaozhi, Mr. Darko, I am looking forward to fighting with you. You may think that my absolute strength is not very strong, but if we can fight in the future, I will definitely prove myself. Although Xiaozhi felt that what Darko said was a little too direct at the moment. But after all, from Darko's perspective, he might think so. So Xiaozhi also responded very politely. If it was Xiaozhi before, he would not have improved his strength without the rewards of the double comparison live broadcast room. Without Miss Sirona, Kona, Serena, and Misty. If he had not trained against Mr. Adu and others, Xiaozhi might be very anxious now. But Xiaozhi now is not in a hurry at all. Because his training is planned, and the intensity of the training and the speed at which the Pokémon's strength is improved are completely sufficient. Now Xiaozhi is also watching and trying to figure out the rewards given by the live broadcast room. Especially the secrets of Charizard in Thunder Dragon mode, the strength of Pikachu after fusing with the electric ball, and the strength of Bulbasaur and Squirtle after fusing their special items. Strength. And Xiaozhi is now trying to imitate himself in the blue light curtain and develop some skills. So Xiaozhi thinks that now he just needs to be polite to Dakoto. If Dakoto loses and loses miserably, then Mr. Dakoto will definitely feel embarrassed. Xiaozhi thinks that as long as he is strong enough and respects others enough, then he will naturally be respected by others. After seeing Xiaozhi's message to him, Dakoto was also shocked. He didn't expect that Xiaozhi was so young and had just started training, and his Pokémon lineup was not very good. He had not experienced as many things as he had. But in terms of dealing with people, emotional intelligence, and IQ, it turned out that he was a little like himself in the blue light curtain. Dokdu, Xiaozhi, you really impressed me with this sentence and I only have 3 guesses the least. Dokdu also felt that his previous speech hit the cotton ball. On the other hand, he also accelerated the exchange of barrage. He also wanted to earn the rewards of the guessing in the double comparison live broadcast room. He guessed that the rewards of these guessing would definitely be very good. But because he opened the chat permission relatively late, there were only 3 guessing times. This also made Dokdu feel that he had to talk about some dry goods from time to time, otherwise there would always be no guessing times. If he always guessed wrong, wouldn't it be impossible to cycle in the future? Alice, this guessing should be 1 guess for the red light curtain and 1 guess for the blue light curtain. Alice, in that case, I guess the Pokémon that will appear should be Pikachu, Lizard, and Thunberg. Alice, the final score should be 3-2, and Pikachu will win in the end. Hirana, Sister Alice and I have similar ideas, but I guess the order of appearance should be Thunberg, Lizard, and Pikachu. As for the score, I guess it should be 3-1. Alan, Pikachu 3-2. Daigo, Thunberg 3-1. Xiaozhi, Pikachu, Cinderella, Lizard, 3-2, I'll go all in 100 times. Xiaomao, that's a lot of points. Pikachu 3-1, once. Dokdo, Pikachu, Cinderella, Lizard, 3-2, once. Dante, Pikachu, Coal Turtle, Lizard, 3-2, twice. As many trainers seized the time to guess the score and details. After about 1 minute, the entire competition window was closed. Everyone began to watch the dynamics of the game seriously. This time, everyone's attention was higher than any previous time. Because before, everyone was just simply appreciating and had no interest in it. But this time everyone made a guess. When something is related to their own interests, the participation is too high. Because before, Xiaozhi and Qinli of the Orange Gym had fought once. So this time everyone thought Xiaozhi would definitely win, it was just a matter of 3-1 or 3-2. There were also people who guessed 3-0, but they were relatively few. At the end of the Pokémon, everyone generally thought it was either Pikachu or Lizard. No one guessed that Coal Turtle would be the finale. Because everyone felt that Xiaozhi's Coal Turtle was not very good at fighting. In the red light curtain, Pikachu uses Lightning Flash. Xiaozhi immediately began to command. Xiaozhi is now very confident in his Pikachu. And Pikachu also called Pika Pika twice. At the same time, he launched Lightning Flash at the fastest speed and rushed towards Sloth. And now, Sloth was lying lazily on the battlefield, and it seemed that he had no intention of fighting at all. Xiaozhi's friends were very surprised when they saw Sloth like this, including Xiaozhi. But since the battle has begun, they have to use their greatest strength to fight. But when Xiaozhi was full of confidence and asked Pikachu to launch Lightning Flash, what he never expected was that Pikachu's Lightning Flash was directly dodged by Sloth. This is my unique fighting style. Sloth uses Shadow Ball. Qinli, who was also the fastest, commanded the Sloths to use Shadow Ball after dodging the Lightning Flash. In an instant, after the Shadow Ball skill was used by Sloth, it also rushed towards Pikachu at a very fast speed. Xiaozhi also responded. Pikachu, dodge quickly. The Shadow Ball was successfully dodged. Xiaozhi then commanded his Pikachu to use Iron Tail again. But once again, it was dodged by Sloth. Qinli also used Awakening Power after commanding Sloth to dodge 2 skills. Xiaozhi saw this situation and realized that he had to fight quickly. If it dragged on like this, Pikachu felt that he could not hit any skills against Sloth, which was too passive. So Xiaozhi ordered Pikachu to use 100,000 volts, but it didn't work. The subsequent thunder was also dodged by Sloth. The Sloth then used Blizzard under Qinli's command, and then Pikachu used thunder again, but it still didn't work. This series of Sloth's countless evasions made Xiaozhi feel completely helpless. Pikachu, you have done very well, come back. It's decided to be you, Coal Turtle. After Xiaozhi ordered Coal Turtle to play, he immediately ordered Coal Turtle to use Jet Flame. And Sloth used Blizzard to respond, but failed. In this way, the score became 1-0, and Xiaozhi took the lead. Then Qinli also sent his own Hyperactive Ape to fight Coal Turtle. Under the attack of Hyperactive Ape, a move of grabbing, the Coal Turtle lost its combat ability directly, and Pikachu played again. After Pikachu came on the field, he launched Iron Tail, flashed with lightning, blocked the grab skill of Hyperactive Ape, and also activated the static electricity characteristic. However, although Hyperactive Ape fell into a paralyzed state, but Pikachu was also seriously injured before. Although he tried his best and used Iron Tail, he successfully defeated Hyperactive Ape. But Pikachu also lost his fighting ability. The Forest Lizard is decided to be you. Go and ask for leave. Xiao Mao, damn. I guessed wrong about this battle. Xiao Mao, the result of this battle should definitely be the order of Pikachu, Coal Turtle, and Forest Lizard. If Xiaozhi wins, the score will be 3-2. Dante, it seems that the order I guessed is correct. If Xiaozhi can win, it should be counted as my achievement twice. Xiaozhi, coconuts. In the last match, it must be the Forest Lizard that beats the Leaf King. Shinji, Leaf King. This Pokemon has the lazy trait, Xiaozhi should be easy to beat. Docto, Leaf King is very strong, and those with the lazy trait are very strong, not so easy to beat, I may have guessed wrong. Xiaoao, there is no lazy one, my father's Leaf King. Chapter 202 The reward for the 100 guesses achievement is revealed. Xiaoao, no, my father's Leaf King is very special. With Xiaoao's message, many trainers felt surprised. Because Leaf King is a Pokemon. Below all three states. He is lazy, energetic, and lazy. At the beginning, he was very lazy, in the middle, he was very diligent, and then in the final evolved form, he was lazy again. And Leaf King is a Pokemon. Through the understanding of the illustrations, you can also find that its overall attack, durability, and speed are all very, very good. If Qinli's King of Leaf is not affected by the laziness characteristic, then it is too powerful. Xiao Mao, oh my god, if Qinli's King of Leaf is not affected by the laziness characteristic, then he is simply too active. Xiao Mao, is he qualitatively different from the ordinary King of Leaf? Then can he be compared with the legendary Pokemon? Adu, the value of King of Leaf must be very high. Adu, if Qinli can have a unique way to train King of Leaf, then his King of Leaf must be very, very powerful and also very terrifying. Adu, if King of Leaf is a Pokemon that is particularly active, then it can be called the top Pokemon. Dr. Odamaki, Qinli's King of Leaf is indeed a very magical King of Leaf. It seems to be related to Mr. Qinli's own training method. Dr. Odamaki, so it can be seen from this that the characteristics of Pokemon are not immutable. Dr. Odamaki, if the trainer trains well, he can really change the characteristics of Pokemon like Mr. Qinli and Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. Dr. Odamaki, in this case, I have a very strong confidence in the possibility that Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain can change Jiraki to sleep after 7 days. With the comments of Xiao Mao and Adu, and the comments of Dr. Odamaki, many viewers nodded repeatedly. Because if it is really possible to change the characteristics of Pokemon through artificial training, and to influence Pokemon, it is really too powerful. Docto, in this case, I guess I am probably wrong. Docto, I originally thought that Xiaozhi in the red light curtain could defeat the King of Advice with the excellent performance of his forest lizard. Docto, because I saw this forest lizard was very powerful and hard-working in the state of the wood gecko. Docto, if it can't beat the King of Leaf, then I have to question the strength of this forest lizard. Docto is also worried about the direction of the red light curtain. Because Docto's own guessing times are very few. Because Docto himself has open chat permissions, and is also very open late. So, he only has 3 guesses at least. So he must be very careful in guessing. If he guesses wrong the first time, he will only have 2 chances in the future. So Deco is very worried. Because he knows that every guess he makes is very important. If he guesses wrong again on the basis of the small number of guesses, this foundation is completely not on the same level. This is the same for trainers. If one side has ordinary Pokemon going out, on the other side, legendary Pokemon going out. Although ordinary Pokemon can also be trained to be very powerful, but the upper limit of legendary Pokemon must be higher. And every time Deco speaks, he finds that there seem to be very few people who like him. This also makes Deco feel that if he can't turn the tables with these 3 guesses, maybe one day he will really be pressed to the ground by Xiaozhi. This is what Deco doesn't want to see. He is trained as a legendary beast, and as a legendary beast man, he has his own pride. Shirana, indeed, after the trainer's own continuous hard training, the characteristics of the Pokemon itself can be changed. Shirana, but it depends on how much Mr. Qinli in the red light screen can control his own emotional fake king. Daigo, I have communicated with Mr. Qinli before. Daigo, Mr. Qinli's Leaf King, defense, speed, and strength are all amazing. Daigo, it is indeed very active. It can execute Mr. Qinli's instructions to the greatest extent, which is very strong. With the speeches of Shirana and Daigo, the two champion-level trainers. In the barrage, people are also looking forward to the wonderful performance in the red light screen. Now, everyone will not say that they think Xiaozhi will definitely win or lose before the battle starts. Everyone just hopes that Xiaozhi will win. If Xiaozhi loses, he will just have to go back to training. Although everyone will feel sorry for guessing wrong. But everyone thinks that if Xiaozhi wins, it will be the best. Everyone also hopes to see it. In the red light curtain. After the Forest Lizard and the Leaf King both came to the venue. Xiaozhi was the first to command the Forest Lizard to use the seed machine gun. With the vast number of seeds, the Forest Lizard shot at the Leaf King under its skills. The battle also successfully kicked off. Leaf King, block the seed machine gun. Qinli now seems to be very confident in his Leaf King. Chosen to directly command his Leaf King to block the seed machine gun. And this time the command was very correct. It was also successfully blocked. After that, Xiaozhi saw that the seed machine gun was ineffective. Immediately commanded the Forest Lizard to continue using the leaf blade, but the leaf blade was also blocked by the Leaf King. At the same time, the King of Leaf also threw the Forest Lizard out and used the Chi Fist at the same time. On Xiaozhi's side, after a round of turnover, he commanded the Forest Lizard to continue using the seed machine gun. Afterwards, the King of Leaf also directly used the ultimate move Earthquake. When the Earthquake was used, the entire orange gym immediately shook. The power of this earthquake was too terrifying. But Xiaozhi had an idea at this moment. Forest Lizard jump up quickly and avoid the earthquake. And this move of inspiration was undoubtedly a very correct command. Xiaozhi successfully commanded the Forest Lizard to avoid the earthquake and used the slap. But unfortunately, the slap was not used successfully. Instead, the King of Leaves seized the opportunity and threw the Forest Lizard out again. And then in the confrontation, the Forest Lizard used the seed machine gun again. But the King of Leaf used the destruction ray. At the moment when the destruction ray hit the Forest Lizard, everyone's heart was tightened. Because the power of the skill destruction beam is very high. And it seems that it hit the Forest Lizard head-on. Will it not be defeated immediately and lose its combat capability? But then everyone found out. Xiaozhi's Forest Lizard held on. And activated the lush characteristic. The power of this system's skills will be increased again. Everyone was excited to see this. The Forest Lizard is indeed one of Xiaozhi's trump cards when he came to Fengyuan area. Xiaozhi, your Forest Lizard is very good. Next, King of Leaf will continue to use Earthquake. Qinli also continued to command after praising Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi also commanded the Forest Lizard to continue to jump away and avoid the earthquake. And used King of Leaf to jump up. And King of Leaf also continued to use Destruction Beam. But the Forest Lizard dodged it very quickly. After that, the Forest Lizard first used Slap, and King of Leaf used the most powerful Chi Fist. After Xiaozhi saw this, he immediately pointed the Forest Lizard used the Leaf Blade with the maximum power. After the collision of the two waves of skills, the attention of everyone was focused on the field. Xiao Mao, this move should determine the outcome. Qinli Pavilion Master's King of Leaf is really amazing. Xiao Mao, I didn't expect that he completely overcame his laziness, as if his talent had turned into motivation. Xiao Mao, in the Infury Fist versus the Lush Leaf Blade, I don't know which side will win more. Xiao Mao, if you ask me, I feel that the Leaf Blade is better. Xinji, Infury Fist is a physical attack skill belonging to the fighting attribute. The physical attack attribute of the King of Leaf is particularly powerful. Xinji, and this move is particularly powerful, but one thing to note is that the Infury Fist cannot be attacked before using the skill. If it is attacked, it will fail. Xiao Gang, what Xinji said makes a lot of sense, and in the red light curtain, Xiaozhi's Forest Lizard's Leaf Blade is a grass-attributed skill, which is enhanced by lushness. With the messages of Xiao Mao Xinji and Xiao Gang, they are constantly receiving likes from others, and the corresponding backstage points are slowly increasing. But they can clearly see that they're increased points. For the number of draws that can be converted, it is simply a drop in the bucket. But even if it is a drop in the bucket, they still need to work hard. No one says that powerful props and precious props, or extremely precious props and precious secrets can be seen on the street. It must be through continuous struggle and continuous follow-up to have a chance to get props. Xiaozhi, my own guess should definitely be correct. Xiaozhi, the leaf blade of the forest lizard is a grass-attributed skill. After adding flourishing, Xiaozhi, the attack power is not inferior to the true chi punch used by the king of leaf under the premise of general attributes. Xiaozhi, so the power of the skills on both sides must be the same. Xiaozhi, in fact, the power of the leaf blade is a little higher. Xiaozhi, and when the king of leaf uses the true chi punch, he cannot be attacked. Xiaozhi, but everyone can still see clearly when the king of leaf uses the true chi punch in the red light curtain. Xiaozhi, he must have been attacked by the forest lizard in advance. As Xiaozhi explained in great detail, many viewers immediately noticed this detail. That's true. Before the chi fist attacks, it cannot be attacked by other skills or other moves. If it can be attacked, it will fail. However, the fight between the leaf blade and the chi fist is really very good to watch. Although the smoke in the field has not yet dissipated, everyone is very excited and nervous. Everyone wants to see which side wins in the picture. If you ask me, it must be Xiaozhi who won. This is Xiaozhi's second time to challenge Qinli's orange gem, and Qinli also gave Xiaozhi a very good explanation the first time. Basically, it is like this, but I don't think many people can guess the corresponding Pokemon battle order and guess the score. As everyone discussed one after another, many people also found that the fact is indeed like this. Because everyone's points are very limited. At the same time, when guessing the points and the number of times, they are even more cautious. Many people dare not use it. Because it is one less time. Ordinary people's level rises too slowly. So, most people basically only use one guessing point. And Dandy and his friends have slightly more guessing points. Some use 2 or 3. Basically, except for Xiaozhi himself, no one says that they all in at once. Shirana, basically, the result is almost out. If our Xiaozhi wins the final guessing, and Mr. Dandy, Shirana, they won the final guessing, that's really a good thing. Alice, it seems that Dakoto also guessed successfully once. Alan, it seems to be true, but once is too little, and the achievement of 100 times is basically only Xiaozhi can reach it quickly. Alan, this shows that the double comparison live broadcast room fully recognizes Xiaozhi's improvement in strength before and after watching the double comparison live broadcast room. With the comments of several champion trainers. Everyone also checked how many people guessed correctly and how many people guessed wrong in this competition. And everyone also really understood Xiaozhi's strength, which must have improved a lot. Because this was certified by the double comparison live broadcast room. And because this is based on the number of correct guesses to complete the achievement, and then the reward will be issued. So even if you guessed correctly, you can't get the reward if you haven't completed the achievement of 100 games. So everyone began to guess what kind of reward Xiaozhi would get if he guessed correctly. Xiao Mao, basically, in 3 to 5 seconds the result will be announced in a minute, but Xiaozhi is still very brave. He dares to go all in after 100 times. Xiaozhi, I believe, Wang Zhao, my friends, especially I believe in the forest lizard in Fengyuan area. When I was in the wood gecko before, he never let me down. After evolving into a forest lizard, he will definitely not let me down. In the blue light curtain. Under the impact of the forest lizard's maximum power leaf blade. Under the maximum power of the king of leaf, the true chi fist. The smoke lasted for a very long time, but it finally dissipated at this moment. When everyone saw the scene in the field, Xiaozhi also jumped up happily, and Qinli also smiled. Congratulations, Xiaozhi, you have won the badge of the Orange Flower Gym. This is the Libra badge. Qinli handed the badge to Xiaozhi and congratulated Xiaozhi on his victory. Xiaozhi, your forest lizard is really good. This leaf blade, which is the most powerful after activating the lush characteristic, really plays a decisive role. When the forest lizard evolves into the Lizard King, its overall strength will definitely be even stronger. I hope Xiaozhi can lead the Lizard King to achieve a good result in the KO conference in our Fengyuan area at that time. In addition, Xiao Ao and Xiao Sheng will continue to rely on you. While Qinli was talking, he also looked at his two children and smiled. And Qinli's wife Mitsuko was also looking at her daughter and son at this moment. She opened her arms and hugged them again. So, Xiaozhi and his group continued to set off and headed to the next location. The target is Inyu City. Here, there is a trainer who is proficient in flying attributes, Naki. At the same time, the red light screen gradually dimmed after it was played here. And the double comparison live broadcast room began to issue rewards. Guessing instructions, the trainers who guessed correctly this time are sorted by the amount. Ash, Dante, Professor Oak. Congratulations to Ash for getting the reward for guessing 100 times. Special reward Pretend. Chapter 203 LZP? Don't be too outrageous. It's Influenza A, updated at 9:30 or 10:30. System instructions. Congratulations to Ash for getting the reward for guessing correctly 100 times. Special reward, a lightning amplification slate. The moment the reward came out in the double comparison live broadcast room, everyone saw this reward for Ash. This reward is slightly different from the previous reward for Ash's participation in answering questions, because it is a reward for completing an achievement. When everyone saw the lightning slate that Ash got, they were also surprised. Lightning slate. I remember that Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain got one in the ancient ruins. After getting it, he showed a very powerful skill, a scientific railgun. That railgun can be said to be devastating. But what is this lightning amplification slate? Is it more powerful than the lightning slate? Many viewers also thought of it at the first time. Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain also got this item. This item is very powerful, and it can almost be said that it cooperates with the original Pikachu's electric ball. Pikachu's electric attribute skills will reach an unimaginable peak. And everyone has not seen Xiaozhi in real life use his Pikachu to fight a large-scale battle for a long time. A long time ago, Xiaozhi and Xiaomao had a battle. It's just that this time, Xiaozhi commanded his Pokémon like cutting melons and vegetables and defeated Xiaomao. Now, after Xiaozhi obtained the lightning slab, Pikachu's strength must be even stronger. The previous Pikachu was already very powerful. Now that he has obtained the lightning amplification slab, his overall power and damage of electric attribute moves. And the range, it is estimated that it will expand again. It's hard to say how much it will expand. But at least it can expand by 20% to 30%. This 20% is a very scary number. Because the combat area covered is basically a circle or a square. If the overall expansion is 20%, it may be applied to the entire area more than 40% to more than 60%. Many trainers are also discussing one after another. Because the range of related skills and the items obtained by Xiaozhi's Pikachu are what they are most concerned about. And now, there is also Darko, a trainer in the Sinnoh region. He always says something inappropriate here. So now everyone thinks that the stronger Xiaozhi's Pikachu is, the greater the suppression power will be on Darko in the future. And this improvement of about 20%, is the improvement that everyone can see for ordinary lightning slabs. And the improvement of the lightning amplification slab is beyond everyone's guess. Shiba, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain obtained the lightning slab in the underground ruins. Shiba, Xiaozhi in our world obtained the lightning amplification slab by relying on very good guesses and an unstoppable attitude. Shiba, if you ask me, Xiaozhi is really brave. While talking, Shiba looked at the number of guesses that had been deducted once. I couldn't help but be amazed. For them, the number of guesses is really one less for every wrong guess. I don't know if I can add more if the number disappears in the future. If I can't add more, it will be really depressing. Adu, this lightning amplification slab must be different from that lightning slab. Adu, the names are different. Adu, and it's called the amplification slate, so where is the amplification? Adu, I'm right across from Xiaozhi now, I'm asking Xiaozhi to show me this slate. Adu, how can I say it now, it's so powerful. Adu, the power of lightning on this slate seems to make me feel the origin of lightning. Adu, there's a faint breath of the creator god Arceus. Adu, could it be Pikachu can rely on this lightning amplification slate to evolve into a special form of Arceus? Adu, Arceus? While Adu was talking, he was also at the Quartz conference, watching this lightning amplification slate with Xiaozhi. Because Xiaozhi and Adu have been training, so when the rewards were issued, Xiaozhi also invited Adu to watch it together. Including Xiaozhi's Pokemon, they are now looking at this stone slab floating in front of Xiaozhi, and they are all very curious. Pika Pika Pika. This lightning stone slab seems to be more special than the electric bead obtained at the beginning. I felt the power of recovery in this stone slab. I also felt the power of fierce attack. It is a stone slab that combines attack, defense, and physical recovery. While talking, Pikachu also took a few steps forward, as if he wanted to reach out and take a look at this lightning amplification stone slab. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charizard are also watching from left to right at this moment, because they have also fused related special props before. So now, every time they see the props, they are the most curious. Roar! I felt a stronger fluctuation on this lightning amplification stone slab than the secret book of Thunder Flame Dragon. It is possible that after Pikachu uses this lightning amplification slate, his strength will have a qualitative leap. Jenny. Charizard is right. I have this feeling too. And this lightning amplification slate seems to be more effective than the items I and Cotton Seed obtained and used. Dane. That's right. Although we got the items and used them at the first time, we got an unimaginable improvement. But in comparison, this lightning amplification slate is still far behind. Just when Xiaozhi's Pokemon was chattering, Xiaozhi also grabbed the lightning amplification slate in his hand and let Pikachu use it. It is very simple to use. It is basically the same as the use of the electric ball. After putting this slate on the chest, the slate will automatically merge with Pikachu itself. Sizzle! Accompanied by a crackling sound of lightning and thunder, Xiaozhi's Pikachu successfully merged with the lightning amplification slate. Although there were a lot of lightnings in the process, they were just lightnings that were scattered in the sky. It did not strike the ground. And it was accompanied by a crisp sound of pop. When Pikachu and the lightning amplification slate were completely merged, Pikachu's entire orange-yellow body was immediately filled with the power of lightning. There were crackling sounds all around, all of which were the sound of lightning, and accompanied by very strong static electricity. Xiaozhi knew that this was a great improvement in the strength of his Pikachu. Well done, Pikachu! This item is just to add to our strength. We still have to keep training. Continue to follow the previous training guide and the intimacy training secrets. Let's train. We have to improve our strength and our mutual understanding. Keep improving. The same goes for other partners. After Xiaozhi said this, he also asked Mr. Adu to continue fighting with him. After seeing Pikachu's improvement, Adu nodded happily. Xiaozhi, your Pikachu's strength has improved again. Adu was also talking while carefully observing the Pikachu that Xiaozhi was holding in his arms. Pikachu saw that Mr. Adu was paying close attention to him. He also smiled at Adu. Because during this period, Pikachu and Xiaozhi were well taken care of by Mr. Adu. Adu was using very good methods to teach Xiaozhi training. And he was also making some training arrangements for Xiaozhi. Xiaomao, I remember that Xiaozhi should be with Mr. Adu now. Xiaomao, Mr. Adu must have seen the state of Xiaozhi's Pikachu now. Xiaomao, everyone nearby, please send us a few pictures. Xiaomao, or I will go to Xiaozhi now. Xiaomao, how about this? Xiaomao, then I will go to him now. Shinji, then I will go too. Xiaogang, take me with you. Accompanied by the double comparison live broadcast room, many viewers left messages in the barrage one after another. Xiaomao, Shinji, Xiaogang and Xiaoxia also went to the training ground of the Quartz Conference as soon as possible. The training ground where Xiaozhi is now. It is the largest public training ground in the venue. And now, around this public training ground, there are also a lot of spectators and a lot of trainers. There are even many staff members who are paying attention to Xiaozhi all the time. If you ask me, I paid attention to Xiaozhi's Pikachu when Xiaozhi's Pikachu was fused with the electric ball at the beginning. Now, from this point of view, Xiaozhi's Pikachu's strength must be greatly enhanced than before. It must be greatly enhanced, don't say that. Now we just want to see how much Xiaozhi's Pikachu's strength has been enhanced. Or, how powerful can the electric attribute skills be now? One after another, with the constant curiosity of the trainers and staff around. Many excellent trainers, including Xiaozhi's acquaintances, have also arrived at the scene as soon as possible. Xiaomao, Xiaozhi, can your current Pikachu use a thunder move to kill all of Dark's Pokémon? Xiaomao, I see him showing off his legendary Pokémon all day long. Xiaomao, I feel uncomfortable. Xiaomao was talking in reality while confronting Dark in the barrage. Doc. And Dark is now a little bit out of temper because of Xiaomao's criticism. Because Dark is not at the Quartz Conference. And because he has not started the badge challenge yet. But Dark feels that his strength is enough. Doc is very confident in his strength. After all, his Pokémon team is a team full of legendary Pokémon. In fact, the Darkrai and Latios he mentioned are not his absolute main force. His absolute main force is stronger than these two Pokémon. So at this moment, after seeing Xiaomao fighting against him in the barrage, Darko chose to take a deep breath and temporarily ignore this matter. Because he had to wait for Xiaozhi to arrive in Sinnoh in the red and blue light screens before starting the challenge. Because Darko believes that no matter how powerful you say, you can't actually fight a beautiful battle at that time. Everything is useless. And Darko is not a brainless trainer. So he also knows that his own strength is the foundation of everything. Dokdu, Xiaomao, how powerful you are now in the line, when I fight with the gym leader in the Sinnoh area later. Dokdu, you will know how wrong you are now. After Darko finished this sentence, he continued to train. He wants to continue to train his team. After Darko finished speaking, Xiaomao just snorted after seeing Darko's message. He didn't take it too seriously. Who doesn't know how to talk back? Xiaomao, Xiaozhi, show us your Pikachu, after it has been fused with the electric ball and the lightning amplification slate, and after it has been improved through your training. While Xiaomao was speaking, he also came to the training site of the Quartz Conference and stood with Xiaozhi. After Xiaozhi heard what Xiaomao said, he nodded. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Xiaozhi immediately commanded Pikachu to use 100,000 volts on the open space. When this 100,000 volts fell on the open space, everyone understood. After being improved by the electric ball and the lightning amplification slate, Pikachu's strength has been greatly improved than before. Pikachu, use thunder. Pikachu, use volt attack. Pikachu, use. One after another, Xiaozhi commanded Pikachu to use skills to demonstrate. The crowd around was getting bigger and bigger. And everyone was watching on one side. The other side was the same as what they had seen before. Xiaozhi and compare the power of the skills in Xiaomao's duel. Shirana, it was before the double comparison live broadcast room came out for a long time. Shirana, when Xiaozhi obtained the electric ball, the secret book of Charizard in Thunder Dragon mode, and some other props. Shirana, Xiaozhi and Xiaomao also fought. Shirana, at that time, Xiaozhi's Pikachu, the power of the skills was not so high. Adu, some of us watched the battle at that time. Adu, some watched the wonderful clips afterwards, and some watched the full video. Adu, those skills are indeed completely different from the power and attack range of the skills used by Pikachu now. Adu, including the power value 5 minutes ago when I was training with Xiaozhi, it is different. The top trainers at the scene talked. On the other side, they were also very happy to see Xiaozhi's progress. At this moment, the blue light curtain on the other side also gradually lit up. In the blue light curtain, when Xiaozhi and his party arrived in Qinjue City, Xiaoao also introduced her boyfriend Xiaozhi and Xiaoao's sisters to her father and mother. When the father-in-law and mother-in-law, they were also very happy to see Xiaozhi. So, the family had a reunion dinner. Agreed to fight again on the third day. As for the second day, it was left for Xiaozhi and his party to stroll around Qinjue City. And the next morning, after breakfast, Xiaozhi and his party also set off for Qinhua Forest. When I came to Qinjue City before, I sensed a very strong wave guide. It should be a lazy old man with full energy. Let's see if I can meet it today. While Xiaozhi was talking, he was also searching around through the wave guide sensing. Xiaozhi's girlfriends were also helping to look for it. Except for Xiaoao, the other girlfriends were very curious. They had never heard of the very hard-working sloth before. But now that Xiaozhi said there was one, there must be one. Sure enough, everyone searched for a short time afterwards. In the middle of the orange forest, they saw an unusual scene. Xiaomao, good guy, this is simply. Chapter 204 King of Leave? One Punch Man. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi and his party searched in the orange forest for a while. In the middle of the orange forest, they also found the target. There are a lot of sloths here, as well as athletes, and even the King of Leave. Among these Pokemon, Xiaozhi and others saw the most special one at a glance. This is a pink sloth with pink hair. The reason why he is different. The first is because of the different color. The second reason is that he is now helping all his companions to prepare breakfast. The companions in the tribe are ordinary lazy birds. Now they are basically lying on the tree to sleep, and they only need to eat 3 leaves a day. These 3 leaves are now distributed to the lazy birds in order. Although the athletes have been restless and active, but at this moment, they have also magically calmed down. It seems that they are waiting for the pink lazy bird to deliver food to them. Of course, the athletes are still restless from time to time, wanting to help the pink lazy bird relieve some pressure. And some of the leaf kings in the tribe are lying directly on the ground, looking very carefree. And the areas around these leaf kings have basically become bald land. The reason is that the leaf kings only eat the grass that can be reached by their hands. After the grass is completely eaten and the ground becomes bare, he will move. What is more interesting is that after the leaf kings have eaten all the grass around them, they still have no place to move. When Xiaozhi saw this, he understood. All this may be arranged by the pink lazy man. This is also the reason why the leaf king Meng can have food even if he does not need to move. Because they have good friends. The pink lazy man prepared it for them. Xiaoxia. Xiaozhi, this different colored lazy man is so cute. And he is also very hard-working. It is not the same as what is said in the illustration. Not see. The illustration says that regular lazy men sleep more than 20 hours a day. And he basically does not change his nest. He just swims occasionally. Lika. It seems that the illustration also says that the lazy man's heart beats only once a minute. Under normal circumstances, no one can see it moving. The illustration also says that when you see the lazy man, you will be assimilated by his lazy appearance. Lashios. Yes. I am also learning how to use the Pokemon Encyclopedia. It is indeed what is said above. But this sloth is so special and also very cute. Xiaoao. This sloth is very similar to my father's Leaf King. My father's Leaf King is very active. I heard him say before that the Leaf King was special. And the sloth you found now, Xiaozhi, is pink. This Pokemon is even more unique. As Xiaozhi's girlfriends talked one after another beside him, Xiaozhi nodded and exuded the power of Wave Guide. On the other side, he took out a lot of raw materials plus food from his backpack and started to make it on the spot. When the delicious raw materials were taken out, when the delicious food was taken out, all the sloths, hyperactive ape, and Leaf Kings paid attention to it at once. Sloth. This raw material looks great at first glance. I feel like if I can have a bite, I might not need to eat for a month. Hyperactive ape. This trainer looks very friendly. Should we go over and help? Leaf King. These delicious foods, as well as excellent raw materials, will definitely make the meals much more delicious than stir-fry. Pink Sloth. This trainer seems very friendly. I'll just go up and have a chat. So, Xiaozhi and his girlfriends were making meals. On the other side, they also received several hyperactive apes who came to ask questions, and another very diligent pink sloth. Xiaomao, this sloth is a pink sloth that is 1 in a million. Xiaomao, and he was so diligent even in the sloth stage. Xiaomao, Xiaoao, your father's Leaf King, was also very diligent in the sloth stage. Xiaoao, I'm not sure about this. Xiaoao, but if you can be very diligent in the initial stage of sloth, it will definitely help with future training. Xiaoao, I just checked the information about sloth, hyperactive monkey, and absentee. Xiaoao, if the Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain has a diligent absentee, it will be no less than the legendary Pokemon. Qinli, I will definitely not be better than blue Xiaozhi in training my absentee. Qinli, if Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain can successfully train this pink sloth, it will definitely be much better than my absentee. This is certain. Shiba, absentee, it looks like it is very suitable for boxing skills. One Punch Man will definitely be very powerful by then. Everyone was watching the blue light curtain. The other side also discussed that if blue Xiaozhi could subdue a diligent Leaf King, what a wonderful thing it would be. Kona, just now, in the red light screen, Xiaozhi was fighting against Mr. Qinli's sloth, overmobilization, and Leaf King. Kona, Mr. Qinli's several Pokemon performed very well. Kona, is it possible that Xiaozhi used sloth to fight Mr. Qinli in the blue light screen? Bonnie, it seems that I remember that the blue light screen agreed to fight on the 3rd day, and now the time in the blue light screen is the early morning of the 2nd day. Isn't this a bit too tight? Can sloth be trained in 1 day? Alice, didn't everyone analyze it carefully before? Alice, Xiaozhi's training in the blue light screen is basically equivalent to the training of an ordinary trainer for a whole year. In this case, it must be enough. Lan, that's indeed the case. Lan, Xiaozhi's training efficiency in the blue light curtain is too high. Lan, if we can capture this sloth immediately, we can start training immediately, and then maybe we can successfully evolve from sloth. Lan, that would be wonderful. With the comments of many king-level trainers and champion-level trainers, many ordinary viewers gradually understood that this is indeed the truth. Xiaozhi's training efficiency in the blue light curtain is too high. In this case, as long as we start specialized training after capturing, we can basically train Pokemon immediately. In the blue light curtain, after Xiaozhi and his group prepared delicious meals and distributed them to sloth, hyperactive, and absentee. Sloth, hyperactive, and absentee also ate happily. Even the lazy man who eats very little, the picture book says that he can be full by eating 3 leaves a day. At this moment, he is also eating very happily. There is no sign that he is full. There are even many lazy men who want to have another one after eating one. For these, Xiaozhi and his girlfriends all expressed small problem. Eat as much as you want. As for Pink Sloth, after seeing his tribe was very happy under Xiaozhi's care. He also had a great affection for Xiaozhi. when Xiaozhi just came here. Pink Sloth had already felt Xiaozhi's uniqueness. He could feel that Xiaozhi was a very good trainer. And he was very innocent and treated Pokemon very well. And Pink Sloth had just chatted with several of Xiaozhi's Pokemon, and he felt very good about them. Especially Pikachu. Sloth felt that Pikachu's personality was very, very good. He felt that Pikachu was simply a warm man. He got along very well with Pink Sloth. Then Xiaozhi also directly conquered Pink Sloth. He also conquered all other sloths, Hyperactive Ape and Absentee King at the scene. Because if everyone is not teleported back to the institute, without the care of Pink Sloth, these other sloths, Hyperactive Ape and Absentee may not be able to adapt. Because usually, Pink Sloth takes care of their food and daily life. Once Pink Sloth is not around, it is possible that these ordinary sloths, Hyperactive Ape and Absentee will need a long time to adjust. So Xiaozhi immediately captured Pink Sloth. And after capturing other sloth tribes, Hyperactive Ape and Absentee, he also teleported all the Pokemon in the tribe back to the institute. And after teleporting back to the institute, Xiaozhi also had a remote video call with Xiaojian and Xiaosheng in the institute. And Butler, who had arrived at the institute to help for a while, and Diane. Through Xiaojian's report, Xiaozhi learned that the current institute is already a thriving scene. And Xiaosheng also learned a lot from behind. Butler, who had returned to reform himself, also performed well. And his girlfriend Diane also showed very good scientific research ability of Pokemon. Xiaojian. Now there are 11 Pokemon tribes in the institute after you, Xiaozhi, sent them back. They are Charizard in Charizard Valley, Haunter in Psycho Town, Orchard Piku, Forest Piku, Forest Prideful Swallow, Arbory Snake, Gas Bomb Tribe, Paradise Pokemon Tribe, Orange Forest Sloth, Hyperactive Monkey and Leaf King. In addition, while Xiaojian was making a report, he also communicated with Xiaozhi about some things that happened in the institute recently. Please give me flowers 0. The most important thing is that every now and then, there will often be Pokemon doctors and Pokemon researchers who come to visit Xiaozhi's institute. Generally speaking, they all asked Xiaojian and other researchers who are currently working in the institute. Ask about some news about Xiaozhi and some of the usual ecological arrangements of Xiaozhi's institute. Xiaojian also patiently answered some of the information released. If Xiaojian is sometimes too late, Xiaosheng or the newly joined butler, and his girlfriend Diane will answer. No disclosure was made about some internal matters of the institute. In addition, there is mutual coordination between Pokemon tribes. Xiaojian also did a very good job. In addition, there are settings within the institute. There are also settings for the backyard and the ecological environment. Xiaojian also carried out strict, unified and meticulous construction on the drawings that Xiaozhi improved himself. It can be said that the research topics of Xiaozhi's current institute are constantly advancing. The ecological environment of Pokemon is also constantly advancing. Everything is thriving. After Xiaojian finished his report, Xiaosheng also came to the camera and greeted Xiaozhi. At the same time, he also greeted his sister Xiaoao. Xiaosheng. Wow! I haven't seen my sister for a long time. But I am very happy in Xiaozhi's research institute now. I have learned a lot here, which I wanted to learn but couldn't learn before. Especially the Pokemon here are really cute. 0. And those cute Picas are really great. After Xiaosheng finished speaking, Butler and Diane, who had just joined the research institute not long ago, also thanked Xiaozhi in the video. Butler bluntly said that if it weren't for Xiaozhi, he would definitely be going further and further on the wrong path. After everyone communicated with Xiaozhi, Xiaozhi also encouraged everyone. Then they continued to walk around in the forest for a while. After that, they also walked around Qinzhou City twice more. After seeing the famous attractions in Qinzhou City one after another, they also started today's team training. Because of the addition of a new partner, Xiaozhi's own training goal today is for the new partner sloth. Pikachu is in charge of training the other old team members. Pink. Today I will mainly teach you 2 new skills. One is the skill of fusion transformation by Chi Fist. The other is the skill of fusion transformation by Destruction Ray. Xi was demonstrating on one side. On the other side, he was also guiding Pink Sloth to operate. And Pink Sloth's nickname, Pink. It is also the name that Xi just gave. Pink Sloth likes this name very much. So he is very active now, and he is studying seriously with Xi. On the other side, he will ask Xi if he doesn't understand something. And Xi is also teaching tirelessly. And Xi feels that Pink is also quite smart. His comprehension is quite high. Basically, he is at the same level as the old team members in Xi's team. When learning new fusion skills, the speed is very fast. And the integration is also very fast. One night of training. It was over quickly, this night of training. The pink lazy man Xiaofen not only integrated the 2 new skills, but also greatly improved his own combat experience. Because Xiaozhi strengthened Xiaofen's combat after explaining the 2 new skills. Xiaozhi arranged 3 battles. In these 3 battles, Xiaofen also took out all her strength and practiced. Although the final result was that Xiaofen lost her combat ability. But in each battle, Xiaofen would make great progress compared to the previous one. When the 3 battles were completely over, Xiaozhi nodded. Very good, let's stop here for tonight's training, everyone has worked hard. Tomorrow morning around 9 o'clock, we will go to challenge the Orange Gym. Now, let's have a post-training meal together and then we can rest. After Xiaozhi brought all the fresh and hot post-training meals he had prepared in advance. The Pokémons also happily feasted on them. Then they went to rest. The next day, Xiaozhi also brought his Pokémon and his girlfriends to the Orange Gym for the challenge. Because they had already agreed before. So Qinli also waited here early. Rules of the game, a singles match of 3 Pokémon. After the referee announced the rules of the game, both sides also slapped their Pokémon onto the field. It's decided to be you. Only then. Chapter 205 Dandy, a Pokémon picked from thousands? 1 in a million. In the blue light curtain. After the referee announced the rules of the game, Qinli and Xiaozhi also sent their first Pokémon on the train. It's decided to be you, lazy man. Go ahead, lazy man. At this moment, the Pokémon of the 2 trainers all went on stage. The tickets had been bought early in the surroundings, and the audience who came in to watch were also boiling. These audiences actually knew when Xiaozhi came to Qinjue City. And they also knew that Qinli, the owner of the Qinjue City Gym, was one of Xiaozhi's father-in-law. So all the audiences at this moment have been squatting outside the gate of Qinjue Gym in the past few days. Because the gym is challenging, he will put the challenge information on the battle table. Every day's battle, if there is an advance reservation, will be displayed. When Xiaozhi came to Qinjue City on the first day, no one saw the battle information on the table. So many people came back to see it the next day. And the next day, no one saw the information about the appointment to fight you on the table the next day. However, in the reservation information for the 3rd day, Xiaozhi's battle time was found. So, the moment the reservation information for the 3rd day came out, the tickets for the morning session of the 3rd day at the Qinjue City Gym were immediately sold out. Also, the broadcast viewing areas of various sports stadiums in Qinjue City were full. There are also broadcasting areas of various large entertainment venues in Qinjue City. Any place with a viewing atmosphere, a lot of people, and can sit together to watch. Any place with a very good viewing atmosphere is full. Because after all, the viewing seats of a gym, the seats for watching the game on site are really very limited. And all ticket purchases must be made in person. And the alliance will automatically check whether your ticket purchase method complies with regulations. 470 and the Alliance will also check whether your ticket purchase source complies with regulations. If it is found that your ticket purchase source does not comply with regulations, you will be directly deprived of the qualification to purchase tickets for a long period of time in the future. Therefore, in the elf world, there are very few scalpers. Even if there are scalpers, they will be resisted by everyone. Therefore, if many people cannot buy tickets to watch the live games in the gym, now everyone will gather in a tavern, or a small restaurant, or some large sports venues to watch live broadcasts. So every time there is a very popular player fighting in the gym, it can greatly increase the daily income of the catering industry, and the broadcasting industry, and many entertainment facilities in the city, especially the entertainment facilities with large broadcasting screens. Of course, 95% of the increase in income from Xiaozhi's battle this time will also be transferred to Xiaozhi's Research Institute account. These are all established rules. Have you heard about it? According to rumors, yesterday Xiaozhi and his team went to the Orange Forest. It seems that they wandered in the forest for a long time. It is possible that they captured some Pokemon in the forest. At this moment, from time to time in many live broadcast places, there are many people asking similar questions one after another. Because there were quite a few people in the Orange Forest yesterday, many people saw Xiaozhi and his friends, and they greeted them very friendly, and even quite a few people got Xiaozhi's autograph. So everyone was curious about what Pokemon Xiaozhi captured in the Orange Forest yesterday. It should be the special pink sloth summoned by Xiaozhi, right? I have never seen this kind of sloth before. It is so cute with its tender pink color. This should be one in a million, a different colored sloth. There may not be one in 10,000. Wow, out of 10,000th sloth in the Orange Forest. Whether there are 1,000 in total is a question. There shouldn't be as many as 1,000, but there are probably hundreds. Maybe they are scattered, but this shows that Xiaozhi's champion pink sloth is particularly precious. I just don't know how long it took to capture it. Is it good to train it? When everyone guessed that Xiaozhi's pink sloth was the second day he came to Orange City. That is, it was captured yesterday. Many people are also curious about what state Xiaozhi can train the sloth to in just one day. Everyone knows that Xiaozhi's training method is very unique. The content of the training is also very good. The improvement of his own Pokemon is also very high. But how impressive can it be in just one day? This is also what everyone is looking forward to. Xiao Mao, just like before, in the blue light curtain yesterday. Xiao Mao, we still haven't seen the details of Xiaozhi's special training for his little pink Xiao Mao, but those two skills should be very powerful. Xiao Mao, we just saw Xiaozhi said that he wanted to teach his little pink two fused skills. Xiao Mao, one is the destructive beam, and the other is the true energy fist. Shinji, then these two, one is a boxing type skill, and the other is a beam type skill, they must be very powerful. Xiao Gang, it seems that in the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi teaches different skills every time. And each Pokemon seems to teach different skills. In other words, Xiaozhi knows too many things in the blue light curtain. Xiaosheng, it's really amazing. Xiaosheng, I'm looking forward to the battle between Xiaozhi and Xiaosheng in the blue light curtain. Xiaosheng, but now, Xiaozhi's Pokemon is still in the state of sloth. Xiaosheng, will it be difficult to fight against my father's hyperactive monkey and the King of Leave in the blue light curtain? With Xiao Mao, Shinji, and Xiao Gang discussing with each other. And with Xiaosheng's worry. The barrage comment area of the double comparison live broadcast room is once again lively. Some trainers are very curious about the two new skills of the pink sloth that Xiaozhi has just taught them. And they are also looking forward to what kind of very powerful skills will come out. Because before, every time there is a new skill, they are very powerful. Those with both the attack range and the power value of the skills are very powerful. On the other hand, everyone is also very curious about the state of sloth. Can you defeat the gym owner Qinli, Lazy, and the King of Leave in a row? Because now, as Xiaozhi's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and as Xiaozhi's fame is getting bigger and bigger, and as Xiaozhi continues to conduct two-way battles in the gym, everyone now knows that Xiaozhi has adopted two-way assessments in the two-way battles in the gym. And this kind of two-way assessment of the same attribute is not so much a gym challenge. In fact, it is better to say that it is a test for the gym owner Qinli. If an ordinary trainer comes to take the assessment, the gym owner is undoubtedly the teacher who takes the exam. But Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, every time he fights with the gym leader, he has evolved into the role of a teacher, and the gym leader has become the object of assessment. Of course, Qinli of the Orange Gym in Fengyuan area has another identity, that is, Xiaozhi's father-in-law. So this relationship is also very interesting. And now, many trainers are speculating whether Xiaozhi will directly evolve his sloth. Alice, do you think there is a possibility? Alice, will Xiaozhi's sloth in the blue light curtain evolve directly? Alice, because sloth seems to be able to evolve directly through the accumulation of battle experience. Alice, and before, when Xiaozhi evolved, he basically evolved through battle. Alice, so in this case, I guess Xiaozhi's little pink can also evolve directly through battle this time. Alice, then it's a contest between the King of Leave and the King of Leave. Alan, if it's another trainer, it's impossible for him to evolve his Pokemon after training for a day. Alan, but if it's Xiaozhi, I think it's very possible, and I think it's a very normal thing. Kalun, my gardevoir told me that she felt that the pink sloth in the blue light curtain was very motivated through induction. Kalun, he's also very hard-working. Kalun, in addition to special training, if you add 2 new skills your strength will definitely be greatly improved. Adu, whether it can evolve directly or not, we still have to wait and see when the battle starts. Adu, if it can evolve, it will definitely be the best, because Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain never lets us down. Adu, he will only be stronger than we think. As several champion-level trainers spoke, the audience also felt that all the top trainers were very supportive of Xiaozhi. At the same time, they were also very confident in Xiaozhi. So one after another, many viewers who could speak. Also in the barrage, they cheered for Xiaozhi in the blue light screen. Because of the addition of the guessing system, the number of viewers who left messages now can be said to have increased by more than 10 times compared with before. Although the points added by each message are converted into the progress of the number of draws, it can be said that it is almost very small. But it is better than nothing. And everyone knows that. Every time the points are converted into the percentage of the number of draws, they are very precious. And everyone has also seen the power of the lightning amplification slate that Xiaozhi in the real world has obtained as an achievement reward. If one day, they can also complete the achievement of guessing correctly 100 times and successfully receive the reward, it is possible that this reward can be regarded as a family heirloom by them. Daigo, but speaking of it, why hasn't the guessing started for the battle in the blue light curtain this time? Shirana, yes. Shirana, it should be the battle in the red light curtain and the battle in the blue light curtain. Shirana, it seems that among our champion trainers before Shirana, only Mr. Dante guessed correctly. Shirana, this time I will also try my best to guess correctly. Dante, ha ha ha, everyone should do your best. It seems that the shouts of the champion trainers have received a response from the double comparison live broadcast room. Or maybe the guessing system of the double comparison live broadcast room itself was opened again, and it was also set at this moment. Blue light curtain lottery is open. Please guess the total score of the 3 rounds of Xiaozhi vs Qinli in the blue light curtain, and the name of the new boxing skill taught. At this moment, when the details of the guessing game were revealed, all the audience sighed. Because this guessing game, especially the name of the new skill in the blue light screen, is simply too difficult. This is equivalent to asking you to use words to pile up out of thin air. There is no clue at all. But many people at this moment are still unwilling to give up the opportunity to guess. They are guessing the score and the skill name. However, since the skill names are so diverse, after searching their brains, they can only choose a name that they like. And there are many people who directly choose not to guess this game. Wait until there is a less difficult one, and then guess again. Because there are many ordinary audiences, he only has 3 to 4 chances in total. Plus, he didn't guess right the first time. So, if he is still wrong, it will be too uncomfortable. Xiaozhi, the score is definitely 3-0. Xiaozhi, the name of that boxing type. Xiaozhi, it must be very powerful. Then I guess. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi and Qinli both summoned their own sloths to the field. The two sloths were in completely different states. Xiaozhi's the lazy old man is very diligent and very lively, jumping around on the field. The fighting spirit is very high. But Qinli's lazy old man has been lying on the ground since he was summoned, and he seems to be lazy. Qinli's lazy old man should have a unique way of education. It should be completely consistent with your very calculating fighting method. Before, I have seen a lot of your calculated fighting method, which is also widely praised. Before the official start of the battle, Xiaozhi still praised his father-in-law. And when Qinli saw that his son-in-law, despite his powerful strength, actually praised him, he was very happy immediately. Haha, not that powerful. Compared to you, Xiaozhi, my strength is far behind. I tried my best to use my strongest strength in this battle. 3.0. Besides, your pink sloth is also very rare. And it looks very hard-working. This is a rare talent. It must be the main Pokémon. Qinli also chatted with Xiaozhi for a while under Xiaozhi's compliment. Because of the pink sloth, Qinli also knows something about it. He knows that this is the different color form of sloth. And Xiaozhi's sloth has been very hard-working and lively in the initial stage. Not to mention the future evolution into hyperactive ape and the state of the king of leave. And Xiaozhi, you're lazy man. If it is so lively in the initial stage, I believe it will evolve to the first and second evolutionary states later. That is when the hyperactive monkey and the leave king are. It will definitely be very powerful. When you evolve, you can ask Xiaoao to take a few photos for me remotely and send them back. Let me appreciate it. Qinli said while preparing to start the battle. When Xiaozhi saw his father-in-law's simple expectation, Xiaozhi chuckled. Since Qinli has such a simple and sincere expectation, I can show it to you now. Xiaozhi said. The other side also waved his hand. Xiaopin, evolve. After Xiaozhi said this, Xiaozhi's pink lazy man on the field immediately burst into a dazzling white light of evolution. Xiao Mao, wow, this is the number of times that Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain has evolved in battle? Shinji, I haven't counted it, it's too many. Dante, this is Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, he can always surprise everyone and shock everyone. Chapter 206 Daigo, so terrifying, it's 10 times more terrifying than Comet Punch. In the blue light curtain, the lazy man wrapped in the white evolutionary light immediately began to evolve. After rapidly evolving to a state of hyperactive ape, the body showed white light again. After another 3 or 4 seconds, a blue fake king with fur color that is more gray-brown than the normal blue fake king. And the color of the beard on the neck is dark yellow-brown. The blue fake king has evolved successfully. Roar! Xiaozhi, our training yesterday was really useful. I didn't expect that I could evolve directly in the battle, and it was twice in a row. When I was communicating with the brothers in the tribe before, they all went through a long period of training and growth before evolving to the final state. Xiaozhi, you are really great. At this moment, the king of leave is on the field, while constantly turning back to talk to Xiaozhi, and he is also very happy. Because he now feels that after his evolution, his own strength has been greatly enhanced, and he feels that if he uses the 2 new fusion skills that Xiaozhi taught yesterday, the power will be much higher than before. Now the king of leave is more motivated. He wants to show his momentum in this battle. He wants to make himself have a good first performance in Xiaozhi's team. Because he talked a lot with Pikachu during training yesterday. He also learned that the Pokemon in Xiaozhi's team will be very well displayed during team training. However, when training with others, Xiaozhi will have a unique ranking system. In simple terms, the better the performance in external battles, the more times he will be sent out to fight in external battles in the future when the attributes are appropriate. That is, the better the performance, the more opportunities he will have to perform in the future. So Xiaozhi is now the king of asking for leave. And his fighting spirit is constantly rising in his heart. He wants to keep himself in the best condition. State to face this battle. And yesterday, Xiaozhi also told him about the opponent he would fight today. It can be said that Xiaozhi's king of leave is now very familiar with the three opponents he will fight. That is, Sloth, Hyperactive Monkey and King of Leave. For these three opponents, Xiaozhi's King of Leave is very familiar. So knowing both himself and the enemy, Xiaozhi's King of Leave decided to fight this battle. And must play his own momentum. Xiaomao, Frog Fun. Xiaomao, it really evolved directly in the battle again. Xiaomao, as for how many times this evolved in the battle. Xiaomao, let's not go into it. Xiaomao, evolving in battle in the future will completely belong to Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. Xiaomao, it is often completely the privilege of Xiaozhi in the red light curtain. Xiaomao, we are used to it. Xiaomao, it would be a rare thing if he could not evolve in battle. Shinji, I am completely convinced. Shinji, before, I was thinking about when Xiaozhi arrived in Sinnoh in the blue light curtain. Shinji, I guess he will probably meet me at that time, and I want to challenge him. Shinji, but now it seems that the challenge can still be continued. Shinji, but the scene will probably be too beautiful. Xiao Gang, Shinji in the blue light curtain. Xiao Gang, you will probably still challenge Xiaozhi, we are still optimistic about you. Xiao Gang, just challenge at that time? I can definitely challenge. Xiao Gang, as for winning that is impossible. Xiao Sheng, that's right. Xia Sheng, my brother-in-law is so strong, Shinji, you definitely can't beat him. Xia Sheng, why don't you go to my brother-in-law's research institute to help out like Xiaomao in the blue light curtain? Xia Sheng, besides, there are so many Pokemon in my brother-in-law's research institute and the treatment is so good, it's actually really good. Xiao oh, Xiao Sheng, there are so many people in the public now. As several trainers communicated with each other in the barrage, the atmosphere of the scene was completely ignited. Everyone was speculating before that this time, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain will still directly evolve the pink sloth. But speculation is speculation. After all, it has not evolved successfully before, and speculation is inaccurate. Although Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain has never disappointed people before. But this time, he only trained for 1 day. Or to be more precise, he only trained once. He can make the final evolution of his Pokemon. This is something no one has seen before. So everyone is looking forward to it. But they are also very nervous. But now that it has evolved successfully, then everyone is relieved. In that case, we should start looking forward to the performance of Xiaozhi's King of Leave in the blue light screen. Look at that boxing type skill, how powerful it is after being fused with the real energy fist. I am still looking forward to the destruction ray. Because after all, the real energy fist is a fighting type skill. Although Xiaozhi can definitely change the skill type. But I think the destruction ray, which is a general skill, will be transformed and fused into a skill. It must be even more powerful. One after another, many trainers began to communicate with each other. After the King of Leave successfully came in, everyone's focus became what the skills of the King of Leave were. And as many trainers watching on the scene chatted, many top trainers with the right to speak also started to discuss. Kona, according to the style of Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. Kona, this boxing type skill may be able to directly give the opponent a very powerful blow in one move. Kona, it should be able to end the battle in one move. The type of that skill will definitely be changed to a general attribute. Shiba, although I am a trainer of fighting attributes. Shiba, but every time I see a Pokemon fighting in close combat, or using contact type skills. Shiba, boxing type skills, I get very excited. Shiba, because these contact type skills. Shiba, it can be regarded as having a certain fighting attribute in it. Shiba, after all, contact is fighting. Shiba, I also agree with the general attribute that Kona said just now. Shiba, for Xiaozhi, especially for Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, changing the attribute of the skill is simply child's play. Kikyuko, now Shiba is also, it's really great that he's getting more and more flexible and smarter. Alice, Uncle Siba, he changed from not thinking much to thinking. Alice, he has changed to thinking diligently now, all thanks to Xiaozhi's guidance in the blue light curtain. Alan, Mr. Siba's name is well known in our Kalos region. Alan, combined with his outstanding logical thinking, Mr. Siba's strength has also been greatly enhanced. With the interaction of some champion trainers and top trainers in the barrage, everyone began to look forward to Xiaozhi's command in the blue light curtain. Because the battle in the blue light curtain has begun. From the possible civil war between the two lazy owls at the beginning, it turned into Xiaozhi's Leaf King fighting against Qinli's lazy owl. In terms of surface strength, it was a seamless crushing. There is a kind of violent aesthetics that is exclusive to Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. In the blue light curtain. Sloth, this time we can't use static to control dynamics. We have to take the initiative to attack and use power. Pay attention to dodge when using skills. At this moment, Qinli, after completely improving his temperament and encouraging his sloth, also decided to take the initiative. If it was Qinli's command habit before, he might not take the initiative. In the early stage, he was used to letting the first sloth adapt to the rhythm of the battle, using some dodge type skills to test the trainers who came to challenge and suppress the scene. Because of his unique calculation combat habits, and the training of sloth is also very special. Qinli's calculation before starting to play defensive counter-attacks and dodge tactics can almost be said to be invincible. Many trainers will lose their focus for a moment when Qinli dodges this move of the sloth, and this set of defensive counter-attack tactics. And with this simple momentary loss of focus, if the trainer cannot adjust quickly, then it is possible to lose the victory of the first game. However, this set of methods is only used by Qinli when he fights against ordinary trainers. When he is facing Xiaozhi, facing the champion of the Kanto region, the champion of the Orange Islands, and the champion of the Chengdu region, and the champion who just defeated the champion of the Big Five in the Fengyuan region. And Xiaozhi, who has just captured the 3 legendary Pokemon in the Fengyuan region, the 3 legendary beasts, Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon. If he still plays in the old way, he is simply a little too idealistic. So now Qinli is also directly commanding his sloth to take the initiative. And pay attention to using Powa first. This skill doubles the fighting attribute of the Leaf King, so pay attention to dodge. And Qinli knows that. Even if he is fully prepared, even if he has considered all aspects. If his lazy man is still defeated by Xiaozhi's evolved Leaf King in one move, this is also very normal. Or to put it another way, if it is not defeated in one move, that would be the biggest abnormality. Not to mention that there are 2 evolutionary forms between the 2 Pokemon. Even Qinli and Xiaozhi, their own training methods must be different. Although Qinli has a very good training method. But this set of training methods, compared with Xiaozhi's more excellent training method, it is simply not worth mentioning. Qinli believes that his own training method may suppress other trainers. Or for other trainers, it may produce an unexpected effect. When someone else commands Pokemon to fight, and they can't hit you after several rounds, your mentality may change. But this doesn't exist for Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi won't change his mentality. If there is a change, it's because Qinli is surprised by Xiaozhi's command strategy. Or he is surprised by the strength of Xiaozhi's Pokémon. Or Qinli's Pokémon can't stand the strong pressure of Xiaozhi's Pokémon, and feel that they will collapse without fighting, which is possible. On the other hand, Xiaozhi nodded after seeing Qinli commanding Qinli's own sloth to attack, giving up the previous defensive counter-attack and calculating battle strategy. Because Qinli's battle ideas are undoubtedly correct. Facing each trainer, you must have a different set of battle tactics. Or facing different types of trainers, you must have a completely different set of battle ideas. You can't face ordinary trainers the same as you face top trainers. Fighting style. Then the gym owner of such a gym is undoubtedly derelict in his duty. Moreover, the gym owner usually controls his strength during the gym challenge, and will probably only use 30% of his strength to fight. And it is this 470% that makes many new trainers, or trainers who challenge the gym trainers to obtain badges, very challenging. So the gym owner trainer will flexibly adjust his strategy and strength, and will not restrict the trainer as the first purpose. The first purpose is to check whether the trainer is qualified. So at this moment, in Xiaozhi's eyes, his father-in-law Qinli is undoubtedly a qualified trainer. Since it has been learned that his father-in-law is qualified for the position of gym owner, then it will be Xiaozhi's turn to show it. Leaf King, show us your first move. Earth-splitting punch. Xiaozhi immediately waved his hand and directly commanded the Leaf King, using the skill adapted from the Chi Fist that he had just taught last night. This skill was specially made by Xiaozhi by fully combining the characteristics of the Leaf King, including the characteristics of the pink sloth in the initial state. It perfectly matches the characteristics of the Leaf King's one-punch Superman. Gather all the strength of the body and use an extremely serious punch. This punch seems to be able to penetrate even the planet. So it is directly called the Earth-splitting punch. As Xiaozhi gave the order, the Leaf King also mobilized his whole body's momentum. In his opinion, the speed of the lazy people from Qinli attacking was too slow. Although compared with the same type of sloths, it can be regarded as very good, but in the eyes of Xiaozhi's Leaf King now, this speed still requires more diligent training. After the king of asking for leave had completely concentrated his power on his right fist, suddenly, he swung it hard at the trajectory of Qinli's lazy people. This powerful and serious earth-splitting punch, it hit Qinli's lazy man without a doubt. In an instant, the scene was seen, and even the smoke was not gone. The lazy man was directly defeated. Qinli didn't even have time to say commands like hurry up and get out of the way before the lazy man was directly defeated. And then Qinli, after taking back the lazy man for a short treatment, sent out the second hyperactive monkey. After the hyperactive monkey came on the court, it was undoubtedly taken away by another earth-splitting punch. The speed was beyond imagination. Because Xiaozhi chose to attack first in the second match. From the time the referee announced the start of the game to the end of the game, it was only about 0.1 seconds. The hyperactive monkey of Qinli fell out of the court again and lost his ability to fight. Seeing this, Qinli had no choice but to take back the hyperactive ape, gave it a simple treatment, and sent out his own Leaf King. Xiao Mao, good guy, then Xiaozhi's second move. Xiao Mao, a skill modified from the Destruction Ray. Xiao Mao, it will be used in the Civil War of the Leaf King. Xiao Mao, I am really looking forward to it. Chapter 207 Dandy, I will be satisfied with 1/10. In the blue light curtain. After Qinli defeated 2 Pokémon at a flying speed, Qinli also sent out his absolute main force, the Leaf King, who was also very active. This third game, it has become a civil war between Xiaozhi's Leaf King and Qinli's Leaf King. The difference is that these 2 Leaf Kings are also very active. But it is obvious that Xiaozhi's Leaf King is more active. The fighting spirit is even higher, and because it is a different color, the overall momentum is even more powerful. And Xiaozhi's King of Leaf is also bigger. At this moment, when the 2 Kings of Leaf came to the field, Both sides also greeted each other in a friendly manner. Then they began to prepare for the battle. And all the spectators around were also very excited. Just now, Xiaozhi's king of leave, fighting against Qinli's sloth, and hyperactive monkey, although the process ended very quickly, but that short moment brought everyone a shock. It is incomparable to all the games they have seen before. And every time there is a live game of Xiaozhi, there will be a lot of beautiful female trainers in the blue light screen, and there will be a lot of hot female trainers who come to the scene to cheer for Xiaozhi. They don't care about the goalkeeper at all, and they don't care about more than 10 or 20 goalkeepers at all. And he doesn't care that there are more and more goalkeepers, and they are all excellent goalkeepers. Xiaozhi, you are so handsome. I didn't expect this time. It only takes 1 day of training. You can evolve sloth to the state of the king of leave. And you can learn both new fusion skills. Although you have only shown one new fusion skill now. But we all know that the second one must be very special, others are amazing. This sentence was said by a female trainer who was wearing wine red high heels, a pair of black stockings, and a mini skirt. The upper body was also very hot with twin ponytails. After this hot female trainer with twin ponytails started this, the other sisters sitting around her did not shy away. And along with it, many beautiful female trainers sitting on the stands around them also began to show their strength. If we talk objectively, the number of boys and girls in the Pokemon world is basically the same. But every time the audience watching Xiaozhi's live battle, basically 70% to 80% are female trainers. Because many male trainers can't get the first-hand tickets. And there are many female trainers home, in order to grab Xiaozhi's ticket. They set up various information groups. And there are many various contact groups. Once they found out about Xiaozhi, many people rushed to explore. And looked for every opportunity to get close to Xiaozhi and talk to him. And because Xiaozhi was invincible in battle, and was gentle and elegant at ordinary times, he was extremely powerful and well-funded, a well-known setting. It also led to the fact that the female trainers who wanted to meet Xiaozhi, or have a close relationship with him, lined up in a long line on the street. Every time Xiaozhi played a gym match or a league match, the one sitting closest to Xiaozhi or the closest to the competition venue, there were always a lot of female trainers in the 3 circles inside and outside. And they were all very generous, with explosive bodies and explosive personalities. Xiaozhi, your Leaf King is really great. I think I have something in common with your Leaf King, that is, I am also great. It's as if everyone is comparing their bodies and not having confidence. Sisters present, show us what we have. Under the law, under the public order and good customs. These female trainers welcomed Xiaozhi with the greatest enthusiasm. And cheered for Xiaozhi with the greatest enthusiasm. And while the third match was about to start, but there was no time for both sides to command, Xiaozhi also waved to all the female trainers, and used the power of the waveguide to send a trace of waveguide induction to every trainer and audience who supported him. This is also a link that Xiaozhi has to carry out every time he fights. This trace of waveguide induction can make everyone who receives it feel Xiaozhi's presence. There at that moment, everyone seemed to be face to face with Xiaozhi. And the beautiful female trainers at the scene, after receiving Xiaozhi's waveguide induction, they were immediately intoxicated in the mist. They felt like they were floating in the air. Xiaomao, good guy. Xiaomao, I am really envious of you. Xiaomao, I remember this scene happened before when Xiaozhi challenged the last gym. Xiaomao, basically, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain goes to a new gym city. Xiaomao, there will definitely be such a link in any competition. Xiaogang, win. Xiaogang, I can also have this ability. Xiaogang, I don't expect to have the ability of Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain 100% of a girl's strength. Xiaogang, I don't expect to have 10% of strength. Xiaogang, I just want God to give me 1% of strength. Xiaoxia, Xiaogang. I haven't seen you for a while, and you are showing your bad hobbies again. Xiaozhi, there is still a big gap between you and Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi, I suggest you find an older sister to live with. Xiaozhi, don't fall in love with an older sister just because you see an older sister. With the comments of several Xiaozhi's friends on the barrage, the atmosphere on the barrage was also opened up for a while. Serena, I'm crying. Serena, I can't live like this for a day. Serena, I feel like my life is really too hard. Serena, why is Xiaozhi so good and so amazing? Serena, although Serena also hopes that Xiaozhi can become better and better. Serena, but this is too good, it is simply too attractive to girls. Serena, I don't object to Xiaozhi in the blue light screen having 100 or 80 girlfriends. Serena, but when can he? Serena, could it be I don't want to be ranked after the 100th? Xiao Guang, woo woo woo, recently my barrage message permission has just been opened. Serena and I are sisters who share weal and woe. Seeing Xiaozhi's travel rhythm, it will take a long time for him to come to see me. Alice, no. Alice, when you left a message before, Xiao Guang said you were from the Sino region, so I followed you. Alice, that means Xiaozhi in the blue light screen can get to know Xiao Guang after he finishes his trip to Fengyuan. Alice, you should be the third person who can be with Xiaozhi in our barrage after Xiaoao and Xiaoxia. Alice, a character similar to the heroine. Lilia is feeling miserable, but Lilia doesn't say anything. Shuilian, Lilia, come fishing with me, we can relieve stress when we fish. Mao, it's just right for us to go fishing together. After fishing, we can cook directly, and then have a big meal to relieve the sadness in our hearts. Mari, I seem to be slower. Corny, we really want to be at the bottom but we have no place to complain. Xiao-kun, I am also looking forward to Xiaozhi. Xiao-kun, but there is always someone who is out of place around me. Xiao-kun, and the XX who always pesters me and makes me sick. My heart is already in the shape of Xiaozhi. With one after another, many girls expressed their deep love for Xiaozhi in the barrage. And their longing for them day and night. In the barrage, it suddenly became a meeting of many young and beautiful female trainers expressing their longing. And many champion trainers and Pokemon doctors did not see this scene. They wanted to leave a message to change the atmosphere a little, but they felt that they could not carry the current rhythm. So they could only wait for everyone's natural dissolution. Because Xiaozhi in the blue light screen is too outstanding. So everyone is also looking forward to themselves in another world. Trainers are also looking forward to their own encounter with Xiaozhi in another world. At the same time, they are also looking forward to their own encounter with Xiaozhi in the real world. There are already many female trainers who have come to the Quartz conference, so they act very quickly. They understand that happiness is something they have to fight for. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaozhi used waveguide induction to take care of all the trainers who liked him, and gave them replies and comfort. Xiaozhi and Qinli's final duel. The civil war between the King of Leave and the King of Leave also kicked off. At the beginning of this game, Qinli learned the lesson of being killed instantly by Xiaozhi in the second game. At the moment of the official start, Qinli immediately commanded the King of Leave to perform a set of boxing combos that he had trained for a long time but had never used before. Because the King of Leave can learn a lot of boxing types, a lot of boxing techniques, and a wide range of attacks. So basically, the skills that can be learned are all taught by Qinli himself. It can be said that Qinli's King of Leave actually knows many other types of boxing except the skill of the true Qi fist. It can even be said without exaggeration that he knows all the boxing skills, as long as he can learn them. King of Leave, show your strength. Following Qinli's command, Qinli's King of Leave also roared and rushed towards Xiaozhi's King of Leave. In an instant, the Flame Fist, the Ice Fist, the Lightning Fist, and the True Qi Fist, four completely different energies, gathered on Qinli's King of Leave, two fists that were bigger than sandbags. Oh my god, I didn't expect that Master Qinli has such a powerful move. I only saw him use a single type of Qi Fist in a single match before. Like fire, ice, and lightning. I haven't seen Master Qinli use it before. That's it, that's it. I didn't expect that today it was the father-in-law who beat the son-in-law, and he used extra force. What nonsense are you talking about, Master Qinli? I want to hold Xiaozhi in my palm for fear of melting, and hold him in my arms for fear of breaking. Master Qinli is showing his strength. He wants this to be a two-way assessment. To show his strongest side. With the real-time communication of many audiences on the scene, everyone also understood that this must be Master Qinli, who has taken out all his 100% strength, and the latest tactics that have never been used before. Among these 4 boxing skills, except for the fighting attribute Genkai Fist, which is twice as effective as the Leave King, the others are all settled at one time. However, under the premise that these 4 skills are vaguely combined with each other, everyone is guessing what name this new skill should be given. And everyone also has a feeling that this is not an alternative skill fusion. Adu, sure. Adu, I didn't expect Mr. Qinli in the blue light curtain to actually. Adu, this is definitely similar to there is a not so appropriate analogy. Adu, the flapping of a butterfly's wings brought a tornado across the ocean. Adu, and the fusion of Xiaozhi's skills in the blue light curtain is like a soaring dragon. Adu, after the display in the sky, it brought a gift to everyone. Dr. Odawara, Mr. Adu is right. Dr. Odawara, this is Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. He has subtly improved the strength of the trainers in the blue light curtain to an unimaginable level. Dr. Mulan, if we talk about the person who has played a role in promoting the blue light curtain and setting an example for trainers all over the world, I believe everyone will shout out Xiaozhi's name. As Mr. Adu and the 2 Pokemon doctors exchanged ideas, all the people who were watching the live broadcast of the double comparison kept nodding. Asha, if Xiaozhi modestly ranked behind in the blue light screen, then there must be an endless blank in front of him. Bonnie, there is almost no word that can describe Xiaozhi's excellence, but Xiaozhi is excellent there, and it is also recognized by everyone. Doracina, every time we watch Xiaozhi's battle in the blue light screen, we can learn so much. Doracina, every time Xiaozhi brings us so many surprises. Doracina, how will Xiaozhi in the blue light screen now command his Leave King? Doracina, it should be his second skill. Serena, looking forward to it. Serena, every time I watch Xiaozhi in the blue light screen, I create new skills. Serena, and when they command their Pokemon to use new skills in battle. Serena, that's when I'm happiest. Serena, every time at this time, my anxiety will be diluted a little. As many trainers continued to discuss, the champion trainers nodded one after another. For them, it was the same. Because every time they watched Xiaozhi in the blue light screen use new skills, they can also learn a lot. Because of the details of each training, they can't see how Xiaozhi's Pokemon learns, and masters these new fusion skills. No one can see it. So everyone can only rely on the time when Pokemon shows these new skills. By capturing the form of the skills and analyzing the attributes of the skills, to learn. Dandy, when can I have 1/10 of Xiaozhi's comprehension in the blue light screen? Dandy, 1/10 of the IQI will be satisfied. In the blue light curtain. When Xiaozhi saw his father-in-law Qinli commanding the King of Leave with a fierce momentum, using 4 sets of boxing-type skills to combine, and attacking, Xiaozhi nodded slightly. Xiaozhi was very impressed with his father-in-law Qinli's ability. Then, Xiaozhi would let his father-in-law see the second move he had learned from teaching his King of Leave yesterday. After using this move, even the planets can collapse. King of Leave, show your full strength. Chuang. Chapter 208 Selena, is it to make it easier to do something embarrassing when you surround him like this? In the blue light curtain. With Qinli's King of Leave. After attacking with a combination of 4 boxing-type skills, Fire, Lightning, Freezing, and True Chi Fist, Xiaozhi also decided to use the new skills that his King of Leave had learned. Leave King, show it! Crashing Star Roaring Cannon. As soon as Xiaozhi's command came out, Xiaozhi's Leaf King immediately roared loudly. A huge beam of light gushed out from the mouth of the Leaf King. For a moment, no one could see what color the light was, nor how big it was. They only knew when this beam of light was used. When this skill called Crashing Star Roaring Cannon was used. They couldn't see anything. But they could feel everything. This power value is simply more powerful than any of the self-created skills used before. It is full of the power of the Collapse Planet. Then, of course, the result of the battle was under the attack of Xiaozhi's Leaf King, Crashing Star Roaring Cannon. Immediately lost the suspense. Although Qinli's Leaf King can use a combination of 4 boxing-type skills. And it can attack at a very high speed. In fact, this is already very difficult. However, although Pokémon are equal in nature, they have different training methods. Training techniques vary. There are differences. Each of them has a different experience. This creates a gap between trainers and an objective gap in strength between Pokémon. Although Qinli's King of Leave is very good compared to other Kings of Leave. Although Qinli's King of Leave is very diligent compared to other Kings of Leave. But compared to Xiaozhi's King of Leave, it seems a little too weak. Under a full-state Collapse Star Roaring Cannon, Qinli's King of Leave was directly hit head-on and lost his combat ability on the spot. Qinli's King of Leave has lost his combat ability. Xiaozhi is the winner of this game, with a total score of 3-0. After the referee made the first announcement, Xiaozhi also immediately came from his command area to the place where Qinli's King of Leave was knocked away. Immediately used the power of Evergreen to treat it. Because the power of the Collapse Star Roaring Cannon is quite fierce. It was a direct hit, so the best effect can be ensured by treating it immediately. With the activation of the Emerald Green power of Evergreen, Qinli's King of Leave also woke up immediately. When the King of Leave woke up, Xiaozhi increased the use of Evergreen's power. 470. It took about 15 seconds. Qinli's King of Leave immediately became lively again. Oh my god, Xiaozhi's is the second move. I didn't expect it to be a skill named Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. This skill is too powerful compared to destroying time. Otherwise, Xiaozhi's strength as a champion. It can be said that he is the strongest among the areas Xiaozhi has visited so far. Because every time he arrives at a new area, he will fight very friendly, and reality is so real. I must think of a way today. I must climb into Xiaozhi's champion bed. Otherwise, Xiaozhi will probably set off for the next gym city in a day or two. I agree, we will discuss it after the show is over. With the dense discussion of the audience around, all the audience also discussed the points they were concerned about. And the male audience mainly discussed Xiaozhi's handsome self-created skills. And the powerful strength of Pokémon. The female audience mainly discussed how to meet Xiaozhi tonight and how to spend a good night together. At this moment, Qinli in the field saw that his King of Leave recovered quickly after being defeated by the Collapse Star Roaring Cannon. The shock in his heart reached the peak for a while. Xiaozhi, I didn't expect this move of Collapse Star Roaring Cannon. And the previous Earth Split Punch. They are all so powerful. And I have heard of it before. But this time I finally saw it with my own eyes, and my Pokémon also experienced it personally. Your Emerald Green recovery ability. At this moment, Qinli was amazed. On the other hand, he also felt that his daughter had really found a good husband. This repair ability can be said to be unique in the world. After Xiaozhi heard what his father-in-law said, he also waved his hand quickly to show that they were all family. Master Qinli, don't be so polite. We are all family. This is what I should do. Your King of Leave has fully recovered. From my observation of the battle just now, your training of Lazy Man, Hyperactive Ape, and King of Leave is completely past. Just follow the previous methods in the future. Just make some improvements and continue training. When we have dinner tonight, I will briefly guide you through the details of the training. Training will be more efficient in the future. At that time, Xiaozhi also decided to have dinner tonight. when he was having dinner with Xiao Ao's father-in-law and his family. Tell the father-in-law more about it. Tell Qinli some details about the training. Just talk about some things that have been said many times before. And give some practical guidance. What Qinli lacks is just a practical guidance. And this two-way assessment is equivalent to a practical guidance. If you add a personal guidance, the effect will be more prominent. So, immediately, Xiaozhi and Qinli also left the gym battle. Before leaving, Qinli had some follow-up work to deal with. And before leaving, Xiaozhi satisfied the autograph requests of many beautiful female fans. These autograph requests and autograph places are wilder than one another. Xiaomao, wow, now these beautiful female trainers in the blue light curtain seem to be more and more. Xiaomao, now everyone is gradually letting themselves go for Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. Xiaomao, but it seems that this is only true for Xiaozhi. Xiaomao, did you notice? Xiao Gang, I'm envious, so envious, Jane I am so envious. Different from Xiaomao and Xiao Gang, who focus on female trainers. Other top trainers. They pay more attention to the two skills of Earth-Splitting Punch and Collapse Cannon that Xiaozhi just showed in the blue light screen. Alice, this upgraded version of the True Chi Fist, the Earth-Splitting Punch, is much more powerful than the True Chi Fist. Alice, and it seems that it is not judged as failing if attacked, and its priority is very high. Alice, there is also the Collapse Cannon upgraded from the Destruction Beam Fusion. Alice, it is also a qualitative leap. Alan, everyone has seen the appearance of these two skills just now. Alan, and many people recorded it, including me. Alan, let's watch the light screen and think about it carefully. Alan, maybe one day, I can figure out these two skills. Kaloon, a skill that is upgraded from the Infuriating Fist. Kaloon, a skill that is upgraded from the Destruction Beam. Kaloon, both of these skills can be said to be popular skills. Kaloon, if you can learn them, it will really help a lot. Kaloon, Xiaozhi is really great, I like him so much. With the continuous communication among the trainers, everyone is also beginning to wonder how the next story will unfold. Because everyone can obviously find that the pace of the battle has accelerated. Whether it is the red light curtain or the blue light curtain. Now it is gradually moving towards the enhanced gym battle and the special episode. So everyone thinks that the next game may be the Battle of the Inyu Gym. Other stories may be briefly mentioned. Naki, I think the story of the Inyu Gym will be played soon, because it is obvious that the speed has increased a lot. Xiao Feng, in that case, we will reach the Green Ridge Gym soon. Xionan, looking forward to it. Adam, after a while. Adam, we may reach the Liulai Gym. Adam, after the Liulai Gym, it should be the KO conference. Pfda, Adam, I don't know if there will be any special stories in between. Adam, it is said that there is a place called Lalula City near Shuijing City, and there are a lot of high technologies in that place. Adam, maybe there will be a special story in that place. With the messages from the remaining gym owners in Fengyuan area, everyone also learned more information. As for the Lalula City next to Shuijing City, everyone also began to check the information. Just at this time, the blue light screen gradually dimmed. The red light curtain lit up. In the red light curtain, after getting the badge from Qinli, Xiaozhi and his party continued their journey. After experiencing a series of stories, Xiaozhi's proud eyes successfully evolved into the Great Swallow. And soon, Xiaozhi and his party came to the next gym they were going to challenge, Indigo City. After arriving in Indigo City, Xiaozhi continued to rush to the gym to challenge as soon as possible. But he was told that the gym's master had gone to the Wing Carnival. In that case, let's go find Miss Naki. After Xiaozhi got the news, he went to find Naki as soon as possible. And the gym owner, Miss Naki. At this moment, she was at the carnival, playing with the children. When she learned about Xiaozhi's purpose, she also agreed to Xiaozhi's invitation to fight. And she promised Xiaozhi she would accept Xiaozhi's challenge after the carnival. After Xiaozhi and his group got the news, they were very happy and started to enjoy the carnival. Xiaozhi had never participated in a similar wing carnival event before. At this moment, the 3 members of Team Rocket also followed Xiaozhi to this city. And they also came to the carnival. At the carnival, Kojiro thought of his first love, wind chime. Later, although he was deceived at first, Kojiro finally captured the real wind chime. On the other hand, after the carnival ended, Xiaozhi's long-awaited gym battle was finally coming. Naki came up and sent out Pokémon with flying and dragon attributes. Tanabata Bluebird. Xiaozhi sent out the forest lizard, which was extremely inferior in attributes. When the forest lizard came out, the audience watching the double comparison live broadcast understood why there was no guessing in this game. Because it was too amazing. Xiao Mao, oh my god, I thought Xiaozhi, you would never do such a stubborn thing again. Xiao Mao, but I didn't expect that your stubborn behavior would continue. Xiao Mao, why do you have a forest lizard to fight against Tanabata Bluebird? Xiao Mao, and it was when Tanabata Bluebird came out first? Shinji, I don't understand, and I'm shocked. Kikyuko, is Xiaozhi a master of playing against reverse attributes? Kikyuko, I remember that it was only at the beginning, when we were in Kanto. Kikyuko, Xiaozhi would play against reverse attributes. Kona, it shouldn't be. Kona, and there is hope of winning. Kona, the fighting spirit of the forest lizard itself is very tenacious. Kona, and the speed is very, very fast, maybe there is still a chance. Shiba, it's not impossible to play against reverse attributes, and there is even a possibility of winning. In the barrage, 2 distinct opinions also appeared. One is that there is no discussion of winning or losing, and only the discussion of the red light curtain. Xiaozhi's unwise move. The other is that even if it is in the case of reverse attributes, because the forest lizard itself has very good attributes, although it is restrained, but because of its high speed, and the forest lizard's strong fighting spirit, the training intensity is sufficient. Even if it is reversed, there is still a chance of winning. Daigo, you can fight with reverse attributes, but you must not develop this habit. Shirana, what Mr. Daigo said makes a lot of sense, and you must not reverse it. Dante, it depends on the result. Reverse attributes are not good after all. In the blue light curtain, the subsequent battle was just as many top trainers had guessed. Although the forest lizard was very fast, it was still suppressed by Tanabata Bluebird at the beginning. But then Xiaozhi commanded the forest lizard, applying flexible movement, flexible jumping, flexible dodging, avoiding many attacks from the Tanabata Bluebird. Finally, he also seized a good opportunity. Successfully defeated the Tanabata Bluebird. In the second game, Xiaozhi took out Pikachu with attribute advantages to fight, but it did not play a good role. But fortunately, in the end, the 3-on-3 overall victory was won. The lineup of Naki's side is Tanabata Bluebird, Big Mouth Gull, and Heterochromatic King Swallow. Xiaozhi's side is Forest Lizard, Pikachu, King Swallow. Finally, the white feather badge was obtained. After that, Xiaozhi and his party continued their journey. When they came to the vicinity of Shuijing City, they also heard about the high-tech city, Laru's City. So, they planned to go there first. At this point, the red light curtain dimmed. The blue light curtain lit up. In the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi and his group also arrived at Indigo City very quickly. However, according to their usual habits, they did not challenge the gym right away. Instead, they participated in various activities. And in the activities, Xiaozhi and his group were the undisputed protagonists. The entire annual Wing Carnival seemed to be held specifically for Xiaozhi this time. And Xiaozhi also met the Indigo Gym leader, Miss Naki, who had long been familiar with Xiaozhi's name at this carnival. At this moment, Naki and Xiaozhi were flying together in the sky. and the two of them were riding on the same Xiaozhi's monster pterosaur. And Xiaozhi's other girlfriends were riding on other flying Pokemon for the time being. It seemed that the monster pterosaur plus Xiaozhi plus Naki were being protected. It seemed that they were not allowed to watch. Serena, is it convenient to do embarrassing things when you surround them like this? Naki. Xiaozhi, I. Chapter 209 appeared. Mother-in-law. In the blue light curtain. At this moment, Naki was still wearing her very classic outfit. But the difference was that her whole cheeks were red. Xiaozhi, I like you. Naki's confession on the spot seemed to have mustered up his own great courage. At this moment, Xiaozhi looked at the impenetrable iron walls around him. And there was such a beautiful girl confessing to him beside him. How could Xiaozhi not understand? So, time quickly came to the next day. The two also started fighting according to yesterday's agreement. And this battle, naturally, it also followed the normal process of the gym battle, and the battle was scheduled. Many people have seen the relevant reservation information in advance. So the tickets for the corresponding sessions of the gym were also directly booked. This time, everyone came to the gym in a crowd, sat down in order, and waited for the gym competition to begin. Have you heard? Xiaozhi participated in our carnival yesterday. It is said that he met the gym leader Naki at the carnival. It seems that yesterday, at the Winged Carnival, on the Wing Carnival, Xiaozhi's champion Pokemon that can fly are simply too many. The best scenes and the most brilliant limelight of the Wing Carnival are all firmly in his hands. It's not just Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi's girlfriends are all like this too. At this moment, the audience was chatting, while waiting for the two teams to enter. Because the audience had to enter a quarter of an hour earlier than the players. So, everyone came early. As soon as the venue opened. And the match started. To prepare to watch the game. And many people got the gossip at the scene. Yesterday they saw Naki coming back with Xiaozhi. And they also saw that Xiaozhi and Naki were talking and laughing. And it seemed that Naki had already joined Xiaozhi's girlfriend team. This means that there may be a new member in Xiaozhi's girlfriend team. All the audience felt very happy about this. I feel very happy. Including many female viewers. Female trainers. They are also very happy. They don't say that they feel someone is competing with them, and they feel pressure. They only call for this kind of pressure to come more fiercely and more. Because this is the only way to show that Xiaozhi is charming enough. Because only in this way can it be said that Xiaozhi is particularly popular with women. Xiaomao, it's really hard to compare people, and it's better to compare goods. Xiaomao, the original words are definitely more cruel than my modified words. Xiaomao, but I still think the original words are too cruel. I won't say it. Shinji, this is actually not bad. Shinji, we should have gradually become familiar with this series of operations of Xiaozhi in the blue light screen. Shinji, attracting girls is one of his unique settings. Shinji, if you think about it from another angle, Xiaomao, you are a woman. Shinji, I am afraid that Xiaozhi has conquered you now. When Xiaomao and Shinji's gender-swapped dialogue appeared, Xiaomao immediately clapped his hands. Xiaomao, Shinji, what are you talking about? Xiaomao, I am a man. Xiaomao, even if I am a woman, I can't like Xiaozhi. Xiaogang, ahem, Xiaomao, don't get excited. XXXX. Gone, Shinji just made a simple joke. Gone, I guess in the blue light curtain, after Xiaozhi finishes his work, it may be a story about another high-tech city. Gone, legend has it that in the elf world, there are creatures from alien planets from time to time, and some creatures from other different spaces. Gone, maybe they are Pokemon or other types of creatures. Gone, is it possible that a similar story will happen in that high-tech city? As Gon said this, everyone suddenly understood. They all praised Gon for bringing up this topic well. Because it is indeed like this. From time to time, there will be some news about alien creatures. Or some rumors. Although it is possible that the number of times alien creatures actually come may be once every 2 or 3 years or once every 4 or 5 years. But they must have come. In Fengyuan, because Rayquaza protects the ozone layer, there have been news reports that a reporter filmed Rayquaza and a mysterious alien creature, fighting from the sky to the ground, and then to a very cold area. Dr. Kukui, regarding alien creatures, maybe they are similar to the legendary beasts in our Alola region? Dr. Kukui, but I don't know much about the news about the beasts. Dr. Kukui, I may ask Miss Lucamine to tell me more about it. Lily, do you want to ask my mother? Lily, I don't know if my mother has the permission, and I don't know if my brother has the permission. As Dr. Kukui and Lilia communicated with each other, the audience was also very curious about who Lucamine and Lilia's brother were. Lucamine, hello everyone, I am Lucamine, the president of the Ether Foundation in the Alola region. Lucamine, mainly responsible for taking in some unattended Pokémon in the Alola region, as well as almost all related Pokémon science. Glajo, I am Glajo. With Lucamine and Glajo introducing each other almost one sentence at a time. Everyone has already had an understanding of the personalities of this mother and son. Lucamine is undoubtedly very enthusiastic, and is also responsible for relevant practical affairs. She is the head of the Ether Foundation. And Lily's brother, Glajo, maybe he is cold by nature. He only pours his enthusiasm into his family. Or maybe due to some changes. Even his family can't feel the warmth in his heart. Lilia, big brother is very enthusiastic. Don't think that he spoke less this time. Lilia, actually, if you have anything to ask about the Alola region. Lilia, ask my brother, he knows a lot. Lilia, my brother knows a lot. On the one hand, Lilia also speaks well of her big brother Gladion, and on the other hand, she really thinks so. Because Lilia met her brother Gladion many times in the early years. But due to an unexpected incident. Lilia can't remember the specific incident, but it must be that her big brother protected her in that incident. So her big brother left home and started training, so Lilia has always been very grateful to her big brother. And Lily feels that her elder brother is really working hard. Daigo, so, the exotic beasts in the Alola region and the legendary Pokémon in the Fengyuan region. Daigo, they should all be creatures from another world. In this way, the Pokémon world may become more and more exciting in the future. Alice, is there a possibility that there will be more and more Pokémon in our world in the future? Shirana, Pokémon will definitely increase with the continuous exploration of the region. Shirana, don't worry, Lily, and there are still many regions in our world that have not been explored. Shirana, this is also the meaning of our travel and exploration. As several champion-level trainers exchanged ideas, many viewers nodded. Because there are still many regions in the Pokémon world that have not been explored. It seems that there is an invisible energy barrier that blocks them from the outside. If these regions can be gradually explored, the increase of resources and the increase of Pokémon, everything will be better. And at this moment, Sakeke, I haven't spoken for a long time. I have already made the relevant plan. I am just waiting for an opportunity. Team Rocket can rule the world again. Suddenly, Sakeke's words made everyone suddenly remember that there was such a person in the live broadcast room. Xiao Mao, Sakeke, I thought you died somewhere. What caused you to disappear temporarily? Was it because you lost the battle against Tokiwa Jim in the Kanto region in the blue light curtain, and then disappeared from then on? Shinji, it's been too long, I can't remember it. Shinji, but it seems that it was because Sakeke's plan for Mutuo failed, so he disappeared. Shinji, but Sakeke's plan for Mutuo should have failed a long time ago. Shinji, because before Xiaozhi came to the Quartz Conference, his memory about the new island was erased by Mutuo and Mew. As Xiao Mao and Shinji said one sentence each, Sakeke was suddenly speechless again. At this moment, Sakeke was in the top office of his base, looking at the double comparison live broadcast room and the content of the barrage, which was a little distorted. The rocket team has never experienced so many failures before. But this time, as long as the plan succeeds, our rocket team will have the ability to reverse 3 time and space intervals. While Sakeki was talking, he was also looking at the device in his hand that had been initially researched. This device was developed by him in the past 2 or 3 years. Although 2 or 3 years here. In the real world, basically only 1 day has passed. Request flowers 0. But in fact, it is equivalent to the past 2 to 3 years. During this period, Sakeki also commanded all the people in the rocket team to work together to expedite the production. Sakeki, what do you little devils know? Sakeki, although we must admit that Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain is indeed very powerful. Sakeki, but no matter how powerful the strength is, it must be backed by technology. Sakeki, and the rocket team's own strength, plus the method of integrating technological creations, is the most powerful way of fighting in the future. Sakeki, trainer, no matter how powerful you are, can you withstand the missiles on the Apache helicopter? At this moment, Sakeki was also aroused by the anger in his heart by several young juniors. According to Sakeki's character in the past, he would not reply to such words, he would only think it was a waste of time. However, his rocket team has not appeared in the red and blue light curtains for a long time. It has not made any achievements in the real world. This also makes Sakeki, the current boss of the rocket team, very unhappy. He must do something. Let the rocket team return to its strongest position, big evil organization. So in the past 2 or 3 years, Sakeki learned from his mistakes. Listed the relevant experimental methods at the first time, and through continuous improvement. Finally, he created a preliminary method that he believed could reverse time and space and fold space. But all of this needs to wait for an opportunity. So what Sakeki needs to do now is to light the fire and let the opportunity appear. Shiba, that's not right. Have you noticed that Sakeki of the rocket team never spoke like this before? This is inconsistent with Sakeki's personality. Since Sakeki has done something inconsistent with his personality, he must have a purpose. 0. Shiba, if there is no plan or ambition to plot, he will definitely not speak against his will. But at this moment, Shiba's powerful speech, like a revelation, also directly killed more than half of the core of Sakeki's plan. Sakeki could never have imagined that Hiba, who was a big and strong man with muscles but no brains in his impression before, has become so smart in the past 2 or 3 years. Kona, after hearing what Hiba said, it is indeed so. Kona, the boss of the rockets, Sakeki, has always been a wise, calm, and strategic figure. Kona, now he actually came out to bring up the topic out of his usual state, which means he must have some plan. Kona, let everyone get excited and angry. Kona, it seems that we rarely got angry before, so does he need this kind of anger? Kikyuko, I also saw some of Sakeki's subsequent plans in some of the information left by the Tokiwa gym, but there were no details. Kikyuko, there must be very few people who know about Sakeki, but Sakeki is definitely a great hero, and he is very strong. Only the top champion level trainers can fight him. Professor Oak, Sakeki and I have known each other for a very long time. Sakeki and I are basically people of the same era. Sakeki can undoubtedly be called very powerful. Professor Oak, he can even be called the most powerful and top trainer. Professor Oak, and Sakeki is indeed a calm person. Since he is not calm now, it is indeed as the previous few said, he has some plans. In the communication between several trainers and Professor Oak, Sakeki's plan was broken. But after seeing this situation, Sakeki was not too anxious. Because all this was just Sakeki's guess. As for what kind of emotion is needed to start it, and how to start it, Sakeki has not thought about it yet. And his idea of folding space to trigger space-time cracks is still just a preliminary plan. It may take about 5 to 6 years to fully implement it. Let's wait and see. Anyway, the double comparison live broadcast room is probably just a short moment in these 5 to 6 years. While Sakaki was talking, he returned to watching the double comparison live broadcast room. On the other hand, he was also directing his subordinates to continue research. In the red light curtain. This is Larus City next to Shuijing City. It's full of high-tech atmosphere everywhere. At this moment, Xiaozhi and Pikachu were on the maglev train, heading to the target location. Larus City. The other side was also very shocked. And Xiaoao and Xiaosheng, as locals in Fengyuan area, also came here for the first time. Xiaogang was much calmer, but his goal was to search for the lovely big sisters around. We have arrived at Larus City. The battle tower welcomes everyone's challenge. Then. Chapter 210 Clone? Multiple Shadow Clone. In the red light curtain. After Xiaozhi and his party arrived at Larus City, the first sentence on the train broadcast was to welcome everyone to arrive and challenge the battle tower. When Xiaozhi heard that there was such a thing called the battle tower, before he had time to listen to the details, he immediately commanded his Pikachu and planned to rush to the battle tower with a smile. And Xiaoao next to him grabbed Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi, you don't know where the battle tower is. And I think this city is a high-tech city, basically you don't need to walk. Look below. Xiaoao pointed at the arrows of various colors on the ground. And pointed at the people coming and going, and the people who stepped directly on these arrow conveyor belts were also very curious. Ah, who cares what it is, let's go up and see. Xiaozhi immediately took the lead and stepped on it. But he didn't expect that because the conveyor belt was activated too fast, Xiaozhi almost lost his balance. But fortunately, later, several trainers named Aaron, Shota, Catherine, and Odell helped Xiaozhi and his group. Only then did they understand which arrow is fast and which arrow is slow. And then Xiaozhi and his group successfully arrived at the battle tower. When the screen played to the battle tower, the main screen of the red light screen paused, and in the middle, another split screen of similar size was opened to play the frontier outline. The order has been adjusted. In order to take care of the arrival of the timeline, it arrives at the battle tower first, and then plays the battle between Deoxys and Rayquaza 4 years ago. And at the same time, the special title came out. Special Chapter 7, Deoxys, the Visitor of the Rayquaza. Xiao Mao, this should be the related battle to be played, and the background of the story should be released. This Deoxys is a Pokemon from an alien planet. 470. The name of this article is called The Visitor of the Sky, right? Is it about Deoxys, who will fight Rayquaza at the beginning? This Deoxys, it may be the name of this alien creature. It looks like it may have descended from the sky, like a meteorite. It fell to the ground in the same way as a meteorite. What Ms. Lucamine said makes a lot of sense. It may be in the form of a meteorite, or Deoxys, it is transformed from a special meteorite. Of course, all of this is still based on our speculation. What this alien Pokemon looks like depends on how it is played on the red screen. Everyone also started a discussion in the barrage. Because only in this way can they watch more seriously. Only by raising the discussion beforehand is like previewing before class. When they see the specific details, they will know what happened. And now, in addition to the messages left by the top trainers in the barrage, there are many trainers who do not have the right to post for the time being. They are leaving messages and liking the top trainers, and communicating with each other. Because most of them now come to public places to watch. Kanto region. At this moment, many trainers in the Kanto region are gathered in the Taoist temples in their respective cities to watch the corresponding live broadcast. Or in various large squares, watching the live broadcast through their own red and blue light screens. And they are also chatting with each other. Because the Kanto region is Xiaozhi's hometown, the trainers here can be said to be the most concerned about the light screen later. Xiaohua, do you think it is possible that Xiaozhi in the red light curtain will capture different Pokemon in this special episode? Looking at the name of this special episode, it should involve 2 legendary Pokemon. That appearance Pokemon, Deoxys, must also be a legendary Pokemon, otherwise he can't tie with Rayquaza. Xiaolu, you are right, but I guess according to the direction that Xiaozhi has always been in the red light curtain. I'm afraid he will capture a legendary Pokemon this time. The difficulty is still relatively high, but this adventure will definitely be very interesting. Xiaohua and Xiaolu are employees of Golden City in the Kanto region. At this moment, they have also gathered in the company's conference hall and are watching the shift together. And there are also many supporters of Xiaozhi in the company's conference hall, hoping that Xiaozhi can capture a legendary Pokemon this time. Because they all still remember, Docto said before, about the problem that Xiaozhi didn't capture a legendary Pokemon. In fact, according to Xiaozhi's personality, he may have a chance to capture a legendary Pokemon, and he will capture it. And it is possible that he doesn't want to disturb these Pokemon and return to their original place. I don't want to disturb their carefree life, but if I don't capture a legendary Pokemon, I'm really worried about what will happen if Docto really can't beat the battle in the Lily of the Valley conference after arriving in the Sinnoh region. In the red light screen, Xiaozhi's performance in recent conferences is generally stable. If he can win the championship for the first time in the Fengyuan region or the Sinnoh region, it can also be said to be very good. We really hope that Xiaozhi will win the championship. Orange Islands Citrus Stadium. Although Xiaozhi here has not been to the Citrus sports field yet, but Xiaozhi in the red and blue light curtains has already come from here. It has been almost 2 years since I left. The Citrus Stadium witnessed the birth of the winner and honorary trainer Xiaozhi, and also witnessed the birth of the champions of the 3 regions of Chengdu, Orange League, and Kanto in the blue light curtain. Off topic. The focus of our discussion now should be how Xiaozhi in the red light curtain dealt with the communication between Deoxys and Rayquaza. Can Xiaozhi's lineup in the red light curtain beat these 2 legendary Pokemon? Fight. Why fight? Can't we just communicate properly? If you just talk about fighting, then I guess you will definitely lose. But if Xiaozhi uses his ability to communicate with legendary beasts, his love for Pokemon, and his pure heart, he should be able to win without fighting. The Orange Islands still have little confidence in the strength of Xiaozhi in the red light curtain, and they don't have much confidence in fighting against the legendary Pokemon. And no matter which region, they don't have much confidence. Because no matter how powerful Pikachu is, no matter how powerful the forest lizard is, no matter how powerful the king swallow is, they can't deal with Rayquaza, the leader of the 3 gods of Fengyuan. And it may be even more impossible to deal with Deoxys, which many people speculate is even more powerful than Rayquaza in this special episode. If you ask me, if Deoxys really wants to fight, ordinary Rayquaza should not be able to beat it. Unless it is Xiaozhi's black and gold Rayquaza in the blue light curtain, it is estimated that Deoxys can be easily defeated. I don't agree with this. It may be because in the 7th special story, Rayquaza, as the guardian of the sky, didn't dare to attack recklessly for fear of destroying the city, so it was possible that it was at a disadvantage. And this disadvantage is just our guess. Before, we saw that Xiaozhi's black and gold Rayquaza in the blue light screen was very powerful. Even if it was an ordinary Rayquaza, it wouldn't be that weak. Most of the audiences in the Orange Islands were still discussing the strength of Rayquaza and Deoxys. Because everyone felt that Rayquaza would not be too weak regardless of whether he had mastered the priesthood. And Deoxys was also very strong. Chengdu area. Silver Town. The venue of the Silver Conference, although the Silver Conference that Xiaozhi participated in had not been held here. But it did not prevent this side from becoming a place for the audiences near the Silver Town in the Chengdu area to gather together to watch the game and discuss. Everyone was watching Xiaozhi on the red screen, preparing to start the battle in the battle tower. And they were also looking forward to the prequel story that would be played on the red screen soon. Where will this prequel story be? It might be in some remote places, such as in the mountains, or in the deep sea, or in the very cold South Pole or North Pole. If the meteorite is going to land, it will not be stopped unless it lands in an uninhabited area, or an area with relatively few people. If it lands in an area with people, it is definitely possible that it will be stopped by the guardian of the sky, Rayquaza. But it is possible that there is no one where the meteorite lands, but there may be many Pokémon. Oh! This may indeed be a problem. Those Pokémon should not be harmed. After all, there is Rayquaza. Rayquaza is a very kind beast, and maybe Rayquaza will call out his two little brothers to help. Let Rayquaza call out Groudon and Kyogre to help. That probably won't happen. It's possible, but I guess he probably won't. And if he does, he may not be able to do it. Of course. I don't know if he can do it either. The audience at the Silver Conference. They are mainly discussing where the meteorite will land. From the current discussion atmosphere, everyone still thinks it is likely to be in scientific research places such as the North and South Poles, or in mountains and lakes. At the same time, everyone is also worried that if this meteorite falls, it will cause pollution to the ecological environment, which is not good. So management is a science. And some other areas are also being discussed. The points of discussion are basically the same as those discussed in Chengdu, Orange Islands, and Kanto. The location where the meteorite fell. What was the result of the fight between Deoxys and Rayquaza? Also, are there any scientific researchers to conduct research? The development of the city of La Ruse and the research on this mysterious meteorite, or the mysterious alien Pokémon has been studied. After all, everyone has heard of it more or less before, but has never seen it with their own eyes. Aliens. Alien Pokémon. On the other hand, just when everyone was discussing it, red light, the playback in the screen did not fall at all. In the red light screen, after a meteorite with a strange shape, similar to a virus, fell, it hit the glacier. It also scared a child who was playing with a seal ball. Then the child's father came over and taught the child to take it away. At the same time, the magical meteorite was also hatched. On a Pokémon from an alien planet. The Pokémon with tentacles and red and blue shopping maps, holding another small stone, seemed to be sending out induction. And the aurora flashed in the sky. Just at this time, the Rayquaza that had been guarding the ozone layer before also came to attack this Pokémon. The huge freezing ray also froze the mysterious alien Pokémon in the first time, but it had no effect. After a series of arduous battles between the two Pokémon. Although the Pokémon of that one, Deoxys, showed a strong recovery ability. However, it was blasted into pieces by Rayquaza's close attack. Only one crystal fell into the lake, and the next one was taken away by the expedition team. Then the scene turned and came to many years later. Everyone saw the leader of the expedition team at that time, studying the crystal. Not far outside the research building, a positively charged Papa and a negatively charged Papa were playing with a smart sensor trash can in the city. And they also had some interactions with a little Snorlax. This little Snorlax seemed to like picking up bottles and cans and throwing them into the trash can. After the broadcast, Xiaozhi and his group appeared again. After Xiaozhi and his Pikachu came to the battle tower first, he accidentally met Toy. The audience knew that Toy was the little boy who was scared at that time. When Xiaozhi was full of confidence and was going to play doubles with Xiongta and Arlong. Because Toy didn't have Pokémon, and after Xiaozhi lent Coal Turtle to Toy, he didn't know how to command. So in the end, Xiaozhi had to go on the field and fight two people directly. Although Xiaozhi tried his best, Pikachu was also very powerful 3.0. But in the end, he couldn't beat the opponent's Blaziken plus Blastoise combination. However, Xiaozhi didn't blame Toy afterwards, but tried to help Toy overcome the difficulties in his heart. Although this overcoming is not so easy to do. But Xiaozhi and others are still cheering. After Toy and Xiaozhi got along well, he also took Xiaozhi and others to a plantation. Here, Toy introduced his good friend to Xiaozhi and his group and Arlong and his group. This is a mysterious, data-like, diamond-shaped life form. Just when Xiaozhi and others were chatting happily with this diamond-shaped life form, the city's defense system discovered that Deoxys had arrived again. So, the defense force of the entire city was fully activated. All personnel began to prepare for evacuation. And Toy's father also planned to bring his child over. But because of the mechanized city, humans could not fight against the mechanical road, so he could only go further and further back. In the end, he had no choice. He could only jump into the water. But fortunately, Miss Juncha rescued him. After that, after sensing the arrival of Deoxys again, Rayquaza also began to plan to search for it. But because the city had an energy barrier, Rayquaza could not get in. So, Rayquaza could only attack the energy barrier continuously. From time to time, it hit the energy barrier of La Rue's city. From time to time, it was still increasing the attack amplitude. On the other side, Deoxys also unfolded his ability. Using his clone, began to search constantly. He seemed to be looking for something. And Xiaozhi and his group were discovered by Deoxys' clone. The scene suddenly became extremely urgent. Chapter 211 Adu, these are definitely two top combat forces. In the red light curtain. After being discovered by Deoxys' clone, immediately turned around and ran. Based on the principle that girls and children run first, Xiaozhi and several other boys stayed behind. Seeing that Deoxys' clone was about to catch up, Xiaozhi, Pikachu, fire at me. 100,000 volts. Pikachu. Pika. Chu. Finally, Pikachu electrocuted Xiaozhi and barely closed the door. Xiao Mao, wow, Xiaozhi in the red light screen is also very good. Xiao Mao, this is full of electrical resistance. Xiao Mao, after being electrocuted by Pikachu's 100,000 volts, Deoxys' clones were electrocuted back. Xiao Mao, Xiaozhi is fine, just a little numb. Gone. During the time we traveled with Satoshi, Pikachu seemed to occasionally shock Satoshi for some reason, or at Satoshi's request, or because of some coincidence. Gone. It seems that Satoshi must have some resistance to being shocked so often. Shinji, this reminds me of a phrase, super newbie. Shiba, but this red light curtain, when Deoxys sends clones, this skill is so powerful, these clones come one after another. Adu, how about it? Shiba, use your wisdom to give these clones a name. Shiba, damn, Adu, who are you looking down on? Just give it a name. It's called the multiple shadow clone technique. As everyone discussed, the story in the red light curtain continued. In the red light curtain. After that, Xiaozhi and his group hid in a shelter, and began to discuss how to solve the current crisis in La Rue's city. After some analysis, and in conjunction with the analysis of Dr. Rondo and the analysis of the doctor's female assistant, they came to a speculative conclusion. It is possible that Deoxys is looking for this thing. At present, Deoxys has captured many Pokémon, many trainers and humans, but has only temporarily transferred them to a unified place without any harm. Deoxys is doing this more like a method of elimination. It is possible that Deoxys's induction can sense the existence of the life form or object he wants to find. However, if there are trainers, or Pokémon outside, it will interfere with his induction, so he will use his clone technique. Temporarily unify some people who interfere with his judgment in one place. However, his act of gathering people and Pokémon in one place also disturbed the normal order of La Rue's city and was an act of intrusion. Therefore, this was equivalent to provoking Rayquaza. So Rayquaza and Deoxys fought directly in the city. However, Deoxys was relatively restrained, while Rayquaza fought to expel the invaders. Later, Deoxys finally found the target he was looking for. That target was Deoxys' own kind. It was also the mysterious diamond-shaped substance that Xiaozhi and the others had seen with the little boy before. And the mysterious diamond-shaped substance at this moment was also transformed into Deoxys. When the two Deoxys joined together, Rayquaza naturally launched a more fierce attack. However, the two Deoxys did not want to fight, but just kept dodging. On the other hand, since La Rue's city is a high-tech city, all the Pokeballs are invalid. Because they rely on a main power switch. And the city's defense system is also being defended at this moment. Countless small square blocks are rushing towards Rayquaza and Deoxys. And they have surrounded them all. Ash and Pikachu were also commissioned to go with Toy to turn off the main switch. After a lot of difficulties and dangers, Ash finally got a chance at the last second. Stepping on the small blocks that were constantly floating and moving at high speed in the sky, he turned off the system. And the two Deoxys and Rayquaza finally made peace with each other in the end. The final scene is also the scene where Ash and his friends in La Rue's city say goodbye. They take the train and start to separate one by one. At this point, the red light screen gradually dims. Alice, if I am not mistaken, the last Ash and Pikachu. Alice, they used the power of Deoxys to fly in the sky. Alan, that's true. Deoxys's ability is also very strong. Alan, if we judge his strength. Alan, judging from the rhythm of his battle with this ordinary Rayquaza. Alan, it should be fully capable of being ranked among the legendary Pokémon. Kaloon, and I seem to have vaguely seen that Deoxys can also switch states. And there seem to be a lot of states. As several champion trainers discussed, many viewers also suddenly recalled that it was indeed like this. In the red light curtain, Xiaozhi also experienced the feeling of flying this time, and it is possible that he experienced it twice. The first time was to use his own ability. At the last critical moment, he successfully used the card to shut down the city's defense system. When I was jumping and turning on countless small blocks, it was really like flying. But the flying at that time was tense and had a strong sense of mission to save the Pokémon and humans in the whole city. The second flight was carried out with the help of Deoxys. At that time, I was happy, carefree, and enjoying myself. Because at that time, Xiaozhi had helped the entire city of La Rue's recover. And there were several states about Deoxys. The audience was also communicating with each other in groups of 3 or 2. Many audiences in large viewing areas. Large venues with red and blue light curtains. Or large stadiums. Are discussing in waves. At least there are 3 forms. That's how I feel. Almost, I feel the same way. There should be a normal form, an attack form, and a defense form. No. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there are 4 forms, and there is also a speed form. Didn't you notice? In the speed form, his whole body has a stronger sense of lines and is faster. Damn, I don't seem to see many other Pokémon that can switch to 4 forms. Even if you count the Mega Evolution, some Pokémon have only 3 final forms. No, why did you forget to count Xiaozhi in the blue light screen? Xiaozhi's Mewtwo, there are 7 forms. Wow, you reminded me that it is true. But Xiaozhi's Mewtwo has 6 evolved forms based on the original one. But Deoxys, the overall feeling, the total attribute should not change. It's just the distribution of its own attributes. There is an adjustment. So according to you, this alien Pokémon can also freely adjust its attribute values. This is too powerful. As many viewers watching the red light screen began to summarize, they discussed more and more. Because the fact seems to be like this. First of all, Deoxys is a Pokémon that looks like an alien. Now it must have 4 forms. These 4 forms have common characteristics, but they are also different. The common point is that his body is mainly red and orange, supplemented by blue and green. In addition, there are purple stripes running through his face, and a crystal on his chest. That crystal may be used for thinking, or it may be a place like an energy core. And everyone feels that Deoxys is very, very smart. He may be a psychic Pokémon. And when he appears, he will bring the aurora. Or sometimes, Deoxys will appear in places with aurora. Not only is it very mysterious, but it also has a beautiful feeling. Hiva, did you notice the story in the red light just now? Hiva, the crystals on the chests of these two deoxys seem to be different colors. Hiva, the crystal of the first deoxys is purple. He seems to have gone to a very cold place to find the crystal of another deoxys. Hiva, but what I didn't expect was that after finding the crystal of his companion, he was destroyed by Rayquaza. Adu, it's not easy. Now Siba's thinking ability has been greatly enhanced. Adu, the two deoxys have different crystals on their chests. One is purple and the other is green. Adu, but fortunately, they both left in the red light curtain in the end. Adu, but this one left, which really makes me feel sorry. Adu, if these two deoxys didn't leave, but were both captured by Xiaozhi in the red light curtain. Adu, in this way, in the future at the KO conference in the Fengyuan region, or at the Lily of the Valley conference in the Sinnoh region. Adu, this adds two top combat forces. Siba and Adu were communicating freely in the barrage, while Adu was also very excited. Because Adu had already seen that Deoxys was very strong. And the overall attack attribute, durability attribute, and speed attribute can all be adjusted freely. If we spend more time, we can make Deoxys more reasonable. Or in other words, adjust it to the extreme. Put all the attributes of the attack mode on attack and speed. Put all the attributes of the speed mode on speed and attack. Then make a choice between special attack and normal attack, and don't distribute them evenly. In this way, the actual combat ability of Deoxys is simply beyond imagination. Dr. Mulan, Mr. Adu is really imaginative, and the thinking of a champion-level trainer is really amazing. Dr. Mulan, sometimes we Pokemon doctors don't have such fantastic imaginations when we are researching. Dr. Mulan, but it is undeniable that your fantastic imagination is really too charming. Dr. Kukui, if we can really have Pokemon that can freely adjust their own ability values. Dr. Kukui, if we can achieve the most reasonable allocation, or the best allocation for the current situation. Dr. Kukui, that is equivalent to having 3 more cards at all times. Bra Dr. To know, 3 trump cards? Thinking about it this way, it is indeed possible. Dr. Platano, adjust your own attributes to the endurance mode, that is, the defense mode, to deal with the terrifying attack. Dr. Platano, adjust your own attributes to the attack or speed mode, and make flexible and fierce attacks. Dr. Yu, regarding Deoxys, it would be great if we could study his origin, just like I studied the origin of Pokemon in the various regions. Dr. Yu, at the beginning, in the red light screen, the special episode about the visitor of the sky seemed to be broadcast to an alien planet. Dr. Yu, that alien planet does not seem to be as lush as our current planet, and seems to be more desolate. Dr. Yu, if we can explore the alien planet, the elf world will be more beautiful. As several Pokemon doctors communicated with each other, everyone's pattern was also opened up. From the capture of Deoxys at the beginning, to the later analysis and switching between the 4 forms of Deoxys. Later, we will analyze whether these 4 forms can be advanced again. Or, 470 trains his own Pokemon to switch forms. Dr. Yamanashi, in fact, the overall strength of Deoxys in normal form, attack form, defense form, and speed form must be kept equal. Dr. Yamanashi, but what I am thinking now is that this equal total amount can also be understood as evolution in a certain sense, but the goal of his evolution is to adjust his attribute distribution. Dr. Otamaki, Dr. Yamanashi's point of view is good. If we can guide Pokemon to continue to evolve in the final evolutionary form. Dr. Otamaki, so that each Pokemon can develop different attack, defense, speed, and normal modes. Dr. Otamaki, then, after the training, the strength of Pokemon all over the world can become stronger, right? Dr. Soregi, this reminds me of what Team Rocket's Sakeka said before, his plan. Dr. Soregi, although Sakeka's previous plan has failed, we still have to pay attention to Sakeka. Dr. Soregi, if we can make all trainers stronger, it will be very helpful to deal with the evil Sakeki and his Team Rocket in the future. The second round of discussion was carried out by 3 Pokemon doctors. The core content of this discussion was also well received by everyone. Dr. Oak, what my colleagues and Pokemon doctors said is very right. Dr. Oak, Deoxys or the alien Pokemon represented by Deoxys, if there are more and more in the future. Professor Oak, if it is really like what Dr. Kukui and Miss Lucamine said before, and if there are strange beasts appearing from time to time, we also need to keep trying to approach and understand these Pokemon from outer space. With Dr. Oak's summary, everyone nodded and found that the blue light screen lit up. Xiao Mao, as far as the future is concerned, Xiaozhi here has not captured a legendary Pokemon so far. But it's okay, Xiaozhi, you will capture it in the future. In the blue light screen. After Xiaozhi continued his journey with one heart. He also received an invitation from Dr. Lunduo, the person in charge of La Ruse City. We are now heading to La Ruse City. Just as I told you before, it is a high-tech city with automatic sidewalks and cube-shaped robots. There is also a very famous battle tower. We can take a good look at it then. And I also sensed a special wave guide, or to be more precise, 2 special wave guides. These 2 wave guides should not belong to the wave guides on our planet. While talking, Xiaozhi introduced them to everyone. The other side also became curious. Is it Pokemon from another planet? Chapter 212 Lucamine, don't worry, Lilia, I'll help. In the blue light curtain. The maglev train is running on the track at a very fast speed. The scenery along the way is also a high-tech city that Xiaozhi's girlfriends have never seen before. Although high-rise buildings were very common before. But in this city, there seem to be automatic sidewalks everywhere. There are also various robots. It seems to be comparable to Golden City. Nancy. It seems that Dr. Rondo, who invited you, Xiaozhi, has really put a lot of effort into the construction of the city. You know, Golden City is the largest and busiest city in Kanto. It is very famous in the entire elf world, and the main reason is that there is Silver Company's headquarters building. There is also the central business district of the Kanto area, and the largest infrastructure, the maglev station. In terms of convenient transportation, La Ruse City also has fully automatic sidewalks, which is not available in Golden City. But this fully automatic sidewalk has both advantages and disadvantages. Nancy looked through the car window while checking the information in her hand. Xiaoxia. This La Ruse City should be located in the north of Fengyuan area, and it seems to be the confluence of 2 rivers. From the map, this city has a very large park, a battle tower and a commercial area. And there is also a monorail. There is a bridge across the entire island at the northernmost end of the island, and connecting other areas of Fengyuan. Xiaoxia is also checking the map while checking in advance. What should be done after arriving in La Ruse City? According to their ideas, after Xiaozhi's affairs are dealt with, they should go to the new place and have more fun. The battle tower in La Ruse City is well known in the surrounding areas, and even in Fengyuan. Moreover, the high-tech atmosphere of La Ruse City is also very popular in the Fengyuan area. Latias, Xiaozhi, I seem to feel a different atmosphere. In the city of La Ruse City, there seem to be creatures that do not belong to our planet. Or to be more precise, there are Pokemon that do not belong to our planet in this city. Latias was also holding Xiaozhi with his little hand, and he also felt something on the other side. He was also talking to Xiaozhi. After Latias said this, Nancy also spread her superpowers and sensed it. Because this carriage was a special carriage for Xiaozhi and his friends, there were only Xiaozhi and some Pokemon he put outside, and his girlfriends. There were no other people. This was also Xiaozhi's special treatment, and it was also specially explained by the high-level officials in Fengyuan area. Because this time, Dr. Lando of La Ruse City invited Xiaozhi to come over to explore a mystery that had been bothering him before. Latias, you are absolutely right. Dr. Lando invited me here to study a battlefield they had fought a few years ago. To be precise, it was a battlefield where Rayquaza and Deoxys fought. Study of a meteorite collected. That meteorite is particularly magical. Dr. Lando believes. As long as there is enough energy, the alien Pokemon Deoxys, who was defeated by Rayquaza at that time, can be summoned again. But there is less information now. We only know that the meteorite is green. But the crystal on the chest of the Deoxys defeated by Rayquaza at that time was purple. While talking, Xiaozhi was also very interested. It has actually been 4 years since this incident in La Ruse City. 4 years ago, Xiaozhi already knew about my story, and he hadn't traveled yet, but he had already started researching. Xiaozhi guessed that there might be 2 Deoxys. One is the green crystal and the other is the amethyst. It is possible that the amethyst Deoxys at that time actually came to find the green crystal's partner. However, because it was judged as an invader by the guardian of the ozone layer and the guardian of the sky, Rayquaza, it was said that the battle started. Under a close attack from Rayquaza, the amethyst Deoxys was hit head-on. So it was also destroyed. But the amazing thing is, since Xiaozhi now feels 2 waves. That is to say, the amethyst Deoxys back then was not completely destroyed, but it is possible that it has accumulated strength in these 4 years to prepare for resurrection again. So as to continue to look for its own partner. I tell you. Xiaozhi immediately shared the information in his mind with his girlfriends and Pokemon. After hearing what Xiaozhi said, his girlfriends were extremely shocked, but they all nodded and believed their boyfriend unconditionally. Xiaozhi's Pokemon, although they couldn't quite understand the cause and effect of this matter. But they had understood the general framework of the story. And all that was left was to deal with it. Pika Pika. Don't worry, if Dr. Lando needs to generate electricity. Then I will take the lead, and the 100,000 volts effect is awesome. Pikachu was the first to take the lead, patting his chest and immediately volunteering. After hearing what Pikachu said, Zapdos was eager to try in the poke ball. Chew. Xiaozhi, I can do it too. I still have plenty of power. If I were to give Zaru, I can easily generate electricity for the relevant equipment in the city of Si. After Lei Gong heard what Zapdos and Pikachu said, he immediately kept talking in the poke ball. Roar! Xiaozhi, my electric attribute is also very strong. Pikachu and Zapdos don't need to take action for this little thing. Just let me take action. I haven't come out to fight for a long time. Even if this time is not a battle. Just come out to perform an extra task. I am very happy. One after another, with the speeches of several electric attribute Pokemon in Xiaozhi's team. The atmosphere in the car immediately became more active. And Xiaozhi's girlfriends are also very happy at this moment. Because they are very happy to see that their boyfriend's team is growing and his strength is constantly improving. And the atmosphere is still very good. Xiaomao, in that case. Xiaomao, Xiaozhi had already discovered Deoxys in the blue light curtain in advance, and also sensed 2 waves. Xiaomao, Xiaozhi came to La Ruse City at the invitation of Dr. Rondo, the head of the city. Xiaomao, this is a grand ceremony. Shinji, in that case, La Ruse City should not have riots in the blue light curtain? Shinji, in that case, Rayquaza will not come, right? Xiaogong, that ordinary Rayquaza should still come, right? Xiaogong, because as long as he senses the resurrection of Deoxys, he should still exercise his authority as a guardian. Xiaogong, but this time there may be no need for that ordinary Rayquaza to exercise authority. Xiaogong, because nothing will happen at all. With Xiaomao, Mutuo, Shinji, and Xiaogang taking the lead in leaving messages in the barrage. The atmosphere of communication among everyone was directly ignited. Because the story in the blue light screen is indeed different from the one in the red light screen. This special episode about the visitor of the sky can be said to be only a little bit the same, but the core is the same. They are all going to explore. But the results are definitely different. In the red light screen, Xiaozhi gained the friendship of Rayquaza, and the friendship of Deoxys, and the friendship of the entire city of La Ruse. And in the blue light screen, everyone thought, In addition to gaining all the friendships, Xiaozhi will also gain many legendary Pokemon. Alice, these two Deoxys can be captured by Xiaozhi, there should be no problem, right? Alice, if both are captured, one will be called Little Green and the other will be called Little Purple. Wanlong, Deoxys should be a psychic Pokemon, right? Wanlong, and it can switch to 4 forms. Wanlong, if it is in the hands of the blue Xiaozhi, it may switch to various forms. Wanlong, and more forms, I am really looking forward to it. Catlia, that's right. Catlia, it can basically be concluded. Catlia, Deoxys is a psychic Pokemon. Catlia, and it is the same as many psychic Pokemon. Catlia, it can help other Pokemon fly while letting itself fly. Shiba, wait, then I thought of something, did Xiaozhi's Groudon in the blue light screen learn the skill of flying? Adu, oh, right, I also thought of something. Adu, did you see Jiraiya in the blue light curtain? Adu, in the carriage of Xiaozhi's exclusive maglev train, Jiraiya is playing happily with Pikachu. With the messages of several trainers and Adu's message, everyone suddenly realized that it was indeed like this. But Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. What method did Jiraiya use to successfully reverse the 7-day setting? This was not explained in detail. But now that Jiraiya can travel with Xiaozhi, and the subsequent things must be arranged properly, everyone will not go into it. Because all this may be the same as Xiaozhi's training method, which belongs to Xiaozhi's untold anger. Everyone just needs to know that there is such a thing. Serena, after traveling to the cities of Fengyuan and La Ruse, we should be able to reach Sinnoh. Serena, then it's Unova, and then we can reach the Kalos region. Serena, it seems that I won't wait too long with Xiaozhi. Dawn, what you said, Serena, really reminded me. Dawn, when we reach Sinnoh, I may meet Xiaozhi, and then we may develop a close friendship. Alice, after arriving in the Unova region, I should be traveling with Xiaozhi. Alice, I don't know what my strength is like in the blue light screen. I don't know if I will be very happy to meet Xiaozhi in the blue light screen for the first time. Alice, but I believe Xiaozhi and I must be very compatible, because Xiaozhi and I have similar interests and are both very generous trainers. Lily, Sister Alice, you seem to be promoting yourself a little bit. What are Lily's advantages? Lily seems to have no advantages at all. Lucamine, be good, Lily, don't be sad. Lucamine, your advantage is that you have everyone with you. Don't worry, you still have your mother. Lucamine, when the time comes, my mother will help you deal with Xiaozhi. When the time comes, I will definitely let my daughter travel happily with Xiaozhi. As people chatted in the barrage, it gradually became a place for many female trainers to communicate. At this moment, the blue screen was constantly playing, and everyone could see that Xiaozhi and his party had arrived in La Ruse city. In the blue screen, when Xiaozhi and his party successfully got off the maglev train, Dr. Rondo, with his assistants and the backbone members of his laboratory, and all the high-level people in La Ruse city also welcomed Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi champion, I'm very glad that you can take time out of your busy schedule to come to La Ruse city to support our experiment. The content of the experiment is the same as what was said at the time. If it's convenient for you, we'll go now, or you can take a day off first. Dr. Rondo politely took Xiaozhi and his party off the maglev train, and took them to the moving sidewalk in the city. After hearing Dr. Lando's polite speech and seeing the enthusiastic people around him, Xiaozhi chuckled. If we are going to challenge the gym, but there is nothing urgent, I am used to walking around the city first. But this time, Dr. Lando invited me to La Ruse city to do something, so I will deal with things first. In this case, I will trouble Dr. Lando to lead the way. Xiaozhi also put Pikachu on his shoulder while talking. At the same time, he put away the other Pokemon, leaving only Pikachu, Dream, Majouz, and Jakilla outside. Because Dream has been outside more often, he is constantly explaining various interesting things to Jiraiya at this moment. Jiraki listened to these interesting things as if he couldn't hear enough. Pull up. These stories are really interesting. Because every time I fall asleep, it lasts for a long time, and I can't remember almost everything in the past. Sister Dream, the things you told are really interesting. Jiraki is basically the same as Pikachu. A very good personality, very sweet to everyone. Although Mew, the Pokemon, has no gender in the strict sense. But Mew doesn't care too much about these sisters or brothers. Mew. Sister Jiraki, it's okay, these are what I should say. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Mew also flew around Jiraki while talking. As a phantom Pokemon, Jiraki actually has no gender. But Mew is also used to treating Pokemon without gender as female. And Pikachu watched his two friends having so much fun. He was also dancing on Xiaozhi's shoulder, and he was also moving forward with Xiaozhi. As Xiaozhi moved forward, he also completely spread out his wave guide. He had already keenly noticed that there was a particularly powerful wave guide of an unknown Pokemon, which was preparing to move towards Laru's city. Another wave guide of a very powerful Pokemon, which was almost the same type, inside Laru's city, was also calling him. It seems that this is the Pokemon named Deoxys that Dr. Rondo mentioned before. While speaking, Xiaozhi suddenly raised all his strength. At the same time, Aurora suddenly appeared above the city. A figure that Dr. Rondo was very familiar with but was very unfamiliar to the people in the city appeared. Chapter 213 Corny, Mary, look, Xiaozhi is really good. In the blue light curtain. Just when Xiaozhi completely released his power, the Pokemon that followed the Aurora was Deoxys. Dr. Lando also cried out in surprise when he saw this. Oh my god, isn't this the Deoxys that was defeated by Rayquaza 4 years ago? Wasn't he completely defeated at that time? Did he use his extremely powerful healing ability to be reborn again? And some assistants in the Doctor's Institute were also very excited and nervous at this moment. Because many of them knew about the news 4 years ago. The person in charge at that time, Dr. Lando, took Toy with him to investigate many Pokemon living on the ice field. And at that time, a meteorite suddenly flew from space and landed on the ice field. When the big meteorite landed at that time, many seals and many terrestrial sea lions were very scared. And the related tribes also began to run for their lives one after another. And Dr. Lando's child Toy at that time was traumatized by this incident. Including Toy at this moment, although he is now with Dr. Lando. But many assistants also know that Toy has not yet recovered from the trauma of that year. Moreover, for so many years, the experiments carried out in Dr. Lando's large experimental body have not made any progress. Although the crystal stone will emit some light from time to time, the researchers have no idea where these lights come from. What is the purpose of these lights? But now when they see Deoxys appear in front of them again, they seem to have returned to the snowy place 4 years ago. Now that Deoxys has appeared again, will Rayquaza appear at that time? Oh my god! When Rayquaza and Deoxys fought at that time, it can be said that the Great Plains was riddled with holes. Every time I think of that time, I can't sleep all day long. Many assistants in the Doctor's Research Institute are also very nervous now. Many senior executives of Lulus are also involved. They were afraid that the sudden appearance of Deoxys would cause trouble for champion Xiaozhi. Because this time, they invited Xiaozhi to come to study the meteorite of that year, to see if they could wake up Deoxys again. But now the sudden appearance of Deoxys made them unable to adapt for a while. Champion Xiaozhi, we have no idea why this Deoxys suddenly appeared. But please believe me, the meteorite in our laboratory before, there is no movement so far. Yes. As the relevant person in charge of Laru's city, I can assure you, Champion Xiaozhi, we invited you here to study Dr. Lando. It was the crystal meteorite brought back from the Great Glacier Plain 4 years ago. We definitely didn't know about Deoxys. It actually appeared at this time. And this Deoxys. It seems very different from the one 4 years ago. As several high-level people in La Ruse city who knew about it. Xiaozhi also knew that. Wherever he went now, he was a treasure in the world. So Xiaozhi immediately also used the power of Wave Guide to comfort everyone. It's okay, I will handle this matter properly, and this Deoxys has no ill intentions. While speaking, Xiaozhi also emitted the induction of the Wave Guide. At the same time, he commanded his Mew, Jiraki, and Pikachu to come forward to chat. In addition, Xiaozhi also called out his black gold Rayquaza. Rayquaza, you watch from the side. When the younger generation of your tribe comes, tell him not to worry. I'll handle this here. Xiaozhi called out black gold Rayquaza, mainly to prevent the defense Rayquaza who is in charge of the safety of the ozone layer may come to attack Deoxys. Roar. Okay, no problem. Don't worry about me, Xiaozhi. Black gold Rayquaza replied and immediately flew over the entire city. At the same time, the Rayquaza that Xiaozhi mentioned had arrived. Xiao Mao, how many ordinary Rayquazas do you think Xiaozhi's black gold Rayquaza in the blue light curtain can be compared to? Shinji, since when did the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, become a unit of measurement? Xiao Gang, Rayquaza. Xiao Gang, even ordinary Rayquaza. Xiao Gang, they are all extremely sacred legendary Pokémon, he can't be compared. Xiao Gang, but if it is compared with black gold Rayquaza, and with Xiaozhi's black gold Rayquaza in the blue light curtain. Xiao Gang, I say one number beat 10. Pfda. Xiaomi, Xiao Gang you reacted pretty fast now you beat all 10 of them. As Xiao Mao and the others immediately communicated in the barrage. The atmosphere of the audience was also relaxed for a while. There are two main reasons for this. Because in the red light screen, everyone has seen that Deoxys has always come to Earth for the purpose of just looking for his companions. So he has no intention of hurting anyone. So in this case, the blue light dream must be the same. So Deoxys will not cause actual harm to the trainers. The second reason. It is because Xiaozhi in the blue light screen is now in a completely unfathomable state. And he also sent several of his main Pokémon to chat with Deoxys first. And Xiaozhi was chatting with Deoxys through the induction of the Wave Guide. And Xiaozhi gave instructions in advance. His own black gold Rayquaza communicates with the ordinary Rayquaza. It can be said that all aspects have been taken into consideration. Shiba, this Deoxys is still very friendly, but I don't know if Deoxys has a gender. Adu, many legendary Pokémon are genderless. Adu, but these genderless legendary Pokémon can be uniformly counted as females, there is no problem with this. Kikyuko, Adu, what are you talking about? Kikyuko, genderless Pokémon are genderless Pokémon. Kikyuko, how can they be counted as females? Kona, genderless. Kona, count as female. Kona, it doesn't seem to be wrong. Kona, because it is so cute, it must be a girl. Shiba, cute ones should not be boys, right? Shiba, I think boys are much cuter than girls. Adu, then, Shiba, don't look for a wife in the future, just look for your good brother to sleep with you. As several top trainers in the Chengdu area of Kanto chatted with each other in the barrage, the atmosphere became more lively. And at the same time, many people were watching the blue light screen on one side, writing and drawing on the other side. And many people were editing videos. They were also composing music. They seemed to want to record the scene when the ordinary Rayquaza and the black gold Rayquaza met. It seems that many people think that after these two Rayquazas meet, they will probably have a friendly exchange. I still think that ordinary Rayquaza is stronger than Xiaozhi's black gold Rayquaza in the blue light screen. There is really no comparison. So I think black gold Rayquaza can beat 100 ordinary Rayquazas. Look, 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 you are getting more and more outrageous. I remember saying it before. About 1 black gold Rayquaza can beat 10 ordinary Rayquazas, but now, after fighting like this, it has become 100. Young man, I advise you not to dream so much now. Even if the blue light curtain Xiaozhi's Rayquaza is particularly awesome, it is an existence that has mastered the priesthood. It is the most awesome existence among all Rayquaza, all the legendary Pokémon and legendary Pokémon in Fengyuan. He can't beat 100 legendary Pokémon. That's about it. I personally feel that legendary Pokémon, except for the extremely awesome ones who can beat more than 10 by themselves, normal people can only beat 5 or 10. Many spectators, they are also chatting with each other, or chatting in their own viewing area, because they are now looking at the blue light curtain on one side. On the other side, they are also thinking about what the next direction may be. Now, in the blue light curtain, there are two main stories that everyone is looking forward to. One is Xiaozhi in the center of the screen, the story that will happen with Deoxys. The other is in the upper part of the screen, Xiaozhi's black gold Rayquaza in the blue light screen. What kind of story will happen with the younger generation of his clan? Aunio, I haven't spoken out for a long time. Aunio, I'm going to say something. Aunio, are there any brothers and sisters who can give me a thumbs up? Aunio, I guessed wrong in the previous competition, and I always feel a little sad. Galar region. The gym leader of the Sakuden arena, Aunio. At this moment, he is in his own arena, looking at the crowds of people in the arena, watching the audience watching the red and blue light screen. On the other side, his face is also a little red, leaving messages in the barrage. Because he didn't do it too many times. There were only 6 times in total. The 2 previous guesses failed. So now there are only 4 times left. Chibana, Chibana, I haven't spoken for a long time. Chibana, I have no purpose in speaking. Chibana, I don't want you to like me. Chibana, I am just very keen on fashion trends and the social platform of the double comparison live broadcast room. Chibana, people who are familiar with me know it. Chibana, I like to like other people's social messages. Chibana, I also like others to like me. Chibana, and my speeches are all closely related to the topic. Chibana said a lot of nonsense, and seemed to want to save his reputation in the end. Chibana, Xiaozhi in the blue light screen. Chibana, good at creating miracles, and he himself is a miracle. Chibana, so I think Xiaozhi's black gold Rayquaza in the blue light screen. Chibana, there is no problem in beating 100 legendary Pokémon. At this moment, Chibana is also on the arena of his own Quangguan arena, watching the red and blue light screen. In fact, whether watching on the arena, or watching in the seat next to it, what you see is actually the same. It's just that the number of people may bring a different atmosphere to all the audience. Kabu, as the gym leader of the Galar region, Chibana's strength is second only to Mr. Dante. Kabu, or it can be said that he is the strongest gym leader. Kabu, I still agree with what you said. Kabu, but 100 is a bit too exaggerated. Kabu, 15 to 20 should still be possible. Nizii, Mr. Kabu is the owner of the Mecha Arena who made a comeback with Pokemon. Nizii, his charm is really too strong. Nizii, of course, the Satoshi in the blue light screen that we have always loved and watched. Nizii, he also has such charm. After Nizii spoke, Mari also followed. Mary has recently fallen in love with black gold Rayquaza. Mari, but I feel that the black gold Rayquaza in the blue light screen. Mari, he should strictly follow Satoshi's orders. Mari, he should not fight with other Pokemon, and should only dissuade the ordinary Rayquaza from flying down from the ozone layer to perform defense missions. Xiaozhi thinks so too. Xiaozhi, and I dyed my hair again recently, let me show you what I look like now. Kikuer, I have now adjusted my look completely to the girl that Xiaozhi likes. I adjusted my hairstyle and clothes. Corny, ah, did you change your outfit? Corny, I still think you look good the way you did before. Corny, but I have to say that Kiku's main job is a model. Corny, so your figure is really good. Lika, can everyone please like our comments? Please. With the comments of several gym leaders in the Galar region. And with the comments of some well-known female trainers one after another. Many viewers also saw that everyone's competition times are not abundant now. Everyone is trying their best to interact in the barrage. And the audience's requests for likes from beautiful female trainers. And female trainers who have appeared before, were all agreed one by one. Because this is something that the audience can do, and it is good for both of them. Because, when everyone clicks the like button, they find that their guess conversion is also gradually increasing. It really seems that the system has an automatic balance. It will not increase without limit, nor will it give you too little percentage. It seems that everything is controlled within a reasonable range. Shirana, the blue light screen has already started chatting. Daigo, I still stick to my opinion. Rayquaza is the guardian of the sky and will not be so busy and reckless. Dante, Rayquaza reminds me of a legend in the Galar region. It is also a dragon-attributed Pokemon. In the blue light screen. When the defensive Rayquaza appeared, Xiaozhi sent out a wave to interact directly. Black and gold Rayquaza also went up to it at the first time. On the other side, Xiaozhi was also communicating with Deoxys. At the same time, another meteorite from Dr. Rondo's laboratory was also delivered to the scene under Xiaozhi's command. When the purple Deoxys saw the meteorite, he immediately became excited. Purple Deoxys, Xiaozhi, during this period of time, I have also heard a lot about you. Story. Can you please summon my good friend? If you can, my friend and I will also. Chapter 214 Dandy, this is a higher level. In the blue light curtain. The purple Deoxys is also talking to Xiaozhi through his telepathy. He knows that his telepathy must be understood by Xiaozhi. And when Deoxys said this, Pikachu, Mew, and Jiraiya on the side are also gradually and constantly comforting Deoxys and telling him not to worry. And guiding Deoxys to come down from the sky first. Talking face to face, it seems so intimate. Pikachu. Xiaozhi, it's not good for us to keep flying in the sky like this. There are so many people staring at us. Why don't we go down first? You can talk to Xiaozhi about the details. This time Xiaozhi came to Laru's city to study this matter. You should talk to Xiaozhi about some things. Maybe Xiaozhi can now solve the secret of the meteorite and call out the other little green. Pikachu is talking now. While flying around this Deoxys. If Pikachu uses electromagnetic levitation by himself, it is not impossible to fly so high. But this time, Pikachu asked Mew and Jiraiya to float him up. In addition, with a little electromagnetic levitation, Pikachu will be more flexible after flying. So at this moment, Pikachu is turning around the purple Deoxys while giving him sincere advice. At the same time, Mew and Jiraiya, who came with him, are also using their abilities to fly around the purple Deoxys while talking. Mew. Xiaozhi probably. He will start studying the green crystal soon. It is possible that the little green that Pikachu just mentioned will be summoned soon. Xiaozhi, you don't have to worry either. No matter how difficult this matter may seem to others. But for Xiaozhi, it must be very simple. Relax, relax, let's go down together. Mew is similar to Pikachu. Also persuading Deoxys to go down. Jiraiya. Xiaozhi, let me tell you something. You may be an alien friend. You are not familiar with many rules on our planet. Especially, you are not familiar with the settings of my early years. Before I met Xiaozhi, I would only wake up for 7 days every 1,000 years, and then fall asleep again after these 7 days. But since Xiaozhi and I met, he helped me cancel the setting of waking up for 7 days and sleeping for 1,000 years. Xiaozhi can change even such a difficult setting, let alone this research-oriented one. We should have confidence in Xiaozhi. Jiraki uses herself as an example and starts directly from herself. Because every time Jiraki plays with her current good friends, she will think of Xiaozhi's special strength. If it is still the previous Jiraki, I am afraid that she has fallen into a deep sleep for another month or two. Because 7 days is really too short. And in the first 1 or 2 days of 7 days, Jiraki must be familiar with the world. Because 1,000 years have passed, the world must have changed a lot. And in the last 1 or 2 days of 7 days, Jiraki must be reluctant to part with the selected trainer. It is equivalent to that only the 3 days in the middle are the happiest in the 7 days. But now since Jiraki met Xiaozhi, and Xiaozhi lightly lifted Jiraki's 7 days of awakening, after the setting of sleeping for 1,000 years. Every time Jiraki encounters wild Pokemon, or when he meets new friends, he will use himself as an example to give them an example. And there is no doubt that when Purple Deoxys, after hearing the example given by Jiraki, he was also shocked. Purple Deoxys, in the past 4 years, I spent a long time recovering myself, but when I first came, I learned about the information on the planet at that time, and after I recovered, I also learned about the information on the planet. Xiaozhi's sudden appearance really surprised us. Because then Purple Deoxys nodded while talking, and immediately followed Pikachu, Mew, and Jiraki down. And Pikachu and the others followed Purple Deoxys, who they named Xiaozhi, and continued to chat, and came to Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi noticed the change in Kozhiki and felt her kind heart. He nodded and started charging the green meteorite. On the other side, the black gold Rayquaza had already met his tribe. The ordinary Rayquaza that controlled the ozone layer. After noticing Deoxys's reappearance, he was particularly angry. Roar! 4 years ago, this alien Pokemon. I spent a lot of effort to defeat him. But it seems that I didn't defeat him thoroughly at that time. However, since I can destroy him once, I can destroy him twice. This is the thought of ordinary Rayquaza. When he rushed down from the ozone layer, his thoughts are particularly direct. Since he could destroy it once, he can definitely destroy it a second time now. And at that time, it was particularly difficult to fight at the Great Glacier. So this time, Rayquaza also wanted to regain his strength. This time, he must defeat this alien invader in 3 moves. But then, unexpectedly, when he came to the sky above Laru's city, he felt a particularly powerful force. And this particularly powerful force, there is also a particularly familiar feeling, as if it is the same existence as Rayquaza. Roar! What's going on? Why do I feel the fluctuation of Big Brother's strength? Why do I feel that it is the breath of Big Brother who was subdued by Xiaozhi near the fighting island? Although Rayquaza was very confused in his heart. At the same time, he was also very confused. But he knew that he still had to protect the earth. So, he decided to speed up and check it out. But when he came closer, seeing that it was Black Gold Rayquaza who greeted him, ordinary Rayquaza thought about it for a while, and he understood the cause and effect of this matter. Roar! Big Brother, is it similar to what I thought? This is it, this is it. Roar! Yes, and it is like this. Specifically, it is because, accompanied by ordinary Rayquaza, very politely asked. Black Gold Rayquaza also nodded and began to explain appropriately to the younger generation of his clan. The scene of these 2 Rayquazas communicating in the sky also attracted countless trainers from all over the world who observed this scene and took crazy photos and drew crazy paintings. The shock brought by the communication of these 2 Rayquazas in the sky above Laru's city was no less than that of the 3 legendary Pokemon on the fighting island. That is, the Black and Gold Rayquaza at that time, the original Return Kyogre, and the original Return Groudon, shocked the people in the blue light curtain. Xiao Mao, I feel now Xiao Mao, sometimes the world in the blue light curtain is really a big news every 2 or 3 days Xiao Mao. If we didn't see the double comparison live broadcast here Xiao Mao, suddenly one day two Rayquazas appeared and chatted with each other. Xiao Mao, and one of them was black and gold Rayquaza. Xiao Mao, I'm afraid I would be as shocked as many people in the blue light curtain. Gone, even though we have watched it for so long, we are still shocked. Shinji, even though we are trying to get used to it now. Shinji, the story after the red light and the story in the blue light curtain. Shinji, but the story in the light curtain still shocked us too much. Shinji, Xiaozhi in the red light curtain saved the world again and again. Shinji, saved Pokemon again and again, saved different cities again and again. Shinji, and Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain captured one new Pokemon after another. Shinji, captured this ever-powerful Pokemon. Shinji, legendary Pokemon and legendary beasts. Xiaoao, now basically the trend is that both Deoxys will be captured. Xiaoao, the other Rayquaza that controls order may also be captured by Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. Xiaoao, let him continue to control order. As the trainers communicated with each other for a few minutes, everyone also said what they thought in their hearts. Including Xiaoao's guess at the end. Once her guess was released, it also received support from many people. Kona, after this special story, the gyms in the future should be very simple. Kona, in this case, the final KO conference in the Fengyuan area. Kona, Xiaozhi in the red light curtain also has a high possibility of winning the championship. Furong, Xiaozhi in the red light curtain, the ace Pokemon he brought to the Fengyuan area are all very good. It is really possible to win. Huayu, in the red light screen, Xiaozhi still has too few Pokemon, and he hasn't captured too many. Huayu, in fact, if he looks carefully. Huayu, he can still find many Pokemon in the Fengyuan area, or when Xiaozhi plans to play in the competition this time. Huayu, send back his old batch of Pokemon to play in the competition? Catlia, but if we play in the competition. Catlia, send some of the old Pokemon back for the competition. Please send Flowers 0. Catlia, why didn't you bring them along when you started traveling and training? Catlia, and it doesn't say that you can't bring old Pokemon across regions. Catlia, so I don't know if Xiaozhi in the red light curtain. Catlia, will you bring Pokemon from the Fengyuan region to the next region? With many trainers, the exchanges in the barrage are increasing. Because in the blue light curtain, the whole atmosphere is getting more and more relaxed. And the situation is getting clearer. In this case, everyone began to look forward to the subsequent climax, which is the KAKO conference in the Fengyuan region. And everyone is still leaving messages in the barrage. Although they didn't know whether Xiaozhi in the red light curtain, whether Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain could see their messages in the end. But they also tried their best to persuade Xiaozhi in the red light curtain to use powerful Pokemon as much as possible. If you can use Pokemon with advantages, try not to hit the disadvantageous attributes. Because once the habit of hitting the disadvantageous attributes is formed, if you can't hit the advantageous attributes in the future, that would be too uncomfortable. In the blue light curtain, after Xiaozhi filled up the energy, the green meteorite also began to glow directly. And the purple Deoxys was also watching from the side. He must be very confident about Xiaozhi, because he also knew some information about Xiaozhi. But confidence is confidence, and it does not affect Deoxys's nervous mood at the moment. Meanwhile, the black and gold Rayquaza and Rayquaza in the sky have now both come to Xiaozhi. 0. This in front of refers to the position above 3 meters in the sky. Now Xiaozhi has been surrounded by his Pokemon. And he only has Dr. Lando by his side. Other related researchers have all dispersed. After Xiaozhi has operated, the green crystal also began to flash directly. After a while, when the light of the crystal shone to the maximum limit, another green crystal Deoxys also appeared. But when the purple Deoxys saw the green Deoxys appear, he was very happy and kept thanking Xiaozhi. In addition, he also explained to the green Deoxys the story of how Xiaozhi summoned her. Then, the purple and green Deoxys were also very grateful to Xiaozhi, and they all wanted to become Xiaozhi's Pokemon directly. And Xiaozhi himself for the new Pokemon. He was very curious about this kind of alien Pokemon. He also saw that these two Deoxys were very kind-hearted. Because of their structure, they came to Earth by chance. Now that they have successfully gained freedom and met each other, and the conflict with the original Rayquaza, who protects the ozone layer, has been resolved. In this case, it is natural for Xiaozhi to capture them. So, Xiaozhi captured the purple and green Deoxys on the spot, and continued to visit La Ruse City with Dr. Lando. And the scene of Xiaozhi capturing the two Deoxys was also filmed by countless people in La Ruse. For a while, various fan works appeared. All kinds of fan works with Xiaozhi and Deoxys, as well as Pikachu, Mew, and Jiraiya as the main characters appeared. This makes everyone more and more curious about the mysterious alien planets, mysterious alien Pokemon, and Pokemon in many unknown areas. That's the legendary alien. Didn't you think Xiaozhi could capture the alien so easily? In this way, will we be able to visit other planets in the future, or let Pokemon from other planets come to us? I heard that there are legendary Ultra Beasts in the Alola region. Occasionally, Ultra Beasts will come out of the Ultra Cave. Those are Pokemon from alien planets. No more, no more. Now I see that the broadcast of the La Ruse City TV station seems to be broadcasting that Xiaozhi wants to conduct a new class in La Ruse City, which seems to be a study on the adjustment of Pokemon attributes. It seems that he wants to conduct a class on the diversity of Pokemon evolution. It seems that the inspiration is found from the different forms of Deoxys. Oh my god, this speed is too fast. From Xiaozhi's capture of Deoxys to the release of this press conference, is there an hour before and after? La Ruse City. Dr. Lando's Research Institute. At this moment, Xiaozhi is holding the information in his hand and chatting with the two newly captured Deoxys, while constantly improving the manuscript in his hand. In fact, for Pokemon, I have had this idea for a long time, whether it is attack, speed, or endurance training. Just take advantage of this opportunity. Dante, super evolution is not enough? There is a higher one? Only then. Chapter 215 Shirana, this matter really depends on Xiaozhi. In the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi is in Dr. Lando's Research Institute, making the final adjustments and preparations. On the other hand, he also plans to hold his own press conference in 5 minutes. And Xiaozhi's girlfriends are very supportive of Xiaozhi. Although many people think that Xiaozhi may be a little tight on time this time. But tight time has little to do with good research results and explosive content. Xiaozhi's girlfriends think that, even if there is only 1 or 2 minutes of preparation time, Xiaozhi will still give the most exciting press conference ever, and news about targeted training for Pokemon. Xiaozhi, are you going to share something new this time, about special training? I seem to have shared some general training methods before. On the way, I heard many female friends tell me that they have improved a lot after using your method. Xiaozhi was talking, while she was constantly helping Xiaozhi in front of him. Although it is possible that in reality, there will not be too many things for them to help. But Xiaozhi and the others are used to it now. Nancy, Xiaozhi, do you need our help? For example, do you want us to help you, or do you want us to help you in some battles, or give you some examples? For this special training, do we need to call Pokemon to cooperate? But it seems we Pokemon haven't been able to do specialized training yet. It seems that we were doing general training before. Have we ever practiced this specialized training before? While talking, Nancy was also making arrangements with Xiaozhi. After hearing what his two girlfriends said, Xiaozhi also smiled softly. They had practiced this specialized training before, and a lot. But it wasn't called this name before. You may not remember it before, but the previous specialized training was not called this specialized training, but special training. In the previous special training, we have a special adjustment for the durability, speed, and attack of Pokemon. It's just that the special training at that time was for general training. There was no special training for Pokemon after evolution. I'm going to tell all the viewers watching the live broadcast in front of the TV. It's about the training after the special evolution. Xiaozhi was also making the final arrangements while smiling. And Xiaozhi's other girlfriends were also helping at this moment. In addition, Xiaozhi's Pokemon are now running around in Dr. Lando's research institute. In addition to Dr. Lando, the researchers in the institute also like Xiaozhi's Pokemon very much. However, they also know that this is Xiaozhi's champion Pokemon. They usually watch it on TV. Now they can see it in real life, which is already very remarkable. As for more intimate contact, unless Xiaozhi's Pokemon comes to find him, it is better not to act rashly. As Xiaozhi quickly prepared. This time, the global TV broadcast after Xiaozhi came to Lawlulus officially kicked off. In this TV broadcast, Xiaozhi vividly introduced his 2 new Pokemon to everyone. That is, 2 Deoxys. In addition, with the help of Deoxys, which is very good at switching attributes, and switching specialties, he explained targeted training to all the audience. In addition, he mentioned the idea of another special evolution after the evolution of Pokemon. However, Xiaozhi called this special evolution a rather wonderful state. He can flexibly adjust his attack, defense, and speed as the relationship between Pokemon and trainers gets better and better. Or as the physical condition of Pokemon itself gets better and better. In the last blue light screen, the picture freezes at the moment when Xiaozhi has finished this lecture perfectly. The group bids farewell to the enthusiastic audience of Lawlulus, and continues to walk towards the next gym. Xiaomao, to be honest. Xiaomao, every time Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain shares this knowledge, I feel it is particularly useful. Xiaomao, no matter from which angle you think about it, we can learn a lot. Xiaomao, especially this time about guiding your own Pokemon and adjusting the attributes again. Kahili, this lecture is also very, very good. Kahili, regarding this kind of targeted training before Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain must have talked about it. Kahili, but it is possible that we did not listen carefully enough at that time. Kahili, but after Xiaozhi's explanation this time. Kahili, I feel that the training of my flying attribute Pokemon has had a very, very, very big effect. Acerola, the same. Acerola, I think it can also play a particularly good role in the training of my ghost-type Pokemon, especially my mini Acerola, and I think the red light screen will speed up soon. Acerola, after the last 2 gym matches are over, it will definitely be the Rainbow Tournament. Acerola, it's just that Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza were captured in the blue light screen. Acerola, and Deoxys was also captured. Acerola, should the story between the 2 super ancient Pokemon also be played in the red light screen? Catlia, in that case, is it possible? Catlia, Xiaozhi will save the world again. Because in my red light screen, Team Magma and Team Aqua have not been completely eliminated. Catlia, in that case is it possible that they can still carry out their evil plan? Sakeke, if we talk about evil organizations, it is definitely our rocket team that has been thriving in the entire Pokemon world. Sakeke, like the Magma team and the Aqua team. I heard there is also the Skull team in the Alola region. Sakeke, those are just some minor fights. Musashi, Boss Sakeke, we have been thinking about you so much recently. Musashi, when Boss Sakeke was speaking just now, we were already making corresponding plans. Musashi, if Boss Sakeke has the opportunity to use us, we will definitely respond to your call as soon as possible. Kojiro, if Boss needs us, just let me know. Meowth, yes, Boss Sakeke. Meowth, the reason why we didn't interact with you as soon as possible is because we were thinking about how to respond to your call. Meow, we took this opportunity to conceive several robots specially made by Team Rocket. Please see if they are suitable. As several top trainers left messages to each other. In addition, as everyone discussed the Magma team and the Ocean team in the red light screen. Sakeke, who was slightly more active before, the boss of Team Rocket, inevitably came out to show his presence again. And Musashi, Kojiro, and Miao were the first to speak when Sakeke spoke. They did not interact. The reason in the final analysis was that they were preparing plans before. They are now in the lounge of the Quartz Conference, conceiving. Kojiro, they are designing drawings. Musashi is looking at them. Miao is also giving ideas. So they really want to add more bricks and tiles to the strength of Team Rocket. And Team Rocket boss, Sakeke, is in his office at this moment, watching the bullet screen in the double comparison live broadcast room. When he saw what Musashi, Kojiro, and Miao said at this moment, he also laughed. He actually had other arrangements for Musashi, Kojiro, and Miao. And in fact, before, some people discussed things in the double comparison live broadcast room. It really touched Sakeke. This includes Sakeke's own children, and a subordinate with whom Sakeke has a relatively good relationship in the rocket team, that is, Musashi's mother Miyamoto. But whether it is Musashi's mother Miyamoto or Sakeke's own son Xiaoan, at this moment, they are missing. So, in order to keep a glimmer of hope, Sakeke will not command Musashi, Kojiro, Miao and others to do things for the time being. However, since the three members of the rocket team are so enthusiastic in the barrage, it is not good to deny their enthusiasm at once. Sakeke, Musashi, Miao, Kojiro, you three have more important things to do in the future. The temporary task is to rest well at the Quartz Conference. Sakeke said this to assist future plans. And Sakeke also knew that Musashi, Kojiro, and Miao had no problem with their professional skills. However, they never did well with some things related to Satoshi. So this matter would not involve the three of them. After seeing Sakeke's reply, Musashi, Miao, and Kojiro were all very happy. This was a rare situation. Because before, they had very little communication with Sakeke, and their missions had always failed. Failure. The current secretary of Sakeke, the watermelon-headed girl with glasses, Minori. The rocket trio didn't like each other. So it was so important to be valued by the boss Sakeke, and let the rocket team rest for a while. There were better tasks and more important tasks issued. This simply surprised the rocket trio. So, the rocket trio also expressed their loyalty again in the live broadcast room. After this great expression of loyalty, many people couldn't stand it, and they took the initiative to bring this wave over. Because the red light curtain lit up. In the red light curtain, after Xiaozhi and his party experienced a series of journeys, they also took a boat to go to Green Ridge City. But in this process, Xiaozhi's Pikachu was a little short and was snatched away by the rocket team again. But in the battle, Xiaozhi also commanded Pikachu to fight back. Pikachu's electric shock skill caused a large explosion. As a result, Xiaozhi and his group, as well as the three members of Team Rocket, were blown into the sea. At this time, the submarine of Team Magma suddenly appeared and captured Xiaozhi and others. When Xiaozhi and others were captured, they also learned that Team Magma wanted to use the power of the ancient Pokemon Groudon to conquer the world. But they found that the Indigo Orb controlled Kyogre. And the Ocean Team, which wanted to control Kyogre, had the Vermilion Orb, and accidentally controlled Groudon. So Team Magma and Team Ocean also discussed and decided to exchange on Dream Island. This series of news was explained to Xiaozhi and others by the boss of Team Magma, Xiansong. At this time, an executive of the Ocean Team sneaked into the ship of Team Magma and released Kyogre. At this time, the ship naturally experienced violent fluctuations. By chance, Xiaozhi's Pikachu and the blue orb merged into one. Kyogre, controlled by the red orb of the water sycamore, destroyed the ship of the Magma team. The entire sea surface was in danger. Although Xiao Gang, Xiao Ao, and Xiao Sheng were rescued by Adu and his Gyarados, but Pikachu and Xiaozhi were still taken away by the Magma team. On the Dream Island, the three members of the rocket team tried to capture Kyogre, but they made a mistake and released him directly. This wrong and very unexpected move also made the island directly cloudy. And Pikachu, who was controlled by the blue orb, became even more irritable. Afterwards, in order to get the super ancient Pokemon they wanted, the showdown between the Magma team and the Ocean team officially came. Shui Wutong, the leader of the Ocean team, used the Scarlet Orb to make Groudon awake. But on the other side, the blue orb that can control Kyogre of the Magma team, because it merged with Pikachu. So Kyogre became out of control. Then Kyogre was controlled by the evil heart. Then there was a volcanic eruption. Pikachu, who carried the blue power, and Groudon also clashed. After a battle that everyone will never forget. The red orb and the blue orb were taken out, and both orbs were destroyed. Groudon and Kyogre returned to their normal state. The long-standing confrontation between the Magma team and the Ocean team was resolved. Shirana, this matter really depends on Xiaozhi. Daigo, saved the world again. And Xiaozhi and his group finally arrived at Green Ridge City, and started the battle. In the first doubles match, Xiaozhi was at a disadvantage with 3.0. But the twins who were supposed to cooperate well had a dispute during the match. And Team Rocket started to make trouble at this time. But fortunately, Team Rocket was successfully driven away. Xiaozhi also got the 7th batch. After Xiaozhi got the 7th batch, he continued to set out with the 8th badge as his goal and continued to move forward. Finally, Xiaozhi and his team arrived at the city of Liulai City where the last badge gym was located. The challenge rules of Liulai City Gym are quite special. This is a battle mode in which both sides use 5 Pokemon to play 2 rounds. The first round is a doubles match, and the second round is a singles match. But fortunately, Xiaozhi still jumped onto Melodic with Pikachu at the last moment. After pulling Melodic into the water. After using the maximum power of Thunder. He got the final Raindrop batch. Xiaozhi and his group also knew that the Feng Yuan Alliance would hold an alliance meeting in Kao City in 3 months. And the last grand competition before the big celebration would be held in Mashui town. Then Xiaozhi and his group also they continued their journey without stopping. It can be seen that Xiaozhi is very confident this time. Finally, they successfully arrived at the venue of the Feng Yuan Alliance Kao Conference, Kao City. And the final scene was frozen in the scene of Xiaozhi training with his Pokemon. When the red light curtain gradually fell, the blue light curtain also lit up. Xiaomao, in the blue light curtain, after defeating the last 2 gyms, we should also come to the Kao conference. Xiaomao, I look forward to everyone's performance in the Kao conference. Xiaogang, come on Xiaozhi, win another championship. Serena, come on Xiaozhi. In the blue light curtain. Oh! This is Chapter 216 Xiaomao, okay, the strongest one is out now, right? In the blue light curtain. Oh! This is Green Ridge City. The weather here is really mild. The gym here seems to be called Green Ridge Universe Center. Xiaoxia kept looking around. And on the other hand, she was also helping her good sisters in advance. Checking where they should live soon. Although they would enjoy the best treatment no matter where they lived. And just when they arrived in Green Ridge City, there were already many famous local inns and hotels. Sent them free hospitality messages. And sincerely invited them to stay. But Xiaoxia still felt that she should choose carefully. Lashios. Sister Xiaoxia, I think it's good to live in this hotel next to Green Ridge Universe Center. At this moment, Lashios also hurriedly took Xiaoxia's hand, expressing that he could live anywhere. As long as he could live with Xiaozhi and his sisters, it would be fine. On this basis, it would be better if they could live closer. As for Xiaozhi's other girlfriends, they were looking around constantly at this moment. And chatting with Xiaoxia and each other. Xiaozhi was checking the news on one side. And decided to visit the rocket of Green Ridge City first. Because this can also be regarded as a feature of Green Ridge City. They are also very knowledgeable about rockets. During this process, Xiaozhi also explained in advance with the relevant Green Ridge City senior officials and the Alliance senior officials. After a while, many professional accompanying personnel visited the scientific research technology of Green Ridge City with Xiaozhi and his party. And Xiaofeng and Xionan, the leaders of the Green Ridge City Gym, also accompanied Xiaozhi for a long time. And Xiaofeng and Xionan took Xiaozhi to visit the zero-gravity battle area in the gym. This zero-gravity battle area, Xiaozhi set it up in his own research institute. But in the daily training process, this zero-gravity style is not easy to achieve. So Xiaozhi also experienced it in the zero-gravity battle area and training area for a while. During this period of time, Xiaofeng and Xionan were also very happy and talked with Xiaozhi's Pokemon for a long time. Especially in Xiaozhi's team, there are classic Pokemon, veteran Pokemon, and newly captured Pokemon. Xiaofeng and Xionan both like it very much. And in this process, Xiaofeng and Xionan explained to Xiaozhi, if the battle is going to be held today, what are the rules of the battle? If the battle starts tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, or in a few days, then the two of them will make an appointment for Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi, do you want to fight today or in the next few days? If we fight today, we can start now. If we fight in the next few days, I will fill in the corresponding information. Now the league requires us. The information of trainers who have scheduled matches must be announced at least half a day in advance. Especially the information of top trainers like Xiaozhi. If we can do it one day in advance, it's better to do it one day in advance. Because by then, there will definitely be a lot of people coming to visit. If everyone can't make time, or if you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid we will have to wait a long time. Xiaofeng and Xiaonan are playing with Xiaozhi's Pokemon, while they are talking to Xiaozhi politely. After Xiaozhi heard the twins' question, he nodded and gave an exact time of 2 days later, which is the third day. After Xiaofeng and Xiaonan heard the time of the third day's battle, they were very happy. Because they know that Xiaozhi will stay in Green Ridge City for 3 days at least this time, and there is a great possibility that it will be 4 days. Xiao Mao, this battle must be a doubles battle. Xiao Mao, is there any possible Xiaozhi in the blue light screen? Xiao Mao will take out his 2 deoxys to fight. Shinji, the Green Ridge Gym should be a psychic attribute gym. Shinji, if you use deoxys to fight. Shinji, psychic attribute versus psychic attribute, this fight is a bit too slow. Xiao Gang, Shinji, your idea is a little wrong. Xiao Gang, there is indeed a reduction in the battle between psychic attribute Pokemon and the battle between natural attributes. Xiao Gang, this may be placed in the battle between other Pokemon and other trainers, and it may indeed be slower. Xiao Gang, but if this battle is placed on Xiaozhi's side in the blue light screen, it will definitely not be slow. Xiao Gang, he will only be very gorgeous. Gone, and about the battle between 2 deoxys, this is just speculation. Gone, actually, it is possible that Rayquaza will go to fight. Gone, maybe it will be Mega Rayquaza. At this moment, as Shinji, Gon and Shigeki discuss with each other, many viewers are giving thumbs up to the 3 of them and speaking continuously. Although everyone wants to see the cooperation between the 2 deoxys, but everyone also wants to see the cooperation between Black Gold Rayquaza, especially the Black Gold Rayquaza after Mega Evolution. And everyone also wants to see Kyogre in his original state, and Groudon, whether they can be pulled out for a doubles battle. Hanazuki, there are many Pokemon to choose from in this doubles battle. Hanazuki, just need to take care of the attribute restraint a little bit. Hanazuki, Xiaozhi will definitely play very well. Huayu, because there are too many Pokemon in the team. Bonnie, I roughly counted them now. Bonnie, there are probably dozens of Pokemon in Xiaozhi's team. Bonnie, add those Pokemon in the Research Institute. Bonnie, in the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi's Pokemon now probably has a lot of species. Bonnie, if we count the number, there may be hundreds of them. Few wrong, when you go to this world, you must get a lot of Pokemon, a lot of friends, and a lot of partners. Few wrong, that's what makes it interesting. Few wrong, I wouldn't say that Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain is a winner in life. Few wrong, but this is the fact. Genji, I remember that in the red light curtain, after Xiaozhi passed through Green Ridge City. Genji, I think he met me. Genji, I really look forward to meeting Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. Genji, I will definitely ask him for advice when the time comes. Daigo, the speed of the two last gyms should also be very fast. Daigo, after Xiaofeng and Xionan's Green Ridge Gym, and Mr. Adams' Glass Gym are over. Daigo, I will definitely go directly to the KO conference. Daigo, I really look forward to the performance of Xiaozhi in the red light curtain and Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain. Shirana, it seems that in the red light curtain, Xiaozhi also has a vague concept of a strong enemy at the end. Shirana, it seems like Masamune. Hirana, will that person be the most difficult opponent for Xiaozhi in the last red light screen? Adu, probably not. Adu, I think Masamune's strength is definitely there. Adu, but to say that he can defeat Xiaozhi in the end, this is unlikely. Alan, it's possible that it was when Xiaozhi and his group accidentally entered Murkrow's territory. Alan, is it the trainer of the Meowth wearing long boots who saved Xiaozhi and his group? Kalun, Alan, are you talking about Tetsuya? Kalun, it seems that Tetsuya's personality has no resistance to food, and he also likes to investigate local specialties. Kalun, it seems that he likes to eat a lot in various specialty stores at the venue of the KO conference, that is, at the KO conference. Kurino, but the strength doesn't seem to be too strong. Kurino, but Tetsuya's Metagross is indeed quite powerful. Kurino, after all, Metagross is a quasi-god Pokemon. As the champion trainers communicated with each other, they also began to directly help Xiaozhi in the red light curtain, listing his possible future opponents. Because everyone hoped that Xiaozhi in the red light curtain this time could win his first ever league championship. Everyone was waiting, and they had waited too long for the championship of this league, and they didn't want to wait any longer. Everyone can basically feel the story of Xiaozhi in the blue light screen. Xiaozhi in the blue light screen seems to be a winner in life, so cool. Everyone likes him very much. But gradually, everyone also hopes that Xiaozhi in the red light screen can help a little and not always lose at the last critical moment. But everyone also knows that it is possible that their communication with each other will not actually play any role. But if they don't communicate, they will feel uncomfortable if they hold back their words in their hearts. And the barrage communication platform is just a window for everyone to communicate with each other. You can communicate about anything in the barrage, which is also very good, allowing everyone to vent their unhappiness. And every time when the Alliance Conference is approaching, many people think of the several Alliance Conferences that Xiaozhi in the red light screen has played before. Although generally speaking, there is progress every time. But every time if you fail, as long as you don't hold the cup, everyone will feel very uncomfortable. You said that it was Xiaozhi in the red light curtain who was not strong enough? Not necessarily. You said that it was Xiaozhi in the red light curtain who had bad luck? In fact, everyone felt that Xiaozhi's luck was already very good. But I always felt that someone had deliberately arranged it. Dan Emperor, okay, everyone here is the red light curtain and Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, come on. Dan Emperor, this is the most extreme thing we can do. Dan Emperor, we can't affect more things. Dan Emperor, now we can only learn and improve our own strength through the light curtains on both sides. Dan Emperor, also, take a good look at the light curtains on both sides. Dan Emperor, this is what we can do at present. Dan Emperor, after all, Xiaozhi in our world has infinite possibilities in the future. With Mr. Dan Emperor's final summary, many people's attention was completely drawn back. Because the fact is exactly as what Dandy said. In reality, Xiaozhi is also training very hard at this moment. No matter in the red light screen, the unchanging future may appear some scenes that make everyone feel unhappy or unsatisfied. But that is an unchanging future after all. With the advent of the double comparison live broadcast room, the current future has changed. Professor Oak, Mr. Dandy, you are worthy of being the most powerful trainer now. Although you may face challenges one after another in the future, your character and tolerance are for everyone to learn. Professor Oak, let's continue to watch the blue light screen. The battle should start soon. With the reminder of Professor Oak, everyone suddenly realized that in the past period of time. In the blue light screen, Xiaozhi has finished playing the few days when he was in Green Ridge City to adjust his leisure travel. The current battle is about to begin. In the blue light screen. At this moment, the Green Ridge Gym is already crowded with people. Because of the special nature of this battle. Therefore, the number of people who came to watch is more than the previous battles in Fengyuan area. This time it must be a doubles battle. What kind of Pokemon will Xiaozhi send out to fight? When I saw Xiaofeng and Xionan fighting before, they almost always used psychic Pokemon to fight. This time it should be the same. Then Xiaozhi may directly use the restraining Pokemon, or the restraining Pokemon of Psychic plus Rock attributes. At this moment, many spectators. Because they entered the venue in advance and were ready. So everyone was very excited to discuss. If you ask me, is it possible that Xiaozhi will not emphasize the restraint of Pokemon's attributes this time for the sake of the exhibition match? Or Xiaozhi has developed a skill that can adjust the attributes of Pokemon, so as to change the attributes of Pokemon. That shouldn't happen. Xiaozhi should still fight against attribute restraint no matter what. He can't fight against the reverse attribute. Or at least it should be a normal settlement. Only then it is possible to use it. The audience was still very curious while discussing. What kind of Pokemon should Xiaozhi use for the battle? Although everyone is looking forward to Xiaozhi using Deoxys for the battle. But if Deoxys faces a Pokemon of the original attribute of the Psychic type, he has a resistance to each other. Although Deoxys has very powerful attributes. After all, it is restrained, which will definitely make the fight uncomfortable. If Xiaofeng and Xionan bring out the Rock plus Psychic Pokemon that they often train, then Xiaozhi will have to bring out Bug Pokemon, or Ground Pokemon, or Rock Pokemon, or Water Pokemon, or Steel Pokemon, or Grass Pokemon, or Dark Pokemon. These are all possible. So, everyone was curious, and they were constantly recording and taking photos. Brother Xiaozhi, this battle is just like what we said before, it's a doubles battle. Then the Pokemon on our side are these two. Xiaofeng and Xionan were talking while summoning their own Pokemon. This is a Rock attribute plus Psychic attribute Sun Yan. And a Rock attribute plus Psychic attribute Moonstone. After seeing these two Pokemon, Xiaozhi nodded. These two Pokemon, Xiaozhi also explained the training techniques to Xiaofeng and Xionan. At this moment, when these two Pokemon appeared, they were naturally upgraded. Then it's decided that it's you two. Come out Xiaomao, okay, the strongest one is out now, right? Chapter 217 Okay. Wuhan Fusion, Zhishandi, right. In the blue light curtain. After Xiaofeng and Xiaonan summoned the Pokemon Sun Rock and Moonstone that they were fighting this time. Xiaozhi also summoned his Black Gold Rayquaza and Kyogre. And at the first moment, he directly lit up his comprehensive battle wristband. He directly mega-evolved Black Gold Rayquaza. Because this time, the comprehensive wristband did not contain the Mega Evolution Stone of Rayquaza. It was just that Xiaozhi and Rayquaza resonated the bond and then mega-evolved. This was also what Xiaozhi had figured out about the characteristics of Rayquaza. Because Rayquaza's body carries the breath of the Emperor, so this is also one of his privileges. And he made a primitive return to Kyogre. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield was completely burned. This time, the Mega Evolution of Black Gold Rayquaza is more powerful than any previous state and improvement. And this time Kyogra's original return. The improvement in strength brought by it is also more powerful than any previous original return. During this period of time, Xiaozhi has never slackened off in his improvement of strength and has become stronger. Kyogra in the original return state. The whole momentum is more powerful than before. And the super-evolved Rayquaza has long tentacles extending from its lower jaw. And these tentacles will also release particles. These particles can control the concentration and humidity of the gas, and can also continuously control the weather. Xiaomao, this time, it is indeed the super-evolved Rayquaza, which looks much more powerful than the previous Rayquaza. Xiaomao, but it seems that Rayquaza does not need a Mega Evolution Stone to super-evolve. Xiaomao, this is something that no one had thought of before. Xiao Gang, it seems that in the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi and Rayquaza's resonance interaction has taken place. Gone, the mutual resonance interaction can be used for super evolution. Gone, just use the comprehensive battle wristband as an intermediate medium. Gone, it is even possible that I guess Xiaozhi in the blue light screen. Gone, it is possible that there is no need to light up the comprehensive battle wristband. Gone, you can super evolve Rayquaza. Gone, Xiaozhi lit up the wristband this time, probably for the next skill. Adu, the super evolved Rayquaza is really handsome. Adu, I didn't expect that there would be such a handsome Rayquaza in the world. Adu, it seems that Rayquaza's characteristics have also changed after super evolution. Adu, the whole body shape has also changed. Adu, he is simply the ideal and perfect Pokémon of Dragon Attribute trainers. At this moment, with the communication between the top trainers, especially with Adu praising Rayquaza, which has completely Mega evolved to its peak state. Many Dragon Attribute trainers also gave Adu thumbs up. They also envied Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain very much. Being able to own Rayquaza and Mega evolve it. Genji, as a Dragon Attribute trainer in the Fengyuan region. Genji, I am still curious about what will happen when Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain and I meet. Genji, what kind of sparks will be created? Genji, I am still curious about what will happen when Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain and I meet. Genji, will I in the blue light curtain ask Xiaozhi to fight me? Genji, now that it seems. Genji, Super Rayquaza is so strong. Genji, if we fight, it will definitely bring me something unimaginable. Genji, it will feel like a different battle. Doracina, Dragon-type Pokémon, my exclusive Pokémon. Doracina, I think it's the cutest Pokémon, too. Doracina, I really want Xiaozhi to come to Kalos as soon as possible. District. Doracina, our Kalos region not only has the world's most famous actress, Kaluna. Doracina, there is also Serena who has always been thinking about Xiaozhi. Doracina, in addition, there is my Dragon Attribute trainer, Doracella. At this moment, 2 Dragon Attribute trainers from different regions also left messages in the barrage. They really want Xiaozhi to notice them. But to be honest, they don't know whether their behavior can make Xiaozhi notice them. They can only do their best to try to transfer Xiaozhi's attention to themselves. In addition to this effort, every message in the barrage, they themselves know that it may attract the attention of Xiaozhi in their own world. Even if Xiaozhi in the red light curtain and the blue light curtain can't see the message in the barrage, but as long as Xiaozhi in reality sees the message, it's fine. At this moment, Xiaozhi is training with Adu and talking at the same time. Mr. Adu, I will definitely try to conquer the incarnation of the sky, Rayquaza, in the future. I have checked a lot of information recently, and it says that Rayquaza is a flying dragon. We have all seen that most of his body is green. There is something similar to a fish fin on the tail. There are yellow patterns around it. While talking, Xiaozhi kept describing the appearance of ordinary Rayquaza and the appearance of black gold Rayquaza. And Xiaozhi also knew that, according to legend, Rayquaza has lived in the ozone layer of the earth for a very, very long time. And when flying in the middle of the night, it may be like a meteor passing by. According to legend, he has never landed on the ground. Because he lives in the ozone layer above the clouds. No one on the ground has ever seen him. Before, there was talk about Rayquaza. In the real world, almost no one can see him. But because of the existence of the red and blue light curtains, not only did everyone see Rayquaza, but they also saw that there were trainers who could subdue Rayquaza. This was an unimaginable inspiration to Xiaozhi. And Adu, who has been helping Xiaozhi improve his strength in recent times, nodding constantly when he saw Xiaozhi's confident look. Come on, Xiaozhi. If we have the chance to capture Rayquaza in the future, we must seize it. Whether we can really capture Rayquaza or not, this is an action that we will remember for a lifetime. Then let's continue training. Let's try out the skills you just trained. Are there any good ones that can be used in actual combat? Adu was also talking while raising his momentum. During this period of time, the training between him and Xiaozhi can be said to be very effective. And basically, each training can achieve the desired effect. During this period of time, Adu has truly felt Xiaozhi's strength. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Adu, let's fight. Friends, we're going to fight. Xiaozhi immediately pushed his hat back and mobilized his momentum at the same time, commanding his Pokémon to start fighting with Mr. Adu. Xiao Mao and Xinji, who were watching the battle on the side, are also training and watching the battle at the same time. They will not waste any time now, but they will not miss any opportunity to observe Xiaozhi. And because of their current relationship with Xiaozhi, the more they get along, the better. Not to mention Xiao Mao, who is a good friend of Xiaozhi since childhood. So they are also in the best viewing position. The best training position, training and watching the battle. Now Xiao Mao is training his Pokémon, while chatting with Xinji. He is also paying attention to the blue light curtain, and Xiaozhi in reality. Xinji, the time we have known each other, if we follow the time in the red light curtain and the blue light curtain, two sides should be 4 or 5 years together. While talking, Xiao Mao constantly directs his Blastoise to attack. The time in the red and blue light curtains is about 3 years each, but it seems less than 3 years. To be precise, it should be 5 or 6 years. But if we exclude the beginning, when I haven't reached the Quartz Conference yet, it should be about 4 or 5 years. Xinji was also commanding his Pokémon to fight back. On the other hand, he also took out other Pokémon for training from time to time. And when Xiao Mao saw that Xinji was going to have a Pokémon melee, he nodded, and called out his other Pokémon. These 4 or 5 years, the time in the Quartz Conference. In reality, it seems that except for the first day, 1.5 days, time has passed. After that, time seems to have not passed. This is also a good opportunity for us. We must train well and show our strength at the Quartz Conference. And then we must be like Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain in future adventures. Being able to grow happily with Pokémon and friends. Xiao Mao is also full of emotion now. And there is also our Xiaozhi here is also stimulated by himself in the blue light curtain. Or to be more precise, he is inspired by himself in the blue light curtain. Xiaozhi's progress compared to before is really huge. After Xiao Mao added 2 more sentences, he really felt the same way. Xinji shifted his attention to the side of Xiaozhi in reality, and after observing for a while, he nodded heavily. I heard that Xiaozhi before was stubborn and didn't follow the method. He didn't know how to train when he encountered problems. He would only train after losing. Every time he couldn't beat the master of the gym. Every time he couldn't beat his opponent. He would start training directly in the local area. This method is definitely not acceptable. At that time, I was very dissatisfied with this kind of person being the protagonist of the double comparison live broadcast room. I also had a lot of opinions. But as the timeline got longer and longer, and as I saw more and more content, I also knew it. It turns out that Xiaozhi has improved so much now. He is fully qualified to be the protagonist of the double comparison live broadcast room. And Xiaozhi in reality is really getting better and better. Shinji said while he continued to train with Xiaomao, because they didn't waste any opportunities now. This kind of atmosphere at the moment. At the Quartz conference in the real world. And at many viewing venues. And at many training grounds. Everyone is training or watching the game in this way. Many trainers are training while watching the game. And the audience now. They also saw the skills of Super Rayquaza in the black and blue light curtain that they had been thinking about. In the blue light curtain. At this moment, Kyogre in the original state and the Super Evolved Rayquaza give their opponents Solar Rock and Moon Rock too much pressure. Because Solar Rock and Moon Rock are both Pokémon with Rock plus Psychic attributes. So they are restrained by Kyogre in the original state, it can be said that they are dead. And because the characteristics of the Super Evolved Rayquaza are Delta Airflow. So all the weak attributes of Rayquaza at this moment are almost no longer weaknesses. And even if Rayquaza has some objective weaknesses, it is not something that these two Pokémon of Xiaofeng and Xiaonan can beat. Xiaofeng and Xiaonan are also trying their best to command their two Pokémon to use targeted skills. But because of the water type, the original return of Kyogre. After the Super Evolution, the Dragon attribute and Flying attribute of Rayquaza, their weaknesses are almost completely different. This also leads to Xiaofeng and Xiaonan not being able to find a skill that can cause two waves of weakness damage. But Xiaofeng also understands it. At this time, if you can't find the common weakness of the two Pokémon, you can just find the weakness of a single Pokémon. So, they also command their Pokémon to attack. When they face Super Rayquaza, they will attack with Rock attribute, Ice attribute, Dragon attribute, and Fairy attribute. However, after they launched these attacks, it was obvious that the characteristics of Super Rayquaza, Ma Xiaohao, were powerful. It seemed that after the Super Evolution, Rayquaza's weak attributes seemed to have disappeared directly, or the weak attributes no longer existed. And Kyogre in the original regression state, because it was pure water. He only had two weaknesses, one was water attribute attack and the other was electric attribute attack. In response, Xiaofeng and Xiaonan also used all their skills. Try to let their Pokémon use the skills that they are good at and can restrain. Xiaofeng and Xiaonan, this time the performance is still very good, unlike sometimes, the two people quarreled in the battle. Before, Xiaofeng and Xiaonan, the two gym leaders were playing PK when they fight, they often quarrel, or to be more precise, they quarrel occasionally, but this time it is obviously much better. Xiaofeng and Xiaonan probably know that this battle is very important to the entire Green Ridge City. Or to the entire Feng Yuan Alliance, they must not make any indecent moves. Don't worry about it, Xiaozhi, come on, I heard that the Mega Evolved Rayquaza has a very cool skill, or it also has a very cool skill when it is not Mega Evolved. Although it may be resisted by Xiaofeng and Xiaonan's Pokémon, you can use it. With the discussion of everyone on the scene. Also with everyone's call for the exclusive skills of Super Rayquaza. Xiaozhi also heard this and smiled. If the skills are not fused, there may be this worry. But if they are fused, there will be no such worry. And this time, Super Rayquaza and Kyogre in the original return state will use a combination skill. Xiaozhi chuckled. And lit up his comprehensive battle wristband again. At the same time, he released his wave power. And resonated with Super Rayquaza and Kyogre in the field. At the same time, Black Gold Rayquaza and Kyogre, who was emitting the power of Poseidon, also roared. Their aura was incomparably powerful. Chapter 218, a fusion skill that has never appeared before. The state after Mega Evolution. In the blue light curtain. At this moment, after Xiaozhi lit up the comprehensive battle wristband, he also used the skills that he had used when he was training in the team before. Commanding Black Gold Rayquaza and Kyogre. In the Mega Evolution and Primitive Regression states respectively. After the wave resonance, Black Gold Rayquaza and Kyogre also raised their strength to the peak. And now they also know what skills they are going to use. This is a skill that they have practiced many times before. And it is also a skill that they have experimented with many times before. Immediately, Black Gold Rayquaza and Kyogre in the primitive regression state also mobilized their momentum and launched this combination skill. At this time, Xiaozhi once again used the power of Wave Guide, fully unleashing the power of Black Gold Rayquaza and Kyogre. Combo, Ultimate Dragon Root Wave. When Xiaozhi said this, Rayquaza and Kyogre both flew up, while Rayquaza completely turned into a black and gold ball of light. And Kyogre, at this moment, completely turned into blue light legs. This skill, which is a fusion of the finishing touch plus root wave, after the complete adjustment of the attributes, can be said to be 100% restrained against the rock plus psychic attributes, the two Pokémon of Xiaofeng and Xiaonan. With a loud bang from Changzhong, the Sun Rock and Moonstone sent by Xiaofeng and Xiaonan in this game also flew backwards. It fell to the ground motionless, and it seemed that it had lost its combat ability. Sun Rock and Moonstone have lost their combat ability. Xiaozhi wins. As the referee on duty came forward to check, he announced it quickly. At the Green Ridge Gym, there was a roar of enthusiastic cheers. Because this was exactly what they had been thinking about before, the Black Gold Rayquaza's Black Gold finishing touch. And they wanted to see the root fluctuations of Kyogre in the original return state. These two skills. The original finishing touch was resisted by the rock attribute and psychic attribute Pokémon of Xiaofeng and Xiaonan. Everyone knew this. Although everyone wanted to see the finishing touch, they also understood it. At that time, everyone was thinking whether Xiaozhi would be able to show his different strength and change the relevant skills for him. And the subsequent scene was as expected. After Xiaozhi's special revision, Black Gold Rayquaza's finishing touch was really adjusted. And in combination with it, Kyogre's root fluctuation also directly adjusted the 473 skills. So cool, so cool. I didn't expect Xiaozhi to win this time. It's so cool. You know, Xiaozhi won every time before. I didn't let everyone down, and I didn't let everyone down this time. Before, I was looking forward to this finishing touch made by Black Gold Rayquaza. Black Gold Rayquaza's finishing touch. The problem of being restrained by attributes. Now it seems that Xiaozhi has not only exceeded his goal. The transformation from the related attributes being restrained to the attributes being restrained. And he also completed the reversal very impressively. The scene was full of praise for Xiaozhi. Because of these games, every time you watch it, everyone will feel that this game is really it was so exciting. At this moment, Xiaofeng and Xiaonan also treated their Pokémon as soon as possible and recovered. At the same time, they came to Xiaozhi. They asked Xiaozhi how to continue training. Xiaozhi, you taught him our training method before. We have trained according to this training method. But I feel that the specific training intensity is still not up to par. Can you teach us again? That's right, Xiaozhi, can you teach us how to train again? At this moment, Xiaofeng and Xiaonan also pulled Xiaozhi's clothes on one side, and wanted Xiaozhi to teach them again on the other side. Because they felt that their Pokémon had made great progress. But under the dual attack of Black Gold Rayquaza and original return Kyogre, the feeling was not very obvious. Before, they had gained a lot in the past few days of training with Xiaozhi. But even though they gained a lot, although they had a more detailed understanding of their own strength, but compared with the battle with Xiaozhi, there was almost no difference. They had fought with Black Gold Rayquaza before, and with Groudon and Kyogre in their original state. Every time they fought, whether it was 1 versus 2 or 2 versus 2. Even if it was 4 versus 1, or even 6 versus 1 again, the result was one-sided. So they felt that Xiaozhi had a magical power. Xiaozhi's training method had a magical power. Even though they already knew a lot, but even though they strictly followed the training method. Even though their Pokemon had indeed improved a lot. But in a battle with Xiaozhi, it was still one-sided and crushed. So they also held Xiaozhi's hand on one side. On the other hand, they also asked Xiaozhi's girlfriends for help and said good things. Let Xiaozhi stay in Green Ridge for a few more days. And Xiaozhi and his girlfriends, seeing Xiao Feng and Xionan so enthusiastic, and so cute, nodded and smiled. Agreed to stay in Green Ridge for a few more days. Play with Xiao Feng and Xionan for a while. And train with the two cute twins. Xiaomao, I didn't expect that sometimes being cute and having twins can be a plus. Xiaomao, look at Xiao Feng and Xionan in the blue light. Xiaomao, just use the advantage of being cute. Xiaomao, another advantage is that the service is very good everywhere. Xiaomao, successfully let Xiaozhi and his group stay in Green Ridge in the blue light for a few more days. Xiaomao, you know, if you stay for a few more days. Xiaomao, I will definitely be able to teach Xiao Feng and Xionan a lot of fighting skills. Gone, this is not just about fighting skills. Gone, I feel this will also have a big impact on the blue light curtain. Gone, the entire tourism industry in Green Ridge City will be greatly promoted. Gone, because Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain has been in Green Ridge City for 3 or 4 days. Gone, if he stays for another 3 or 4 days, he will stay for a week. Gone, the tourism industry boosted by this is simply unimaginable. Gone, and in Feng Yuan area, there will definitely be people coming to Green Ridge one after another. Gone, seeing Xiaozhi's true face, it is possible to hold a few lectures in the gym. Gone, this economic benefit is no joke. Shinji, this is Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain, this is a true champion level trainer. Shinji, I guess Xiaozhi will represent the champion of Kanto, Chengdu, and the Orange League in the future. Shinji, if he goes to other places, he will only challenge the champions of those regions. Shinji, he will not compete for the position of champion trainer in those regions. As the 3 trainers who are active in the front line of the barrage discuss with each other. Many people nodded one after another. And many trainers who can speak are also joining the chat. Among them, for Shinji's challenge between champion trainers. Many people also think that this is indeed the case. Because champion trainers have regions. Unless you are really born in this place, then it is understandable that you get the title of champion trainer of this region. But if you are not born in this region, or born near this region, after you challenge this champion trainer, even if the original champion trainer fails, his title of champion trainer is retained. Including before. Even if Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain defeated the champion trainer Adu. But Adu's title of champion trainer was also retained. So this is actually not a conflict. Shiba, this reminds me of Adu in the blue light curtain. Shiba, after being defeated by Xiaozhi, he also retained the title of champion trainer. Shiba, this is also the league acknowledged. Adu, yes. Adu, Xiaozhi in the blue light screen is indeed very powerful. Adu, defeated me the first time. Adu, FTI, will notify the alliance to transfer the corresponding champion trainer title. Adu, of course, this transfer refers to an official transfer in the procedure. Adu, in fact, the position and title of the champion trainer are retained. Adu, as long as you have the strength of a champion trainer, you are actually a champion trainer. Alice, when the old trainer fails, the title of the champion trainer will indeed be retained. Alice, and this is also a very interesting setting that inspires everyone to challenge continuously. Alan, let me give you an example. Alan, if the first champion trainer A in a region is successfully challenged by the second B. Alan, successfully challenged by the third C. Alan, actually, A, B, C all have the strength of champion trainers. Alan, this alliance recognizes it. Alan, but there is a trainer who performs the duties of a champion trainer. Alan, maybe he is the latest trainer. Kurino, that's it. Kurano, the trainer who performs the duties of a champion trainer every time. Kurano, actually, only one is needed. Kurano, of course, if there are other veteran champions who are willing to perform the duties of a champion trainer. This is of course also very good. With the discussion of several champion level trainers, or some trainers with the strength of champion level trainers, they join in the comments. The enthusiasm of the audience is also gradually mobilized. If it weren't for everyone communicating in the barrage, usually champion trainers would rarely be seen speaking, because they are usually either training or traveling, or they are dealing with regional affairs, and they are usually very busy. However, because of the emergence of the double comparison live broadcast room, many champion trainers can be freed from many daily things. After all, after the emergence of the double comparison live broadcast room, the flow rate in reality gradually changed from a very low flow rate to a completely stopped flow rate. Now everyone eats normally, but they are rarely hungry. Now everyone trains normally, but they rarely feel the loss of time. So during this period of time, many trainers are constantly improving their strength. They want to use this feature of the double comparison live broadcast room, so that they can also follow the pace of Xiaozhi in the red light curtain or the blue light curtain and keep moving forward. Daigo, I just counted the gym leaders and trainers in the Fengyuan area. Daigo, basically, many people are watching the red and blue screen on one side. Daigo, on the other side, they are constantly training. Daigo, no one is wasting time, time is precious. Shirana, although I am at the Quartz conference now. Shirana, but I am also training at the Quartz conference. Shirana, and I just contacted some gym leaders and trainers in the Sinnoh region. Shirana, everyone is training very seriously. Dante, the Galar region is basically like this. Dante, and next is Xiaozhi in the blue screen. Dante, it should be a meeting with Genji, one of the 4 heavenly kings in the Hagen region. Dante, when the time comes, it will be another very exciting scene. With the messages of several champion-level trainers, especially with Dandy, it is a warm-up for the next story. Everyone is looking forward to it. As Genji, who is very powerful in Fengyuan area. As a dragon attribute trainer, Genji. What kind of interesting story will there be with Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain? In the blue light curtain, Xiaozhi stayed in Green Ridge City for 3 more days. During these 3 days, many top trainers in Fengyuan area came to visit Xiaozhi. At this moment, Xiaozhi is chatting with 4 king-level trainers in Fengyuan area. That is, Huayu, a king-level trainer of evil attribute in Fengyuan area. Furong, a king-level trainer of ghost attribute. Garban, a king-level trainer of ice attribute. Genji, a king-level trainer of dragon attribute. The 4 king-level trainers at this moment seem to have made an appointment. The second to last day of Xiaozhi's stay in Green Ridge City, which is the 6th day in total. At this moment, the 4 king-level trainers. Each of them has their own characteristics, but they are all polite. They are all looking at Xiaozhi very eagerly. And at this moment, Daigo, the champion-level trainer in Fengyuan, is also chatting with them. Xiaozhi is like this, and this time you have spent more time in Green Ridge City. When I was out mining, it just happened that I met these 4 king-level trainers by chance. Usually, there is also the king-level trainer in Fengyuan. In fact, they are all busy with their own things. It's really lucky to meet this time. While Daigo was talking, he was also explaining as a champion-level trainer. So this time everyone hopes to have another fight with Xiaozhi, mainly Huayu and the others. While Daigo was talking, he also threw the topic to Huayu, Furong, Bonnie and Genji. It was the first time for these 4 sky-level trainers to meet Xiaozhi face-to-face, and they were all very excited. Especially the 2 female trainers, Fleur and Bonnie. Fleur exuded a youthful aura all over her body. Bonnie, on the other hand, was more mature, steady, and intellectual. She exuded a lady-like aura all over her body. Champion Xiaozhi, this time we mainly want to visit you, please give us your guidance. In terms of remuneration, you will definitely be satisfied. Bonnie at this moment also represented the 4 king-level trainers in the exchange. Especially sincere. Chapter 219 Champion. Xiaozhi above the champion. In the blue light curtain. Now Kagetsu, Fleur, Bonnie, Genji. Bonnie, a king-level trainer with ice attribute, was also the representative. He explained their purpose of coming in person at the first time. They want Xiaozhi to personally guide them according to their own training characteristics. At the same time, they will pay them enough. And they will cooperate with the training very well. They will do whatever Xiaozhi asks them to do. And Daigo is now traveling as the champion of Fengyuan region. Introduced the 4 king-level trainers in Fengyuan region to Xiaozhi again. Hua Yu is the first member of the king-level trainers in Fengyuan region. He is a very optimistic person. He enjoys everything he does. It doesn't matter if he loses. And Hua also admires strength and may have been a bad boy for a while in the past. His strategy is mainly based on full-scale offense, and there is basically no defense. Furong is the second trainer among the 4 kings in Fengyuan region. Most of her Pokemon are pure ghost type. Except for one soul-catching eye. Daigo also introduced that Furong believed that she had the ability to communicate with ghost-type Pokemon, which might be similar to that of Xiaozhi's girlfriend Nancy, who could communicate through telepathy. Daigo also introduced that Furong was an unpredictable trainer who would use those unpredictable Pokemon to interfere with her opponents. The third trainer introduced was the third of the 4 king-level trainers in Fengyuan who had just communicated with Xiaozhi for a while. When introducing them, Daigo also emphasized Bonnie. Bonnie believed that ice attributes could get better thunder in hot places. Therefore, Bonnie's training intensity has always been very high, and the training intensity for her own Pokemon has always been very high. Bonnie believed that ice attributes could get better training in hot places. That's why she traveled thousands of miles to the hot Fengyuan area to train Pokemon. However, along the way, because of their own strength, they were still very good. However, the challenge trainers along the way could not give Bonnie a good feeling of fighting. Therefore, Bonnie also wanted to take this opportunity to let Xiaozhi train them well. Moreover, Daigo also specifically explained that Bonnie attached great importance to the use of various props in the battle. Then the last one is Genji from the 4 Heavenly Kings. Genji is a trainer who can control dragon-attributed Pokemon. He can command dragon-attributed Pokemon to exert the most powerful power. Mr. Genji has devoted almost all his life's energy to the training of dragon-attributed Pokemon. And he is also a captain. As Daigo finished introducing the 4 Heavenly Kings. These 4 Heavenly King level trainers also hurriedly introduced themselves again and had a friendly exchange with Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi nodded after understanding the 4 Heavenly King level trainers again. At the same time, he already had an idea in his heart. Thank you very much, 4 trainers, and Mr. Daigo, for coming to see me again. Well, but I don't usually do private combat training. Basically, everyone can see my combat training. Well, this time, I will stay in Green Ridge City for 2 more days, 2 days if today is counted, then we will start training immediately in the last 2 days, but I will also conduct a synchronous training live broadcast like normal training. If more top trainers can see it, it will naturally be the best. Then I will trouble the relevant teachers in Green Ridge City again for the relevant live broadcast arrangements. While Xiaozhi was talking, he also looked at a secretary in charge of Green Ridge City who had been listening and taking notes carefully. At this moment, this beautiful secretary in charge, after hearing Xiaozhi calling her, he nodded and began to use all her strength to make arrangements. Mr. Xiaozhi is joking. I'm afraid no region in the Pokemon world has the honor of arranging 2 lectures for you. No matter if it's the previous Silver Conference. No matter if it's all the gym cities you've traveled to before. They all held events only once. And our Green Ridge City. It's the honor of our Green Ridge city to have the honor of holding it twice. This beautiful secretary smiled sweetly at this moment and went to prepare. When Xiaozhi heard this, he smiled immediately. The other Daigo and the 4 champion-level trainers also smiled after hearing this. They all felt that as Xiaozhi's strength continued to grow, as Xiaozhi continued to hold various lectures, the regional glory of all people in the world was constantly bursting out. Everyone was fighting for their hometown. Everyone was fighting for their region. At the same time, everyone was fighting for themselves and their Pokémon. Daigo, in that case, the battle will still be held in the Green Ridge City Gym. That is, in the Green Ridge Universe Center. Hanazuki, thank you very much, Xiaozhi Champion, for giving us on-site training this time. In addition, we have this opportunity to let people all over the world see Xiaozhi Champion's training of top-level trainers. Furong, this time, I hope to strengthen the mutual communication between my Ghost Attribute Pokémon. I also want Xiaozhi to teach me how to better communicate with my little cuties. Bonnie, for Ice Attribute Pokémon, I believe that Xiaozhi Champion must have very unique insights. And if it is convenient, I wonder if you can ask Miss Kona from your team to take the time to join this training? I heard that Miss Kona's command of Ice Attribute Pokémon is as powerful as that of the champion trainer. Genji. As long as I can see Black Gold Rayquaza again. As long as I can see Xiaozhi again. I will be satisfied if you can command a Dragon Attribute Pokémon to fight in your busy schedule. The champion trainer of the Fengyuan region, Daigo, and 4 king-level trainers, also chatted with Xiaozhi in this way, while they stood up and invited Xiaozhi to come to the Green Ridge Universe Center again to make arrangements. At this moment, the Green Ridge Universe Center was once again crowded with people. In fact, as early as when Daigo, with 4 king-level trainers, walked into the luxury hotel where Xiaozhi stayed, many people had already felt that something big must have happened this morning. And then, as expected, not long after, the Green Ridge TV station broke the big news of the day. Xiaozhi will start coaching the 4 king-level trainers in the Fengyuan region today and tomorrow. The champion trainer of the Fengyuan region, Daigo, will also join this coaching. With the appearance of this title, and with Daigo's name appearing again in the title, people in the Fengyuan area were shocked at this moment. I knew it. This time, Mr. Daigo brought 4 king-level trainers to find Xiaozhi, so something must be going to happen. But I thought it was just a battle. But now I didn't expect that this is already a training. And it's a training for 4 king-level trainers. And it's a public training. This training, we can get a lot of information from it. Now in Green Ridge City, many trainers and spectators who had participated in the training between Xiaofeng and Xionan and Xiaozhi were also very excited. Because of the strength of Xiaozhi's training objects, and the strength shown by Xiaozhi on the spot low, it must have a great relationship. Xiaofeng and Xiaonan are gym master level trainers. When Xiaozhi was training gym master trainers, if he used 10% of his strength, then the strength used to train a king-level trainer would be at least 50%. And this time, it turned out that 4 king-level trainers were trained at one time. And Daigo would also participate. In any case, 80% to 90% of his strength would be used. It is possible that Xiaozhi's strength is unfathomable. He will not use so much, but the difference between 10% and 80% to 90% is the difference in absolute value. That is to say, this time, everyone can at least see a performance match or training match that is 8 or 9 times, or even 10 times more exciting than the previous training and battle of Xiaofeng and Xiaonan. Since Xiaozhi started to have the habit of training, have you noticed that our overall strength has improved too fast? There is a saying that listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. I feel that this is the state now, every time I watch Xiaozhi's live training. No matter what level of live training, as long as it is public, we can learn a lot from it every time we watch it. Is that so, every public training? Or it seems like Xiaozhi has been out since he came out of Pallet Town. So many times, big and small, for external training. Almost all of them are public, and we can learn a lot from every public. We can also see that Xiaozhi has continuously improved various techniques for Pokemon, one after another. The trainers in the center, and the entire Fengyuan area, and the people who are paying attention to the entire Pokemon world, are all discussing it. Because this time, it may be the first time in history that Xiaozhi has conducted on-site training for 4 king-level trainers. Please give me Flowers 0. And broadcast it. And also bring along an absolutely popular trainer, champion trainer Daigo. Everyone knows that Daigo is definitely the best among champion trainers. Xiao Mao, this training is definitely interesting. Xiaozhi's training is basically a combination of theory and practice. We should remember the theory part and watch the practical part. Shinji, 1 against 5? Xiao Gang, that would be really interesting. Xiao Gang, it's been a long time since I saw Xiaozhi fight against so many top trainers alone. Xiao Gang, if this kind of competition can happen, you can see Xiaozhi commanding multiple Pokemon or one Pokemon alone in the blue light screen. Xiao Gang, and fight against many Pokemon with different characteristics and trainers. Gon, this can teach you a lot about multi-line control of Pokemon. With Xiaomao, Shinji, and Gon speaking up at the first time, many viewers in the live broadcast room also joined the discussion after liking. When you see interesting speeches, like them first. This way you can accumulate points for yourself. After liking, speak again. This way you can increase your guessing TV again. Shiba, it seems that Xiaozhi in the blue light screen has challenged many trainers at the top level, but some of them seem to have not been challenged, such as several trainers at the top level in the Chengdu Kanto area, and there are a few missing. Adu, oh, you are talking about Ms. Liwa who came up later, and Mr. Yishu, right, and Ms. Kikyuko. Kona, in the blue light screen, Xiaozhi's challenge to the champion level trainers and the challenge to the top level trainers did not seem to last too long. All of this started with Xiaozhi's battle with Adu in the Lake of Rage. Kona, it seems that after that battle, Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain began to compete and challenge with the top trainers. Kikyuko, there should still be a chance. Xiaozhi will return to Pallet Town every time after challenging a regional conference. At that time, there should be some other stories, such as mutual challenges and exploration of new regions. But time has passed really fast without us noticing. We can clearly feel that the Fengyuan region must have been accelerated. Many stories still emphasize a gym battle when they are broadcast, and there are also special episodes. If it is broadcasted like this all the time, I believe that the entire Pokemon world will be completed in a shorter time than we estimated at the time. The estimated time should mean that the time we see may be shorter, but the actual time travel in each area is basically about 1 year. If the area is larger, it may take about 1.5 years. With the messages left by many top trainers. Everyone can basically say that they agree with the content of these messages. Because now in the blue light curtain, and the training speed and travel speed in the red light curtain have really accelerated a lot, as everyone said. And they are also shifting more and more towards their own very distinctive points. In the red light curtain, the focus is on exploration and making new friends. And in the process of exploring and making new friends in the blue light curtain, it also focuses on improving the strength of the entire world. Dandig, the universe center of Green Ridge City in the blue light curtain, is ready. Everyone, look at this. At the beginning, we will directly use the theory plus actual combat method for training. With Dandy's reminder, everyone suddenly discovered that the training of Xiaozhi in the blue light curtain and the champion trainer Daigo in the Fengyuan area, and the other 4 king-level trainers, has begun. In the blue light curtain. Hello everyone, I'm glad you can meet again. With the commentary of a professional, an extremely beautiful female anchor with a great figure. This time, Xiaozhi's public communication with the champion trainer Daigo of Fengyuan area in Green Ridge City, and the 4 king-level trainers in Fengyuan area, also kicked off again. Xiaozhi finally suggested that the TV station change the title. He still believes that the trainers should communicate with each other. The word training is not very good. It feels a bit like a superior-subordinate relationship. In fact, Xiaozhi will respect others more for anyone, as long as they respect each other. And at this moment, Xiaozhi is calling out all his Pokémon on the battlefield. The same is true for Daigo and the other 4 king-level trainers. This is what Xiaozhi had just explained before the formal start of the communication.